Chapter 1. A heart-wrenching master-disciple romance crack. A long whip lashed out with ferocity, striking the skin of the chest and igniting a searing pain. Sweat trickled down the side of his face, pooling together, then winding its way down his neck. Inside the stone chamber, flickering flames danced erratically. Various instruments of torture lay strewn across the floor, stained with dried, darkened blood, exuding an unpleasant odor. Someone raised a torch, bringing into focus a slender youth bound to the torture rack by a dark, cursed chain. The boy's thick eyelashes were already dampened by mist. A fine sheen of cold sweat glistened on his face, and his long hair cascaded over his shoulders, some strands clinging to his pale neck. His robe had been reduced to tattered, bloodied rags, offering scant coverage to his lean waist and chest. Sweat mingled with blood as it flowed down to his waist, soaking into his garments. His long, slender legs hung helplessly in the air, his delicate ankles shackled tightly by chains. The dimness rendered the surroundings nearly impossible to discern. Yet his skin appeared almost translucent, accentuated by the gruesome, intertwined whip marks, creating a suffocating beauty. Not willing to speak, are we? As the fire drew closer, the torchlight illuminated his face completely. I shall see for myself whether your tongue is tougher than my whip. With that, he tossed aside the whip and began to unfasten his own belt. Several demons erupted into raucous laughter. Serve us well, and perhaps we'll reward you with a complete corpse to reunite you with your kin. Upon hearing the demons' lewd laughter, the boy opened his eyes, his deep, dark gaze concealed beneath lashes dampened by sweat, reminiscent of a crane lost in the woods. He had no recollection of how he had ended up in this place. Every part of him ached, as if engulfed in the eternal flames of the underworld, the burning sensation rising within him, his consciousness fracturing and then coalescing again, the excruciating pain bringing fleeting clarity. He distinctly remembered his master casting him into the abyss. But what were these wretched creatures before him? Is that so? The bloodied boy moved his lips. Uncertain whether it was heat or thirst that compelled him, he parted his lips slightly, revealing a glimpse of pearly teeth and a rosy tongue. Indeed, the demon leader, captivated by his appearance, stepped forward, extending a hand to touch his face. Suddenly, a swirling mass of black flames erupted from thin air, engulfing him in an instant. Ah! A scream pierced the air, silencing the laughter that had filled the chamber moments before. In but a heartbeat, the demon leader's body disintegrated into a cloud of ash, scattering across the floor, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air. The remaining demons stared in terror at the swirling black flames surrounding him, mouths agape but utterly speechless. And what of you? The boy on the rack lowered his gaze, a bloodied smile gracing his lips. Do you still wish for me to serve you? Bright as day, the room was adorned with delicate veils like mist. On a jade platform, beaded curtains hung in a cascade, where several enchanting maidens clad in red gauze danced gracefully, bells jingling at their wrists. Cultivators gathered in clusters as lovely maidens poured wine, clinking cups and exchanging toasts. The intoxicating aroma of wine mingled with an elusive, sweet floral scent, inducing a dreamlike intoxication. Crack! A heavy piece of wood fell, and the storyteller stroked his goatee, shaking his head as he spoke. Previously, we spoke of that demon being cast out of the sect and falling into the demon realm, harboring resentment. Shortly thereafter, he led the demon clan to invade the heavenly court, slaying the celestial deities and plunging the heavens into chaos. Do you not hear the iron drums of the demon realm still resounding, while the azure birds lament and soar through the night? Once a divine court, now reduced to scorched earth, the bones of the gods lie unburied. Yet, this demon nearly annihilated all the divine clans, leaving only the immortal sovereign of radiant light. Do you know the reason behind this? The audience, intrigued, inquired why. The storyteller smiled mysteriously. At the heart of it, this demon coveted his own master, intending to imprison and seize her. The crowd wore expressions akin to a bewildered old man peering at a smartphone. Oh, there is a saying. In the golden hall of spring, delicate flowers are locked away. How can tender blossoms withstand the frenzy of bees and butterflies? Alas, white snow tainted by dust, unaware of when it shall see the clear skies again. With a melancholic sigh, the storyteller feigned profundity. All that unfolds behind this is a question of the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality. To know how the tale progresses, please stay tuned for the next installment. TSK. The audience, realizing the performance, erupted in uproar, tossing spirit stones onto the stage. Defiance against authority, the audacity of a rebellious disciple. Despicable, the morals of society are in decline. Speak on. The storyteller gestured for the young attendant beside him to gather the stones while grinning broadly. Noble patrons, do not rush, do not rush. The rules of the intoxicated dream remain. Donations exceeding 200 spirit stones yield an additional chapter, and donations surpassing 500 spirit stones grant 2 extra chapters. When Jiyu, concealed in the loft, awaited her moment, nearly spitting out her drink upon hearing this. Goodness, for the sake of profit, the storyteller had adopted the very techniques of modern web fiction. Indeed, she was the 1086th transmigrator in the web fiction realm. When Jiyu, if I am guilty, let the law punish me, rather than send me into this novel as the male lead's malicious master, who ultimately meets his end with a sword through the heart, his soul scattered, forever denied rebirth. After a late-night reading session led to a heart attack, she awoke to find herself within a novel. Initially, she was quite pleased with the notion of transmigration, as the odds felt akin to winning a grand prize. However, to end up as a flamboyant cannon fodder, that would be a torment far worse than being millions in debt. This book was recommended by her best friend, who had mysteriously stated, "Yudo, there's a character here who shares your name. You should memorize the entire text in preparation for your transmigration. Just so you know, your role involves a master-disciple romance with elements of imprisonment, so sweet it brings tears, an exceedingly thrilling a heart-wrenching master-disciple romance." This was precisely the type of thrilling narrative with a sense of taboo that she adored. Thus, she spent 3 days and nights finally finishing the entire tome. Yet, to her dismay, out of 1,000,000 words, she had only appeared thrice. The first time, she saved the male lead. The second time, she compelled him to turn dark. The third time, she was slain by him. Did her best friend harbor some misunderstanding regarding her role? The novel, titled Fujin, narrated how the male lead, Siejua, traversed from demon to righteous, then back to demon, annihilating all but himself, ultimately ascending as the supreme demon god Fujin, a quintessential tale of a male lead with no love interests. Of course, in a tale of triumph, the male lead's journey was as he pleased. To facilitate his rise, the author had set him up as a pitiable figure, abused by demons and nearly meeting his end. Yet, unbeknownst to them, his identity was anything but ordinary, pivotal for his eventual resurgence in the realm of cultivation. According to the archetype of such tales, supporting characters fall into 3 categories. Those with fortuitous encounters, cannon fodder for face-slapping, and malicious antagonists. When Jiyu was the malicious antagonist, sharing the same name as Sieju's master, the tragically fated Xian Yuxianjun. Her role was to create the male lead's suffering during his youth, gradually nudging him towards the brink of darkness, effectively becoming a key figure, leading him down a path of no return. Having inadvertently saved the young male lead, Siejua, from a severely wounded state, she discovered he possessed an extraordinary spirit root, igniting a desire to claim him as her disciple. For the pitiful boy, who had struggled in the mire for over a decade, this was a warmth he had never known. He believed he had found a home and clung to this solitary ray of light in his life. Unbeknownst to him, his master merely sought to exploit him, while his fellow disciples looked down upon and even humiliated him. Yet he continued to regard her as his kin and deity, placing his unwavering trust in her. Later, by a twist of fate, the Celestial Alliance gleaned a revelation, discovering he bore demonic blood, marking him as the treacherous disciple destined to wreak havoc upon the sect. In a world where righteousness and evil cannot coexist, when Jiyu resolved to eradicate this calamity herself. Thus, following the prevalent tropes of tragic male leads, his spirit root was destroyed, and his cultivation was rendered null, ultimately cast into the 9 underworlds, enduring the torment of hellfire. Upon reaching this point, when Jiyu felt an avalanche of frustration, did these authors harbor some grievance? Why must they subject characters to such relentless torment? Was this not a direct invitation for the character to turn to darkness? Yet, the male lead's halo was no mere embellishment. Siejuo awakened his ancient phoenix bloodline within the 9 underworlds, undergoing a rebirth, mastering the laws of heaven, and becoming the unparalleled demon god Fujin. Upon his return, his first act was to pierce Wen Ziyu's heart with his sword, reducing her to ashes on the spot. Now, 2 paths lay before her: to be killed by the male lead in the future, her soul scattered, or to eliminate the male lead now, thus shattering the narrative. Contemplating her grim fate, Wen Jiyu felt an intense rage boiling within her. Unlike other transmigrators, who aimed to reform the male lead and rewrite the plot, she was determined to eliminate the male lead and ascend to power herself. With countless pathways ahead and boundless powers, she aspired to become an immortal, while the male lead would be offered as a sacrifice. She resolutely chose the latter. According to the narrative, her task was first to take the male lead as her disciple, feigning concern and care. Then, upon revealing her true nature, to flaunt her authority over him, taking advantage of him, and ultimately coercing him into darkness. This would be her first step towards destruction, or rather, eliminating the male lead was to locate him. Chapter 2. Help. The mad dog has appeared at this moment. The identity jade pendant at Wen Jiyu's waist vibrated gently twice, revealing an ethereal blue lotus, the collective decree of the Xintian sect. At the stroke of midnight, the 3 major sects are set to join forces and storm into the Zui Meng, dismantling the underground trading market known as the Dark Prison, engaging in acts of robbery, or rather, redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor. As the saying goes, money may not be omnipotent, but without it, one cannot achieve anything. The same holds true for cultivating immortality. To cultivate, one must do so in a spectacular manner, with combat effects at their peak, necessitating the enhancement of top-tier magical artifacts and elixirs. After a fierce battle, while the wealthy indulge in high-grade healing pills, you are left with mere gold ointment. How embarrassing. The Xintian sect, where Wen Jiyu resides, is primarily focused on sword cultivation, and it is well known that 9 out of 10 sword cultivators are impoverished, with the remaining 1 being exceptionally destitute. When sword cultivators venture out, they resemble a pack of mad dogs, or rather destitute individuals, either robbing or begging, and even finding time to engage in a brawl. As a result, besides running errands for sect missions, the Xintian sect has spawned various peculiar professions, such as the dog debt collectors, who will bite anyone you pay them to, or the Cultivation Writers Association, where disciples create colorful paintings or scribble trivial stories that are snatched up as soon as they are published. According to the narrative, one of the 8 demon lords of the demon realm, Yan Wujian, is set to host an underground auction in Zui Meng within Fengling City in the coming days, where a substantial flow of spirit stones and rare weapons, elixirs, and precious materials will be exchanged. The original protagonist, amidst the 3 sects' joint assault on Zui Meng, stumbled upon the male lead amidst the ruins. And even in his filthy state, he was breathtakingly beautiful. It is said that his appearance is striking, and when his enchanting phoenix-like eyes sweep across, even the aloof and cold-hearted senior sisters of noble clans, as well as the alluring little spirits of the Huan sect, find their hearts racing and cheeks flushing, completely captivated, earning him the reputation of a heartthrob among female readers. The original protagonist was enchanted by the male lead's beauty. Extending her claws towards him during his youthful innocence. 10 years ago, she suffered a nearly fatal accident, causing damage to her spiritual abode, and her cultivation has since stagnated, despite her desperate attempts to cultivate. Her efforts yielded little success. In order to successfully break through to the Wu-Wei realm, she could not help but covet the male lead, a naturally gifted spirit vessel, investing considerable effort into nurturing him, showering him with precious materials as if they were worthless. Eventually, she drained him of his last vestige of value and, after using him, cast him into the 9 nether sea, causing his soul to scatter. Reflecting on this, Wen Jiyu couldn't help but curse. Viper-hearted femme fatale. Realizing she was indeed cursing her present self, she fell silent with a hint of regret. It is worth noting that after Wen Jiyu, the male lead has never trusted another woman again. Any female character attempting to approach him in the narrative either ends up maimed or mercilessly killed, earning him the title of a ruthless flower destroyer. However, now that she is aware of future events, making choices and avoiding danger becomes paramount. Moreover, the cultivation world is filled with handsome men, a veritable paradise for a sea king. She is determined not to repeat past mistakes and has resolved to enjoy herself in this ocean, living every second of her life to the fullest. Although arriving in Fengling may trigger a system task, she intends to tempt fate, perhaps even eliminating the male lead in the process, killing two birds with one stone. Who wouldn't commend her as a brilliant strategist? Fengling is the final resting place of the last bloodline of the ancient divine clan, the Phoenix clan, and serves as the origin of all stories in the novel Fujin. The Lord of the Dark Prison, Yin Wujian, is the ruler of a demon realm and possesses a profound appreciation for luxury and pleasure. Several years ago, he seized Fengling City, transforming the spirit-rich land into his personal paradise. Presently, Zue Meng, a luxurious aerial palace, was once the sacred temple of the Phoenix clan, boasting extraordinary realms, adorned with gold and jade, dotted with pavilions and towers, and embellished with artificial mountains and flowing springs, continuously emanating spirit energy from its veins. During the day, demon cultivators rest and recuperate, while at night, they revel freely in Zue Meng. Yin Wujian reclines on a beauty couch, his long legs propped up, an exquisite succubus nestled in his arm, as he listens to a storyteller's enthusiastic performance, eagerly gazing through a water mirror at the underground auction venue of the Dark Prison. The next auction item, a treasure from the heavens not found on earth. The top-tier dual cultivation elixir from the Hawan sect, 2 bottles of the Carefree Joy Pill, starting bid at 200 spirit stones, that a flamboyantly dressed woman in red points at the 2 shimmering bottles on stage. Moments later, a voice from the crowd calls out, "I bid 220 spirit stones. I bid 240 spirit stones." Yin Wujian, upon glancing at the bidder, reveals a mischievous smile. "Ah, old Yongwei, a true lord, yet you still rely on little pills for dual cultivation. I feel embarrassed for you." Upon finishing his words, he gestures to a nearby demon cultivator. "Raise the bid." The demon cultivator complies, pressing the price button 10 times, stubbornly driving the price up to 1,000 spirit stones, which ultimately leaves Yang Wei looking miserable as he departs with the exorbitantly priced Carefree Joy Pills. With a flash of the formation, a sound of clattering rings out, and 1,000 spirit stones appear on the table before Yin Wujian, that he bursts into a cackling laugh. Lord Demon, trouble is brewing." Suddenly, a thick black mist erupts in the hall, and a bloody demon cultivator emerges. "We are surrounded by the mad dogs of Lingyun's sect, Qingyun Mountain, and Xintian sect." Yin Wujian clicks his tongue. "Not these beggars again. Do they ever let anyone have a moment's peace? Fear not. The barrier of Zue Meng is imbued with true demonic essence. Ordinary cultivators cannot easily breach it. Even if they wish to break the barrier, they may need to return and cultivate for several decades." The demon cultivator wipes the blood from his face, trembling as he speaks. "My lord, the barrier has been breached." Yin Wujian's expression turns cold. "Who did this?" The demon cultivator stammers. I do not know." Yin Wujian forcefully pushes the succubus from his embrace, seizing the demonic sword beside him, charging out with a murderous aura. The other demon cultivators, witnessing this, swarm out in a frenzy. When Jiu steps into the hall as if entering an empty realm, her toes barely touching the ground. "Third senior brother, I have arrived." She produces a communication jade tablet. The true demon great formation has been breached. Yin Wujian has gone to confront the enemy. The palace is now unguarded. "Hurry over. Do not let them seize the opportunity." Moments later, a voice emanates from the jade tablet. "Understood. Junior sister, be careful. We will meet shortly." After disconnecting, when Jiyu's beautiful eyes glimmer as she notices a water mirror adorned with the Phoenix clan's totem before the male lead's couch, her face breaking into a joyful expression. Though eliminating the male lead is of utmost importance, one should never leave empty-handed. Encountering treasures is an opportunity that cannot be missed. When Jiyu draws a talisman paper, golden light shimmering upon it, enchants, Shintan transformation, traversing the obscure and hidden, open. As the yellow talisman dissipates, the formation unravels, revealing a small realm that unfolds gently. She turns and leaps into this small realm. Unexpectedly, her gaze meets a pair of pitch-black eyes, seemingly veiled in a snowy mist. Whether it is her imagination or not, those extremely cold eyes curve at the corners, casting her a fleeting smile. Chapter 3. The Mad Dog is online to claim lives. Inside the small realm is a dimly lit chamber, where dampness and the stench of blood linger heavily. Having just dealt with a few unremarkable demon cultivators, Siejwa finds himself unexpectedly confronted by someone he despises deeply, his master, Wenjiu at this moment. Wenjiu appears as a youthful maiden, clad in a red dress, her beauty striking yet slightly different from the demeanor he remembers. Nevertheless, he would recognize that exquisitely beautiful and deceiving face anywhere. Siejwa has not forgotten the deep-seated torment within the chamber, the ruthless methods employed on the judgment platform, the resolute gaze, and the pain of his soul scattering in the Nine Nether Sea. Scenes flash before him like a fleeting panorama, all brought upon him by the woman before him. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingles with the blood in the air, as the demon cultivators he dispatched are reduced to a pile of black ash with a mere flick of his finger. He hazily recalls a time in his past life when he too was confined in this small realm, beaten day and night by minions of the demon lord Yenwujian, all to extract the whereabouts of the Phoenix clan's treasured relic, the floating bone. Now, he finds himself back here. Could it be? Has he been reborn? Their gazes lock, with his tongue pressed firmly against the roof of his mouth. A cold smirk unexpectedly escapes his throat. Wenjiu, you have arrived just in time. Today shall be your day of reckoning. His fingers, concealed within his sleeve, twitch slightly, and a small ball of karma fire rapidly takes shape. The Nine Nether karma fire can incinerate all. Even the divine transformation body is no exception. Just as he prepares to snap his fingers and reduce the woman he despises most to ashes, that tiny flame suddenly extinguishes with a soft puff. Siejwa. For some reason, that fleeting smile sends a chill down Wenjiu's spine. Apologies for the interruption. She turned and walked away. Since childhood, her mother had warned her not to pick up men from the roadside. At best, they were likely Qingyin, and at worst like Fu Xinxing. Moreover, she had heard her third senior brother mention that the demon lord Yin Wujing had a penchant for tormenting handsome men. Those imprisoned here might very well be one of his beloved pets who had erred. Besides, the man before her was disheveled, and looking at him for even a moment would sully her eyes. Just then, a sudden flash of lightning struck the spirit realm, directly hitting her soul and bringing a wave of numbing dizziness. Following that, a task panel emerged in her consciousness. Welcome to the second lifebook system. Memory implant in progress. As the system's command was issued, Wenjiu discovered a vast expanse of memories concerning herself filling her mind. Next came the fusion of her cultivation level. Name: Wenjiu. Current identity: Xianyu Immortal Monarch. Cultivation level: 9 stage of boundary breaking memory implant complete. Cultivation fusion complete. Conditions for plot activation met. Please prepare the host. Preparation complete. Plot officially activated. Ding dong. Male protagonist detected. Please supplement the main storyline with one of the following options. If the task is ignored, lightning strike punishment will ensue. Point 1. Save the male protagonist and take him as a disciple. 2. Absorb him and tell him. Scream all you want. No one will come to save you. Task reward: treasure of minor realm. Wenjiu. System, are you serious? Why did you appear now of all times? And this person behind me is my treacherous apprentice who will one day reduce me to ashes. Wenjiu turned back in disbelief. She neither wished to take the male protagonist as a disciple nor to absorb him, let alone utter that shamefully provocative line. For taking the male protagonist as a disciple would lead to death, and absorbing him would likely end in the same fate, being burnt to death by his phoenix blood. Yet, she was reluctant to relinquish the treasure that was about to be within her grasp. After much deliberation, Wenjiu concluded that she ought to nip any ill omens in the bud, such as eliminating the dog-like male protagonist right now, thereby directly disrupting the plot. Wenjiu approached him. The youth before her appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, covered in blood and shackled in a torturous frame, unable to move, even in the dim light of the minor realm. Wenjiu could discern his exquisite features. His lips were beautifully shaped. One might mistake him for a girl merely by looking at them. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, his lips appeared somewhat pale. His eyelids hung low, his gaze indifferent, with long eyelashes casting crimson shadows across his face, exuding a faintly enchanting aura. Now, this alluring gaze was fixed intently upon her, concealing an inscrutable emotion. When Jiyu's gaze drifted downward, his bare, cold, and delicate skin was marred with bloodied lash marks, shrouded in a faint moonlight, rendering him as a demon ensnared by thorns, devoid of any grotesqueness, emanating only a form of exquisite torment. When Jiyu stroked her chin, scrutinizing him, this was to be the first demon god of all eternity, destined to command the skies, the last phoenix among ancient deities. Truly, he was the male protagonist. Truly, he was a phoenix. What a sight to behold! Though he was a bit young, he might still be a fledgling. Such a rare spiritual body was exceptionally uncommon, yet when Jiyu was uncertain of its true utility, she speculated that such a physique was likely a furnace. Moreover, his true form was still that of a phoenix. The last phoenix in the world, to kill him now would seem a gross waste. But if she refrained from killing him, how could she disrupt the plot? When Jiyu found herself in a fierce internal struggle, unbeknownst to her, her every action solidified her malicious image in Sieju's eyes. This woman, just as in her previous life, discerned his unique spiritual body. Perhaps she was already contemplating how to absorb him, but if his suspicions were correct, her next move would undoubtedly be to take him as a disciple and then deceitfully coax him into dual cultivation. But he had already been reborn and would no longer be so easily deceived as in the past. This hypocritical, cunning, insidious, and ruthless woman. In this life, he would trample her underfoot, tormenting her daily until she found neither life nor death bearable. Chapter 4. Scream all you want. No one will come to save you. He let out a cold laugh. Old witch, what do you intend to do? When Jiyu was taken aback. Old witch. She sensed an unusual murderous intent emanating from the youth, causing her to involuntarily take 2 steps back, narrowing her shimmering eyes, fixating on the boy radiating with lethal energy. This sense of oppression left even a 9th-stage boundary-breaking cultivator like her feeling somewhat alarmed. Was the system truly jesting with her? Wasn't it said that her dear son was merely a mortal now? When Jiyu's gaze fell upon his eyes, swirling with hatred, how dare he insult her? At this moment, the male protagonist should still be unaware of her identity. He surely did not think he was in league with Yan Wujing, did he? A playful thought crossed when Jiyu's mind. If that were the case, why not go along with it and humiliate him a little? When Jiyu leaned closer, adopting a villainous tone. Little brother, do you know that you possess a rare spiritual body? She extended her soft finger, slowly trailing down the flesh of his shoulder, gliding over his collarbone, and making slow circles on his well-defined chest, avoiding his wounds, her fingertips igniting a spark that gradually spread downward. A naturally born furnace, indeed. How can one not take pleasure in it? Sieju pressed his lips together, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Just moments ago, he had been coldly laughing, yet now his eyes brimmed with a hazy mist. The corners tinged with red, his gaze trembling. Why? Why did her touch elicit such a response? When Jiyu felt a thrill, raising her long eyelashes, her gaze flowing like water as she suddenly leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Tell me, what would happen if I were to take you right here?" The warmth of her breath cascaded over his pale and blood-streaked skin, and she sensed the youth shuddering uncomfortably. He abruptly lifted his head, trying to distance himself from her. You dare. He was trapped in the torturous frame, unable to create any space between them, that if you dare to move against me, I will. Even in the dim light, when Jiyu could see the tips of his ears turning red. What will you do? When Jiyu teased him, will you kill me? She reached out, pinching his chest. The youth trembled even more violently. He had been tormented for far too long, his frame frail, the outline of his collarbone starkly visible beneath his thin skin. That faint pink hue spread to his collarbone in mere moments. The youth bore a face of indifferent detachment, yet in that instant, an alluring charm blossomed between his brows, reminiscent of a mischievous cat, pretending to be serious yet attempting to teach her a lesson. When Jiyu's laughter was vibrant and carefree. You, now in my grasp. What qualifications do you have to threaten me? Had the youth's tongue brushed against his canine teeth, revealing a sinister smile that an endless inferno burned within him, igniting his blood to a boil. Though he had lost his phoenix fire, after enduring the tempering of the 9 nether hellfire in his previous life, he had mastered the control of the unending inferno. The earlier incident had merely been an accident. Now, whenever he wished, he could reduce her to ashes. When Jiyu, smiling sweetly, reached out her hand, fingers threading through the youth's dark, soft, and slightly damp hair, gently caressing from the nape of his neck. The cool touch brushed against the skin, igniting a series of tremors like a small flame kindling. Siege suppressed his disgust, intending to grant her a quick end. Old witch, today, before he could finish his sentence. Your death day was abruptly cut off as when Jiyu shattered the dark magical chains binding his limbs. The chains, formed from demonic energy, disintegrated into the air in an instant. The youth's body staggered. As soon as his toes touched the ground, his numbed knees buckled, causing him to kneel before her. When Jiyu? How had her dear son voluntarily knelt before her before she had even begun? Siejua. His body was no longer under his control. This esteemed first demon god of all eternity had knelt before this old woman. Not only had he knelt before this old woman, but he had also instinctively wrapped his arms around her legs and pressed his face tightly against the hem of her dress. Something was amiss. He was utterly bewildered as to what was happening. Although his rational mind remained clear, his body seemed uncontrollably drawn to her, like a vine seeking to entwine itself. His internal energy surged restlessly, his blood nearly boiling over. The youth's complexion was flushed. Fingers grasping her slender ankle, his face pressed against the cool fabric, feeling so comfortable that he nearly let out a moan. That madness. As Yunya led two disciples into the minor realm, they were greeted by this scene. His impression of the aloof and distant junior sister was shattered. She was now being embraced by a half-grown youth. The youth's hands were strong and slender, his chin lifted, dense eyelashes unfurling like butterfly wings, while his porcelain-like neck subtly quivered. Covered in tattered clothing and bloodied lash marks, he seemed to worship the girl before him as though she were a savior. Meanwhile, the junior sister bent down, a few strands of hair falling beside her face, the corners of her mouth curling into a sly smile as she pinched the youth's chin. What was originally an exceedingly harmonious scene was now tainted by the junior sister's devious smile, laden with malice, as she threatened the unarmed, beautiful youth. Scream all you want. No one will come to save you. This scene was exceedingly bizarre, leaving even Mo Yunya, who typically showed little concern for matters outside of cultivation and sect affairs, momentarily stunned, let alone the two young disciples. They exchanged glances, revealing expressions that conveyed a sense of as expected. Rumors had it that the seventh elder of the Xiaopiao, Miao Peak, leveraged her beauty to accumulate her cultivation through the exploitation of male cultivators. And witnessing it firsthand was indeed a confirmation of her notorious reputation. She even spared no effort to ensnare ordinary children, which was truly a disgrace to the Xintian sect. Ultimately, Mo Yunya could no longer contain himself and broke the awkward silence. Little junior sister? What are you doing? Chapter 5. How to deal with the proactive male lead seeking to become a disciple. When Jiyu's eyelids twitched, snapping her back to reality, she immediately released her grip on the boy's chin and feigned nonchalance, saying, it's nothing, third senior brother, that I merely discovered a promising talent. She spoke with utmost seriousness, adding, as you can see, I was just helping him with a bone assessment. This child possesses exceptional roots. He is a rare prodigy in cultivation. Mo Yunya thought to himself that it was indeed the first time he had encountered such an unusual method of assessing bones that it seemed as though his junior sister harbored ulterior motives. However, the boy gave him an odd impression, particularly when he had entered. The murderous intent in the air was almost palpable, yet the boy appeared devoid of any cultivation, unless Mo Yunya couldn't help but ponder further. Previously, the Xintian sect had received pleas for help from the common folk, claiming that the men, women, and children of Xie Family County had been captured by demonic cultivators. That it was true that some disciples had rescued a group of commoners from prison. Looking at this boy now, though tattered and covered in blood, he was tall with long, slender fingers, not typical of an ordinary citizen. Clearly, he was someone of particular importance to Yan Wujian. Yet, Yan Wujian was known for his debauchery and cruelty. And this boy bore not a single unblemished spot. What a pity. After concocting 1,000 words in his mind, Mo Yunya spoke again, tinged with sympathy. Child, might you be surnamed Xie? What relation do you have to Xie Family County outside Fengling City? Xiejua had been battling against his rationality. The ethereal fragrance of when Jiyu enveloped him, almost ensnaring his very soul. He could not fathom what was happening to him. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, when he chose to kill his master to attain enlightenment, he had severed all emotional ties that he should not feel such a strong desire for her. Siejua was confounded. Yet, he heard Wen Jiyu's words. Indeed, she intended to first take him as a disciple before plotting further. However, as long as he could re-establish himself as her disciple, he would surely uncover the mystery of his body's condition. Seeing the boy lost in thought, seemingly terrified, Emo Yunya couldn't help but reassure him. Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. Siejua's eyelashes fluttered, his consciousness returning. That it was then that he recognized the middle-aged man with a youthful face before him as Emo Shirshu, who had pulled him from the ruins in his previous life. Thus, he forcibly regained his composure and, suppressing the strange feelings, replied in a low voice, Immortal Monarch, you guessed correctly. I am Siejua, a disciple of the Xie family. Siejua, Emo Yunya was taken aback. Do you have a courtesy name? What is it? Fujin Emo Yunya was instantly overjoyed. Wonderful. I have finally found you. Wen Jiyu was somewhat bewildered by this turn of events and asked Emo Yunya. What is so wonderful? Third senior brother. Do you know him? Emo Yunya replied, I do not. You don't know him, yet you look as if you've just met a long-lost relative with tears welling up in your eyes. Seeing her confusion, Emo Yunya couldn't help but transmit his thoughts to her. Junior sister, have you forgotten? CF Family County is under the jurisdiction of our Xintian sect. It is an important branch of our sect. This child can also be considered a disciple of our Xintian sect. Given the recent troubles in CF Family County, the sect leader cannot remain indifferent. When Jiyu exclaimed, Oh, I thought we were here to plunder wealth. Emo Yunya scratched his nose. The sect leader specifically instructed me to keep an eye out for a disciple from the CF family named Siejua and to ensure his safe return. When Jiyu, little pitiful one, turned esteemed guest. How does this differ from the narrative in the books? Child, we are cultivators of the Xintian sect, that my surname is Mo, and this is my junior sister. Immortal Monarch Chuan, we are here today to rescue you. Rest assured, your kin have already been saved, and Emo Yunya spoke gently, his demeanor righteous. The boy glanced at him before lowering his head to cough. 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 Thank you, Master Mo and Immortal Monarch Xinyu. Emo Yunya nodded and then shifted his tone. Earlier, my junior sister mentioned taking you as a disciple. Do you consent, if you wish to be a disciple? Bow quickly. Once this opportunity passes, it may not return. When Jiyu, senior brother, are you the system's accomplice? Did you consult me before asking him to become a disciple? Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Mo Yunya. Junior sister, rest assured, this time you will surely be grateful to me. Bringing back a disciple is far more favorable than bringing back a furnace. When Jiyu, flustered, exclaimed, Senior brother, you apologies for any offense earlier. Please forgive my disciple's rudeness. Immortal Monarch, ignoring their dispute, Siejua's voice resounded. Disciple has long admired the esteemed name of the Immortal Monarch. Today, having received your rescue, I am grateful for your acceptance as my master. He prostrated on the ground, mimicking his previous kneeling position, and bowed deeply 3 times to Wen Jiyu, gritting his teeth. Please, master, impart the Tao, teach your disciple, and resolve his doubts. You. Before Wen Jiyu could finish her sentence, she saw his complexion suddenly change. He clutched his chest, violently retching a mouthful of black blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. Did you not consider my opinion when becoming a disciple? You scoundrel? Mission accomplished. Damn. This is an outrageous coincidence. It makes her suspect that everything has been meticulously planned. Mo Yunya, witnessing the scene, rushed over to examine his injuries that he has gravely wounded to Mo Yunya muttered, turning to Wen Jiyu. Junior sister, do you have any great rejuvenation pills? Quickly give them to your disciple. Wen Jiyu. To save this wretched disciple, not only did I lose my innocence, but I also have to give him my great rejuvenation pills. Before she could finish her thought, Wen Jiyu's soul was struck by a bolt of lightning that appeared out of nowhere. Invisible to others, damn it. Host detected for unauthorized actions. Lightning strike punishment initiated. Reluctantly, Wen Jiyu surrendered her great rejuvenation pills. For some reason, she felt that his last words were somewhat blasphemous. Even that call of master was reluctant. After what just transpired, could he truly regard her as his master without any reservations? In any case, she had never wished to be his master, that moment. The system notification chimed again. Mission reward successfully distributed. When Jiyu glanced at her storage space and, to her astonishment, found it nearly overflowing with spirit stones and various rare materials from magical artifacts. Is this what it feels like to cheat? She instantly felt rejuvenated, wishing for a dozen more tasks like this. Thank you. Chapter 6, Disciple. Furnace, just as Mo Yunya was treating the boy's injuries, he suddenly remarked, "This is a rare spirit-concealing body." A curious disciple inquired, "Master Uncle, what is a spirit-concealing body?" Mo Yunya explained to the disciple, "What I know is merely hearsay, that a spirit-concealing body is, so to speak, a natural furnace. Cough, cough. Cultivators can absorb limitless amounts of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth for their own use. And they possess a powerful soul container. Once cultivated, their primordial spirit becomes immortal and indestructible, capable of devouring heaven and earth. Is that true?" The two disciples exchanged glances, their expressions filled with enlightenment. Once cultivated, the primordial spirit becomes immortal and indestructible. When Jiyu couldn't help but scrutinize Siejua once more, recalling the look of disgust and hatred he had cast her way moments ago. A bold thought sprang to mind. Could it be possible that he has been reborn? However, she promptly dismissed this conjecture, that if he were indeed reborn, harboring animosity against her would be more likely than seeking her as a mentor. Yet, Mo Yunya's thoughts delved even deeper that a decade ago, the junior sister, under the orders of her sect, descended the mountain to eradicate malevolent spirits, only to encounter a calamity of unprecedented proportions, the heart demon disaster. In the vicinity lay a blood serpent's lair, inhabited by an exceedingly ferocious blood serpent. This creature had cultivated for a millennium, finally achieving a human form, and in order to preserve its corporeal existence. It conspired with ghostly cultivators to seize the lifespans of mortals, employing their blood for sacrificial rites. The villagers from several nearby settlements fell victim, nearly obliterated, and the disciples sent to vanquish the demon mysteriously vanished. The junior sister ventured forth alone, single-handedly turning the tide to defeat the blood serpent. But she arrived too late. Dozens of disciples had already succumbed, with only a scant few surviving, just as everyone prepared to return to their sect. Inexplicably, the junior sister returned to the blood serpent's lair, then in O1 comprehended her motive for going back. Subsequently, myriad bolts of divine retribution descended from the heavens, shattering the blood serpent's lair to smithereens. The earth trembled and the heavens quaked. Not only was the lair destroyed, but the entire mountain crumbled as well. When he hastily arrived to find the junior sister, she was gravely injured, her spirit realm compromised and on the brink of death. No one knew what transpired that day, not even the junior sister herself, who had lost all memory of the events. She remained in a state of slumber within the spirit-nurturing pool for a full decade. Only recently, upon awakening, did her condition begin to show signs of improvement. However, her spirit realm was severely damaged, and her cultivation was regressing at an imperceptible rate. In a few years, she might very well regress to the stage of a mere mortal. Sharing their lifespan, the eldest senior brother mentioned that only a spirit-nurturing body could assist her in restoring her spirit realm. Initially, he was perplexed by this statement, but upon reflection, he realized it referred to a furnace body. Mo Yunya, accompanied by two disciples, searched the minor realm for quite some time without success, leading him to feel despondent. To sever his financial lifeline was akin to slaying his own mother, especially when a group of disciples awaited sustenance on the mountain. Perhaps the junior sister had already secured the treasure ahead of him, which only added to his discouragement. Noticing when Jiyu supporting the young man, whose complexion was far from favorable, he assumed she was worried and offered her an exquisitely crafted paper crane, saying, "Junior sister, do not fret. Since you have taken him as a disciple, why not bring him back to heal first? Leave the other matters to your elder brother. This paper crane is a spirit messenger capable of transporting items through the skies. If you do not mind, feel free to use it." When Jiyu's purpose for coming had been fulfilled, although she harbored a desire to eliminate Siejua while he was unconscious, it was not prudent to act under the watchful eyes of others. She had briefly assessed the situation and concluded that the reward from the system amounted to roughly half of the treasures within the dream of intoxication, with the other half concealed in another minor realm. Accepting the paper crane and examining it with a smile, she replied to Mo Yunya, "Thank you, third senior brother, for the paper crane. Upon my arrival, I noticed that the rear hall seemed to hold some secrets. Mo Yunya's eyes brightened, and he expressed his gratitude to Wenjiyu. The paper crane infused with spirit energy flapped its wings and took flight from Wenjiyu's hand, while the two disciples assisted in lifting the unconscious Siejua onto the crane's back. And together they exited the minor realm. After Mo Yunya departed, Wenjiyu intended to return directly to the sect as the crane soared into the sky. Wenjiyu, seated upon the paper crane, observed a tall woman clad in black robes. Her face concealed, accompanied by several female cultivators as they entered the Demon Lord's palace. The system immediately provided a notification. Character: Lungyu, identity, grand destiny of the Tian Shu Pavilion, relationship, hostile. Wenjiyu was taken aback. How could Lungyu be here? It was worth noting that Wenjiyu should have referred to this Lungyu as sister. Lungyu was the adopted daughter of Wen Xiehong and Shui Huaizhu, the original protagonist's parents, raised within the Xintian sect from a young age. After the untimely demise of Wen Xiehong and Shui Huaizhu during Wenjiyu's childhood, Lungyu, alongside the then sect master and senior brother Song Xuanqing, nurtured her like a daughter, and the bond between the two sisters was once exceedingly close, envied by many. Lungyu had a Dao companion named Yin Jihuan, who served as the left star envoy of the Tian Shu Pavilion. The two were deeply in love after their marriage, and it seemed Yin Jihuan was about to ascend to the position of pavilion master, with a bright future ahead. However, unbeknownst to them, Wenjiyu had inadvertently caused a catastrophe. In her eagerness to progress in her cultivation, she had secretly infiltrated the forbidden grounds of the Tian Shu Pavilion, inadvertently triggering temporal disturbances that led to Yin Jihuan's disappearance while attempting to rescue her. This incident dealt a near-fatal blow to Lungyu. She understood that she could not blame Wenjiyu. After all, Yin Jihuan had chosen to save her, yet she could never truly forgive her in her heart. Aware of her guilt towards her sister, Wenjiyu had repeatedly visited the Tian Shu Pavilion to apologize, but Lungyu had avoided her. From that point onward, Lungyu dedicated herself to the Tian Shu Pavilion, immersing herself in the study of soul arts, seeking to summon Yin Jihuan's spirit, which only drove a wedge further between the two sisters. They even confronted each other publicly on several occasions, parting ways in discord. The original protagonist was exceedingly petty. Since Lungyu treated her this way, she decided to abandon her lingering guilt. Yet even so, when Siejua attempted to kill Wenjiyu, Lungyu was the first to step forward to stop him. This time, Lungyu had emerged from seclusion upon hearing that there were soul artifacts hidden among Yin Wujing's possessions. Without delay, Lungyu and her companions headed directly to the minor realm within the water mirror, while the female disciples, searching the secret chamber, returned empty-handed. What happened? One of the female cultivators inquired, shaking her head. Another replied, but the intel clearly stated that Yin Wujing had hidden the items within this minor realm. The first female cultivator, perplexed, said, "Grand destiny. Perhaps we made an error. The items may not be in this minor realm. It is possible that someone had arrived ahead of you, S." A.S. Lungyu spoke. She traced her fingers over the still fresh bloodstains on the torture rack, her gaze falling upon a particular spot on the ground. She hastened forward, picking up a jade tablet that had been discarded. The tablet was exquisitely crafted, inscribed with the words Xintian sect. When her, the two female cultivators exchanged glances, puzzled. Lungyu stowed the jade tablet away and instructed coldly, "Inform the disciples. There is no need to search any longer." Just as the two female cultivators were about to comply, Lungyu called them back. "Wait." She formed a hand sign, and with a surge of spatial fluctuations, the minor realm before them abruptly collapsed. "Spread the word. Inform them that the individuals within the minor realm have been taken by our Tian Shu Pavilion." Chapter 7. What to know when first acting as a furnace body, Wenjiyu exited the dream of intoxication, summoning the Zongjin to eliminate several ambushing demonic cultivators. She turned to glance at Siejua, who was bound to the paper crane. The space atop the paper crane was rather limited. Her unruly disciple had fainted, and she had no idea when he might awaken. Thus, she had to secure him tightly with the spirit-binding rope to prevent any sudden outbursts upon regaining consciousness. Below, chaos reigned. The battle had reached a temporary halt, with some demonic cultivators dead, others fleeing, and many more captured by the cultivators of the three major sections. Yin Wujing, having proclaimed himself a great demon and self-styled demon lord, commanded hundreds of demonic cultivators. After seizing Fengling, he had gone on a rampage, amassing wealth, coercing righteous cultivators into the demonic path, and forcibly abducting young boys and girls for secret rituals. His misdeeds were boundless. Now, the three major sects had united to hunt him down, fulfilling a righteous cause. Yet, amidst the ongoing conflict, he had vanished without a trace, leaving his demonic subordinates to suffer devastating defeats. Nevertheless, the situation remained dire. Yin Wujing had manipulated events, and although Wen Jiyu had shattered the essence of true demons, the three major sects were on the verge of victory. They found themselves ensnared within this place, unable to locate an exit for the demonic cultivators. Apart from those captured or slain, the rest had inexplicably disappeared. Elder Fu, leading the team, had lost contact with Qingyun Mountain and Lingyun sect and was currently rallying his disciples. After sending 2 messages without receiving a response from Wen Jiyu, he inquired of the disciples nearby. "Has anyone seen Elder Qi?" The disciples shook their heads in unison. Upon seeing this, Elder Fu walked aside to contact Mo Yunya. With their leader absent and the disciples left with nothing to do, they began to chat among themselves. Someone whispered, "Elder Qi hasn't gone off on her own again, has she? I heard she's been strapped for cash lately. I also heard from the master that the little Piao Peak is in dire straits. They haven't produced a single spirit fruit this year, and the master's precious Guixin bamboo shoots were secretly dug up by Elder Qi, causing the master to retreat into seclusion in anger." Someone exclaimed in disbelief, "That Guixin bamboo shoot is something the master holds dearer than life itself. How could Elder Qi dare to take it?" "You're all mistaken," Zhou Qian joked. "I reckon Elder Qi has set her sights on some young and handsome cultivator to bring back as a furnace body." A disciple interrupted Zhou Qian. "What nonsense are you spouting? Elder Qi is not as despicable as you make her out to be." Then Lu, "What kind of person do you think Elder Qi is?" The young disciple named Lu stammered, I heard my master say that Elder Qi, she has her reasons." "Elder Qi, you've returned." The crowd looked up to see Wen Jiyu leisurely approaching on the paper crane. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. She appeared remarkably composed among the group of disciples who sat upright, bowing their heads in trepidation. The awkwardness was palpable, as they had just been caught speaking ill of her. Zhou Qian gulped nervously. "Elder, where have you been? The disciples have been searching for you." Wen Jiyu replied nonchalantly, "Making money, and incidentally, capturing a young and handsome cultivator for dual cultivation." The disciples collectively gasped. Zhou Qian, steeling himself, asked, "Is there anything the disciples can assist with?" "No need." Wen Jiyu declined, casually beckoning him with a finger. "As for you, come here. I have something to say to you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that the 7th elder had taken a fancy to her and desired her to become her furnace? How could she possibly refuse such a proposition? Although his cultivation had only reached the transformation realm, the 7th elder was a practitioner at the 9th stage of the breaking realm. Despite her notoriously foul temperament, her beauty was unparalleled, far more enchanting than that of any prominent sect senior sister. And she was the dream lover of many young male disciples of the Xintian sect. Ahem, I digress. Who could tell him what one should be cautious of when first acting as a furnace? I'm waiting online, that it's quite urgent. Wen Jiyu was oblivious to the self-drama unfolding in Zhou Tian's heart. She regarded her with a serious expression. This delicate flower from the royal family of Zhou seemed to have never endured the harshness of society. Though she was not her mentor, she still held the authority to teach her about life. She lifted her chin slightly and instructed, "Come to my office after school." Zhou Tian, that was incorrect. Wen Jiyu quickly corrected herself. "After the mission concludes, go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment." Elder Fu returned after finishing his tasks. "7th elder, I finally found you." Wen Jiyu landed gracefully, inquiring, "What is it?" Elder Fu flicked his whisk, his keen old eyes darting towards the mustard seed pouch at her waist. "That I'm concerned for your safety." 7th elder, concerned for this elder? Wen Jiyu replied with a knowing look. "Old Fu, are you worried that Yin Wujing's treasure vault might be seized by me?" Elder Fu chuckled, then straightened his expression. 7th elder, just now I used the elder's jade tablet to send you a message. But you didn't respond and I thought something had happened to you. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiyu touched her waist and discovered that the elder's jade tablet was indeed missing. Perhaps it had been left in that small realm. Just as she was about to turn back to search for it, she suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Be careful. Before she could finish her warning, an earth-shattering roar erupted around them. The mountains and houses above their heads trembled ominously. And amidst the chaos, rocks came crashing down like a meteor shower. When Jiyu swiftly intervened, her concealed true sword slicing through the air, cleaving the massive boulder in two. Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed, "Look! What is that?" Amidst the billowing dust, two blood-red lanterns flickered ominously. Roar! The roar of a ferocious beast resounded, its might echoing like a thunderclap, nearly penetrating the minds of all present. The cultivators, in a state of panic, retreated hastily, and those unable to evade in time plunged directly into the gaping fissures in the ground. "Help! Look! The rift to the demon realm is opened. The demon beasts are coming out." The rift to the demon realm? Elder Fu's pupils constricted in disbelief as he turned back, only to see a colossal demon beast with horns and bulging eyes emerging from the rift, its massive form already partly through. This was not the adorable little demon beast they were accustomed to practicing against, but rather a formidable creature of considerable cultivation. Such a tier of demon beast was something they had never even heard of. No wonder the usually combative Yin Wujing was absent, allowing his underlings to suffer casualties. He had been lurking in the shadows, preparing a grand strike. Elder Fu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Commanding, "Disciples, listen up. Focus your attacks on the demon beast and drive it back into the rift." Elder Fu, a sixth-stage talisman master, possessed profound magical prowess. However, he did not expect that his talismans, upon striking, would be devoured by the demon beast's demonic aura, akin to a drop in the ocean, leaving it unscathed. As the demon beast's third leg began to emerge, panic ensued among the crowd, and in their frenzy, they struck chaotically, only to aggravate the beast further, nearly trampling several disciples. When Jiyu extended her hand, summoning her brilliant sword, and sternly ordered the disciples, "Get back!" The disciples, having heard that the true demon barrier had been shattered by the Xianyu immortal lord, instinctively sought shelter. As when Jiyu harnessed her spiritual energy, the concealed true sword wrapped in the essence of true purple, breaking through the air. The formation in the sky coalesced, and the concealed true sword multiplied from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000, unleashing a magnificent barrage of swords, akin to a meteor shower. The scene was breathtaking. The demon beast howled in pain, instinctively retreating that a continuous rain of sword light descended, accompanied by the wails of the wounded. Strangely, ever since when Jiyu had entered the narrative, every technique felt as though it belonged to her by right, executed with remarkable proficiency. As the demonic aura dissipated, the form of the demon beast gradually became visible, revealing a massive, demonized white tiger with blood-red eyes. When Jiyu was momentarily taken aback, this was the tip of her sword instinctively veered, the sword chi carving a deep chasm into the ground. The demon beast roared, its colossal body crashing against the rocks, tumbling into the rift. The disciples of the Xintian sect paused for a moment before erupting in cheers. "We did it." It truly required the intervention of the Xianyu immortal lord. Elder Fu sighed in relief upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, a feeble voice echoed from above. "Dao Jun, look, this group of sword cultivators is truly excessive." The crowd. When Jiu looked up to see two figures atop the cliff. One, a man clad in flowing white robes exuding a powerful aura, and the other, a petite girl in purple garb. The man's features were cold and refined. He wore an intricately designed white jade crown, his black hair billowing in the night breeze, a divine mark on his forehead, and his sapphire-like eyes held the chill of 1,000 years of ice, observing the scene before him with indifference. When Jiyu pondered, "The cultivation world does not deceive me. This young man is indeed a feast for the eyes, that if only he weren't bearing a sword." She had not noticed anyone nearby while setting up the formation. Or perhaps the concealed true sword had not heeded her command and had acted recklessly. In any case, she was at a loss as to why this person had not taken cover and had thus been struck by her sword. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Character: Dao Qi Jinjuan. Identity: Kunlun Saint's son. Relationship: Dao Qi Jinjuan, one of the significant obstacles on her dog disciple's path to demonic transformation. Perhaps when Jiu's gaze lingered too long, for he slightly moved his eyes and glanced at her. That glance held no sorrow or joy, neither grievance nor delight. It resembled a celestial being dwelling atop Kunlun, untouched by worldly desires. The white-robed immortal merely raised his arms slightly, and the spirit sword embedded in his body shattered into specks of light, dissipating into the air. The crowd gazed at the glaring bloodstain on the chest of the white-robed immortal, falling into deep contemplation. Elder Fu furrowed his brows for a long moment before realizing. Dao Qi Jinjuan indeed possesses extraordinary composure. A common person would be severely injured or even dead after receiving a strike from the Xianyu Immortal Lord. I have never seen anyone maintain such calmness as Dao Qi Jinjuan. Unperturbed even in the face of calamity, he is truly admirable. How lamentable! When Jiyu cast a puzzled glance at Elder Fu. These two epitomize the saying, as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yunting, the young master of the Jiang family from Qingyan Mountain, crouched atop a tree, cupping his hands to his mouth like a trumpet and shouting to the crowd, "Everyone, do not panic. The Kunlun Saint's son Dao Qi Jinjuan has arrived." The Kunlun Saint's son, Dao Qi Jinjuan, the cultivators murmured among themselves. I heard he is the only male in the Shui Palace of Kunlun. How fortunate! Thus, when Jiyu turned her gaze toward the petite girl in purple standing beside the white-robed immortal, a mocking expression on her face. Is that girl also a jester invited by young Master Jiang? Doubly ridiculous? Jiang Yunting paused, pondering the meaning of her words for a long time before proudly explaining. Her name is Zhu Yuanyuan. She is the one I hold dear. Zhu Yuanyuan. The system swiftly locked onto the purple-clad girl, displaying her character information. Zhu Yuanyuan identity. Kunlun disciple. Relationship. Future rival. Zhu Yuanyuan when Jiyu couldn't help but face-bombed. Stepping back. Here she comes. The most green tea, White Lotus, Mary Sue supporting character in this narrative, the fervent pursuer of Siejua, without exception to A.T. that moment, when Jiyu glanced at her dog disciple, who was obliviously lying with his back to the crowd. Regretting why she hadn't flipped him over earlier, A.S. the top female supporting character in the narrative, Zhu Yuanyuan had far more screen time than when Jiyu, the malicious mentor. Throughout the story, when Jiyu only remembered Zhu Yuanyuan's infamous line, Siegij. I love you so much. Will it kill you to love me back? When Jiyu was unsure if Siejua would die from loving her back, but Zhu Yuanyuan would certainly meet her end. For in the end, Siejua could no longer tolerate her persistent affections and ultimately killed her with a single sword thrust. While when Jiyu was lost in thought, Zhu Yuanyuan, seeing her words had silenced everyone present, could not help but swell with pride. It's so pitiful. You're all ganging up on it. Don't you think that's unfair? Is this the behavior of a direct disciple of the renowned Sword Dao Grandmaster? The crowd. Is this girl as mind afflicted by some great illness? Jiang Yunting shot a sheepish smile at Wen Jiyu, hurriedly signaling Zhu Yuanyuan, but she ignored him, turning to tug at the sleeve of the white-robed immortal. Dao Jun, don't you think so? Besides, she even injured you by mistake. A demon beast is your relative, Wen Jiyu suddenly inquired. Zhu Yuanyuan fumed. Nonsense. How could I possibly be related to a demon beast? Wen Jiyu scoffed lightly. Then what kind of mustard seed pouch are you? So capable of holding? Zhu Yuanyuan was baffled. Holding what? Holding the mantle of a saintly white lotus. The crowd collectively turned their gaze toward Zhu Yuanyuan. Nodding in agreement, one disciple could not help but whisper, where did Elder Zhu learn such scathing remarks? I've never heard of a saintly white lotus before. Whom are you referring to? Zhuang Yuanyuan was pointed at and insulted. Her small face flushed with anger. Wen Jiyu, do not overstep your bounds. Do you believe I will reveal all the disgraceful deeds you committed back in the day? Disgraceful deeds? Wen Jiyu raised an eyebrow, pondering what the original owner had ever done that could be deemed disgraceful. How could Zhuang Yuanyuan possibly know? If you have the audacity, go ahead and speak. Zhuang Yuanyuan suddenly laughed, casting a glance at Dao Qi Jinjuan before continuing. Very well, but you must have the courage to let others hear it. Impudent. Dao Qi Jinjuan interrupted her in a calm voice. One must not be disrespectful. When a magical beast injures a person, it is only right to eliminate it. Moreover, swords and blades are blind, and thus, the immortal monarch cannot be blamed. Dao Jun, have you forgotten how she treated you back then? Zhuang Yuanyuan's eyes widened, ready to voice more, but fell silent as she was struck by a silencing spell. Her anger caused her delicate brows to rise, transforming her ethereal aura into that of a common street brawler. Elder Fu cleared his throat and stepped forward, saying, what Dao Jun has stated is entirely correct. That beast has just harmed one of our disciples and poses a great danger. Even if it were not a magical beast, had we not acted in time, the consequences would have been dire. Dao Qi Xinjuan nodded, his expression apologetic as he replied, "To be honest, it is indeed not a magical beast." Chapter 9. The devoted dog, left with nothing in the end. What? If not a magical beast? The crowd exchanged glances. Dao Qi Xinjuan leaped down from the peak, his robes billowing as though he were not of this world. Upon closer inspection, one could see that he possessed an ethereal beauty, akin to an ice lotus blooming atop Kunlun Mountain. This creature, known as the suspended eye white-headed beast, is a sixth-tier spirit beast and the guardian deity of our Kunlun Huishua Palace. Recently, it slipped down the mountain and was captured by Yan Wujian, forcibly infused with demonic energy, thus transforming it into a beast that wreaks havoc upon the world. That I have come in pursuit of its trail and did not wish to trouble you all. His voice was gentle, and his words flowed smoothly, earning him the goodwill of those present. Elder Fu nodded in understanding. Now I see. It is not the Dao Jun's fault, so please do not blame yourself. As the dust began to settle, the magical realm's rift revealed that the previously demonically infused beast was no longer present. Instead, a filthy, matted-furred giant white tiger, adorned with sharp horns on its head, glared menacingly at the crowd. Upon closer inspection, one could see the emblem of Kunlun Huishua Palace etched into its neck ornament. To no wonder it seemed familiar to her. It was the guardian beast raised by the holy son of Kunlun, now reduced to being a gatekeeper for Yan Wujian. Yet, this guardian beast seemed to have appeared somewhere in the book. Wait a moment. She recalled that the male protagonist had seemingly obtained some fortune from it. Meanwhile, Dao Qi Xinjuan instructed Zhuang Yuanyuan and the disciples to subdue the suspended eye white-headed beast, and the female cultivators approached with their beast-taming ropes. The leading female cultivator in purple robes shouted, "Abominable creature, the holy son of Kunlun is here. Do you not yield and come with us to Kunlun for your punishment?" The suspended eye white-headed beast glanced at the crowd and let out a low growl. Yet for some unknown reason, it suddenly lunged, swiping a paw at the nearest Zhuang Yuan. In an instant, the beast's size expanded several folds, and its overwhelming demonic aura engulfed several female cultivators. The two factions of cultivators gasped in shock. Zhuang Yuanyuan was paralyzed by the pressure, helplessly watching as that massive paw descended upon her. Should it land, she would surely be gravely injured. If not killed, that in a moment of peril, a pale blue figure dashed forward with lightning speed, wrapping its arms around Zhuang Yuanyuan's waist and pulling her from danger. That was Jiang Yunting, the young master of Qingyun Mountain. However, immediately after being rescued, Zhuang Yuanyuan pushed him away. Jiang Yunting was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting look of desolation crossing his face before he quickly regained his composure and rejoined the fray. Wen Jiyu could not help but shake her head at this scene. The devoted dog, in the end, has nothing left. The fate of this character in the book was not a favorable one. He had implicated the entire Qingyun Mountain for the sake of Zhuang Yuanyuan, a pitiful waste of youthful fervor. Initially, she had thought Jiang Yunting was merely a frivolous scion with no skills, but this move of his was executed with remarkable finesse. That Yuni appeared by her side at some point, complimenting Jiang Yunting. Third senior brother, true heroes emerge from youth. When Jiyu pulled her thoughts back, drawing forth her Zhongjin sword, adopting a defensive stance, ready for battle. Meanwhile, several female cultivators used talismans to dispel the demonic aura, revealing the beast's form. However, the beast-taming ropes they cast were immediately shredded by the creature's demonic energy. This was the beast-taming rope of Kunlun. How could a sixth-tier spirit beast, now infused with demonic energy, be handled? The cultivators murmured among themselves. Fortunately, the Kunlun disciples had come prepared and retrieved a finely crafted cage. This magic binding cage was a top-tier magical artifact, capable of endless transformations and able to swallow mountains and seas. Within moments, it had successfully ensnared the suspended eye white-headed beast. The creature's demonic aura surged and expanded, colliding with the cage, producing hissing sounds of corrosion. The demonic energy rampaged within the cage. It seemed the structure would soon falter. Dao Qi Xinjuan, hovering in midair, inscribed a golden rune in the air and clapped his hand down, silencing the cage's tumult. Dao Qi Xinjuan hovered above the cage, gazing down at the swirling mass of demonic energy within. Shui Sheng. He called the spirit beast's name. Yet, the only response was the faint glimmer of blood-red eyes and a chilling growl emerging from the demonic energy. The creature's ferocity suggested it no longer recognized its master. Moments later, having succumbed too deeply to the demonic influence, its consciousness had been thoroughly erased. Dao Qi Xinjuan calmly commanded, "Eliminate it." The Kunlun disciples stepped forward as ordered. The magic binding cage proved its worth. As under the control of the Kunlun disciple spells, the cage began to constrict, slicing through the demonic energy, accompanied by hissing sounds and the scent of burning flesh filling the air. The cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, their discussions resuming that Tio thinks such a formidable beast could be subdued by a single talisman. Dao Qi Xinjuan truly lives up to his reputation. Who would emerge victorious in a duel between Elder 7 and Dao Qi Xinjuan? Let us not forget we are sword cultivators, adept at challenging those above our level. Elder 7 has inherited the true teachings of the East Gate's ancestor. It is not certain he would lose. However, when Jiyu regarded the colossal creature with a contemplative expression, that it was entirely her fault for not paying closer attention while reading. She could not recall what opportunity Siejua had encountered before meeting her. The cage's contraction was swift, soon shrinking to the size of a small house. Under the suppression of Dao Qi Xinjuan's talisman, the suspended-eye white-headed beast writhed in agony, its massive body wreaking havoc upon the surrounding structures. Reducing everything to rubble, a cloud of dust enveloping the area, as dawn broke, slender rays of light penetrated through the thin, demonic energy that it hurts so much. "Help me," a child's voice suddenly echoed, when Jiyu was taken aback. "Who? Who is speaking?" Mo Yuni turned to her, his expression unchanged. "Junior sister, what are you saying?" When Jiyu replied, "Third senior brother, did you not hear a child crying?" Mo Yuni was bewildered. "How could that be? We evacuated the civilians before we acted. How could there be a child here?" When Jiyu glanced at the other cultivators, who displayed no signs of distress, was she the only one who heard the voice? Following the sound, she leaped atop a pile of rubble, searching in vain. Yet, the child's voice persisted, growing increasingly faint. "Help me." With a beastly wail, the voice abruptly vanished. She sharply lifted her gaze to At that moment. The cage had shrunk to the size of a small dwelling. To the eyes of the others, the demonic energy within appeared dense and impenetrable, obscuring all visibility. Yet, when Jiyu glimpsed a fleeting silhouette of a child in the darkness, could it be? When Jiyu suddenly spoke. "Dao Jun, please wait a moment." Dao Qi Xinjuan turned his gaze toward her. "What is it? Dare I ask, has this spirit beast attained sentience?" Dao Qi Xinjuan replied, "Not yet," when Jiyu's heart raced with doubt. The book's premise stated that only spirit beasts that had attained sentience could speak human words. Whose voice had she heard earlier? With matters having reached this point, she could only steel herself to investigate further. However, discussing opportunities with outsiders was a delicate matter. Still, if she did not look into it, her conscience might never find peace. Thus, she requested of Dao Qi Xinjuan, "Dao Jun, I wish to enter the cage and take a look." Chapter 10. Her singing is quite unpleasant. Enter the cage. Zhuang Yuan, having been released from the silencing spell, began to shout in alarm. "Have you lost your mind, Wen Jiyu? This is the magic binding cage." Wen Jiyu ignored her. "Dao Jun, I believe the spirit beast has not yet lost its consciousness. There may be a reason for its current state that I wish to investigate." Dao Qi Xinjuan regarded her with an impassive expression. Zhuang Yuan, seemingly born to oppose her, could not restrain herself from mocking. "Wen Jiyu, what are you planning? Do you intend to save it?" Wen Jiyu chuckled softly. "Are you so eager for it to perish? Do you harbor some secret? You speak nonsense." Zhuang Yuan exclaimed in frustration that I merely advise you not to waste your efforts, that we should swiftly eliminate the magical beast and leave as soon as possible. Indeed. What Miss Zhuang says is quite right, that we have finally found a way out. Why stir up more trouble? Though the disciples of Xintian Gate did not fully comprehend Wen Jiyu's actions, they refrained from voicing their opinions. However, the other cultivators were rife with murmurs, their impatience to escape from their prolonged confinement leading to some rather ungracious outbursts. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Yunya strode forward, unsheathing his glimmering sword and plunging it into the ground. "If anyone has objections, come forth and face me, Mo Laosan. Only if you win will you have the right to speak." A chill swept through the air, causing the assembled cultivators to instinctively draw back. While it is true that sword cultivators often let their blades do the talking, Mo Yunya, as an elder and a 200-year-old Wu realm sword cultivator, challenging a crowd of mere fledglings seemed rather excessive. Elder Fu coughed lightly, signaling him to temper his fervor. With a grin, Mo Yunya flashed a wide smile at Wen Jiu, revealing his bright white teeth. "Junior sister, I shall accompany you inside." Wen Jiu was taken aback. "Third senior brother, aren't you curious about why I wish to enter?" "Why should I ask?" Mo Yunya replied, crossing his arms and gesturing towards Xintian Gate. "The sect leader has issued an order. Junior sister is unwell and must be brought forth." When Jiu felt a swell of emotion. She had not anticipated that her third senior brother would be so gallant, nor did she expect that her miserly eldest senior brother would exhibit such thoughtfulness. However, Mo Yunya then sighed, casting her a knowing look as he added, "After all, junior sister still owes the sect 300,000 spirit stones." When Jiu retorted, "The harm is minimal, but the insult is profound." Mo Yunya then approached Dao Qijinjuan, patting him on the shoulder. "Ji Bai, what say you? Will you allow my junior sister to enter?" Dao Qijinjuan remained silent, his piercing blue eyes fixed on Wen Jiu for a considerable time. Just when she thought he would refuse, he spoke, "The demon binding cage does not permit living beings." The implication was clear. Entry was forbidden. "Then release it," Wen Jiu declared. The crowd erupted in uproar. "Release it? How can that be?" A disciple from Kunlun questioned. "The demon binding cage can only be used once per hour. What if it goes berserk again?" Wen Jiu replied confidently, "I will not allow it to go mad." The disciple pressed, "Do you have assurance, immortal lord?" "Of course," Wen Jiu responded, her spirits soaring. "I possess a method to subdue it without a single soldier being harmed." Curiosity piqued among the onlookers regarding the method she claimed would effortlessly tame the possessed spirit beast. Delving into her mustard seed space, Wen Jiu rummaged until she unearthed a brilliantly radiant seed. Zhou Tian gasped, "Seventh uncle, this is not—" "What uncle?" Wen Jiu interrupted, pulling him close. "Just make it thrive." With a flourish, she cast the seed onto the ground. Zhou Tian, possessing both earth and wood spiritual roots, specializing in earth and wood spells, swiftly facilitated its germination. Almost immediately, an unremarkable spirit plant broke through the soil. Bathed in spiritual light, the sapling unfurled its leaves, growing to a height surpassing a person. An unusual scent wafted through the air. "What is that smell?" "It stinks," someone complained. "Did I ask your nose broken? It's clearly fragrant." Another retorted. Mo Yunya, disliking the odor, covered his nose and asked, "Junior sister, what is this foul smell? Is it truly effective?" When Jiu replied, "This is lingling grass, the joy-inducing herb that drives big cats wild." She gestured to Dao Qijinjuan, who, after forming a seal with his hands, lifted the restrictions of the demon-binding cage. The crowd braced themselves, eyes locked on the dense, shadowy aura of the demon, yet it remained hidden, holding a branch. When Jiu began to hum a tune that, "Oh dear, searching for someone, time stands still, only waiting." The cultivators exchanged bewildered glances. The song was quite incongruous with her demeanor, yet she sang with fervor, "Oh dear, come take a look. I guarantee you'll like it. You won't regret it." Zhu Yuanyuan covered her ears. "If you keep singing, I might die from the horrid noise." At that moment, a rustle emerged from the thick fog. In a flash, a menacing white shadow, infused with demonic energy, surged toward Wen Jiu like an arrow. Mo Yunya shouted, "Junior sister, be careful." Yet Wen Jiu remained unfazed, raising her tender green branch as if to shield herself from the impending attack of the fierce creature. The spectators were left astounded by her audacity. Jiang Yunting gripped his sword tightly, ready to charge, but his subordinates restrained him. Even the paper crane spirit, Siejua, awakened, propping himself up, a slow smile forming on his lips. Then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The possessed guardian beast suddenly halted mid-charge. Silence enveloped the area. Time seemed suspended. Moments later, when Jiu spoke, "Come now, take a whiff of this lingling grass. Even better than a fine 1982 law fight." To everyone's astonishment, the beast actually lowered its head, sniffing delicately. This simple act appeared to trigger something within it, its pupils expanding with excitement. When Jiu continued to sing, "Oh dear," everyone watched closely. A miracle is about to unfold. Right now, as her enchanting melody faded, the once ferocious beast transformed, its demeanor shifting to one of blissful stupor as it rolled around, joyfully nuzzling the lingling grass, utterly intoxicated, compared to the agony of demonic energy. This herb acted as a natural analgesic. The aroma of the lingling grass lulled it into a trance, awakening its latent feline instincts. It sprawled like a domesticated cat, reveling in the grass, eyes alight with pleasure, drool nearly spilling from its mouth. The crowd fell into an eerie silence. When Jiyu indeed accomplished her task effortlessly, subduing the possessed guardian beast and rendering it harmless. The unique fragrance of the lingling grass relaxed the creature completely, drawing forth its inherent nature, transforming it into a playful feline, luxuriating in the grass and exuding sheer delight. Chapter 11. Someone is about to expose her secrets that good-for-nothing fool. A surge of demonic energy struck, sending the ecstatic beast, now cradling the lingling grass, flying several feet away, crashing against a mountainside, debris scattering around it. The once adorable creature now cowered in terror, trembling on the ground. You can't even handle a bunch of insignificant fish. What use are you? With that, another blast of demonic energy surged forth, which Mo Yunya deflected with a swift stroke of his sword. In that moment, several blades of true demonic energy converged upon him from all sides. When Jiyu clasped her hands together, leaping into the air, the Xinjian following suit, in an instant, the aura of a breakthrough cultivator enveloped the battlefield, and it seemed as though an invisible realm unfurled around them. She recited the fire control technique, and fierce flames erupted from her back, coiling around the myriad demonic blades, exploding with a resounding crash. The cultivators present were pushed back several steps by the shockwave, their faces reflecting astonishment. Xintian Gate Wenjiu. Dark clouds roiled above, and the heavens darkened, a chilling laugh echoing. Who dares to breach my true demonic barrier? It turns out to be you. Wenjiu smiled. Yes, indeed, it is I. Your grandmother. If you have the guts, come out and face me. Let us settle this with real swords. Umph. A sword cultivator is as brash as ever. The thick black clouds parted as Yin Wujing emerged. Clad in black robes, a blood-red scythe resting on his shoulder, flanked by several ominous-looking demonic elders, their gazes fixed on her with malice. Your method of breaking the formation is quite familiar. It reminds me of someone, an extraordinarily formidable individual, one who could bring about the downfall of your Xian Yu immortal lord. Who might that be? Yin Wujing fell into contemplation. The demon lord began to speak earnestly. The cultivators grew curious. In this age of dwindling spirituality, there were but 100 breakthrough cultivators, and when Jiyu was the only woman among them. Thus, when Yin Wujing prepared to unveil her secrets, most of the cultivators present anticipated it with glee, even harboring a tinge of schadenfreude. After all, society's expectations of women are notoriously harsh. I've always said women shouldn't be too forceful. Haven Ti. Look at her. At 118 years of age, still without a partner. Indeed, I've heard that the Xianyu immortal lord mastered cultivation by relying on male cultivators. Considering her mother hailed from the Joyous Union sect, before the cultivator could finish his sentence, he was struck by a vine that erupted from the ground, slapping him soundly that he spun around 3 times before regaining his senses. Glancing around in bewilderment, cursing, "Damn it, which bastard attacked me?" When Jiyu cast a glance behind her and caught sight of a fleeting azure light in Zhou Tian's palm. Quite a commendable feat. This was merely a trivial episode that went unnoticed, as the majority of the cultivators were still captivated by Yin Wujiang. When Jiyu felt perplexed, based on the information she had gleaned from her readings, the author provided only a cursory explanation of her lineage, with no other pertinent details. Today was indeed peculiar. First it was Zhu Yuanyuan, and now Yin Wujiang, both seemingly possessing some unique insight into her. The crowd held their breath in anticipation, awaiting Yin Wujiang to divulge some earth-shattering secret. While Mo Yunya lowered his gaze, his fingers slowly resting on the hilt of his sword. Should Yin Wujiang dare utter a word that ought not to be spoken, he would undoubtedly, at that moment. Yin Wujiang's voice echoed down from the clouds. I forgot. The crowd turned to stone. For heaven's sake, the atmosphere had been built up to this extent. How could he possibly forget? Yin Wujiang reached up to scratch his ear and continued to mutter. Apologies, everyone, my memory has been rather poor lately, perhaps due to late nights. After all, I am known as the most handsome man in the demon realm. When I get busy at night, it truly is a whirlwind. But you wouldn't understand, and anyway, you sword cultivators are unlikely to seek wives.0. And by the way, I've been experiencing some hair loss lately. Fellow immortals, do you have any tonics or pills to recommend? The price is negotiable, provided the effects are satisfactory. As he spoke, the elders of the demon clan behind him could no longer contain themselves, reminding him, Your Excellency, it is time to focus on the matter at hand. Focus on the matter? Yin Wujiang finally snapped back to reality, wielding his long scythe with a flourish and roaring with fervor. Beasts, think about how those cultivators have treated you, and remember who saved you. If you cannot defeat these individuals, you might as well take your own life in atonement. The crowd gasped, when Jiyu thought to herself, is this villain losing his composure? But soon, there was no time for further contemplation. As with Yin Wujiang's infusion of demonic energy, a far more formidable and terrifying presence arose, accompanied by the towering, pitch-black figure. Boom! A claw the size of a small mountain crashed down, creating a deep pit where the crowd stood. Everyone was taken aback. Just moments ago, it had been in the realm of the formless, and now it had leapt to the realm of the cave. What were they to do? It's over. How can we even fight this? We should flee. Some began to entertain thoughts of retreat, while the more astute cultivators immediately took to their swords, preparing to escape. Yin Wujiang cackled maniacally, retracting the long scythe slung over his shoulder. And with another flourish, he conjured a whip entwined with the essence of true demons, striking it down upon the beast with the white brow. The beast howled in rage, its magic energy surging like a tidal wave, kicking up sand and stones, toppling all cultivators who could not escape in time. Help! Save me from this beast! What the hell? You're wielding my staff! Damn it! Why is a body cultivator mingling among us sword cultivators? And why the hell is he hiding a staff in his pants? The scene descended into chaos, with some losing their shoes in the frenzy. The demon cultivators cackled wickedly, diving into the fray to unleash a massacre. Those of lower cultivation were swiftly cut down. The sounds of clashing swords and blades echoed incessantly. When Jiyu furrowed her brow slightly, this situation cannot continue. They were outnumbered and outmatched. Victory was not in their grasp. Mo Yunya raised a barrier, shielding several disciples of the Xintian sect behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the rampaging demonic beast as he unsheathed his long sword. Junior sister, you take the disciples and retreat first. I will hold it back. Junior sister, no one responded from behind. Mo Yunya turned back, only to find that when Jiyu had vanished from sight, Daolding Jinjuan stood aloft, fingers forming seals, conjuring a flurry of ice arrows shimmering with cold light. Just as he aimed at the guardian spirit of the mountain, it suddenly vanished from his view. The IT was when Jiyu who had activated her spatial domain. Both sides were momentarily dumbfounded. Yet in the blink of an eye, the conflict between the cultivators and demon cultivators reignited. Chapter 12. She actually forced me when Jiyu unleashed her spatial domain, utilizing the binding celestial rope to restrain the frenzied beast, which was suffering from the influx of demonic energy. It was only then that she noticed the ancient sword embedded in its abdomen. The wound had festered for some time, yet blood continued to flow. The sword, of unknown material, was adorned with flame-like patterns. Its blade imbued with a malevolence intensified by the beast's blood, a broken sword. When Jiyu quickly dismissed this notion, no, this was no ordinary broken sword. This sword could cleave mountains and seas, shatter the void, ascend to strike the heavenly deities, and descend to fracture the yellow springs. It was the fated sword of the future eternal demon god. Fujie, and oh wonder, even the guardian beast of Kunlun Mountain, at the 6th level of the realm, had succumbed to madness. Oh wonder. When Jiyu instinctively glanced back, only to meet the gaze of the youth atop the paper crane spirit, he did not flinch, but narrowed his enchanting phoenix-like eyes, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his lips, regarding her with a semblance of a smile. Yes, he was looking at her, not at the beast that had brought him fortune. When Jiyu quickly turned away, refusing to cast him another glance, Siege slowly lowered his lashes, the long strands casting shadows over the bloodlight flickering in his eyes, followed by a silent chuckle. When Jiyu, even if you discover the sword, so what? No one but I can draw it, and I shall never assist you in drawing it. There will never come a day when I will do anything for you again. At that moment, Someone clasped his shoulder. He disliked being touched, but within this spatial realm, it was only him, and when Jiyu did, a wave of revulsion surged within him as he prepared to shove her away. What are you dawdling for? Put some force into it. Siejua then realized he had been transported here by Wen Jiyu's instantaneous movement, and his hand was being guided to grasp the hilt of the sword. Her delicate, radiant fingers casually clasped his filthy, stained hand. The familiar fragrance enveloped him, and when Jiyu leaned closer, whispering threateningly into his ear, "If you dare disobey my commands, I will snap your neck." Her soft, long hair brushed against his face, and her warm breath fell upon his earlobe, gentle yet electrifying. With a sudden rush, warm blood surged into his ear, and in an instant, his hearing faded. Following that, the roots of his ears betrayed him. Flushing a deep crimson, crack, a distant, resonant hum echoed as the broken sword was effortlessly pulled free. "Thank you," Diane. The next moment, her warm form withdrew from him, and when Jiyu flipped her wrist, stowing the broken sword into her pouch. Siejua, Yin Wujiang, of course, noticed their disappearance. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, his long brows furrowed deeper than the chasms below. Why did this plot not align with the book? But regardless of the comparison, as long as he played the villain, it should suffice, right? He muttered to himself. The elder of the demon clan beside him leaned in curiously. "Your Excellency, what did you say?" Yin Wujiang was nearly overwhelmed by the stench of this fellow, snapping, "Why do you care?" With a swift kick, he sent the unsightly creature flying. Before he could finish, several icy shards began raining down upon him like arrows. Yin Wujiang looked at the attacking, Dao-holding Jinjuan with a hint of amusement, soaring toward him. "Oriental Dawn, you never initiate an attack." Yin Wujiang grinned mischievously. "Come on, confess, which little enchantress has caught your eye?" The ice sword descended, and Dao-holding Jinjuan remained expressionless. "Shut up." Just as the two engaged in a fierce battle, the beast with the white brow reappeared out of nowhere, colliding with both of them and sending them flying. Yin Wujiang instinctively sensed something was amiss about the beast. However, there was no time to ponder further as he lashed out with his long whip, infused with demonic energy, striking the creature, leaving a trail of blood. "What are you standing there for? Give me a good beating on these stinking sword cultivators." Yet, the beast with the white brow merely cast a glance at the crowd before turning and charging toward Yin Wujiang. Yin Wujiang, who had been ready to unleash chaos. "Brother, you're running the wrong way. Have you mistaken me for someone else?" To his utter disbelief, the beast with the white brow clamped its jaws around Yin Wujiang's head. "Why are you biting me? I told you to attack those sword cultivators." But the beast paid him no mind, chomped down, and severed Yin Wujiang's head clean off. With a resounding thud, it swallowed him whole. Yin Wujiang's headless body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The crowd. "What just happened? The once mighty demon lord is fallen." "Demon lord? No, this is terrible. The demon lord has ascended." The elder of the demon clan feigned distress, calling out a couple of times, before hoisting Yin Wujiang's headless body and making his escape. In no time, the demonic aura enveloping the area dissipated significantly. Although the demon cultivators had fled, the others did not dare to let their guard down, remaining vigilant against the beast with the white brow while retreating. Elder Fu activated his spells to reinforce the barrier. He had no desire to end up like Yin Wujiang, with his head bitten off and body severed. Who would have thought that the next second, the beast with the white brow would appear before them in an instant? Elder Fu's legs nearly buckled in fear, almost collapsing to the ground. Then he saw the beast raising its mighty claws, not at him, but towards Wen Jiyu standing in front of him. "Junior sister, be careful." Mo Yunya rushed swiftly to Wen Jiyu's side, brandishing his weapon and preparing to attack. However, to his surprise, the beast swatted his sword away with a single paw and then flipped its claw, extending it towards Wen Jiyu. Each time Mo Yunya attempted to block, the creature effortlessly knocked him aside. Repeating this 3 times in succession, containing his fury, Mo Yunya looked up, only to find the creature, with its striking yellow eyes, gazing pitifully at his little junior sister behind him, resembling an incredibly soft and fluffy cat. Noticing that when Jiyu did not respond, it couldn't help but let out another mournful howl, its plea more pronounced yet simultaneously terrifying for those with a fear of the colossal. This bewildered Mo Yunya, while the onlookers were equally astonished. Had the beast just been acting adorably, Wen Jiyu smiled, extending her hand, stating, "Well done. This is your reward." In her palm lay a sprig of shimmering golden spirit grass. The creature nodded and picked up the grass with its mouth. Yet the next moment, gasps erupted from the crowd. For reasons unknown, the beast's body began to crystallize into ice, and with a resounding bang, it shattered like glass, leaving no trace of the majestic creature behind. The spectators stood in stunned silence, the sudden turn of events leaving them bewildered. Zhou Tian could not help but ask, "Is it dead?" Seventh Master Uncle, when Jiyu remained silent, gazing upwards at the flurry of ice shards. That moment, the sky was clearing, and the dawn light was breaking. Clouds rolled in the horizon, and amidst the radiant glow, a giant creature suddenly soared into the sky, its body pure white, with deep blue eyes, horns sprouting from its head, and wings extending to nearly blot out the sun. The swirling, iridescent light surrounding it signified that it was a peak spirit beast of the Dongxian realm. Jiang Yun stopped, unable to contain himself. The compendium of beast records a creature from Kunlun known as Qiongqi, resembling a tiger with wings and horns on its forehead. Could this be the divine beast Qiongqi? The cultivators erupted in exclamations, having never witnessed such a formidable spirit beast, nearly stepping into the realm of transformation. Just as they marveled, the Qiongqi transformed into a fluffy white ball and swooped down, letting out a howl as it leapt into Wen Jiyu's embrace. "Mother!" Mo Yunya stepped back in shock. All the cultivators took a step back as well. "Mother?" Wen Jiyu's smile faltered. "Help? Why is it calling her mother? Does she look that old?" Chapter 13. She wants to take off my pants, heavens. Why would this magical beast, no, spirit beast, address Xianyu, the immortal monarch, as mother? It is said that divine beasts that gain intelligence perceive the first person they see as their mother. Some expressed regret. What a pity a spirit beast nurtured for 1,000 years by Kunlun just goes to an outsider. If only don't think about it. You have no chance. Thankfully, Xianyu is kind-hearted. Otherwise, if the divine beast fell into madness, the human realm would suffer tremendously, and the consequences would be dire. Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed lightly that it was merely a coincidence. She can't be that benevolent. Zhu Shimi, mind your words. The master sister of Kunlun's returning snow palace, Yin Longzhu, approached with a group of disciples. The founder of the Kunlun sect once stated that the one who could awaken the guardian spirit beast of Kunlun would be the chosen one and the next palace master of our returning snow palace. The next palace master? Mo Yunya dropped his sword to the ground in shock. Zhu Yuanyuan's mouth fell open in disbelief. The other cultivators were equally dumbfounded, so, when Jiyu not only subdued the peak spirit beast of Kunlun, but also unwittingly acquired the position of palace master. What an astonishing stroke of fortune! Zhu Yuanyuan was unwilling to accept this. The position of palace master is no trifling matter. You, Zhu Shimi, need not say more. I have already informed the former palace master. Immediately, the group of female cultivators knelt before Wen Jiyu, collectively declaring, "We greet the little palace master." Their voices echoed through the valley, the weight of their words immeasurable. Dao holding Jinjuan and the palace master of returning Snow Palace held equal status and need not bow. Zhu Yuanyuan took a step back, begrudgingly bowing as well. When Jiyu sidestepped, allowing them to rise. She had not anticipated such developments, unexpectedly gaining two fortunes at once. However, she had no desire to go to Kunlun. After making an excuse to evade the matter, she cradled the little creature to tend to its injuries. Zhu Yuanyuan stood by, watching coldly. How pretentious. Wen Jiyu, do not get too smug. The position of palace master will one day be mine. Before she could finish her thought, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a chilling gaze upon her. Turning to look, she saw nothing. When Jiyu had set up a spirit-gathering array beside the Qiongqi, it still bore some lingering demonic energy. Yet it was no longer in grave danger. Yin Longzhu from returning Snow Palace was well acquainted with its habits and informed Wen Jiyu accordingly. When it came to discussing why it had sneaked down the mountain, she was utterly perplexed, ultimately concluding that this divine beast must have had a spiritual connection with Wen Jiyu, descending to seek her out. You have turned misfortune into fortune, Wen Jiyu mused, stroking the Qiongqi's head. Who would have imagined that a spirit beast infused with demonic energy would truly survive? And who could foresee that this little creature would emerge from dire straits, gaining intelligence and transforming completely? The little creature nuzzled against her palm, greedily inhaling the aroma of the spirit grass she held. Dao holding Jinju and Dongfang Jibai approached. Yet the little creature still did not recognize him, resting its fluffy head on Wen Jiyu's lap, allowing her to scratch its itch, looking utterly content and appearing remarkably docile. Dongfang Jibai observed this scene with a slight frown that he had raised it for 200 years on Kunlun Mountain and had never seen it so close to him. I hear its name is Xuesheng. Wen Jiyu looked at him while stroking the creature's head. Dongfang Jibai averted his gaze, noticing the few drops of blood staining the young girl's cheek, and softly remarked, "It shall no longer be called Xuesheng. You are now its new master. Naturally, you will also be the new master of Kunlun." The new master of Kunlun? Wen Jiyu smiled nonchalantly, continuing to rub the large cat. "I'm not particularly interested in that position. But thank you for safeguarding my spatial domain earlier." She sincerely expressed her gratitude. Dongfang Jibai fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "What transpired in the domain?" Wen Jiyu smiled slightly, her gaze falling on the pristine shoes of the immortal monarch. And without hesitation, she recounted the events that had unfolded within the domain, omitting only the part about Siege withdrawing his sword. Dongfang Jibai examined the broken sword with an impassive expression before solemnly stating, "This sword bears a heavy, demonic aura. It must be refined with deep-sea dragon breath, or it will backlash against its owner. However, it remains unclear who inserted the sword into its body." Wen Jiyu chuckled softly, glancing at the approaching disciples of Xiantian sect, her crimson lips curving. "Who knows? Yet, I seem to detect the scent of conspiracy." The expedition to Fengling concluded, and the cultivators returned to the inn to settle in. Wen Jiyu also returned to her room, gazing at the little creature fast asleep, yet she felt inexplicably irritable, not for any other reason, but because someone had taken over her bed. Moreover, she could not simply throw him out. As he was her disciple, and his leg was broken, he had endured too much torment in the secret chamber. The bones in his left calf had been shattered, the tattered pant leg matted with blood, the exposed bone piercing through flesh, glimmering with a ghastly white light. Such a severe injury was difficult for even cultivators to bear. Wen Jiyu could not fathom how he managed to endure in silence throughout their journey. What was even more infuriating was that the system had just issued a task, requiring her to either care for her disciple or supplement him, with no rewards whatsoever. Who could tolerate this? Supplement? Supplement? What kind of perverted thoughts does this system have? Has it lost its mind? System's reprimand. Lightning strike punishment. Easy. Thunder began to gather in her sea of consciousness. Comrade Lei Feng once said, "Treat your comrades with the warmth of spring, and treat class enemies with the ruthlessness of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves." Yet, the sages also stated, a small concession can lead to great chaos. When dealing with enemies, we must be deliberate and strategic, luring them into a trap and striking when they least expect it to achieve victory. Just like now with my dog disciple, the male lead unconscious and utterly defenseless. I could do as I pleased. But could I really do that? Absolutely not. After all, I'm a good girl nurtured under the red flag, imbued with the essence of socialist core values. How could I take advantage of someone's vulnerability? Right? System? So please, kindly gather the thunder. If you strike me and something goes awry, the plot would truly collapse. However, just as she was about to take off his pants, those beautiful phoenix eyes suddenly snapped open, and the young man grasped her hand that rested on his waist. "What are you doing?" It was as if he had awoken from a nightmare. His blood-red gaze was filled with wariness and murderous intent, his grip merciless and astonishingly strong. Wen Jiyu initially intended to shake him off, yet for some reason, she found herself engaging in a silent contest of strength with him. Pure spiritual energy entwined around their wrists. And gradually, Wen Jiyu felt no pain, while Siege seemed to recoil as if burned. Wen Jiyu glanced down at her reddened wrist and muttered inwardly, "Mad dog, you look young, but possess quite a bit of strength." Yet he was likely suffering as well. Being half demon and scorched by spiritual energy was undoubtedly more painful than her experience. "What are you doing?" Wen Jiyu glared at him fiercely, saying, "Your leg is broken. How can you tend to your wounds without removing your trousers?" Chapter 14. How could you be so audacious? Remove trousers to treat wounds. Siejua was momentarily taken aback that I end his memory. His leg had also been broken. Yet Wen Jiyu had never personally treated his injuries. She merely handed him over to the disciples of medical training, providing him with pills each day. For after all, What she valued was likely just his unique physique. When Jiyu did not insist that he remove his trousers. Instead, she summoned the Tsongjin sword and sliced open the fabric of his pant leg, gently using the sword tip to dislodge the tattered cloth and dirt surrounding the wound. When the blade inadvertently brushed against his fractured bone, he could not help but let out a soft groan, which reached Jiyu's ears and sounded extraordinarily melodious. Consequently, she became more meticulous in her cleaning. But to her surprise, he clenched his teeth and remained utterly silent, truly a stubborn temperament. Once the wound was cleaned, it appeared exceedingly ghastly, facing the injured party, who was merely a child 100 years her junior. When Jiyu gradually lost her playful spirit and began to take the matter seriously, she possessed some rudimentary knowledge of hemostatic and healing techniques, sufficient for ordinary mortals, even if only superficial. It will hurt a bit. Bear with it, she said, her voice softening as she lowered her gaze and began to help him set his bones. After a while, a barely audible reached her ears. She grasped the boy's frail ankle, her slender fingers resting delicately on the fracture, gradually coalescing a faint azure light. Applying gentle pressure beneath her fingertips, she aligned the broken bone and swiftly covered the wound with a small, pale blue talisman. By this time, he had already broken into a sweat from the pain, yet he continued to utter not a sound. As the healing technique took effect, the injured leg began to numb, and the sensation of pain faded away. When Jiyu remained busy, diligently wrapping the bandage around his calf, the atmosphere grew quieter, with only the occasional sound of water droplets striking stone echoing in the stillness of the room. With unwavering focus, a stray lock of hair fell across her forehead, which she did not brush aside, and her luminous brows and eyes radiated a divine glow under the bright lights. Siejua lifted his clear, bright gaze to fixate on her, lost in thought, unaware of what he was pondering. Merely tending to this one leg had already left when Jiyu, feeling fatigued, her waist aching, yet his injuries extended beyond this broken limb. Each time she lifted the hem of his garment, various wounds came into view. She intended to untie his clothing for a closer examination, but as her inquiring gaze met his, he struggled momentarily before relinquishing his grip on the fabric. When Jiyu raised an eyebrow, perhaps it was her illusion, but the coldness and wariness that had once flickered in his beautiful phoenix eyes seemed to have vanished. He lay there, obediently letting his glossy lashes droop. Appearing docile and compliant, as she unfastened his belt, the boy's robe fell to either side of his body, exposing the myriad of scars that marred his skin under the bright light, fresh and faded alike. There were lash marks, cuts, and wounds inflicted by wild beasts. Some had already formed scabs, while others still oozed blood, unevenly scattered across his skin. After all, having emerged from such a place, Yan Wujing could hardly be expected to show kindness by helping him heal. When Jiyu scooped up some brown ointment and carefully applied it to the wounds on his chest, making her movements as gentle as possible, yet the boy, eyes closed, still furrowed his brows in pain. Her fingers glided down his chest, brushing against his ribs. His skin was thin and pale, the shape of his ribs discernible with little effort. When Jiyu realized that he was emaciated, with almost no fat beneath the skin. Due to the agony, fine beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, dampening his hair, and low, intermittent gasps escaped from his throat. "Does it hurt?" When Jiyu inquired, he kept his eyes shut, pressing his lips tightly together, refusing to answer. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned closer. The softness of her form suddenly drew near, and with it came the familiar, intoxicating fragrance that always stirred restlessness within him. This scent enveloped him, entwining itself around his body like climbing vines, tantalizing his senses, shattering his reason, that he felt as though he had returned to that dark, windowless chamber, where this beguiling aroma lingered. Siejua's eyes shot open abruptly, gathering black flames in his palms, ready to strike, only to see when Jiyu leaning down, gently blowing on the wound. His body stiffened, his lashes fluttered, and as that warm, feather-light breath caressed the injury, he felt a burning sensation ignite within him, followed by a racing heart, an unbearable torment. How could she do this? Amidst the turmoil of his mind, the pain from his wounds faded far into the background, seeing that her method was effective. When Jiyu continued to blow gently while earnestly applying the medicine, until, with a face flushed crimson, the boy quickly pulled the quilt over his waist, resolutely preventing her from touching the wounds on his abdomen. With no other option, Wen Jiyu said, "Then you can turn over yourself. I see you have injuries on your back as well." When he turned his body, even though she had mentally prepared herself, Wen Jiyu could not help but gasp in surprise. His skin was pale, his frame slender, with a graceful waistline and two lovely shoulder blades extending like butterfly wings, were it not for the ghastly scars crisscrossing his back. "How on earth did you survive?" Siejua buried his face in the pillow, remaining silent. How did he survive? He himself did not know. Those memories were so distant they had faded in his mind. The only thing he remembered was that cataclysmic thunderstorm in the Blood Serpent Cave and the nightmarish echoes of his past life, along with the unending flames in the Nine Nether Inferno. His body had long been reduced to ashes, yet his spirit lingered. He always remembered it was she, his master, who had pushed him into that unforgiving Nine Nether Inferno. Her resolve, her ruthlessness, and his pain had caused his hatred for her to grow like wild grass, densely filling his heart. Yet now, for reasons unknown, his primal fire could not harm her in the slightest. What had she done to him? Silently, she applied the ointment, gazing at his soiled body and tangled hair. And when Jiyu found herself in a quandary, she had a severe aversion to filth and could not tolerate the idea of a stinking male lead as her disciple that, if possible, she would truly want to summon her third senior brother to assist in cleaning him up. But many of her accompanying disciples were injured, with Mo Uni and Zhou Tian having gone to lend a hand. She contemplated calling for a servant to bring hot water for him to bathe, allowing him to rest properly. However, with his leg broken, he certainly could not manage it himself. Although age did not matter in the realm of cultivation, the male lead was still a boy of 16 or 17. At the age of budding modesty, and she was at a loss as to how to proceed. After much deliberation, Wen Jiyu ultimately resolved to treat him as a child, an injured party, a patient. Siejua lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep, his eyes closed, unwilling to recall the scene of Wen Jiyu tending to his wounds earlier. Instead, he turned inward, delving into his own sea of consciousness. Everything within that realm was ample proof that all that had transpired was indeed real. Yet, something felt amiss in the memories of his past life, when Jiyu had not cared for him as she did today. In a daze, he heard the door open and close, followed by the sound of Wen Jiyu's footsteps approaching his bedside. His body was racked with pain, and his spirit weary, not wishing to engage with her. He feigned sleep. Then, the sound of fabric rustling reached his ears that he sensed the bed sinking, as if someone had climbed atop it. Just as he contemplated whether to open his eyes and see, he felt his waist tighten as someone pulled his belt free. Chapter 15. It's called a hammer. Recalling a scene from the chamber, anger surged within him, and he abruptly opened his eyes. At that moment, Wen Jiyu also lifted her head. She was kneeling above him, one arm resting beside him, her soft hair cascading like a stream over his arm, their breaths intertwining so closely that it felt as if they were sharing the same air. He could even see his own reflection in her enchanting phoenix eyes. "How can you sleep in such filth?" "Don't move. Let me clean you up." The words slipped out before she could think, successfully dispelling the awkwardness. Filth, Siejua originally intended to decline, yet the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from his body compelled him to furrow his brow. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to her demands and obediently lay down. With a bucket of water, she meticulously cleansed his long hair, which was on the verge of tangling, delicately wiping away the grime and blood staining his face and body, and employing several incantations of the cleansing technique to rid him of all impurities. By the time these tasks were completed, the first light of dawn had begun to grace the horizon. When Jiyu assisted him in fastening his clothing, and as she lifted her gaze, she beheld him with his eyes tightly shut, his long lashes fluttering incessantly. Not only his face, but even his ears were tinged with a rosy hue. The male protagonist was indeed strikingly handsome, a beauty that shone even more brilliantly when marred by suffering. Now that he had been cleansed, his jade-like skin glowed with a hint of crimson. His silky long hair cascaded beside the pillow, his long brows slightly knitted, and his frail chest rose and fell gently with each breath. He appeared to be asleep. When Jiyu could not help but exhale in relief, her mind flashing with a message. Task completed. Outside the inn, the shouts of vendors selling their wares filled the air, and the familiar aroma of human life returned. After a night of toil, she felt dizzy, her eyes blurred, her stomach growled, and her waist ached. Sleep was far from her. She resolved to venture out in search of food. While cultivators had long since abandoned the need for sustenance, she was different. She was a modern individual who had traversed into a book, and the ritual of 3 meals a day was ingrained in her very soul. As a discerning gourmand, she was quite particular about her food. She had once attempted to make river snail rice noodles at Shintai Gate, with considerable success, though it had cost her a fair amount of spirit stones and nearly got her expelled by the sect's master brother. After her meal, she intended to stroll through the market to procure some ingredients to bring back to her sect, tea that moment. The little creature also awoke, stretching languidly on the ground, glancing around before spotting Wen Jiyu standing in the room, joyfully scampering over on its short legs. Mother, Wen Jiyu scooped it up in her arms, adopting a serious tone. Let us make a pact. Henceforth, do not call me mother, but master, understood? The little creature blinked its round blue eyes, nodding in a manner that suggested it grasped only part of her words that, oh, this divine beast is rather clever. Wen Jiyu felt a surge of excitement. Come, call me master. Mother. I said to call me master. Mother. Wen Jiyu was rendered speechless. I cannot afford to indulge your whims. I.S. mother the only phrase you know. The little creature shook its head. Wen Jiyu inquired further. Then say another word for me to hear? Whoa. While cradling the little creature, Wen Jiyu yawned as she descended the stairs, where Mo Yunxiao was seated in the hall below, indulging in steamed buns. Various sizes of steaming baskets filled with an array of delectable buns. Steaming hot, accompanied by an assortment of small dishes and congee, cluttered the table. Upon spotting Wen Jiyu, Mo Yunxiao greeted her warmly. Junior sister, come try the crab roast soup dumplings from this establishment. They are exquisite, a true gem of fongling. Wen Jiyu was puzzled as to why her usually indifferent third senior brother would suddenly invite her for dumplings, when he added, Someone is treating us. Following Mo Yunxiao's gesture, she noticed a young man behind an elegant carved screen, smiling at her. The youth exuded a carefree charm, his chin slightly raised, his hair ribbon dancing in the breeze. His star-like eyes sparkling like a galaxy, drawing the attention of everyone in the vicinity, that he was indeed the embodiment of youthful vigor, reminiscent of the burgeoning springtime in his homeland. Even Wen Jiyu found herself momentarily entranced. She had overlooked him yesterday, but upon closer inspection today, she realized he could be aptly described as a paragon of elegance and grace. However, is the young master all right? My subordinate's arms are quite sore. Wen Jiyu snapped back to reality, noticing a servant half kneeling at the young man's feet, holding a reflector. Smash! The illusion shattered. Goodness, do the young masters of this world truly go to such lengths? Not only did he have bodyguards, but also lighting technicians, photographers, and even stage settings, and there was even a wind machine? Oh no, she was mistaken. It was merely a cylindrical object resembling a wind machine, adorned with a charm for attracting the wind. This spectacle evoked admiration from Wen Jiyu. Young Master Jiang, what a splendid display! Oh, it's nothing. Yesterday, I must thank the Immortal for saving us from peril at Qingyun Mountain. Today, it is my honor to prepare this for the Immortal. Before he could finish, a ball of fluff darted past, leaving the table laden with exquisite delicacies utterly devoid of any trace. Jiang Yunting, as he was about to enjoy a steamed dumpling, the next moment, even the half-eaten dumpling vanished. The Mo Yunxia slammed the table, causing dishes to rattle, glaring at the little creature. You little rascal. The creature, undeterred, bristled its fur like steel needles. Oh! Mo Yunxia immediately turned to Jiang Yunting, his voice brimming with anger. You little brat, are you going to let anyone eat? Jiang Yunting widened his eyes. Mo Yunxia quietly glared at the large cat, sternly stating, What do you mean I? I am not full yet. Jiang Yunting appeared bewildered, exchanged a glance with his subordinate, who promptly understood and dashed out. After calming Mo Yunxia down, Jiang Yunting chuckled, pointing at the formidable little creature, praising, This big cat is truly adorable. Big cat. The little creature was not pleased with this remark that it sprang up, roaring at Jiang Yunting. Oh! The roar resonated with the pressure of a peak-level cultivator, causing the tables and chairs in the hall to tremble, nearly shaking the entire inn apart. Jiang Yunting struggled to maintain his balance, scratching his head in embarrassment, and then asked, Immortal, does this Qiongqi have a name? Wen Jiyu cast him a sidelong glance and remained silent. That earlier roar was sufficient to intimidate all malevolent beings. If it were to be given a fitting name, it would undoubtedly enhance a reputation on the battlefield and diminish the enemy's morale. When Jiyu expressionlessly uttered two words, Iron Hammer, Jiang Yunting's smile froze. Iron Hammer, when Jiyu replied, its name is Iron Hammer, Jiang Yunting. And no, truly, what a splendid name. Immortal, when Jiyu casually found a table to sit at. And Jiang Yunting followed suit. Not only did he follow, but he also instructed his subordinate to prepare an array of snacks for her. Immortal, I have heard that Fengling boasts 3 treasures: crab roe soup dumplings, misty boat rides, and drunken. Jiang Yunting paused, recalling that the drunken dream had long since vanished. Today, with the mist hanging in the air, after you finish your meal, I will arrange for someone to take you on a lake tour. When Jiyu interrupted him, flattering with no ulterior motive is either deceitful or a thief. Speak plainly. What do you want? Jiang Yunting, seeing through her, decided to be straightforward. Immortal, let us not beat around the bush. Is it possible for me to purchase this great xiongqi from you? The price is negotiable. You may name it. When Jiyu regarded him for a moment. What do you want it for? Jiang Yunting swiftly opened his fan, waving it as he concealed his face, murmuring, You know, my father is the head of Qingyan Mountain and the wealthiest in the cultivation world. He is quite proud. Next month is his birthday. And as his son, I was pondering what gift to present him, that he snapped the fan shut, tapping Iron Hammer's head. I find this little fellow quite suitable. It has wings, very auspicious. Crack, Iron Hammer bit through his fan. Wings are indeed correct, but auspicious. When Jiyu leisurely stroked Iron Hammer's head, which was pure white. Young Master Jiang, are your eyes perhaps a bit faulty? Jiang Yunting discarded the remaining stub of his fan, pulling out a handkerchief from nowhere to dab at the corner of his eye. Sigh, Immortal, I will be honest with you. The truth is my father's time is short. Although he is the wealthiest in the cultivation world, he has yet to see a true divine beast that is his son. I merely wish to bring one back to fulfill his wish. When Jiyu nodded, Young Master Jiang is indeed filial. Truly, your filial piety is commendable. However, even so, I cannot part with it. After dismissing Jiang Yunting, Mo Yunxiao approached again, her curiosity piqued. Junior sister, what does that Jiang fellow want with the xiongqi? What else could it be? He is just starting to experience love, and his eyes are set solely on Zhu Yuan. While leisurely consuming her food, when Jiyu remarked, In my view, he is likely trying to win Zhu Yuan's favor. Who would want to curry favor with that white lotus? Elder Fu and Zhou Tian also approached, intrigued by the mention. White lotus? When Jiyu nearly spat out the kanji she had just taken a mouthful of. You mustn't speak so carelessly. The people from Kunlun are still here. 7th uncle, the disciples have taken to calling her that. Zhou Tian dismissed her concerns, then added somewhat bashfully. Besides, I heard her speak ill of you behind your back. Did you eavesdrop? Mo Yunxia offered her plate of jade-filled steamed dumplings to Zhou Tian. I've told you countless times, if discovered, it would jeopardize the alliance among our 3 great sections. Alliance? 3rd uncle, we're on the verge of being sold out. Zhou Tian savored a jade dumpling, finding its flavor delightful, and indulged in another. Just 2 days prior, I had noticed the members of Ling Yun's sect behaving rather furtively. Moreover, yesterday, we found ourselves ensnared within a formation, while they appeared to be unscathed. Who can say whether they have colluded with Yan Wujiang? With a loud thud, Elder Fu slammed his chopsticks upon the table, his beard bristling in agitation. If they dare conspire with demonic cultivators, I shall certainly report them to the Celestial Alliance for severe punishment. Elder Fu's commotion drew the attention of the diners in the hall, when Jiyu contemplated for a moment and discreetly cast a spatial barrier. At that moment, the establishment was bustling with patrons. This barrier not only shielded them from prying eyes, but also ensured their conversation remained unheard. The 3 understood that she had something significant to discuss and immediately sat up straight. When Jiyu then whispered, I wish to show you something. She produced a broken sword. This sword, named Zhan Huang, belonged to the former Demon Lord. Zhan Huang. 2 centuries ago, the Demon Lord was slain by the Celestial Alliance, resulting in the sword breaking, and this remnant was sealed within the 8 desolate sword pavilion of Ling Yun's sect. That Mo Yunxia nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was true. When Jiyu continued, the seal on the demonic sword has been broken. Yet Ling Yun's sect failed to report this matter to the Celestial Alliance. This in itself is quite peculiar. Who broke the seal of the demonic sword? Who drove the remnant blade into the body of the Kunlun guardian beast? And who conspired with the demon Lord Yin Wujiang to bring about our demise? Or rather, what is their ultimate objective? Zhou Tian pondered deeply. Elder Fu's expression grew grave. His hand stroking his beard came to a halt. Only Mo Yunxia, with his impatient temperament, could not contemplate such matters. He had already determined that this incident was indeed related to Ling Yun's sect. Could it truly be them? This group of brutes, do they take our Xantian gate for fools? After a moment of reflection, Zhou Tian posed a question. Seventh uncle, if Ling Yun's sect intends to harm us, why would they go to such lengths to target the Kunlun guardian beast? When Jiyu patiently explained. Because the overwhelming power they can wield is solely that of the Kunlun guardian beast. Moreover, shifting the blame onto a spirit beast is far more convenient than implicating a person. However, while they may have anticipated the process, they could not foresee the outcome. Seventh uncle, do you mean? Zhou Tian formed the words with her lips. Kunlun? When Jiyu chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying. While they act, we shall remain still. Rest assured, they will soon come knocking. When Xie awoke, it was already deep into the second night, but he had slept soundly, did I in his dreams. He found himself collapsed on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Surrounding him was an expanse of ice and snow, and he felt frigid. Someone extended a hand towards him. The sudden warmth melted the snow upon him, and he believed he was saved. Yet she vanished, leaving him to rise alone and wander aimlessly. That it was unbearable. It was lonely. Pain coursed through him, and cold sweat trickled down his neck into the soft fabric of his garments. He felt enveloped by heat, his limbs burning with an overwhelming weakness that he gently fluttered his eyelashes. His gaze falling upon a silhouette illuminated by candlelight, watching unknowingly. When Jiyu sat cross-legged on the bed, studying a set of mental cultivation techniques by the faint candlelight, she was slender and graceful, her cascading hair cascading softly upon her shoulders, with a hint of her snowy neck peeking through her dark tresses. The person before him was both familiar and strange. She had saved him. Yet why did she treat him so? The young man's long lashes fluttered slightly, and his glassy, phoenix-like eyes suddenly bore an inscrutable expression. That moment, when Jiyu had completed reading an entire volume of mental cultivation. Recently, the spiritual energy she could harness from her spiritual abode had dwindled, and her spirit was becoming increasingly unstable. That if this continued, her cultivation level would likely regress. Once a cultivator's level begins to decline, it accelerates like an avalanche. This meant she would have to consume a double dosage of the Great Rejuvenation Pill to barely stabilize her level. She calculated further. The treasures of Yin Wujiang would last her at most 10 to 15 days. If she could not discover a means to earn more, she would have to shamelessly borrow money from the sect leader. When Jiyu sighed. Besides, she had now taken on a burdensome male lead, as well as a voracious iron hammer. Truly, they were a complete family of three. Oh no, this was a calamity. Chapter 17. She would not spare a delicate flower. Yet if she were to rid herself of the burdensome male lead and have the senior brother and sweet little one cultivate spirit herbs, she could then send the iron hammer over to scrounge meals, which would save a considerable amount of spirit stones in a month. When Jiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, she had made a delightful decision. She stretched her sore neck and instinctively turned to check on the male lead, only to find he had already awakened. He seemed to have awoken in pain, his eyes barely open, and after groping around the bed for a while, he grasped her garment tightly, as if clutching a lifeline. Master. When Jiyu. What's going on? Had the male lead been possessed? Just before sleeping, he had displayed an air of a chaste and fierce woman, threatening her with dire consequences if she dared to touch him. Yet now he appeared as a pitiful, helpless little rabbit. She would not spare a delicate flower. What is it, master? When Jiyu inquired softly. The youth's pale face bore marks of lashes, bruises, and swelling. Yet even so, he remained strikingly beautiful. His long, slender lashes concealed half of his pupils, resembling a delicate butterfly poised to take flight. But this butterfly was too fragile. As if it might perish in the silence of the night, he gazed at her with a dazed expression, his lips moving slightly. When Jiyu's attention involuntarily fell upon his lips, quickly shifting her gaze away, she leaned closer, eager to hear his words. That I am in pain. Hot, yet cold, hot. Cold. When Jiyu hesitated for a moment before placing her hand upon his forehead, his skin was burning, indicating he was running a fever. At that moment, a mischievous thought sprang to her mind. A fever is good. A fever is wonderful. A fever that drives one mad. Let him suffer. Sizzling, sizzling. How regrettable it would be if he died. No matter what it took, she must nurse him back to health. The storm clouds dispersed in an instant. Would you like some water? Wen Jiyu asked in the gentlest tone she could muster. Siejua nodded. His grip on her garment hindered his movement, so she utilized the spell to summon a teacup and teapot, which landed steadily in her hands. With a smile, Wen Jiyu helped him sit up and offered him a cup of water. Siejua lowered his gaze to accept the cup. However, as Wen Jiyu loosened her grip, the cup tumbled down his chest, spilling water all over him and landing in the bedding. Haha, well deserved. Perhaps Wen Jiyu's expression was too fierce. As Siejua suddenly raised his gaze, coldly staring at her, the two exchanged fierce glances. Wen Jiyu blinked. I apologize, my hand slipped. Even a fool could tell she had done it on purpose. No worries, master, Siejua gritted through clenched teeth. Under the gaze of the male lead's exquisite phoenix eyes, Wen Jiyu's heart raced. I'll retrieve the cup. She then reached her hand into Siejua's bedding. The moment her hand brushed against his trousers, regret washed over her. Help! Had her mind gone blank? There was a cup on the table. Why was she searching for it in his bedding? But words once spoken are like water spilled. In Wen Jiyu's dictionary, there was no word for retreat. Do not retreat. Just advance. Thus she trembled with caution, proceeding as if walking on the edge of a cliff, feeling along the warmth of the male lead's bedding. Feel and feel. Her actions turned Siejua's face crimson with embarrassment and fury. His expression shattered completely. How could he prevent this woman from her self-destructive behavior? He attempted to act nonchalant, but her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his trousers. Unable to endure any longer, he snapped, Found it! Siejua couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, gritting his teeth. Are you trying to die? Upon hearing this, Wen Jiyu jumped in surprise, her entire demeanor sharpening. A voice in her mind rang clear. Please cease your self-destructive actions immediately. Otherwise, we shall meet in the small dark room. Trembling, Wen Jiyu raised the cup, observing Siejua's exceedingly serious expression, that I have a phrase that might not be appropriate to say. Sieshidi, take your time with this medicine, and paired with this golden flower essence. Your fever will subside soon. Zhou Tian's voice, gentle and refined, echoed within the room. Siejua weakly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Zhou Shixiao. Zhou Tian smiled at him, his eyes betraying a hint of grievance. Who could fathom why he was yanked from his warm bedding by seventh uncle before dawn and coerced into cultivating some herbs for her? He was a person, not a vegetable garden. What of possessing dual earth roots? Did that mean he was only fit to be a farmer? He would not. Thus, he revealed a healing technique that astonished seventh uncle, hoping she might consider him when next seeking a furnace cauldron. However, this wish was dashed upon encountering the beautiful youth in seventh uncle's room, alongside the prospect of bringing back a young, attractive cultivator for dual cultivation. The words of the seventh master still echoed in her ears. Zhou Tian's lips twitched slightly. It seemed he had missed his chance when Jiyu sat at the table. Her back turned to Zhou Tian and Siejua, feeling utterly ashamed to face anyone. After fleeing in a state of panic, she stood outside in the cold wind for half the night before returning. Damn it. She had been so beastly, truly. There was more she could not articulate. What left her even more speechless were the various scenes from the comics she had once read, all the embarrassing scenarios flooding her mind like a dam bursting. Her thoughts were consumed with questions. What had he eaten to grow so tall? Although his nose appeared quite prominent, it was not that remarkable. His fingers were slender yet long, with distinctly defined knuckles. Or so it was said. His neck was fair, and his Adam's apple was even more handsome than in the end, when Jiyu summarized these unscientific phenomena as the male protagonist halo. Little did she know. More unsightly phrases drifted into her mind. Exceptionally gifted, battling for 300 rounds, 3 days and nights without a breath, 7 times in one night. Help, this pure little flower of hers was already showing signs of wilting. By the way, didn't T seem to have abs? Ah, Wen Jiyu, stop it. What are you thinking about those inappropriate and filthy things? Master, master? Wen Jiyu suddenly came back to her senses, hearing her dog disciple calling her. She hurriedly performed a calming gesture, turning around with a blank expression. What is it? What were you thinking? When senior brother Zhou called you before leaving, you ignored him. The youth leaned casually against the bedpost. his dark hair tied back, a stray lock falling alongside a white headband. Resting on his slender profile, he looked at her with a smile, his voice respectful, yet subtly intimate, possessing the clear voice unique to youth. "It's nothing," when Jiyu feigned calmness. "What do you want?" "I feel much better now, but master, you haven't rested all night to care for me. That's my fault that I can take care of myself now. Please go back. Where do you think you're going?" "You're sleeping in my bed." Chapter 18, saying no with the mouth, but the body is quite honest when Jiyu fell silent. She then heard Siejua cough softly again. "Ahem, master. I forgot. This guest room is yours that I will." As he spoke, he attempted to rise, but, lacking strength, fell to the floor with a thud, kneeling on the ground. It sounded quite painful. When Jiu looked at him with cold eyes, pretending, "Keep pretending. Let us see if you can conjure a little Ultraman biscuit." Siejua remained silent, but soon after, he lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He lay on the ground, blood at the corner of his lips, gazing up at Wen Jiu with a faint smile that he was born with exquisite features, his brows and eyes like a painting. As his phoenix-like eyes curved, the previously aloof gaze became captivating, and he softly called out, "Master." Wen Jiu was taken aback. This scene felt eerily familiar, flashing through her mind in an instant. "What is going on?" Mo Yunya's voice came from outside the door. When Jiu turned to see that when Zhou Tian had left, he had merely left the door ajar. Mo Yunya happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. He hurriedly entered, helping the bloodied Siejua off the floor and quietly reprimanding Wen Jiu. "Junior sister, how could you be so harsh? What has your disciple done to deserve this?" "I told you. He is not educated this way." Wen Jiu, bewildered, replied, "Third senior brother, which I of yours saw me hit him. Am I your junior sister, or is he?" "Of course, you are my junior sister," Mo Yunya chuckled. "You know, our Zuani Yangman has always been protective, and junior sister, you are certainly not a lamb." When Jiu had no words to retort, Mo Yunya examined Siejua's injuries, and seeing he merely expelled the internal bruising without serious harm. Felt relieved, he instructed him to rest well, and pulled Wen Jiu out of the room. Leaning against the window, Wen Jiu looked at Mo Yunya with a smirk. "Third senior brother, if you're so worried, why not take him back to your room to recuperate? It's inconvenient for me, since he is a male." Mo Yunya pondered for a moment before replying, "Precisely because of the gender difference. I feel secure having him in your room." Noticing Wen Jiu's confusion, Mo Yunya whispered, "Yin Wujian is not dead." Wen Jiu nodded. This antagonist in the story had thrived through cunning and mischief. How could he easily perish? Ji Bai had sent her news, saying that the one from that day was merely his avatar. Her paper crane familiar had an invisibility talisman, and he had not realized it was they who had taken the boy away. Mo Yunya paused, glancing at Wen Jiu as he continued. He believes it was the Tian Shu Pavilion who did it, so he chased after them. This news was relayed to me by the grand destiny of the Tian Shu Pavilion. The grand destiny of the Tian Shu Pavilion? The image of the cold moon fairy flashed in Wen Jiu's mind. Finally, Mo Yunya spoke earnestly. "Junior sister, this child has a special identity. You must have already noticed. Right? Now that he is injured, the sect master has instructed that he must be brought back in one piece. That I thought long and hard, and you are the safest choice. That we will wait 2 more days. Once the disciples are healed, we will set out." Wen Jiu couldn't help but roll her eyes that he was safe. But what about her? Thus, Wen Jiu found it inappropriate to make Siejua move out. Fortunately, with her current cultivation, missing a couple of nights' sleep was inconsequential. She meditated outside, consuming pills, and after circulating her spirit energy for a few cycles, felt refreshed. Yet her stomach rumbled a bit. Remembering the snacks she had not finished in her mustard seed bag, she prepared to take them out and indulge. Just then, a strange sound echoed, gurgle. When Jiu rose from her bed, scanning the room, the iron hammer had already been sent to play with Zhou Tian. This room contained only her and her dog disciple, the male protagonist. Could it be him? When Jiu's puzzled gaze landed on the sleeping Siejua. Siejua, who was feigning sleep, had not eaten for several days. And even the single cup of water had been knocked over by Wen Jiu at tea this moment. He was starving to the extreme, having caught a whiff of the food drifting in from outside. He had momentarily lost control, and his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Even if he had lived for hundreds of years in his dreams, this body was merely in its teens. She must have heard that. This body was still too weak. He needed to cultivate diligently. As he thought this, he failed to notice someone had approached his bedside. the moment he opened his eyes. He found himself staring into a pair of eyes, those of his master. When Jude, 118 years old, she maintained the figure and beauty of a youthful maiden, her eyes sparkling with clarity and vitality. "What are you doing?" Wen Jiu asked. "Waiting for your stomach to growl," he replied. Siege suddenly regretted not having insisted on a separate room. She was simply unreasonable. When Jiu decided to tease him. "Are you hungry?" "Not hungry," Siege replied firmly. "Then what was that sound I just heard?" You imagine it, as if to contradict him, an untimely sound emerged. Gurgle. The youth's face turned beet red, saying one thing while the body betrayed him. When Jiu stood up, clapped her hands, and looked at him. "Humans are iron. Rice is steel. Miss a meal, and you feel weak. Beg me, and I will bring you food." When Jiu did not finish her sentence, feeling it sounded odd, and quickly corrected herself. "Beg me, and I will fetch you something to eat." Beg. He had wandered the world since childhood, enduring countless hardships and hunger. He had even endured the pain of a broken leg, so how could he bring himself to plead? As for her, before she had cast him into the depths of the netherworld, he had once kneeled and begged her. But what had she said? "A commoner is innocent, but possessing treasures is a crime. You bear demonic blood. Your sins are unforgivable. Do not beg me. There is no room for negotiation. End your life in atonement." Images of the past flashed through his mind. Her meager kindness compared to other disciples, and the excruciating pain of his bones breaking and his spiritual root being destroyed. "With your talent, cultivating immortality is but a fool's dream. How could I accept such a foolish disciple as you? You are merely a tool of slight utility." Each word, each phrase, pierced his heart. She might never know that when he first met her, his heart had been shackled, unable to stir even a ripple. The first words he spoke to her were, "Master," that he believed he was destined to be her disciple. Yet all of it felt like a cruel joke from fate. Now, staring at Wenjiu's beautiful cheeks and exquisite features, he felt a strange familiarity mixed with strangeness. That it was as if they had always been master and disciple, if thousands of years ago. They had already met, but he could not tread the same path again. Closing his eyes, he lay there, his thin lips moving slightly as he coldly uttered, "Even in death, I will never plead with you." Chapter 19. By any means necessary to achieve one's goals. When Jiu had originally intended to tease him, yet she was taken aback when he assumed the demeanor of an indignant maiden. Embodying the spirit of better to shatter like jade than to be intact like mere tiles, that it was as if she had forced him into a corner, making him utterly speechless. "You yourself claimed that even in death, you would never plead with me," she chuckled mischievously. Was it possible that if she let him starve, she could disrupt the narrative? Hence, even if you were to perish, it bears no consequence to me. Siejua felt a twinge of disappointment within. Indeed, her tending to his wounds the previous night had not stemmed from genuine intent. She still harbored a strong aversion towards him. It merely manifested in a more subtle manner this time. Siejua responded with a cold smile. "Indeed, my demise is of no concern to you." When Jiu retorted, "Very well. You possess quite the spirit." She rummaged through her bag and produced a plate of exquisitely delicate pastries infused with a rich buttery aroma, sitting before him with exaggerated flair, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful!" This delicacy, known as butterpuff snails, also referred to as longing, was once a token of affection exchanged by the dual emperors of creation eons ago. Each piece is bursting with creamy fragrance, radiating a golden hue and dissolving upon contact with the palate. When Jiu leaned in closer, deliberately bringing the morsel near his nose, the intoxicating scent enveloped him, mingling with the subtle fragrance of her presence, as if it were a silent seduction. She was so close that she inadvertently pressed her soft and ample bosom against his arm. His skin ignited with warmth, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Perhaps it was not merely his imagination. The tumultuous feeling she had once stirred within him began to resurface. His stomach clenched, clamoring for the food in her hand. Yet he restrained himself. After her little performance, noticing his furrowed brows and tightly shut eyes, reminiscent of a stubborn mule refusing to ask for her help, she turned her gaze towards the window and called out to the innkeeper below. "Waiter, bring me my dishes. Deliver them to my room." The waiter, who had been leisurely snacking on seeds, jumped 3 feet in the air upon hearing her call for orders. "Certainly. What can I get for you?" "Esteemed guest, make sure you don't mess it up," when Jiu cautioned, clearing her throat. steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, sangwa small belly, dried meat. Sausage, assorted delicacies, smoked chicken white belly, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail, assorted braised meats, braised goose, mountain chicken, rabbit meat. She rattled off dozens of dish names in one breath, leaving both the waiter and the diners below in a state of bewilderment. The waiter, wearing a pained expression, replied, "Miss, do you truly expect all of these?" "Of course." "What? Is it beyond your capabilities? The establishment is modest and can only offer home-style dishes," the waiter lamented, when Jiu tossed him a pouch. "Then just serve whatever you have. Hurry, for I am famished." The waiter quickly caught it, noticing the embroidered cloud sword and a subtle jade character in the corner, realizing it was a supernatural item. And his spirits soared as if a pig had just given birth. The staff worked swiftly, and in less than 15 minutes, a table laden with food was prepared. There was sauced beef, drunken ribs, lychee shrimp balls, clear pigeon soup, roasted chicken, and several vegetable dishes, all looking quite appetizing and emanating delightful aromas. When Jiu sat at the small round table, picked up her chopsticks, and glanced sideways at the youth on the bed. "Are you really not going to eat?" "I ordered quite a lot." Siejua remained unmoved. When Jiu tore off a chicken leg, savoring a piece of perfectly roasted meat, "Oh, right, someone mentioned that my death is of no concern to you." The aroma of the meal enveloped the table, while the person on the bed felt the pangs of hunger. Was she deliberately humiliating him? Siejua clenched his fist beside the bed, his internal energy roiling. The primordial fire threatening to engulf his consciousness, but he suddenly sat up, black flames bursting forth from his palm. "When Jiu, you better not ask me for anything in the future, or else," before he could finish, something soft was forcibly shoved into his mouth. "Or else what?" When Jiu smirked, extinguishing the small flame in his palm with a single slap. "Will you kill me?" Siejua was rendered speechless by the chicken leg she had thrust into his mouth. The rich, savory flavor ignited his taste buds, urging him to succumb. Have you ever heard the saying, "As long as the Green Mountains stand, one need not fear a lack of firewood"? Thus, it is wise to occasionally show some deference to the system. After all, if you keep pushing, your spiritual abode truly cannot withstand it. When Jiu slightly raised her hand, bringing the entire table of food before his bedside. "Will you perish from eating sweets? I recall you were quite adept at feigning indifference earlier." She remembered that in the original narrative, this poor soul had never defied Wen Jiu. Why then, did he now dare to address her by her full name and even threaten her? Who had given him such audacity? He remained silent, merely lowering his gaze. His youthful visage was as pure as snow, with long, fluttering lashes. The skin exposed on his neck resembled fine porcelain, but he did not speak, his lips pressed into a straight line. After all, he was still a child. Oh no, a fledgling. When Jiu pondered if she had been too harsh, moreover, in this life, he had not harmed her. When Jiu resolved to elevate the situation to a higher plane, lest he truly turn his blade upon himself. "This is the first lesson I impart to you as your master. Though the end may justify the means, it is necessary to occasionally yield. Remember that." The youth's eyelashes fluttered slightly, "Why whatever means necessary." When Jiu recalled Mo Yuni's words and couldn't help but remind him, in the future, refrain from exposing your primordial fire at every turn. With your current abilities, it won't hold up. As she spoke, she formed a hand seal, placing a restriction upon him. "And remember, one should be grateful when receiving favors that I am your master now, and I shall be the one to provide for you. Henceforth, drop the formalities and treat me with respect." As the gentle rain fell sparsely and the mist thickened, the night at Daunting Lake was alive with melodious strings and dance. The 3 major sects had dismantled the rule of the demon lord Yin Wujing at Fengling. And the city lord of Fengling hosted a banquet at Daunting Lake to express gratitude to all. Lord Xie Chunshan personally delivered invitations to the members of the 3 sects for the banquet at Yinyu Tower. Elder Fu remained behind to care for the injured disciples, while Wen Jiu, not wishing to linger in her room, was led by Mo Yuni and accompanied by several disciples, including Zhou Tian. Eagerly making their way to the gathering to eat tea this moment, the plum rains fell, and the night shrouded Fengling City in mist. The cultivators sat comfortably in the uniquely designed pleasure boat, enjoying their time. When Wen Jiu made her appearance at the banquet, it stirred quite a commotion. "Look, it's her, the Xian Yu immortal lord." They say she is the next master of the return to Snow Palace. As confirmed by the senior sister of the palace herself, is it possible? At such a young age. What is she, already 118 years old? Indeed, she is the daughter of the renowned one sword Frost Chill's 14 states, the astounding sword wielder when Xiehong. No wonder she was indeed a rare beauty. It was a pity about her mother. When Jiu walked straight to her designated seat, unflinching. Upon settling, she raised her gaze to find Yin Longzhu nodding at her in goodwill, while the Taoist holding true monarch before her maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. Oddly enough, on this occasion, Zhu Yuanyuan was notably absent. Jiang Yunting of Qingyan Mountain was one of the hosts of this banquet. Having meticulously prepared for the event and dressed splendidly, he had even reserved a seat for Zhu Yuanyuan. Yet she had failed to appear, leaving him as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. When Jiyu was puzzled. Was the cultivation world truly so infatuated? With Jiang Yunting's status, what type of female cultivator could he not attract? With a Wi-Fi hotpot and beer, along with a phone full of douyin, one could easily fall for 20 in half an hour. Zhou Tian leaned in, seventh master. What are you murmuring about? When Jiyu snapped back to reality, nothing. There are plenty of fish in the sea. I can't fathom what makes Bai Lian so special. I think the young master of Qingyan Mountain is rather foolish. Lacking discernment. Zhou Tian crossed her arms, gazing at the dejected Jiang Yunting. Seventh master. Why are you so concerned about him? Do you fancy him? When Jiu waved her hands dismissively. No, don't be absurd. I, a dignified man of 7 feet, would never engage in such effeminate behavior. When Jiu chuckled softly several times, and when he turned his gaze towards him again, it bore a hint of sympathy. Did I end the book? His fate was hardly commendable. Zhou Tian, born into the imperial family of the Zhou kingdom, was the crown prince, and right after his birth, he was sent by his mother to the Xintian Gate for cultivation. Upon reaching adulthood, he returned to the royal palace of the Zhou kingdom to assume his role as crown prince, determined to rejuvenate the kingdom and showcase his talents. However, before long, the current general conspired with nefarious forces to rebel, imprisoning him for a full 3 years, ultimately leading to his torturous demise. When Jiu still vividly recalls the passage in the book. On that day, a heavy snow fell from the heavens. Zhou Yuan, afflicted by an old ailment, collapsed upon the ground. He did not rise. Instead, he lay there, bleeding profusely until the snowflakes softly covered his entire body. He pondered many thoughts, his master, his fellow disciples, and the Xintian Gate. He even wondered if the tree he had planted before leaving had sprouted. Yet the Xintian Gate was no more. He thought of his debt to Jiang Yunting for a simple gathering of wine and bamboo boats amidst the misty rain. But Jiang Yunting was also lost, that if only he could start over, if only. The world was silent, save for the sound of falling snow. This young prince, gazing towards the direction of the Xinyan Mountain, never closed his eyes until his last breath. When Jiu felt a wave of emotion and gently patted Zhou Tian's shoulder. If she could, she would prevent him from treading the path of his previous life. As she surveyed the surroundings, she discovered that the esteemed Tian Shirzun of Lingyun sect had also arrived. Tian Shirzun Fu Zizong was the leader of this operation against the dreaming drunk. A middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, exuding an air of refined detachment. However, his eagle-like eyes betrayed a shrewdness that was ever present. Sensing someone assessing him, Fu Zizong cast a piercing glance in her direction. When Jiu responded with a graceful smile, Fu Zizong snorted coldly. When Jiu nudged Zhou Tian, who understood the cue, and approached her under the pretext of pouring her spirit tea. Did the seventh master discover something? When Jiu quietly slipped him a finely crafted compass, a magical artifact used by the Xintian Gate to detect demonic energy. Little sweetheart, use this to test him later. She communicated the method through a whisper. And Zhou Tian departed. Life flows like water, seemingly boundless. Clouds drift like snow, and the flavors of the world brew. In the the banquet commenced. Xie Chunshan, the lord of Fengling City, raised his wine cup, calling out to the guests with a resonant voice. Tonight, the scenery is splendid, and I, Xie, along with the people of Fengling, express our heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed immortals for saving us from peril. A feast is prepared in your honor. Please indulge freely without reservations. Xie Chunshan possessed striking features and an extraordinary presence, always wearing an appropriately warm smile that made him approachable. When Jiu observed him, her fingers unconsciously gliding over the rim of her cup. This Xie Chunshan was no ordinary figure. He had significant connections with her wayward disciple. Dongfang Jibai had initially been disinclined to attend such a gathering, but upon hearing that Wen Jiyu would be present, he decided to come. Since their encounter prior to the battle, he had not seen Wen Jiyu, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with her, as if he had met her somewhere before. Beside him, Yin Longzhu softly called out, "Daojun." Dongfang Jibai snapped back to reality. "What is it?" "The palace has sent word, requesting us to return to Kunlun immediately." Dongfang Jibai pondered for a moment, then responded, "Very well." With that, he rose and made his way toward when as the wine flowed and the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Xie Chunshan had to leave early due to official duties, delegating the banquet's affairs to Jiang Yunting. Jiang Yunting had to muster his spirits to cope with the situation. Without Yuan, this banquet felt exceedingly dull. His demeanor was listless. He was never fond of such occasions. And Xie Chunshan's departure only heightened his restlessness. He had hoped to procure a rare treasure from Xian Yu Xianjun to please Yuan. Yet she had excused herself for cultivation and remained reclusive. His subordinates found amusement in the boy's predicament. Jiang Yunting followed the direction indicated by his subordinates and caught sight of a strikingly handsome youth in the crowd, who was gathering his strength to approach Tianshi Zunfu Zizong of Lingyun's sect. Jiang Yunting widened his eyes. "Isn't that the little brother from the Xintian Gate who excels in agriculture? What is he up to? Does he fancy that old onion?" As he pondered, he saw the youth stumble, his body swaying, and, to his surprise, he truly fell into the embrace of the enraged Tianshi. "Marvelous!" Jiang Yunting clapped his hands in laughter. It was indeed amusing, deserving of a reward, that I in a good mood. He casually tossed a cup of the fragrant Fengling spring wine toward him. His subordinate joyfully received it and gulped it down eagerly. Jiang Yunting continued to observe the white-clad youth, noticing his pallor as he clumsily scrambled to rise from the irate Tianshi. He bowed his head, apologizing profusely. Jiang Yunting was somewhat puzzled. What is this little brother after? Is it because of his age, or perhaps because he doesn't bathe? There are plenty of handsome men in the cultivation world. Why must he pursue such an old onion, and a faulty one at that? Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed Tianshi expression suddenly contort with rage. That moment, the white-clad youth was half-kneeling, apologizing to Tianshi. Unaware of the impending calamity, Fu Zizong gathered golden light in his palm, readying a lethal strike. As the youth faced imminent death, Jiang Yunting instinctively hurled his treasured lingbao, the Jime fan, into the fray. The spiritual energy collided with the artifact, unleashing a powerful shockwave within the barrier, causing Fu Zizong to stagger back several steps, while Zhou Tian suffered less fortune, being flung away by the backlash. The Jime fan lived up to its name. Upon its destruction, petals fluttered down like rain. Jiang Yunting, without a second thought, leaped into the air to catch Zhou Tun. It was only when they gracefully landed that everyone finally reacted, gasping in astonishment. Witnessing this scene, Wen Jiyu thought to herself, "System, the plot has collapsed. Yet another bizarre coupling has emerged. Note: life flows like water, seemingly boundless. Clouds drift like snow, and the flavors of the world brew into tea." Lin Jiang Xian Light Autumn Wind by Luo Mei Chapter 21. She sought a dual cultivation furnace. The Tianshi was a formidable presence at the Wu Wei realm, while the Jime fan was merely a trinket carried by Jiang Yunting, useful only for admiration and show, aside from absorbing a blow from a divine being. Jiang Yunting hailed from Jingnan Qingyun, with his father being the renowned Qingyun sword, Jiang Qian. As the saying goes, when cultivation is lacking, let the spiritual treasures make up for it. As the son of the Qingyun sword and the young master of Qingyun Mountain, Jiang Yunting was not exceptionally gifted, but his father doted on him, scouring for top-tier artifacts for him to carry, thereby artificially boosting his cultivation to the initial stage of breaking through. Jiang Yunting felt that he must have been out of his mind to have jumped in without a second thought to save such an unremarkable individual. What if Yuan misinterpreted the situation? Yet, having saved him, he couldn't just let him fall. So, with a blank expression, he held Zhou Tian as they descended amidst the fluttering petals. Zhou Tian was equally mortified. He had been saved by AM and AT that moment. He thought he was doomed, only to discover it was Jiang Yunting who had rescued him. Once on solid ground, Zhou Tian expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yunting. But Jiang Yunting walked away without a backward glance. Zhou Tian picked up the now broken fan, clutching it tightly. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jibai had already departed, and when Jiyu and Mo Yunya had arrived to stand beside Zhou Tian protectively. The earlier surge of spiritual energy had startled her. Thankfully, Jiang Yunting had intervened in time to Mo Yunya inquired with concern, "Zhou Shizizi, are you all right?" Zhou Tian, still shaken, tightly gripped the exquisite fan's frame, shaking his head. When Jiyu had not anticipated that Zhou Tian would approach Tian Shizun in such a manner. Facing Mo Yunya's skeptical gaze, when Jiyu waved her hands repeatedly, swearing that she had not coerced him. Zhou Tian had grievances he could not voice. Amidst the crowd, he had been unknowingly pushed, causing him to stumble directly into Tian Shizun's embrace. When Jiyu was about to speak when Zhou Tian interjected. "Tian Shizun, it was entirely my fault for being clumsy and bumping into you. Allow me to pour you a drink as an apology." Zhou Tian picked up a nearby wine jug preparing to pour, only to find that Tian Shizun had covered his cup with his hand, that he let out a cold snort and contemptuously regarded Mo Yunya, saying, "The trifling Xintian gate is not even worthy of serving me wine." "Old fool." Mo Yunya's anger surged, and he was about to draw his sword. When Jiyu quickly blocked him, raising her voice, "Young Master Jiang, what's the matter with your wine? Not even a dog would drink it." Jiang Yunting leaned against a pillar, feigning nonchalance that I say, "Immortal monarch, don't make it hard for the dog. Dogs don't drink wine, they only bite indiscriminately." The crowd was momentarily stunned, only to burst into uproarious laughter moments later. This was a satire on Tian Shizun, who, as a senior, was calculating against a junior and even attempted to endanger him, akin to a rabid dog. Tian Shizun's face flushed crimson with rage as he glared at Jiang Yunting and when Jiyu for a long while before abruptly swishing his sleeve and departing on his sword. Seeing that the spectacle had come to an end, the guests quickly dispersed. When Jiyu had not anticipated that Jiang Yunting would save Zhou Tian and help them escape the predicament, just as she intended to thank Jiang Yunting, she unexpectedly caught sight of him threatening Zhou Tian with a clenched fist, saying, "With a face like yours, I could knock you down with a single punch. That I caution you, do not presume that my act of saving you grants you the right to persist in pursuing me. I am already enamored with another." With that, he departed, accompanied by his subordinates. "You." Zhou Tian's fury ignited, truly believing too highly of herself. "Even if every man in the world perished, I would never cast my gaze upon you." Having spoken, she paused for a moment, realizing something felt amiss, when Jiyu, Mo Yunya, and Zhou Tian gathered in a secluded area. After establishing a barrier, Zhou Tian retrieved a compass from her bosom. "Seventh Master, I have fulfilled my mission and brought back another item as well." As she spoke, she opened her palm to reveal a delicate earring nestled within that I stumbled and felt something unusual within that old onion's embrace. So I dared to reach in and discovered this. When Jiyu was rendered speechless, as oh that old coot assumed you were taking advantage of him, and in his anger, sought to end your life. Zhou Tian pondered. "It seems so. However, I am fortunate to have escaped unscathed." When Jiyu's expression was one of disapproval, "This is far too perilous. In the future, do not act on your own accord." After a moment's thought, she produced a jade pendant from her storage bag and placed it in his hand. "This is a magical artifact I crafted. It can withstand 3 lethal attacks from practitioners of the Dongxian realm. Wear it, and you shall remain safe." Zhou Tian understood that such life-saving treasures were invaluable and rare, and thus attempted to refuse, but when Jiyu insisted on pressing it into his grasp, Zhou Tian held the jade pendant, contemplating silently. It seems the rumors were not entirely credible that it leased to him. Seventh Master truly appeared to be a good person. At this moment, the sweet little one had entirely forgotten how she had once slandered this Lord Xianyu, when Jiyu formed a hand gesture to activate the Ziwei compass. Indeed, there was an issue. Within the compass, a wisp of dark energy swirled, as we anticipated. It was the breath of true demons, entwined just as it was with the Zhan Huang sword. When Jiyu remarked, lifting the moonlight stone earring. The earring was exquisitely crafted, seemingly unremarkable, akin to those worn by women, yet its presence on a mere practitioner made it peculiar. But whose earring could it be? The sky was a deep azure. The misty trees blurred, and the rain fell in fine, continuous threads. Zhu Yunun, clad in a night cloak, leapt onto the rooftop, arriving at the inn where the members of the Xiantian sect were staying. Aware that the divine beast Xiongqi and Wen Jiyu shared a room, She carried with her a magical artifact designed to conceal one's aura and presence from demonic entities. That day, when Jiyu had obtained a tremendous opportunity right under her nose, something she had not anticipated. Yet she did not outwardly display her concern, for she knew that she alone was the true confidant of the palace lord. As for Wen Jiyu, after all these years without seeing her, she remained as foolish as in childhood. Had it not been for her good parents providing her with the finest talents and resources? No, those should have been her parents alone. When Jiyu had no right to exist, consumed with jealousy, Zhu Yuanyuan clenched her fists. She perched upon a roof ridge directly above Wen Jiyu's quarters. Today, the city lord of Fengling hosted a banquet, and both Wen Jiyu and Mo Yunya had attended. She needed to devise a way to abduct the divine beast Qiongqi. Before her hand could touch the window ledge, a muffled gasp escaped from within, causing her limbs to freeze in place. What sound is that? Zhu Yuanyuan stood rigid, straining her ears to listen. The gasp from within grew louder, interspersed with pained groans. Unable to resist, she pressed her ear against the wall. Zhu Yuanyuan had always been bold, having eavesdropped on the female disciples of the Huishui Palace engaging with mortals below the mountain. It seemed to be that very sound. But wasn't this Wen Jiyu's room? How could there be a man inside? Could it be she had found a dual cultivation furnace? Chapter 22. Apologies, I already have a master. Zhu Yuanyuan's thoughts raced like lightning, recalling that since Wen Jiyu's spiritual abode had been damaged a decade ago, her cultivation had not progressed, further solidifying her suspicions. Moreover, rumors within the Xiantian sect suggested that her current 9th-tier cultivation had been amassed through the exploitation of male practitioners. Wen Jiyu had lived in solitude in the small Piamiao for years, occupying an elder's position, and had not taken in a single disciple. If she had not taken a furnace, why would she fear taking in disciples? Was it to hide her chaotic private life? Was this not a case of wanting to cover up a scandal? With this thought, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of triumph. That hadn't Wen Jiyu always relished flaunting her superiority before her? Hadn't she always enjoyed competing for things? Once she obtained evidence of Wen Jiyu's exploitation of male practitioners, she could completely gain the upper hand. At the very least, she could disseminate this evidence throughout the cultivation world and watch how this favored daughter of heaven would maintain her pride in the future. With such thoughts in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan became increasingly cautious in her actions. She ignited an invisibility talisman and stealthily slipped inside. The room was unlit, enveloped in darkness, utilizing the faint glow from her recording stone and the meager light from outside. She carefully advanced until her gaze fell upon a bloodied arm. The arm was long and straight, with well-defined muscles and fingers like bamboo, its back pale and veins slightly raised in the dim light. The porcelain skin was marred with whip marks, stained with blood, reminiscent of clusters of plum blossoms in the snow. She inhaled sharply. Who would have thought that Wen Jiyu had a penchant for such sadistic play? Look at what she had done to this person. As her gaze slowly ascended, she followed the arm to its owner, a youth. More precisely, an exceptionally handsome youth. At that moment, the light rain began to subside, and the moonlight emerged. The youth was enveloped in moonlight, weakly leaning against the edge of a bed, his head thrown back, a cascade of black hair spilling at his side. His smooth forehead was revealed, covered with a fine sheen of cold sweat, blood staining his long, dark eyelashes, while his rosy lips were pressed tightly together, his jawline elegant and smooth. Under the moonlight, the slender white neck bore a beautiful Adam's apple that trembled slightly. Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback. She believed she had never seen such a beautiful youth in her life, nor would she again. This scene was so startling that the mixed thoughts swirling in her heart vanished without a trace. He was injured, he was bleeding. She thought perhaps he needed her help. Unable to resist, she took a step forward to see his face more clearly. The youth then opened his eyes and looked at her. His pupils were dark as night, yet his eyelids bore a hint of crimson, giving him an appearance of fragility. Are you all right? Zhu Yuanyuan spoke, attempting to mask her own disquiet. The youth regarded her with an expressionless gaze. His eyes cold and indifferent, he did not seem surprised by the presence of a stranger in the room. Or perhaps, he simply felt no fear of her. Strangely, although he was looking up at her, she felt an overwhelming pressure, as if she were completely exposed to his scrutiny, from her body to her very soul. Zhu Yuanyuan grew uneasy, but she quickly composed herself, momentarily forgetting that she had intruded upon someone else's domain. You leave. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Did I? I said leave, that he ordered her to go. The heart that had been racing moments ago now calmed at his icy words. You are merely a mortal. She had sensed his lack of cultivation. Mortals posed no threat. The one she truly feared was conveniently absent from the room. Zhu Yuanyuan's gaze fell upon the wound on his leg, where blood seeped through, and his chest, stained with a large patch of crimson. It appeared that the earlier groans had originated from him. She removed her veil. I am Zhu Yuanyuan, the chief disciple of Kunlun's Huishui Palace. I can assist you. What is your name? As she spoke, her expression resembled that of someone bestowing charity, her tone slightly condescending. He was merely a mortal with an exquisite exterior. How could he ever compare to a practitioner? Yet this exterior was too perfect. The more she gazed, the more captivated she became. She began recounting her experience of subduing the Diao Jing by a beast, explaining how it had ultimately been snatched away by Wen Jiyu. Trust me, I can take you away, freeing you from the torment of that hypocritical woman. Siejua barely comprehended her words. Thanks to the barrier, the endless flames of karma within him had spiraled out of control, threatening to scorch his inner realm. He could hardly focus his mind to listen to her blathering. Zhu Yuanyuan took a step closer, her brows knitted in deep distress. To be honest, I grew up alongside her and understand her better than anyone. She is selfish and arrogant, vengeful and spiteful, cunning enough to entice men, just like her despicable mother, Ditto. Is that so? Siejua frowned, an intense revulsion rising within him. This woman's self-pitying tone sounded to him like a cacophony of sparrows. Utterly grating, he recalled having encountered this woman before. She had clung to him, thinking herself important due to possessing a token from his mother, only to meet her demise beneath his sword. Now she stood before him, sowing discord, as if seeking death. Indeed. Zhu Yuanyuan stepped forward once more. You must have suffered greatly following her. She crouched down, revealing a sweet smile that she had practiced countless times before to the young man before her. Why not follow me from now on? Unlike her, I won't treat you as a mere vessel. I will treat you well. Alternatively, you could become my disciple, that I can take you back to Kunlun and teach you the ways of Taoism and the art of longevity. The boy smiled, his previous indifference replaced by a sinister glint in his eyes, a gaze that seemed to mock and ridicule. What delusions was this woman entertaining? How tiresome, that it would be better to simply kill her. Silently, his fingers within his sleeves gathered a ball of black flame, barely discernible in the pitch-black night. Zhuang Yuanyuan suddenly felt the surroundings grow unbearably hot, as if the spiritual essence that filled the air was being swiftly drained away. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from the boy before her. This was a pressure that did not belong to mortals, nor to cultivators, let alone the demonic clan, that it felt as if it transcended all things in the world. She furrowed her brow slightly. Something was amiss. What exactly was he? Just as she began to doubt, that sense of oppression suddenly vanished. Everything that had just occurred felt like an illusion. The boy, wiping away his previous coldness, looked at her with a half-smile. Sorry, but I already have a master. Zhuang Yuanyuan was momentarily stunned. Who is your master? It's me. With the sound of two sharp claps, the room was instantly illuminated. A figure, elegant and graceful, descended, adorned in a flowing red dress. Chapter 23. My master calls me a little rascal, yet others a sweetheart upon seeing her. Zhuang Yuanyuan's heart sank, and she turned to leap out of the window. With a fierce roar, an ice wall suddenly appeared before her, blocking her escape. Zhuang Yuanyuan hurriedly cast a spell to break through the ice barrier, ready to flee, but flames erupted violently from beneath her feet. Golden runes of confinement rising up to form a blazing prison. Wen Jiyu, gazing at the sudden eruption of flames, Zhuang Yuanyuan's expression turned grim. Ajua. Wen Jiyu hastily rushed forward to support Siejua, inspecting him thoroughly. Did she do anything to you? This was the first time Siejua heard her call him Ajua. Ajua, Ajua. This term of endearment instantly closed the gap between them, that in her past life. She had never referred to him this way. Even knowing she was perhaps acting for others' benefit, he found himself yearning to hear it again. Master, she said she wants to take her disciple away. The boy's eyelashes fluttered, concealing the dim light in his eyes, that to be her vessel. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiyu was instantly filled with rage. She pointed an accusatory finger at Zhuang Yuanyuan. Zhuang Yuanyuan, do you have no shame enticing my disciple. Enticing? Zhuang Yuanyuan continuously cast spells, yet could not break free from the fiery prison. Anger surged within her as she pointed at Siejua. I was tricked into coming here. You two conspired against me. Nonsense. When Jiyu raised her hand, and a burst of flames struck her vital point. Ajua doesn't even know you. How could he deceive you? Zhuang Yuanyuan knelt, clutching her leg, glaring resentfully at Siejua. He deliberately lured me here. Yes, it must be him who made me overhear it. Otherwise, I would never have come. Overhear what? When Jiyu asked coldly, casting a suspicious glance at Siejua. What could Zhuang Yuanyuan possibly say? Truth be told, when Jiyu had only just returned, she had only heard Zhuang Yuanyuan's 4 lines. You must have suffered a lot with her, right? Why not follow me instead? I am different. I won't treat you as a vessel. I will treat you well. Or you could simply become my disciple, that I can take you back to Kunlun and teach you the ways of Taoism and the art of longevity. All along, when Jiyu had never truly trusted this disciple. She had not forgotten the look of hatred he had cast upon her when they first met. She had deliberately refrained from revealing herself to test how he would choose under such circumstances. Unexpectedly, the outcome was beyond her expectations. Had she been judging him with a narrow mind all along? You're talking nonsense. Do you believe I want to burn your face? You dare, as she spoke. A surge of flames rushed toward Zhuang Yuanyuan, singeing the 2 strands of hair that framed her face. Zhuang Yuanyuan felt the heat of her singed hair, realizing she was indeed serious, and had no choice but to evade while shouting. When Jiyu, a gentleman uses words, not fists. I am no gentleman. With that, the flames of the fiery prison surged to towering heights. Zhuang Yuanyuan struggled desperately. Alas, her cultivation was inferior to Wen Jiyu's, and it seemed she was destined to be burned alive. Wen Jiyu, I want to fight you. I want to fight. You sword cultivators are all brutish. Stop at once. Suddenly, her eyelids burned, and the smell of charred flesh filled the air. Wen Jiyu exclaimed dramatically, Oh dear. It seems your eyebrows are gone. Zhuang Yuanyuan, filled with both fear and anger, pointed at Wen Jiyu, speechless. You dare to burn me? I am. What of burning you? Must I pick a day for it? Who told you to entice my disciple? Zhang Zhen, come. Without giving Zhuang Yuanyuan a chance to speak, Wen Jiyu raised her hand to summon the Zhang Zhen sword. The unparalleled sword energy forced Zhuang Yuanyuan to retreat repeatedly, leaving her without the power to retaliate. After forcefully tearing through her night clothes, scorching her hair, and injuring her chest, Zhuang Yuanyuan could bear it no longer and activated her teleportation artifact. The runes of Taoism rose, and the portal to Kunlun opened. Wen Jiyu, you shameless harpy. Had I known this would happen, I should have killed you back then. This is not over. Zhuang Yuanyuan covered her burned face, furiously cursing, completely unaware of her own words. In the blink of an eye, the portal closed, and Zhuang Yuanyuan vanished from sight. She ran away quickly, but unfortunately, Wen Jiyu shook her head, abandoning the thought of pursuing her, and turned her attention to Siejua, taking his hand and infusing him with some spiritual energy. Little rascal, why didn't you speak up if you were uncomfortable? She squatted beside him, taking delight in observing his pained expression. Didn't I tell you that it's necessary to soften up a bit? I allow you to make requests of me in the future. She actually permitted him to request things from her. Siejua moved his lips, wanting to say something but held back, seeing him dazed. When Jiyu suddenly smirked maliciously, but I want to listen. Siejua, the group had already lingered in Fengling City for 4 to 5 days, after discussions between Mo Yunya and Elder Fu. It was decided to depart for Xinyan Mountain on the 6th day. The disciples' injuries had been tended to by Zhou Tian and Elder Fu, and they had mostly recovered. Even Siejua, who had been gravely injured, could now walk without issue. Zhou Tian, carrying medicinal soup and a medicine box, arrived at Siejua's room. Since Zhuang Yuanyuan's infiltration last night, the guest room had become uninhabitable due to fire damage. So the two were now living separately. Opening the door, Zhou Tian walked to the table to organize the medicine box as usual. Shitty, once I finish changing your bandages, you can go out for a stroll and buy some clothes. We'll set off for Xinyan Mountain tomorrow. He spoke to himself, glancing toward the inner chamber, only to find it empty. Where did he go? Zhou Tian mumbled, stretching his neck to look around. The areas behind the screen and the clean room were also vacant. As he passed by the bed, Zhou Tian halted to eye in the messy bedding. Several sheets of rice paper lay scattered. Curiously, he picked one up, observing large splashes of ink and chaotic handwriting that made it impossible to discern what was drawn. After looking through a few more, he finally began to see a pattern. The ink represented the night, while the blank spaces signified snow. At the end of the snowy night, a slender figure in a red dress appeared. Amidst the silence, a touch of red served as the finishing touch. But this red, Zhou Tian then realized that this fiery red dress was painted with blood. Red dress, red dress. Could it be? As he pondered this, a powerful grip suddenly seized his wrist, the fingers pressing so hard they nearly pierced his flesh. Zhou Tian cried out in pain, instinctively letting go, causing the paper to flutter down. Raising his gaze, he met the boy's blood-red eyes. "What are you looking at?" His voice was hoarse. "I'm not looking at anything. I came to change your bandages." "Let go, it hurts. My hand is about to break." Gradually, the grip on his wrist loosened. After a flurry of protests, Zhou Tian finally realized he shouldn't be so fearful of this untrained junior brother. It was just that the sudden burst of power he had displayed had instinctively caused him to plead for mercy. Truly bewildering. After finishing changing the bandages for him, Zhou Tian exited and bumped into Wenjiu entering the room. "7 Shirshu." He called out before attempting to slip away, but Wenjiu affectionately linked her arm through his. "Little sweetheart. We're heading back to Xinyan Mountain tomorrow. Let us go shopping together." "Little sweetheart." Siejua frowned slightly, then turned away in disgust. She calls him a little rascal, yet refers to others as little sweetheart. Chapter 24. My master takes me on a date. It seemed that yesterday Siejua held no particular significance. After all, she could casually call anyone little sweetheart. Zhou Tian immediately felt a sense of urgency. "No, 7 Shirshu. I still need to cultivate." "Cultivate what?" When Jiu gestured towards her waist, I just slapped my mustard bag, hoping it might swell up on its OW. You understand my meaning. Zhou Tian grimaced. "7th Master Uncle, let's be reasonable. Just a few days ago, you swindled me out of 3,000 spirit stones." "Swindled?" When Jiu exclaimed. "I toiled tirelessly for the sect, spending money on its behalf. Can that be called swindling?" Zhou Tian rolled his eyes. "That's extortion, then." "Since that's the case," when Jiu smiled coldly, extending her right hand to reveal a fruit brimming with spiritual energy. The fruit was translucent, adorned with snowflake-like patterns on its surface. Not only beautiful in appearance, but also containing immeasurable spiritual power. This was a sight Zhou Tian had never encountered before, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. But to be honest, this spiritual fruit was indeed a remarkable item. After years of studying various spiritual plants, Zhou Tian had never managed to cultivate anything like it. Regardless of its effects on cultivators, even for ordinary people, consumption could lead to a lightened body, free of ailments and longevity. Perhaps this was something 7th Master Uncle retrieved from Yin Wujing's treasury, which was indeed legendary. Seeing the sparkle in Zhou Tian's eyes, when Jiu sensed a favorable outcome. This item is extremely precious. The fruit's flesh is crystal clear, sweet upon entering the mouth, and can temporarily elevate one's realm by 3 levels for 1 hour. It's called Mountain Dew, a spiritual fruit found in heaven, but not on earth. As the song attests, here lies the Mountain Dew, 18,000. 18,000? Zhou Tian shook his head. That's far too expensive. I can't afford it. When Jiu pushed the fruit closer to him, sincerely saying, considering our familiarity, I'll give you a discount. 10,000. Zhou Tian continued to shake his head. 10,000 is still too steep. I can't manage that. When Jiu gritted her teeth, 5,000. Zhou Tian still shook his head. When Jiu lowered her gaze, her expression teetering on the brink of tears, finally seemingly resolute. 2,000. Zhou Tian, sensing a glimmer of success, decisively countered. 1,000. And when Jiu immediately replied, deal, with one hand exchanging money and the other delivering the goods. Zhou Tian joyfully departed. Cradling the spiritual fruit, he intended to thoroughly investigate whether this item could be cultivated in bulk. Once Zhou Tian's figure had completely vanished, when Jiu patted her chest, muttering something to herself. Soon after, a small, furry creature emerged from her embrace. This was Iron Hammer. She gently patted its head, and Iron Hammer then spat out a fruit identical to the one Zhou Tian held. Siejua. So, that spiritual fruit was actually Iron Hammer's saliva. With a flourish, when Jiu approached the table and emptied the mustard bag filled with spirit stones, countless stones piled up, forming a small mountain. Iron Hammer sat atop the table. its eyes gleaming with excitement. That it seemed she had sold more than just one. Siege's lips twitched. Observing Wen Jiu counting money at the table, he felt as though he had stepped into a surreal dream. She was nothing like the person from his past life. He reclined back on the bed, pressing his hand against his chest, where the cherished painting was kept. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The deity he admired was not this old hag. In the next moment, Siege sensed someone approaching. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of enlarged, beautiful eyes. They were striking, perhaps due to the essence of the primordial fire, with pupils tinged with a hint of red, resembling a red crystal in the bright daylight. Care for a date? I'll pay. The girl breathed warmly, her crisp fragrance wafting through the air. Siege lay on the bed, his breath instantly erratic, his face flushed. He wanted to retreat, but found no escape, that he dared not speak. With such proximity, uttering a word might lead to their lips brushing against one another. Before he could finish his thoughts, he saw Wen Jiu rise and retrieve a piece of paper from his bedding. This thing frightened the little sweetheart. Wen Jiu furrowed her brow, studying the artwork. That it was well painted, but perhaps she should refrain from further attempts. Siege's expression instantly turned cold. Mind your own business. You little rascal, how dare you defy me? Wen Jiu paid no heed to his words, grasping his wrist and pulling him outside. Do you think I want to meddle in your affairs? If it weren't for the system assigning me a task, I wouldn't want to see you at all. Other disciples address their masters with respect, yet you behave like a rebellious child, constantly opposing me. Siege struggled momentarily, but could not break free. For reasons unknown, his hand seemed to possess a mind of its own, trembling at her touch. The two walked hand in hand out of the inn. Fengling City had resumed its former splendor, and Wen Jiu had yet to explore it properly. This was a market for mortals, bustling with shops, clothing, jewelry, and all manner of cosmetics. Feeling tempted, Wen Jiu turned into a pastry shop. Her stock of snacks had been devoured by Iron Hammer, necessitating a larger supply. She selected a dozen pastries, spending a considerable amount of spirit stones, just as the clerk began packing more pastries into the box. Hey, isn't the boss losing money? The clerk wore a world-weary expression. I'm just a lowly worker. Whether the boss makes a profit or not has nothing to do with me. With that, he tossed several more pastries into the box. Wen Jiu, a tall youth, stood out in the crowd, his long limbs making him exceptionally noticeable. His excessively beautiful features attracted much attention, yet his expressionless face deterred all. Wen Jiu clicked her tongue. That it was a beauty that could captivate hearts, yet radiated an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Observing his ill-fitting attire, she contemplated. There's a tailor's shop across the street. You should buy a proper outfit. Wearing a servant's clothing is a waste of such a handsome face. Siege lowered his gaze, accepting the spirit stones Wen Jiu had handed him, then turned toward the tailor shop. Wen Jiu stood at the jewelry stall's entrance, pretending to browse, her eyes frequently darting toward the tailor shop. The system had indicated that Siege would encounter a formidable foe here for the first time. That moment, he lacked cultivation and was severely beaten, nearly losing his life. She couldn't miss such a thrilling plot that could lead to the male lead's demise without her intervention. Could she, watching the girl distractedly rummaging through items? The jewelry stall owner gradually grew dissatisfied. Just as Wen Jiu touched a peach ornament, she caught the owner's displeased gaze and, to mask her embarrassment, casually asked, "Boss, are your peaches guaranteed to ripen?" The owner, fuming, replied, "If I say they will ripen, will you eat them?" Wen Jiu. Chapter 25. My master is my furnace. Siege entered the shop, keenly sensing a dangerous aura. Just a few lowly ghosts dared to play such tricks in front of him. They must be tired of living. That he feigned ignorance and unhesitatingly picked up a set of black clothing. His fingers paused as he turned to the adjacent piece. Crimson and gold embroidery traced flames along the collar and cuffs, the pristine white fabric expertly tailored, far superior to the black garment he held. He set down the black attire and picked up the white one. That young master has a good eye. This outfit will look splendid on you. A sultry voice emerged from behind him. Siege returned to see a gorgeously dressed woman in red, her smile enchanting enough to nearly drip water. Allow me, my name is Wen Lu. Let me hold this outfit for you, and you can try it on in the back with me. How does that sound? The woman's delicate fingers brushed against his hand. Siege's gaze instinctively flickered towards the shop entrance, coincidentally locking eyes with Wen Jiu, who was peeking in apprehensively. Siege's eyes narrowed, a smirk tugging at his lips. He discreetly withdrew his hand, his radiant features suddenly lit up with a smile. "Please lead the way." When Lu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Things were going even more smoothly than she had anticipated. They turned behind a screen, which connected to a corridor on the other side. The corridor was adorned with artificial mountains and flowing water, exquisitely constructed. "Upon meeting you, I felt joy. Once you change, would you care to enjoy a cup of tea with me?" Siejua maintained a smile. "I would be honored to oblige. Thus, this garment is a gift for you, a token of our affection." The courteous young man replied, "Thank you." The corridor led directly to a lavish, 9-story pavilion, shrouded in a ghostly aura, with a plaque hanging in the center that read, "Lioli Illusion." Siejua's eyes flickered with intrigue as he stepped inside without hesitation, as soon as he entered the pavilion. The surroundings transformed, in the darkness. A cold figure pressed against him from behind, a woman with luminescent white arms wrapped around his waist, and seductive whispers danced in his ear. "Young master, once you arrive, do not leave. Leave everything of yours here." Siejua did not push her away. His expression remained inscrutable in the darkness, yet when Lu could hear his low chuckle. "What if I refuse?" "Why would you refuse?" The faint breath of when Lu brushed against his ear, the sweet, cloying fragrance slowly rising. Siejua instinctively furrowed her brow. She chuckled softly, her hand beginning to wander restlessly, gradually moving to his waist. Attempting to untie his belt, "That if I am not mistaken, that female cultivator outside is your furnace, correct?" A flicker of obscurity crossed Siejua's eyes. His furnace? How intriguing. This heart demon truly dares to speak so boldly. If when Jiyu were to hear this, would she not slay her on the spot? Seeing him fall silent, when Lu assumed she had hit the mark, becoming increasingly self-satisfied. Since her existence began, she had been studying the art of dual cultivation, and she could sense their spiritual essences intertwining, inseparable, that if they had not engaged in dual cultivation, how could one explain such a phenomenon? The world of cultivation is filled with wonders. It is not uncommon for those who appear to be master and disciple to engage in sordid affairs behind closed doors. So she had become somewhat desensitized to it. With this thought, she continued to seduce him, her crimson lips gliding along his neck. "She possesses a higher cultivation than you. If you were to dual cultivate with her, she would only siphon your spiritual energy, reaping the benefits for herself. However, I am different. I can transform into the person you desire most in your heart to be why dual cultivating with me. You can attain double the pleasure. Far beyond what that woman outside can offer. Oh, is that so?" Siejua tilted her head slightly, evading her unrestrained allure. Realizing he was avoiding her, when Lu was momentarily taken aback. The enchanting fragrance had not taken effect. She narrowed her eyes, releasing his waist and circling to stand before him. The aroma thickened, her gaze gradually shifting to a deep purple, drawing in his consciousness, as if to lure him into a deeper abyss. "Young Taoist, I can sense that your heart belongs to someone, but it is not this woman outside." She loosely encircled his neck with her arms, her eyes locking onto his without a blink. "Why not let me manifest that person? And we can together embark on a journey to the clouds and rain of Wushan." Perhaps it was the youth's alluring form that bewitched her, causing her to cast aside her initial unease. When Lu had not encountered such a rare spiritual body in many years, as long as she could evoke his fantasies and desires, she could completely control him. Siejua slowly spoke. "What about my master?" "That is easily resolved," when Lu responded confidently. "Why not call her in, and I shall assist you in eliminating her." The youth chuckled softly, his crimson lips parting to utter a single phrase. "You must be dreaming." In the next moment, he reached out, and with a swift motion, his slender fingers plunged directly into her eye sockets, tearing out her eyeballs without a hint of emotion, crushing them mercilessly. Blood and a murky mixture of black and white splattered across his fingers, the surging aura of the undead dissipating in an instant. When Lu let out a ghastly scream, collapsing to the ground, her bloodied, hollow eye sockets staring up at him. "You," her voice trembled in fear. "Who are you? How could you resist my soul-snatching technique?" The youth scoffed. "Such trifles. Dare you present them before me?" Gritting her teeth, she rose from the ground. That it was merely a physical form, without her eyes. She would feel no pain, though it was a pity to lose the body she had sought for so long. When Lu's face contorted into a hideous mask, her empty eye sockets rendering her a terrifying sight. She floated in midair, gathering her ghostly energy, intent on eliminating this youth who had seen through her identity. Yet, Siejua merely raised a hand, dark flames coalescing in her palm as she struck toward her chest. The heart demon's body and soul were instantaneously severed. Agonizing pain surged through her consciousness, the heart demon's anguished wail echoing. Her body crashed heavily to the ground, and without a vessel to inhabit. The heart demon could only barely maintain a form of swirling black mist. Soon after, the youth spread his fingers, and a purple glowing orb slowly descended into his palm. The heart demon's eyes widened in horror. That was the inner Dan she had painstakingly cultivated over a millennium to have it so effortlessly extracted by this youth. Who exactly was he? Why could she not discern his cultivation level? She believed that in this Feng Ling, few cultivators were her match. She had even caused harm to many of higher cultivation, yet never had she felt such utter humiliation as today. Infuriatingly perplexing. What was this person's true identity? The heart demon dared not underestimate him any longer. Stripped of her inner Dan, she was reduced to an ordinary ghost. Fortunately, having lived for a millennium and seen much, she quickly searched her consciousness for relevant information. The moment she noticed the glowing mark upon the youth's forehead, she froze as if struck by lightning. Great Lord! The heart demon's legs trembled uncontrollably. The youth tossed the inner Dan up and down, his narrow phoenix eyes slightly raised, looking at her with no hint of emotion. Do you desire this? Have your master come forth. Chapter 26. Terrifying indeed. When Jiyu stood at the jewelry stall, locked in a silent standoff with the vendor, before quietly picking up a white jade hairpin before her. The jade was rather ordinary, and the craftsmanship unremarkable. Just as she pondered whether to purchase this hairpin for her wayward disciple, she unexpectedly caught sight of a bewitching woman, full of charm. Leading her disciple through a screen, that as she departed, the woman threw her a brazenly flirtatious glance. When Jiyu wasn't the boss of the heart demon's calamity, a pair of burly men with mustaches. Where did this woman spring from? The image of that woman surreptitiously holding her disciple's small hand flashed through Jiyu's mind, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy, although it was a heart demon calamity. For her disciple to be so easily swayed by a woman, it seemed necessary to enhance his self-protection awareness. Yet, the woman's flirtatious gaze as she left hinted that this matter was not simple. Was the plot about to take an unexpected turn? She envisioned her spirited disciple being rendered helpless after a severe beating. With this thought, she tucked the hairpin into her robe, casually tossing a spirit stone to the vendor as she walked into the clothing store. When Jiyu vowed, she truly did not wish to intervene, yet her legs seemed to have a mind of their own. The clothing store was no different from the others lining the street. However, when Jiyu could see that countless restrictions had been laid out here, the moment her left foot crossed the threshold, the scene before her underwent a dramatic transformation, a mirage unfolding gradually. Heart demons. Those who practiced the art of emotional manipulation. Heart demons excelled at seizing the emotions of cultivators, manifesting what they held dearest, making them a particularly troublesome presence. For no one is impervious to their own desires. When Jiyu was no exception. A sinister laugh rang out, echoing with malice. Fools of humanity. I am the Dark King who manipulates the hearts of Men. Do you see what appears before you? Do you desire it? Do you yearn for it? Surrender to me, and you shall have everything you wish for. When Jiyu's eyes lit up oh, how splendid. That's what you said. If you go back on your word, I shall send you flying. The heart demon leader, robbed of his lines, fell into contemplation to be honest. He had witnessed countless terrifying illusions. Cultivators with guilty consciences were tormented by their past misdeeds. Even those with insatiable desires could be easily manipulated by illusions. Yet he had never encountered such a mirage that in this woman's world, countless spirit stones appeared, scattered everywhere. There were even spirit stone fountains, waterfalls of spirit stones, and little mountains made of spirit stones. She comfortably lounged amidst the pile of spirit stones, her hands and feet flailing as though she were swimming in an ocean of spirit stones. This woman, she was not merely on the brink of falling. She had already succumbed. She did not obey her desires. She flaunted them openly. What kind of dream was this? Did he really think he could crush her with spirit stones? The heart demon leader felt his intelligence insulted. He refused to believe there existed someone entirely pure and untainted, one who could not be controlled by desire. With a wave of his hand, the mirage shifted once more, just as when Jiyu pondered where the spirit stones had vanished to. They morphed into a platter of enticing roasted meats. Not only that, but everything around her transformed as well. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Fatty lamb skewers, seasoned generously with cumin, sizzled over red-hot coals. Mountains of bright red crayfish piled high. Golden fried chicken littered the ground. Watermelons the size of swimming pools. Ice cream overflowing that an array of delicacies, from snail noodles to durian pizza to cheesecake, stretched as far as the eye could see. Little demon. Drooling, the JG, the heart demon leader, raised his hand, silencing the drooling spirits. Wipe away your drool, you pathetic creatures. Observing the shocked expression on the red-clad girl within the mirage, the heart demon leader sneered. To challenge him, humanity was far too naive. With this, she would surely obey his every command. Foolish mortals. I am the Dark King who manipulates the hearts of men. Do you see what appears before you? Just surrender to me. He had not finished speaking when Jiyu's excited voice rang out. Wow. Fried chicken, barbecued crayfish, air conditioning, a big watermelon. What a wonderful life! With a swift motion, when Jiyu shattered the mirage with her sword. But do not think to deceive me with falsehoods. With a sudden rupture of the illusion, the heart demon leader found himself gravely injured, spitting a mouthful of old blood that flew 8 zhang away. The little demons hurried to support their leader. One audacious little demon dared to offer a suggestion. Boss, she is a sword cultivator, whose competitive spirit is more intense than anyone else's. That if we do this and that. Upon hearing this, the heart demon leader nodded in satisfaction. The illusion transformed once more, and when Jiyu stood upon the arena, in the center of the stage, a woman with flowing long hair and a swirling red dress brandished a long sword. Her beautiful eyes glimmering with challenge as she provocatively addressed the man across from her. I possess a 40-meter broadsword, and now I permit you to flee 39 meters. The man scoffed coldly. How dare you be so arrogant? Woman, watch as the sword saint of the heavens comes to take your life. Thus, a fierce battle commenced. The little demons were exhilarated, believing they would witness a breathtaking clash that would darken the heavens and dim the sun. To their astonishment, the sword saint of the heavens was knocked out by her single strike. The demons, incredibly, over the course of 10 matches, she achieved a resounding victory of 10-0. The demons were utterly awestruck. One demon, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed, 10 matches without a single defeat. How did you accomplish this, immortal lord? When Jiyu raised her sword, gently brushing away imaginary dust, and regarded the demons with a disdainful gaze. With no thoughts of men in my heart. The sword draws forth its spirit. The demons. The heart demon leader finally reached his breaking point. Meiji had dragged the young man into the palace for merriment and had yet to emerge. While he, in turn, had to endure the humiliation from this mad woman. How infuriating! I have encountered arrogant beings before, but none as audacious as you. Who exactly are you? When Jiyu smiled wickedly, her villainous aura palpable. What I am is of no consequence. What matters is that all of you present are nothing but trash. She raised her hand, summoning the Songjin sword, and beckoned with her fair finger. Come forth, trash. Let us see you all together. Trash, you truly are brazen. The heart demon leader had never been humiliated in such a manner before, and a murderous intent surged within him. You little ones, no matter what means you employ. Bring her down. The heart demons exchanged glances and lunged at her, confident in their numerical advantage against a single woman. Little did they know, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, that I represent the moon, and I shall annihilate you. A surge of electric energy crackled, beep, 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 beep. I am destined to become the pirate king. I will undoubtedly surpass all previous Hokages. Dig his light beam. Left hook, right hook, each strike landing with precision. Heavenly destruction kick, shadowless kick. Each kick sent them flying. The heart demons were beaten down, cowering in the ground, terrified to show their faces, that in their hearts, they lamented. Where on earth did this terrifying madwoman come from? Chapter 27. Watch as I break your third leg. Once when Jiyu had indulged her youthful exuberance, the heart demon leader finally reacted, shouting hoarsely, Retreat, quickly seek the realm master. The little demons, dazed and confused from the beating, suddenly found their resolve and dashed in one direction, while the heart demon leader mingled among them, fleeing in disarray. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. When Jiu soared through the air, sword raised to block his path. The heart demon leader, filled with dread, stumbled in a panic, colliding headfirst with the Songjin's sword. Revealing his true form, he was a burly man with a face full of excess flesh and a thick beard. He was none other than the minor boss from the Heart Demon Catastrophe chapter. When Jiu plunged the Songjin sword into the back of his hand, disregarding his cries of anguish, and deftly flipped onto his back. The girl in the red dress was a vision of beauty, her ruby-like eyes sparkling with intensity. "What do you think you're running from? Can't handle the game. Call me Mama, and I will grant you a swift end." Yet the Heart Demon leader would not yield, glaring fiercely at Wenjiu. "Your disciple remains in our grasp, and if you dare harm a single hair on me, I will ensure your disciple meets a fate worse than death." A fiery blaze descended upon him, causing the Heart Demon leader to wail in agony, clutching his head. "Speak another word, and I'll burn you to ashes." The Heart Demon leader was utterly speechless. He had never encountered such a domineering and unreasonable woman who would not allow him to complete a single sentence. "I ask you, where is my disciple?" Since entering this realm, when Jiu had lost all trace of Siejua. Though she had lured him into this chapter with the aim of taking his life, in this moment, rationality prevailed. Siejua was not only a once-in-a-millennium spirit vessel, but also bore a tremendously significant secret. If that secret fell into the hands of demons, the world would surely descend into chaos. How could she then enjoy her life in this realm? The Heart Demon leader, sensing her anxiety, gleefully taunted. "Humph! Your disciple has been taken by that little vixen, Wenlu. She is quite the schemer. Perhaps they are currently indulging in all manner of debauchery within the glazed illusion." Indulging in debauchery, when Jiu suddenly recalled the smile on Siejua's lips as he entered the screen with that woman, and a surge of anger welled up within her. She fixed him with a chilling gaze. "Is that so?" "Indeed. Speaking of Wenlu, this bearded brute seemed to harbor great disdain for her, going to great lengths to belittle her. To be frank, that little vixen is a hermaphrodite. When she encounters a handsome man, she becomes a woman. When she meets a beautiful woman, she transforms into a man. Your disciple is indeed fortunate, with trees planted in the front and flowers blooming in the back." As he prattled on, he could scarcely continue, erupting into a lewd laugh, when Jiu, uninterested in his crude words, extended her 5 fingers and pressed them against his head, employing the soul-searching technique. The Heart Demon leader, undergoing the soul search, felt nauseous, his head feeling as if it would explode. When Jiu paid him no mind, churning his sea of consciousness into a chaotic mess before finally releasing him. Upon discovering Siejua's whereabouts, when Jiu raised her hand to summon Hammer, the Heart Demon leader trembled at the mere mention of those words. "I am doomed." Soul-searching was one thing, but was it truly necessary to crush his skull with a hammer? Moreover, when had sword cultivators ever carried hammers? As he pondered, a childish voice called from above, "Mama!" The Heart Demon leader nearly choked. When Jiu admonished, "I've told you countless times it's master." The hammer wagged its tail, still calling out, "Mama!" When Jiu face-bombed in exasperation, turning to the hammer with instructions. "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape." The hammer leaped down from the air, its small, puppy-like body baring its teeth at the Heart Demon leader. Oh! The Heart Demon leader felt as if his intelligence was being ground into the dirt by this woman. As he saw Wenjiu moving away, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to pounce on the hammer. It was merely a small kitten, not a fierce tiger. How dare it snarl at him? "Let me show you how to handle this." Yet in the next moment, the kitten's form expanded several times, draped in radiant light, stepping upon clouds, an overwhelming pressure emanating from its being. Under such pressure, the surrounding little demons could not withstand it, fleeing in terror. The Heart Demon leader had never witnessed such a scene and was left trembling, collapsing to his knees. "Spare me, Father." When Jiu approached the screen where the two had vanished, behind the screen lay a landscape of artificial hills and ponds, thick with ghostly energy. Without hesitation, when Jiu unleashed a burst of primordial spiritual fire, forming hand seals and chanting incantations, as the spiritual fire blazed, layers of restrictions gradually materialized before her. Simultaneously, she sensed the presence of her wayward disciple. Entangled with the ghostly energy, recalling the Heart Demon leader's words, she sneered. Well, well, young man, the plot has barely begun, and you're already collecting a harem? Just watch as I break your third leg." Initially patient, she attempted to dismantle the restrictions one by one. But halfway through, she grew frustrated and summoned the Sanjin sword, slashing down upon the numerous barriers. In an instant, the heavens seemed to shatter and the earth to quake, as everything before her splintered like a mirror, with spiderweb-like fissures extending into every corner. Finally, a powerful backlash from the restrictions struck all at once upon Wenjiu. She furrowed her brow slightly, a thin line of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Raising her hand to wipe away the crimson trace, she was bewildered by her current state. Clearly, she could have methodically unraveled the restrictions one by one, avoiding both backlash and drawing the attention of her foes. Yet in this tumult, not only the enemy, but even her frivolous disciple would sense the disturbance that a sense of strangeness enveloped Wenjiu. This feeling was reminiscent of when Zhu Yuanyuan had intruded to abduct him. As if something that rightfully belonged to her was about to be taken away. She swiftly dismissed this thought, for he was her disciple. Her sole concern was preventing his secrets from being exploited by malevolent forces. And she wished to avert calamity. Once the restrictions were dismantled, a corridor emerged before Wenjiu. Without hesitation, she advanced along in the distance. She beheld the true Lioli illusion, a towering edifice of gold and jade, rising in 9 layers. Just as cultivators' realms were categorized, so too were the realms of ghostly cultivators, with the most peculiar being the heart ghosts, capable of manifesting corresponding structures based on their cultivation level. The realm master here was evidently beyond her, a formidable figure not to be underestimated. This realization sent a jolt through Wenjiu's heart. Quickening her pace as she exited the corridor, she unexpectedly encountered a bloodied woman stumbling towards her. Narrowing her eyes, she recognized the androgynous Wenlu, her anger boiling over as she lunged forward, thrusting her sword through the woman. Wenlu, who had barely escaped with her life, was taken aback, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But upon recognizing her, her legs turned to jelly. "Spare me, immortal lord!" Wenjiu sensed nothing amiss. Seeing Wenlu in disarray, reeking of alluring fragrance, only fueled her ire. "What have you done to my disciple? Where is he?" Wenlu stammered, desperately concocting a response. He was, she faltered, her visage shifting between masculine and feminine forms, causing Wenjiu to frown deeply. Her stuttering only intensified Wenjiu's fury. "Have you harmed him?" Chapter 28. The mad dog disciple confronted by the wrathful girl before her. The flickering flame of defiance within Wenlu was extinguished, and no, how could I dare? Wenjiu's icy gaze swept over her. Wishing to strip her bare on the spot? Really? Wenlu instinctively clutched her clothing. "Did I swear? I did not." "He is safe right inside, that is good to hear," Wenjiu sighed in relief. "Right inside?" Wenlu nodded fervently. Wenjiu stepped forward, intent on entering. Wenlu exhaled, wiping the sweat from her brow, just as she noticed the sword still protruding from her chest, unable to resist exclaiming, "Immortal lord, your sword." Wenjiu paused mid-step. Turning back, "You reminded me." She withdrew the sword and casually cast a restriction upon Wenlu. With a smile, she added, "Thank you." Wenlu was utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in demeanor. This woman was too capricious, oscillating between fury and sunny disposition as if nothing had occurred. She was like 2 different people. Yet, recalling the impending spectacle, Wenlu felt a flicker of anticipation, just as Wenjiu seemed ready to let her off the hook. Wenlu seized the opportunity to flee, only to find her foot scorched by flames erupting from the ground, blistering her skin. In a panic, Wenlu transformed into a man, cursing, "What the hell?" sensing Wenlu's intent. Wenjiu did not look back, lightly threatening, "Don't be too hasty to flee. I'll come back to settle the score later. If a single hair of my disciple is harmed, do not expect a peaceful end." Wenlu interjected, "Wait, do you really understand your disciple? I risked losing my inner core to escape, and now you're telling me I can't even be reborn properly. This is outrageous. The cultivation world is filled with bullies." Wenjiu soon arrived beneath the plaque of the Lioli illusion. This was the entrance to the illusion, and it seemed her adversary was utterly unconcerned about her finding it, even placing the entrance in such a conspicuous location. Was this not a blatant trap? Yet, without hesitation, Wenjiu entered. The grand hall was vast and opulent, with a floor of white jade and a ceiling of lotus petals, sheer silks cascading from the corners adorned with golden bells. As the wind stirred, The bells chimed coldly. Golden lamp trees illuminated the hall brilliantly. Siegua lay sprawled on the floor, his garments intact and uninjured. Sensing his lingering aura, Wen Jiu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She rushed to his side, gently calling, "Ajua?" Yet he did not respond, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Even in unconsciousness, his face bore a pained expression, as if trapped in a nightmare. "Master," he murmured. Noticing something was amiss, when Jiu grasped his wrist to examine his condition, to her shock, the youth suddenly seized her throat. His phoenix-like eyes narrowed, and his voice was as cold as ice. "Why does the master wish to kill me?" Caught off guard by his gaze, when Jiu saw the flicker of purple light in his eyes, as though he had succumbed to a malevolent force. Her heart raced, and she struck out, sending him flying across the chamber. In her haste, she had used too much force, nearly shattering the illusion itself. Regret washed over her. Had she truly harmed him? Though it was but an illusion. Her strike was no trivial matter. As she prepared to check on his injuries, a chilling female voice echoed. "How intriguing, truly fascinating. You two are the most peculiar master and disciple I have ever encountered." The disciple wary of the master, while the master plots to end the disciple. "What is it to you?" When Jiu, already on high alert, swiftly hurled a fireball towards the source of the voice, only for it to be deftly evaded. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. How could it not concern me? The woman cackled. "I am the joyous flower of the god of love, and within my lowly illusion. Even the most ascetic monks must break their vows. Today, I was just lamenting my lack of entertainment, and you two have arrived at the perfect moment. Break vows." A foreboding feeling surged within Wen Jiu. "Indeed," the woman continued, "there is a saying in the mortal realm. A single night as husband and wife leads to 100 days of affection. If this master and disciple were to become a couple, would it not be affection upon affection?" "Ha ha!" Her laughter was brazen, and when Jiu retorted, "After all this, you are merely a pervert who enjoys watching live performances." The joyous flower, unable to comprehend the term live performance, at least understood pervert. Strangely, she remained unfazed, leisurely responding, "I am no fool like Wen Lu." She was foolishly stripped of her inner core. Stripped of her inner core, when Jiu recalled her earlier encounter with Wen Lu, who had appeared devoid of cultivation. Indeed, resembling one who had lost their inner core. Could it be that the one who had taken Wen Lu's inner core was he? When Jiu cast a wary glance at the unconscious Siegua nearby, her third senior brother's previous words about the spirit-nourishing body echoing in her mind. Once formed, the primordial spirit is indestructible and eternal. Yet, if he were indeed the ancient deity Phoenix, it was not entirely implausible. Time was running short for Wen Jiu to contemplate further, as the joyous flower began to unleash her true abilities. "What does it matter how stubborn you are? Soon, you shall find no reason to smile." No sooner had she spoken than the illusion shifted once more. When Jiu found herself in a valley shrouded in ominous clouds. The air was thick with demonic energy, and the inscriptions on the demon-suppressing formation above shimmered, emanating a vast golden-white light. The ground was strewn with remnants of carnage, mangled limbs, some belonging to cultivators, others to common folk, and yet others to demons. Not far off, a great dragon lay severed, its life extinguished long ago. Silence reigned, save for the whisper of falling snow. For reasons unknown, Wen Jiu felt an unsettling familiarity with this scene. Sensing an imminent danger, she could perceive that the realm of this Liuli master was on an entirely different level than that of the previous Heart Ghost leader. The joyous flower's ability to manipulate the illusion likely stemmed from the one being controlled. Siegua, in his unconscious state, still showed signs of having succumbed to darkness, indicating that the joyous flower was siphoning his spiritual essence. When Jiu realized that if this continued unchecked, he might very well perish. Conceal the truth. When Jiu wielded the sword of Zongjin, channeling spirits into its blade, in that fleeting moment, she was enveloped by a dazzling aura of prismatic sword energy. Resembling a colossal sword poised to cleave the heavens, she thrust it forcefully towards the location where the illusion had yet to solidify. Hidden within the illusion, Hua Manlu exhibited a flicker of shock. And soon, the fragile illusion she had painstakingly woven began to crumble. She opened her mouth but could utter no words, and the illusion shattered with a resounding crash. Everything reverted to the state it had been when Wen Jiu first entered. The hall remained unchanged, save for the gentle flutter of silken drapes and the soft chime of golden bells. As when Jiyu approached Siejua, preparing to lead him away, the youth, who had been lying on the ground, gradually sat up and slowly raised his gaze. His eyes returned to their inky blackness, illuminated by the myriad lights in the hall, resembling a sky adorned with stars. With his slightly drooping eyelids and the perfectly arched corners of his eyes, he bore an enchanting yet chilling demeanor that he regarded her silently, his pale red lips parting slightly. "Sister, are you here to kill me?" Chapter 29. The Dog Disciple's Forceful Kiss. Sister. The sudden address left when Jiyu feeling a touch of shyness. Yet she swiftly assumed the authoritative stance of a master. "Rebellious disciple, open your eyes and behold, I am your master." Yet he seemed oblivious, continuing to gaze at her with those captivating black eyes that he tilted his head, his silky hair cascading over his shoulders, when Jiyu noticed that his white headband had become soiled and tattered. "Sister wants to kill me. Is what they said true?" She vehemently denied. "No, that is not true. Do not speak nonsense." That he rose and stepped closer to her, when Jiyu remained still, understanding that perhaps due to the nature of the illusion, he no longer recognized her. The youth's physique was robust as a resilient bamboo. Towering a full head above her, his gaze lowered slightly, and his calm eyes met hers. "Then, sister, prove it to me that I ask that possible." His tone held a hint of hope, or perhaps none at all. He looked at her. Yet it seemed he was gazing beyond her at something else. The youth gently grasped the corner of her garment, guiding her to sit upon a chair, half kneeling before her, extending his hand to tenderly hold the hem of her skirt, gazing up at her with an appealing and submissive posture. Unbeknownst to her, his eyes had become moist, resembling a spring brook filled with yearning, the slightly upturned corners glistening with unshed tears, his lips a vivid red, indeterminate if stained by blood or naturally so. When Jiyu felt parched under his gaze, she had always known Siejua was handsome, often choosing not to overly focus on his appearance during their interactions. But now, as he knelt before her, his garments naturally cascading to his sides, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the delicate collarbones beneath his neck and the expanse of porcelain skin across his chest. Such pristine skin would surely leave a mark if she were to lightly kiss it, wouldn't it? Was he presenting himself in such a manner to tempt her to sin? Gulp. When Jiyu heard herself swallow hard, she immediately rose from her chair. No, she had to leave. This boy was evidently under someone else's control, and if she allowed herself to be swayed, she would truly fall into the trap set by the master of the Lioli realm. "Sister." When Jiyu's steps faltered as Siejua's voice trembled with emotion, softly calling to her. His voice was laced with an irresistible allure that was hard to withstand. The hand grasping her skirt tightened gradually. The youth's eyelashes fluttered, his eyes shimmering with a painful glimmer, as if he were clutching the last thread of hope, believing that without her, he would sink, and only she could save him. "Please do not go. Please save me." His pleading was so pitiful that when Jiyu could not help but sit back down in her chair, before she could finish her sentence, he leaned closer. It was as if he had deliberately lured her into speaking. Seizing the moment as her lips parted, he invaded her mouth without warning. There was no testing the waters, no preparation, just an abrupt and forceful intrusion. "Let go." When Jiyu attempted to evade, yet he held her tightly, compelling her to lift her head. She needed to breathe, but each time she opened her mouth, it felt as if she were drawing air from him. He took the opportunity to rise, kneeling on the chair, fervently demanding from her. When Jiyu could even feel his canines pressing insistently against her lips. Boom! Something within her consciousness seemed to awaken. She envisioned a scene amidst swirling snowflakes, a demonic youth kneeling before her. His long eyelashes trembled as he cautiously approached, his high nose brushing against her face. He bore a faint metallic scent of blood. With his obsidian eyes, he looked at her with a pitiable longing. "Sister, may I kiss you?" This bizarre scene replayed before her, and when Jiyu suddenly regained her senses, she could not discern the boy's face. Yet it seemed she had discovered the weakness of this illusion. But the dog disciple continued to cling to her, his long limbs ensnaring her in his embrace, rendering her immobile. Enraged, when Jiyu opened her mouth and bit him hard, the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, and his movements clearly froze. Seizing the moment, she pushed him away, raising her hands to form a barrier, an invisible domain unfolding to draw the entire illusion into her realm. Such an act bore certain risks, especially since her spiritual foundation had once been damaged, making it impossible to summon such a vast amount of spiritual power. However, she felt an inexplicable surge of energy within her. Perhaps she could utilize the domain of a breakthrough cultivator to consume this illusion in a desperate gamble. As within the domain, she alone would be the sovereign. Hua Manlu quickly sensed Wen Jiyu's intent, yet she had no time to react as the resplendent tower of gold and jade was drawn into Wen Jiyu's domain. Zongjin responded promptly, its sword energy reaching its zenith within the master's realm. Should it strike, everything within the illusion would cease to exist. Hua Manlu's eyes widened in horror, although the illusion was false. The furnishings within were undeniably real, representing all her hard-earned treasures over the years. Meanwhile, she sensed the barrier of Wen Jiyu's breakthrough at the 9th level beginning to weaken, a wave of dread washing over her. Could it be that these two? That wretched Wen Lu dared to deceive her. Chapter 30. The disciple's painful bite, caught off guard by Wen Jiyu's strategy. Hua Manlu had no time to question her, compelled to summon the spirit energy she had previously absorbed to manipulate the illusion. The corpses strewn across the ground were incinerated in an instant. The fearsome dragon was decapitated. The tremors of the earth could not harm her in the least. Hua Manlu found herself at a loss. Even her beauty traps proved futile, all vanquished by Zongjin's sword. She could only watch helplessly as her hard work was consumed by her own domain. Yet, as the consumption continued, Wen Jiyu began to sense something amiss. Why can't I absorb this golden incense burner embedded with jewels? Surely, this room filled with spirit stones cannot be genuine. Am I mistaken? You actually hit a room full of adult literature. Tisk. What is this? Cat ear hairpins, bunny girl outfits. Do you indulge in playful fantasies? Wow, and a golden threaded jade robe. But why is there a grenade hanging from your crotch? What grenade? Hua Manlu's temples throbbed, unable to contain her fury. She shouted, "Please have some respect for men." Oh wait, aren't you a woman? Have you never seen a cross-dresser? The disparity in their realms was minimal. As Wen Jiyu's power began to consume the mid-level energy, she found it increasingly strenuous. She fought while retreating, calculating the time until her domain would dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, she cast a swift glance at Siege. He sat dazedly on the ground, his fingers lightly tracing his lips. His long hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring his expression. From her vantage, she could only see his tightly pressed lips. He remained silent, his wrist resting on his knee, the back of his hand bulging with strained veins. Damn it, what's wrong with this kid? Taking advantage of her, yet feigning this demeanor. Didn't he see how hard she was fighting? Ajwa, a mental call pierced through to his consciousness. Siege was snapped back to awareness, followed by Wen Jiyu's voice. Focus your mind and maintain your center. Simultaneously, a stream of spiritual energy flowed from the ground and swiftly entered his body. Wen Jiyu utilized this energy to assist him in breathing, cleansing his meridians that he had momentarily fallen under Hua Manlu's ghostly influence, mistaking her for someone else, nearly making a grave error. She was at a critical juncture and could not afford any further disturbances. As for his lingering obsession, she would find an opportunity to clarify that later today as she divided her attention. Hua Manlu seized the chance to catch her breath, preparing to slip away, only to remember how this master-disciple duo had toyed with her. Unable to resist stepping out from the shadows that I in stark contrast to Wen Lu's shifting gender appearance, Hua Manlu presented a blend of male and female traits. Beneath the fluttering fan, a face as delicate as a flower. Yet below the neck, a solidly masculine physique. However, his fox-like eyes, tinged with yellow and green, exuded a chilling and uncaring aura. With an exaggerated flourish of his slender fingers, he pointed an accusatory fan at Wen Jiyu, berating her without regard for decorum. You two are utterly shameless. Having already bypassed all pretense, you conspired with that wretched Wen Lu to ensnare me. Wen Jiyu, taken aback by his words, gazed at him in astonishment. Wait, what do you mean by darkly plotting? What schemes? Hua Manlu, born from the insatiable desires of others, had always been cunning and sly. Noticing Wen Jiyu's bewilderment, his fox-like eyes twinkled mischievously as he beckoned her closer with a crooked finger. Do you wish to know? Come to my side, and I shall reveal it to you. Seeing through his ruse, Wen Jiyu retorted, Do you think me a fool? Hua Manlu rubbed his nose, conceding, Well, not exactly sharp. I merely thought you, like me, possess the potential to play the villain. Perhaps we might become allies in the future. Aha! His laughter was exuberant, but then he shifted the conversation. Your disciple is no ordinary character. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of white light surged past, and the sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed through the air. When Jiyu's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the Zongjin's sword piercing through his chest. His mouth opened in astonishment, yet no sound escaped. His figure abruptly dissipated before her. Ajwa, it was then that when Jiyu recognized the wielder of the Zongjin's sword, none other than Siejua. The Zongjin's sword, bound to its master, was her life-bound weapon. Under normal circumstances, it should never have been grasped by anyone other than her, especially within her own domain. Did her sword truly believe that a mere kiss could forge familial bonds? Yet, in a way, a master and disciple might be considered family, but he had merely fled. The young man lowered his gaze, his voice unexpectedly soft and obedient that I thought he meant to harm the master. When Jiyu pondered thoughtfully, casting a glance at him. Next time, without my permission, you are not to act recklessly, yes. Under the bright lights, the crimson stain at the corner of his mouth pained when Jiyu's eyes. A stark reminder of their recent actions. Damn it, I must have neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out today. When Jiyu tugged at the corners of her mouth, without needing a mirror, she knew her lips must be swollen. This boy seemed to be possessed by some devil, biting down with such ferocity, akin to a fierce little wolf cub, having never experienced romance in either of her lifetimes, nor even held a man's hand. She was utterly unfamiliar with the sensation of kissing. The mingling of breaths and the tremor in her heart felt so foreign that as she contemplated this, warmth flooded her cheeks, and her heart raced. Yet, who was that fleeting child she sensed in her consciousness? What connection did he have to the calamity of her past? Regrettably, she had allowed Hua Manlu to escape. Otherwise, perhaps she could have unraveled some truths. With Hua Manlu's illusion dissipated, when Jiyu absorbed the remnants, and within her domain, a delicate pavilion materialized that if only her cultivation were a tad higher, she could maintain the illusion unbroken, residing within it like Hua Manlu. Moreover, who knew how many treasures he had hidden within? This endeavor was undoubtedly lucrative, indeed. As long as she followed the male lead on his quests, picking up opportunities in his wake, it would surely be more profitable than trickery and deceit. Reclaiming her domain, when Jiyu opened her eyes to find herself standing in a dying workshop, the daylight was just right, with the shadows of clouds hanging low. The workshop was utterly deserted, an air of lifelessness pervading as various dye vats stood neatly arranged in the yard, with dyed fabrics hanging from bamboo poles, swaying gently in the breeze. With a slight perception, when Jiyu quickly understood. This garment shop had once been owned, but Hua Manlu had slaughtered the mortals for his cultivation. Brazenly occupying this place, scanning her surroundings, she found no sign of Siejua. Ajwa. Just as she was about to use her spiritual sense to search for him, chaotic footsteps echoed from the front yard. Shortly after, shadows flickered at the screen wall as two men appeared simultaneously. Upon seeing Wen Jiyu standing peacefully in the courtyard, they heaved a sigh of relief that it was Mo Uni and Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian scrutinized Wen Jiyu's lips for a while, suspicion etched on his face. Seventh Shirshu, what happened to your mouth? Wen Jiyu replied expressionlessly, nothing, just a dog bite. Zhou Tian responded with wide eyes, while Mo Uni cleared his throat, stating, Junior sister, we must hasten our return to Xianyun Mountain. Elder Fu and the other disciples have already departed. Where is Ajwa? Forget about him for now. Noticing the urgency in their demeanor, when Jiyu inquired, what has transpired? Mo Uni's expression turned grave as he replied, Junior sister, your foresight is remarkable. Lingyun sect has indeed issued a challenge to our Xintian sect. Chapter 31. One should not casually give away items closely tied to the master junior sister. Is it truly acceptable to leave him behind? Mo Uni glanced at the struggling youth in the woods, his eyes filled with sympathy. Although the competition was 10 days away, there was no need to rush unduly. Yet it was unwise to let him travel alone. Let him share a sword with his senior brother, so that we may return to Xianyun Mountain sooner. That it was merely a matter of expending a bit more spiritual energy. Far better than the current three of them, clearly flying on swords, yet moving at a snail's pace, provoking ridicule from passing cultivators, who might think them novices. Third senior brother speaks wisely. When Jiyu nodded with apparent seriousness. Standing atop the Zongjin sword, she shouted into the forest, "Ajwa, please hasten your pace. Your third Sherbwa is anxious." Moments later, Siejua's voice resonated from the woods, devoid of any hint of dissatisfaction. Yes, Master Mo Yuni and Zhou Tian exchanged glances, puzzled as to how Siejua had managed to provoke his master into such a state of urgency. After flying for a while, they approached the perilous terrain of Phoenix Ridge from a distance. Mo Yuni spotted Siejua standing at the cliff's edge, contemplating how to cross, that he quickly signaled to Zhou Tian, who understood and pretended to look down, exclaiming, "Oh no, Sieshidi is right at the cliff's edge." Mo Yuni feigned alarm. "Indeed. Ajwa is still immortal. He possesses no cultivation and cannot fly on a sword. What shall we do? Perhaps he should just jump." When Jiyu coldly interrupted their chatter, and both fell silent. However, just as her words fell, the youth at the cliff's edge leaped without hesitation. Mo Yuni and Zhou Tian cried out in shock, and just as he was about to rush to save him, when Jiyu, clad in a fiery red dress, shot towards the falling youth like an arrow released from a bow. Only when she safely caught Siejua did they breathe a sigh of relief. Mo Yuni wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming with relief, "Had I known she would do this, I wouldn't have wasted so many words along the way." Zhou Tian pondered for a moment before asking an exceedingly inappropriate question. Was 7th Shirshu truly bitten by a dog? What kind of dog could possibly bite both 7th Shirshu and Sieshidi simultaneously? When Jiyu stood upon the slender blade of the Zongjin sword, having placed Siejua behind her, the young man, not short in stature, seemed to embrace her waist as he steadied himself. When Jiyu focused intently on maneuvering, aiming to navigate safely through the tumultuous currents below the cliff. Siejua lowered his gaze to her, observing the delicate contours of her neck adorned with fine downy hair, and her exquisitely petite earlobes, that he gently pressed her long hair down to prevent it from flying wildly. Being so close to her again felt unfamiliar, but he had intended to use Huang Manla's illusion to elicit memories of a long-buried matter. But unexpectedly, when Jiyu had intruded, did I end this unexpected twist of fate. He had unwittingly begun to see her as the goddess from his dreams. No, perhaps it was the inexplicable fluttering in his heart that urged him to clarify the source of his bodily anomalies. However, despite her unreasonable demeanor and previous threats, she had never once abandoned him. She had even used her cultivation to mend his injuries, cleaned him of his filth without disdain, and though she claimed she would let him starve, she ultimately prepared meals for him. All these actions, though laced with ulterior motives, still demonstrated care for his feverish state. One instance after another, she was strikingly different from the Wenjiyu of his past life. Had his memories truly faltered? As he pondered deeply, lost in thought, Wenjiyu suddenly turned her head, her forehead brushing against his chin, the smooth touch jolting him back to reality. Wenjiyu glared at him. "Why are you so close?" Siejua slightly pressed his lips together, subtly retreating a fraction. When Jiyu's gaze inadvertently flicked to his delicately pressed lips, recalling the sensation of their recent kiss, causing her heart to flutter once more. Turning her face away, she closed her eyes and silently recited a calming mantra several times until the disquiet in her heart subsided. "Where did you go after exiting the illusion?" "I waited outside the garment shop for quite some time. But when I did not see my master, I returned to the inn." The young man behind her fell silent for a moment before offering her something. When Jiyu glanced down to find it was the pouch she had whimsically gifted to the innkeeper. Items closely tied to the master should not be casually given to outsiders. Something closely tied to me? When Jiyu scrutinized the pouch for a while, it resembled many others in Xintian sect. Largely similar, save for the name embroidered in the corner. Yet acknowledging his filial piety, she decided, "I'll reward you for it." Siejua paused, then earnestly stowed the pouch away in his bosom. "Master." The boy's voice, clear and flowing, drifted past her ears, compelling Wenjiyu to regard him with newfound suspicion. "Master?" Once she had gritted her teeth to call him master, but now she affectionately referred to him as teacher. Such a stark contrast surely hinted at something amiss. Wenjiyu discreetly signaled Mo Yunya to depart first, while she herself descended upon a peak with Siejua. The mountains were an exquisite sight, bathed in the gentle hues of the slanting sun. The young girl was enveloped in the golden rays of the setting sun as she gracefully stepped onto a slab of bluestone. Amidst the swirling mists at the mountain's summit, she stood, looking down at the boy before her, her tone icy. "Are you concealing something from me?" The boy replied respectfully, disciple has not hidden anything from teacher. Yet, when Jiyu found this hard to believe. How did you obtain Wen Lu's inner core? Siejua candidly answered. He entrusted it to me personally. When Jiyu immediately retorted, do you take me for a fool? At that moment, the iron hammer, thinking there was something delectable, poked its head out from her mustard seed bag, instinctively licking its lips. Mother. When Jiyu patted its head and inquired, where Wen Lu and Yin Hai, the iron hammer opened its mouth, expelling two dark orbs. These orbs floated in the air, gradually taking shape into two figures. Those of the disembodied Wen Lu and the ghostly leader Yin Hai. The accursed Wen Lu, having been swallowed by the iron hammer, was finally liberated and was about to curse when he caught sight of the boy standing in front of Wen Jiyu. His black pupils narrowed dangerously under the golden sunlight, and he immediately swallowed the profanities that were about to escape his lips. Standing respectfully, Wen Jiyu questioned him, where is your inner core? Wen Lu maintained his gaze straight ahead, replying, in response to the immortal lord, the inner core is of little importance to be frank. I intend to pursue immortality. Wen Jiyu regarded him with a look of incredulity. You plan to cultivate immortality with a fragment of your soul? Wen Lu internally lamented. Yet fearing the presence beside her, he fabricated a tale without so much as a blink. Cultivating the path of ghosts contravenes the heavenly way, leading to a life of malevolence and an unfortunate end. Hearing that the immortal Lord wishes to travel to Xianyun Mountain, we intend to shift our focus to the path of immortality from this day forth, to punish evil and promote good, restoring clarity to the world. Chapter 32. Return to the Xiantian Gate. Upon uttering these words, Yin Hai's ghostly form trembled, nearly dissipating on the spot, that if Yin Hai did not believe it. How could Wen Jiyu trust Wen Lu's deceitful words? Wen Jiyu's scrutinizing gaze flickered from Siejua to the two ghosts. Yet, how else could one explain why a mere ghost would willingly surrender 1,000 years' worth of cultivated inner core and seek to approach the immortal gate for guidance? These two had committed numerous atrocities, and just hours ago, they had been clamoring to take her and her disciples' lives. Moreover, with their conflicting paths, if she truly brought these two entities, neither human nor ghost, back to Xianyun Mountain, they would surely be obliterated by the protective mountain formation on the spot. When Jiyu coldly declared, Xianyun Mountain does not tolerate demons or evil. Wen Lu instinctively glanced at Siejua. Sister, this person beside you is the true embodiment of evil. Do not be deceived by his seemingly obedient demeanor before his master. Those familiar with him know that he is inherently cold-blooded, merciless and bloodthirsty, capable of annihilating an entire city without a second thought, sparing not even the elderly, the weak, or women and children. Now she understood. After betraying Hua Manlu, they were all doomed, that if they followed immortal Lord Xianyu and diligently served her, perhaps they could truly cultivate into human forms. However, should they depart now, Siejua would likely turn and obliterate their souls in an instant. At this moment, she could scarcely afford to threaten Siejua with her little secrets. Her primary concern was to preserve her fragment of soul. Thus, she suggested that Wen Jiyu imprint her master-servant mark upon her and Yin Hai's souls, rendering them her servants, to be at her beck and call, with the consequence of their souls dissipating should they disobey her commands. However, she felt no apprehension. After all, cultivators are known for their benevolent nature. Should she engage in reckless slaughter, the heavenly law would surely send down additional lightning bolts during her tribulation. Wen Jiyu pondered for a moment. The purpose of Ling Yun's sex challenge was unclear, but if she could send Wen Lu and Yin Hai to gather intelligence, it would indeed be an untraceable endeavor. Thus, she readily agreed. Wen Jiyu formed hand seals, the primordial fire dancing in her palms, casting several seals that brought both ghosts a sense of relief, as if their souls were being cleansed, just as they were about to vocalize their comfort. They inadvertently caught sight of Siejua's cold gaze directed at them, and they immediately stifled their sounds. With the master-servant marks in place, Wen Jiyu no longer worried about them causing mischief on Xianyun Mountain. When she took to the skies on her sword, accompanied by Siejua and the iron hammer, the protective formation merely trembled twice before settling into silence. Xianyun Mountain is renowned in the cultivation realm for its innate Xian Huang aura. It is said that this mountain was born at the dawn of creation, harboring the principles of life and death. The founder of Xiantian Gate ascended to divinity here, attracting countless cultivators to seek it out. Xiantian Gate, also known as Xiantian Sword Sect, boasts a disciple count exceeding 10,000, with dozens of elders. Among its peaks, the large and small Piamiao Peaks, Lingyin Peak, Danxia Peak, and Sanjin Peak are the most famous. While Wenjiu resides at the small Piamiao Peak, which is rich in spiritual energy, at this moment. During the evening session, disciples of the sword sect were practicing their sword play in the square before the great Piamiao Peak. Clad in matching blue and white robes, they wielded bright swords, rehearsing various attack maneuvers. Many younger disciples, upon noticing someone flying by on a sword, cast furtive glances, but before they could discern who it was, an overseeing elder rapped them on the head. Wenjiu seldom left the small Piamiao Peak, hence many disciples inside did not recognize her. Wenjiu glided on her flying sword, accompanied by Siejua. She headed straight for the small Piamiao Peak. The mountain was spring-like year-round, adorned with vibrant blossoms and willow trees that swayed like smoke, yet the small Piamiao Peak was blanketed in pristine white snow. By now, the moon had risen high, the stars twinkling above, casting a silvery glow as snowflakes cascaded down, accumulating into a beautiful scene. Her palace, the Qiyu Palace, was nestled within this snowy, celestial realm. Wenjiu, possessing the primordial fire, felt no fear of the cold. On the contrary, the fresh, frosty air aided her in calming her mind and restoring her spiritual abode. The Iron Hammer, born in Kunlun, had an inherent love for snow and eagerly leaped into the vast expanse of white. Rolling and frolicking with delight, Wenjiu paid it no mind, suddenly turning to the silent Siejua beside her. "How do you find this place?" The boy, now clad in white, stood tall in the snow. Nearly blending into the snowy backdrop, that he quietly lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath his eyes. Upon hearing Wenjiu's question, he slightly raised his brows, and as he turned to face her, a gentle smile graced his lips. "Disciple finds it quite pleasant, that it truly so delightful." Wenjiu regarded him with skepticism, having felt the intense fluctuations of his emotions earlier. The illusion of Hua Manlu. As she cleansed the ghostly aura from him, she had taken an extra precaution, embedding a trace of spiritual essence within him, allowing her to sense any anomalies immediately that the narrative, upon being discovered by Wenjiu. Siejua was taken back to the small Piamiao Peak, where she had already accepted several disciples. According to the storyline, he should have been cast among those disciples, enduring daily beatings and bullying. Wenjiu took a moment to glance at the system interface. The task panel was notably simplistic and blunt. The Ghost Calamity task was marked as complete, yet no new tasks had appeared, which contradicted the settings she had read in those novels about transmigration with systems. This left her questioning whether she had truly transmigrated. Throughout the journey, Siejua had shown no signs of peculiarity. But the two accompanying ghosts were in distress. The spiritual energy clashed with their ghostly aura, and the more abundant the spiritual energy, the more discomfort they experienced. Upon arriving at the Qiyu Palace, the two ghosts appeared utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Seeing them in such discomfort, Wenjiu casually sent 2 flames into their foreheads. Thus, the pervasive spiritual essence atop the small Piamiao Peak would no longer actively consume them. In unison, the two ghosts knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, mastered," as Wenjiu pondered. Her gaze fell upon the thin white garment worn by Siejua. At that moment, she noticed that the collar and cuffs of his chosen attire were embroidered with golden-red flame patterns. The young man stood upright in the snow, his pale neck rising, and as the wind blew, numerous goosebumps erupted upon his skin, even his usually rosy lips now tinged with a hint of purple. Wenjiu extended her hand, and a snow-white, soft cloak appeared in her grasp. "It is cold on the mountain. I cannot wear this garment. You should take it." With that, she tossed the cloak into his embrace, turning without a backward glance as she entered the Qiyu Palace. When Lu and Inhai, lying on the ground, stared at the cloak with wide eyes. This cloak, named the 10,000 Methods Heavenly Garment, was woven from the silk of 10,000-year-old cold silkworms produced in the celestial spirit realm, one of the many treasured garments of Hua Manlu, that he seldom wore it, and whenever he took it out to admire, he would first burn incense and wash his hands, carefully returning it to its place after admiring it enough. Yet, that was not the most significant aspect. More importantly, this garment was not only impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades and spears, but it could also conceal the aura of demons and ghostly beings. Chapter 33. Kissing the moonlight in the narrative, Siege finds himself unable to cultivate on the small Piao Miao Peak for a significantly critical reason. He harbors a lineage of demonic blood within him. However, at this moment, he remains oblivious to this fact. Despite his earlier calm demeanor outside, the spiritual pressure of Piao Miao Peak threatens to compel him to secretly cough up blood upon returning to his quarters. Moreover, while the leaders of the various peaks in Xiantian sect outwardly present a facade of familial unity, beneath the surface lies a tumultuous undercurrent of treachery and scheming. Conflicts among disciples, often leading to violent confrontations over wealth or life, are not uncommon. It is precisely due to one of the peak leaders discovering Siege's unusual identity that he has attracted fatal peril. Now, with her bestowing upon him the myriad of methods in the form of a celestial garment, it remains to be seen if he possesses the fortune to endure it. Upon entering the hall, when Jiyu is accompanied by her little lotus flower demons, which scuttle out from the lotus pond to gather around her. These diminutive creatures, reminiscent of toddlers, possess finely molded features, yet are incapable of speech. They are fashioned from lotus roots, adorned with lotus leaves as skirts, and crowned with blooming lotus flowers. Their gait is unsteady, rendering them endearingly charming. Such lowly spirits, devoid of substantial spiritual power, are common in the realm of cultivation, as cultivators often lack the means to manage mundane tasks, prompting the creation of these small puppets to assist with simple chores. In a mere moment, the little demons present tea and spiritual fruits, and when Jiyu casually tosses a bunch of grapes to them, they gleefully cradle the fruit and retreat to the lotus pool to savor it slowly. Sipping her tea, when Jiyu leisurely reclines on the soft couch. After a brief pause, she retrieves the Zhanhuang sword. The moment the sword emerges, an extraordinary wave of spiritual energy ripples through the air, causing the little demons in the lotus pond to shrink in fear to the bottom, daring not to surface again. However, the enchantment surrounding the Qiyu Palace shields this surge of spiritual energy from being detected by outsiders. In the original text, the Zhanhuang sword makes its appearance much later, heralding provocations from Lingyun's sect and foreshadowing Siege's tragic fate, yet it is perplexing that this time, its arrival is so significantly premature. When Siege enters the Grand Hall, the usual timid little lotus flower demons, typically fearful of strangers, are uncharacteristically bold, eagerly surfacing from the water to perch on the lotus leaves and platforms, gazing at him with rapt attention as if witnessing something extraordinary. Siege pauses, surveying the hall that feels both familiar and foreign. Familiar in its unchanged layout as in his dreams, yet foreign due to the presence of these little demons. Ajua, come here, when Jiyu's voice drifts from behind the heavy gauze curtains, imbued with a languid ease. Siege averts his gaze, lowering his eyelashes. Yes, master. Crossing the small bridge over the lotus pond, he steps closer to where Jiyu resides. After only a few strides, he notices a scrap of red silk carelessly discarded on the ground, recalling it as one of her garments. Without a second thought, he bends down to retrieve it. Holding the delicate fabric in his hand, Siege finds himself perplexed. What is he doing? Yet unable to simply discard it, he drapes it over his palm and continues onward. That a few steps later, he spots a fiery red outer garment that has also fallen to the ground. He bends down once more, thinking, why not? One item is worth picking up. Two are no different. She cannot have shed them all to his surprise. As he turns past another gauzy curtain, he sees a white inner garment lying discarded. His brow twitches slightly, and just as he is about to pick it up, when Jiyu's voice, accompanied by the sound of water, wafts towards him. What are you picking that up for? It's torn and dirty. It can't be worn anymore. That he unconsciously rubs the delicate fabric between his fingers. This garment is of exquisite quality, light as a cloud, yet vibrant as fire, indeed marred in several places. However, it is evident that when Jiyu holds a fondness for it, having worn it throughout her outing without changing into anything else, he gathers the white garment from the floor alongside the others and places them on a nearby chair. As he lifts the final curtain, Siege finally comprehends the entirety of the space within. Expecting lavish opulence typical of Jiyu's quarters, he is instead met with simplicity and modesty, aside from a row of medicinal cabinets. There is merely a spirit-nurturing pool. The water from the nurturing pool has been channeled to create a lotus pond in the hall, allowing for the nurturing of little lotus flower demons. She sits beside the nurturing pool, clad only in a pale red silk garment, her feet submerged in the water, seemingly lost in thought. Turning her gaze upon him as he enters, she remarks, "You're here." The girl's innocence and charm shine through at that moment. Siejua's attention is drawn to her slightly upturned red lips, and he finds himself momentarily entranced. The marks left upon his lips still linger. Yet she has magically erased the traces of his prior ravishment. When Jiyu assesses him with her almond-shaped eyes, slightly furrowing her brow, "Why aren't you wearing the cloak I gave you? It would be inconvenient to wear the cloak while assisting Master with your bath." When Jiyu nods in agreement, "Well, you'll end up wet anyway." She gestures for him to sit beside her. Siejua glances at her, then quickly diverts his gaze that he does not take a seat but instead stands nearby. Head bowed, his eyes drop, he unexpectedly catches sight of her delicate ankle, exposed beneath the flowing hem of her dress. Her slender calves gleam like polished ivory, droplets of water cascading down, gliding over her subtly defined ankle and onto the arch of her foot. The water in the nurturing pool is slightly chilly, with wisps of mist rising from the surface, accentuating the pearly sheen of her toes. The girl playfully splashes the water with her dainty feet, unbothered by the dampness that soaks her skirt. She rambles on, yet Siejua hears not a word. He suspects he has succumbed to madness, longing to bend down and kiss that sliver of moonlight. Realizing the impurity of his thoughts, Siejua is suddenly jolted back to awareness. "I am speaking with you," when Jiyu, noticing his distraction, expresses her dissatisfaction. "Extend your hand." Uncertain of her intentions, Siejua nonetheless complies, offering his hand to her. His fingers are slender, resembling bamboo, the veins on the back of his hand prominent, glowing with a cool luminescence. When Jiyu gazes at his exquisitely beautiful hand, gritting her teeth in frustration. How unfair the heavens are! Not only has it bestowed him with unparalleled beauty, but it has also granted him the halo of a protagonist, while she, alas, can only play the role of a self-destructive, malicious master. Just moments ago, the system had assigned her a new task that IT detected that the host was suspected of intentionally derailing the plot within the Heart Demon scenario, and that her current persona was alarmingly inconsistent with the original narrative. The directive was clear: do not alter character settings or storylines. Subsequently, upon returning to Chiyu Palace, she intended to summon 2 disciples to assist her with her bath, only to recall the striking disciple she had encountered down the mountain, prompting her to send for him. The options presented were: seize the opportunity for some intimate advantage, absorb his essence, aware that the system had long since abandoned all sense of shame. And given that she had originally planned to summon him, she decided to take advantage of the situation. When Jiyu grasped his hand firmly, abruptly yanking him into the nurturing pool. Chapter 34. He is sucking her blood, water splashed in all directions. Taken by surprise, Siejua was pulled into the icy depths of the pool. The frigid water soaked through his garments, piercing him like 1,000 needles, driving deep into his bones. The spiritual essence of the nurturing pool is profound, wholly unsuitable for someone of his half-demonic nature. Yet he cannot fathom why, when Jiyu has dragged him into the water, that or perhaps her invitation to assist with her bath was never well-intentioned. And now she reveals her true nature. Siejua feels a tightness in his chest, unsure whether it is due to the water of the nurturing pool or something else entirely that at this moment. The violent essence within him stirs, a conflagration of fury gradually taking shape in his palm. Just as he intends to unleash the fire upon when Jiyu's shoulder, she seizes his hand and whispers a warm breath against his ear. "Focus. I return the sword to you." With a swift motion, the Zhanhuang sword emerges, slicing through his palm. Crimson droplets of blood well up from his ivory hand, and Siejua is momentarily stunned, only to realize that when Jiyu, having unknowingly slipped into the pool, has turned his palm over, allowing the blood to drip onto the shattered blade of the Zhanhuang sword. The instant the blood touches the sword, it erupts in a blinding radiance, followed by a resonant dragon's roar echoing in their ears that a fierce wave of sword energy surges forth, engulfing the entire Chiyu Palace. The little flower demons, utterly unprepared, are rendered unconscious, floating helplessly upon the water's surface. The furnishings within the hall suffer no less, shattering into a cacophony of splinters. Meanwhile, Siejua, affected by the sword's energy, feels the demonic blood within him awaken, boiling with intensity, that he grits his teeth, his eyes gradually turning a fiery red. He fights to suppress the urge to cry out. Tendrils of demonic energy escape from him, but upon contact with the nurturing pool's water, they are forcibly purified. Yet, when Jiyu underestimates the energy contained within his demonic blood. Above the Chiyu Palace, ominous thunder rumbles, and dark clouds swiftly gather in the sky. The unusual phenomenon signals impending divine retribution, despite her numerous barriers and even submerging him in the nurturing pool. Has she still failed to evade the gaze of the heavenly Tao? Without a moment's hesitation, she conjured a dagger, swiftly slicing through her own finger to let her blood drip into the Zhanhuang sword. The sword absorbed her essence, radiating a mesmerizing golden red light. Almost immediately, when Jiyu formed a series of intricate hand seals, using her blood to inscribe a potent sealing array that gradually materialized in her grasp. The array emitted a brilliant glow, expanding instantaneously to encompass the entire Xiu Palace and even the entirety of the Xiaopiao Peak. With this seal in place, the demonic energy ceased to leak out. The ominous thunderclouds hovering above the Xiu Palace lingered momentarily before dispersing, and when Jiyu let out a sigh of relief, the male protagonist, as expected, was formidable. The divine sword was extraordinary, capable of stirring the heavens merely through a blood bond. I have imbued this sword with a seal. For now, it shall not turn against its master again. When Jiyu took his hand, employing her magic to heal the wound upon it, yet his condition appeared dire. The Zhanhuang sword had returned to his body, and he leaned against the wall of the pool, drenched and still exuding faint traces of demonic energy. The dim light cast upon his sharply defined profile revealed a pallid complexion, devoid of vitality. Having sustained minor injuries in the heart demon trial, and having expended a significant amount of true essence for the previous seal, she found herself unable to provide him with any more energy. Suddenly, she recalled a hidden chamber beside the spirit pool, which housed precious spiritual herbs known to suppress his half-demonic constitution. She promptly rose from the water, intending to move forward, only to feel a firm grip around her wrist. It was Siejua, who had unexpectedly seized her hand. "Master." When Jiyu glanced down, seeking his gaze, only to witness him parting his lips and drawing her bleeding index finger into his mouth. The youth's slightly reddened pupils lifted, silently meeting her gaze. The warm, moist sensation enveloped her finger, and when Jiyu could distinctly feel the tender ministrations as he licked and nibbled gently, akin to a kitten playfully scratching her palm with its soft paws. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, the heat radiating from her finger coursing up her arm to her mind, prompting her to subtly retract her finger. Yet, unexpectedly, a soft gulp echoed. Was he sucking her blood? When Jiyu understood that demons had a penchant for blood, yet witnessing him consume her own was beyond her comprehension. The cut was not deep, but as a peak practitioner, the spiritual energy within her blood could provide him with some solace. However, should he drink too much, it might lead to catastrophic consequences. Just as she was about to voice her concern, she saw the youth slowly extracting her finger from his mouth that a silvery thread was drawn out, rendering the entire scene inexplicably alluring. When Jiyu's face flushed crimson, the wound had turned pale under his ministrations, ceasing to bleed. She abruptly yanked her finger away from him, hastily wiping it on her damp garments. Yet the peculiar sensation lingered obstinately that a notification echoed in her mind. Task completed. Only then did when Jiyu realize that the male protagonist's initiative could also be classified as taking liberties. She secretly exhaled in relief that it seemed imperative that she concoct some elixirs to counteract the damage to her spirit pool. Otherwise, she would lose her qualification to challenge the system. However, with the task accomplished, there was no need to keep him here any longer. Thus, she issued her dismissal. "All right, the sword is returned to you. You may leave now." The youth fluttered his eyelashes, his dark eyes still tinged with faint demonic energy, inadvertently landing upon her before swiftly averting. "Master, do you not wish for your disciple to assist you with your bath?" Following his gaze, when Jiyu gazed down to find her damp, gauzy attire clinging to her, her figure subtly revealed, prompting her to crouch down. "No, it is not necessary. I can manage myself." Siejua offered a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying her words that at times she was not without her merits. "Very well, master." Yet, with her seal in place, the spirit pool's waters no longer rejected him, but his garments were already soaked, and he could not use magic before her. "Master, let me assist you with your attire." Wen Jiyu raised her hand, embedding a heart mantra into his consciousness. Upon seeing the peculiar symbol, Siejua was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered anything so strange, resembling both a pig and a bellows. When Jiyu cleared her throat, "You possess a spirit vessel. Feel free to draw upon the spiritual energy atop this peak. This technique is called the drying art, a creation of mine that it will be quite convenient for you to dry your hair and garments after bathing." Siejua nodded in acknowledgement. Rising to the shore, he shook off droplets of water, drying his hair. When Jiyu could not help but applaud. Impressive that a promising pupil indeed. It had taken her several attempts to master the temperature without scorching her own hair. Siejua bowed to her and prepared to depart. When Jiyu halted him, "Allow me to teach you a fire control technique. And please, help me take these garments outside to burn. They are no longer wearable." Chapter 35. Reciprocity. After Siejua left, when Jiyu gently traced the wound on her finger, still lingering with the sensation of his mouth, that it was an unfamiliar feeling, neither unpleasant nor entirely welcome. Leaving her restless, that it was said that he had already committed acts of forceful kissing. Thus, such behavior was not entirely surprising. Yet had they not agreed to take his life and seize his opportunities? Embarrassed, when Jiyu cradled her head, bewildered by the chaotic thoughts swirling within. Reciting her calming mantra once more, she submerged herself fully in the spring's waters. The crescent moon hung like a hook, distant in the sky. Dawn was approaching. Siejua stood outside the Shiyu Palace, clutching Wen Jiyu's garments in the biting wind. The fabric carried her faint fragrance, mingled with the drifting snowflakes, evoking a chill. He brushed his thumb gently across his lips. Where her bite marks still throbbed, the pain a reminder of a moment that, despite its agony, had brought him joy. He pondered the absurdity of his actions, unsure of what had transpired to provoke such behavior. Since his earliest memories, he had often dreamt of wandering alone through a frozen wasteland, surrounded by lifeless bodies, that he could not fathom the place or the events that had unfolded until a woman in red appeared, grasping his hand, that he had called her sister. Then came the thunderous tribulations, and she vanished. He lingered in the snow for a moment before heading toward the side hall, that in a corner near the side hall. When Lu and Enhai were hanging themselves on a rope to catch the breeze, the two ghosts, now devoid of physical form, could hang wherever they pleased. Fortunately, this small Xiaopiao Miao peak had few disciples. Had someone stumbled upon them in the dead of night, it would surely have sent them into a panic. When Lu inquired, "Did you manage to relieve yourself?" Enhai lamented, "It's all water. I can't expel anything but urine." They had long enjoyed a carefree existence in the mortal realm, developing a habit of eating. Now, upon arriving at this small Xiaopiao Miao peak, they were left starving, forced to subsist on ice and snow. When Lu remained silent, but Enhai spat in frustration. "What kind of cursed place is this? A vast mountain with not even a single beast or spirit fruit. I'd rather follow her than be stuck here with you." Just then, a light laugh floated on the wind, an unfamiliar pressure emanating. Enhai's hair stood on end, though he was a ghost and had none. But soon after, he felt an invisible force tightening around his neck. As if an unseen hand was stirring through his soul, threatening to crush him, he quickly slid down from the rope, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, observing Enhai's panic. When Lu, who had once been subjected to such fear, felt an immediate sense of dread, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he too knelt, exclaiming, "Ah, what a coincidence, you came to see the snow too?" Another light laugh echoed, followed by Siejua's serene voice. "I just heard you mention Hua Manlu." His tone was soft and gentle, yet the two felt an inexplicable chill. Enhai's demeanor shifted instantly. He wiped away his tears with grimy hands, wailing, "Hua Manlu is no human. He stripped me of everything. He even forces us to be sycophants, with nothing but dry buns and oil-less vegetables. Life in the ghost realm is unbearable." His wretched voice, mingled with the howling winds, resembled the cries of a tormented spirit. Silence. Siejua's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the direction of Shiyu Palace. "Make another sound, and I shall crush your skull." Enhai immediately fell silent. After uttering those words, Siejua's presence seemed to ease for the two ghosts. When Lu, with a forced smile, said, "Please, do not be angry. My brother is a simple man, lacking in tact. Though his words may be crude, he harbors no disrespect for you, that I know what you wish to inquire about. I can tell you where Hua Manlu is." Siejua slowly closed his eyes, his voice languid. Understood, rise. I have tasks for you at 18 noon. When Jiyu awoke in the spirit-nurturing pool, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld the little lotus flower spirits holding a set of garments that resembled flames dancing like clouds. Precisely the attire she had instructed Siejua to incinerate the previous day. She glided to the shore, her bare feet touching the stone steps as she exited the pool in an instant. A flash of spiritual light enveloped her, drying the droplets of water in her damp hair. She reached for the red gown. Not only had it been cleaned, but it had also been expertly mended. The repairs seamless and the tattered hem meticulously crafted to resemble cascading petals. When Jiyu raised an eyebrow, this what they call reciprocity. Who would have thought he possessed such craftsmanship? Just as she hesitated to don the attire, a furious roar of a hammer resounded from outside. After all, it was the peak zero beast of Dongxian, and the little flower spirits scampered in fright, abandoning their precious garments. With a swift turn, when Jiyu donned the dress, and, in a flash, appeared before the grand hall of Chiyu Palace. That moment, the snowfall had ceased. The hammer had revealed its true form as the mythical beast Xiongqi. Its massive body standing atop the small Piaomiao peak, baring its teeth in confrontation with a figure. The individual was strikingly handsome, with dark hair and a fair complexion, exuding an aura of elegance and authority. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe embroidered with cranes, the hem of the garment fluttered in the wind, while his feathered crown with flowing tassels hung down, his expression inscrutable as he stood before the hammer. The hammer, unable to best him, gritted its teeth, tears welling in its eyes. Upon noticing when Jiyu's arrival, the man turned his icy gaze towards her through the thick layer of snow. When Jiyu, peeking from behind a pillar, locked eyes with his chilling orbs, this figure looked strikingly familiar. Who could it be? With a blink, realization struck her. Wasn't this her dear creditor and senior brother, Song Xuanqing? Had it not been for her accidental depletion of his treasured Gaikan bamboo, she would not have been forced down the mountain seeking solitude, nor would she have triggered the system's task of picking up the dog disciple, the male protagonist, after such a long time. She wondered if her senior brother had cooled off. The next moment, as if to validate her thoughts, Song Xuanqing's ominous voice drifted through the cold wind. Junior sister, you still remember to return, damn it. The debt collector had come knocking. If she didn't flee now, when would she, when Jiyu turned to escape? However, in her haste, she collided with a young man. Looking up, she found herself face to face with Siejua. Why didn't you say anything? You trying to scare me to death? The boy, holding a food box, lowered his gaze slightly. Where are you going, master? Oh dear, I have no time to explain, when Jiyu paused. Glancing back at the seemingly harmless, gentle-looking youth, momentarily doubting her vision. Chapter 36. He is merely a young phoenix yet to mature. The jade trees shimmered, and the delicate blossoms fell like fragments of jade. She had never encountered anyone capable of wearing such a pale hue with such stunning and striking effect. Beautiful, it suits you well. Yet, no matter how exquisite it was, she had no time to admire it. Dodging debts was of utmost importance. The young man, upon receiving her praise, felt his heart skip a beat. Master, your disciple is here for you. When Jiyu interrupted him, but I no time for that. I have matters to attend to. In the next instant, her sleeve slipped like a cloud from his hand. Her bamboos-like fingers tightened around the handle of the food box, intentionally nudging the lid ajar, just as she was about to flee. The enticing aroma of chicken soup wafted to her nostrils, prompting her to glance back at Siejua, who was holding a delicate food box. When Jiyu's eyes sparkled with inquiry. Is this for me? He nodded. Did you bring wine? He nodded again. Not bad, you're quite considerate. When Jiyu grasped his hand firmly. Let us escape together. Their fingers intertwined, their garments fluttering as they hurried through the corridor, beneath the clear sky. Amidst the snowfall, the red and white figures danced gracefully in this crystalline world. Her hand was soft and warm, reminiscent of the divine maiden from her dreams. When Jiyu frequently glanced back to see if Song Xuanqing was in pursuit, reminding him, hold on tightly, don't spill anything. My stomach is rumbling. She and Siejua, breathless, arrived at the end of the corridor, only to find Song Xuanqing standing there, hesitating to speak. Junior sister. When Jiyu turned and leaped down the steps. Wait, don't bother with farewells. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a concealment barrier and dashed towards the back mountain with Siejua. Song Xuanqing stood outside the barrier, watching when Jiyu's frantic escape. His jaw clenched in frustration. He could not fathom how his mere presence could frighten the junior sister he had personally raised. Had he not been indulgent enough? Had he not pampered her sufficiently? Was it simply because he had been more meticulous about settling accounts? Now that there was a younger one, had she truly forgotten the elder? Indeed, a girl could not be kept. When Jiyu led Siejua into a valley, the spiritual energy here was more abundant than outside, with a colossal ice waterfall cascading from the cliff. Amidst the swirling mists, white cranes soared through the sky, and occasionally, a gentle breeze would carry the distant calls of the cranes. In the center of the valley lay a mirror-like lake, shrouded in clouds and mist, with a towering pavilion at its heart, surrounded by intricate ancient seals that even Siejua could not decipher. They stopped at the lakeside, where natural stone tables and chairs formed by weathering awaited them. When Jiyu sat down to rest, repeatedly massaging her calves, while Siejua approached, placing the food box on the table. The enticing aroma wafted back, tempting Jiyu's appetite. Curiously, she gazed at the exquisite food box and asked, "What is inside? It smells so good." Siejua turned his head, his gaze meeting hers, his face as pale as white jade, with his beautifully defined phoenix eyes shimmering like scattered fireworks in the sunlight. "Are you hungry, master?" When Jiyu nodded vigorously. Without a word, Siejua skillfully retrieved the food and wine from the box. The dishes were familiar mountain delicacies, easily found on the small Piao Peak, accompanied by a bottle of wine that Jiyu recognized as the local Fengling Chun. She adored the wine's crisp and sweet flavor, partaking in it daily while at Fengling, especially since it alleviated the pain from her damaged spiritual abode. She anticipated him bringing this back. Was it unintentional or deliberate? Pulling her gaze from the delectable food. When Jiyu became lost in thought as she observed his hands, "Did I end the books?" Siejua was required by Jiyu to prepare her daily meals. Thus, aside from his cultivation, he had to venture out to gather ingredients for her. Yet, Jiyu might not even consume the meals he painstakingly prepared, often giving them away to other disciples or discarding them. Although she enjoyed Fengling Chun, she preferred to indulge until inebriated. "Are you accustomed to doing this? You seem quite skilled." Jiyu scrutinized his eyes, searching for any signs of difference. Siejua paused in his pouring. "To be honest, master, I have done everything to survive while outside." "Everything?" Jiyu tapped her fingers lightly on the table, softly inquiring, "Aren't you a scion of the Xie family?" The young man lowered his eyes. "That I am an orphan." Before Jiyu could respond, he pushed a set of chopsticks towards her, respectfully stating, "Master, please enjoy." With questions lingering in her heart, Jiyu initially thought she wouldn't be able to eat anything. But to her surprise, the seemingly ordinary mountain delicacies were expertly prepared, tender and flavorful. The braised chicken was neither tough nor greasy, and she couldn't resist taking a few more bites. She sincerely praised his culinary skills. "Where did you find such good ingredients?" "I had no idea there were Huang chickens on the small Piao Peak." Siejua casually served her a bowl of golden chicken soup. "There aren't any on the small Piao Peak, but there are on Lingyin Peak, ditto." When Jiyu paused mid-bite, her gaze snapping to him. "Did you steal them?" "It was a teamy." Siejua replied nonchalantly, pointing to Wenlu and Yin Hai, who were hiding guiltily among the bushes. "They did." Wenlu and Yin Hai hurriedly nodded, their faces adorned with forced smiles, awkwardly explaining it was for their master, while internally lamenting their plight. What could they do? Having provoked this wretched deity, one can only attribute their misfortune to fate. When Jiyu, likely in a state of elation, had drained an entire bottle of Fengling Chun that I tea this moment, basking in the dappled sunlight, she lay sprawled across the stone table, her eyes half closed in blissful repose. The young man, moving with utmost stealth, tidied up the dishes on the table, meticulously sorting them into their respective containers, his lowered lashes, reminiscent of dark lotuses, framed eyes that sparkled with an inky sheen, his hair, unbound and cascading over his shoulders to his waist, shimmered in the sunlight like satin, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. When Jiyu gazed at him, unable to deny his striking beauty, an allure potent enough to ensnare hearts, compelling those enamored with him to brave any peril without hesitation. One could only wonder about the magnificent presence he must have exuded upon his resurrection from the depths of the 9 nether seas, transforming into a phoenix. For now, however, he was merely an unseasoned fledgling. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her fingers, as if possessed by an unseen force, reached out to gently touch his forehead. She recalled that a golden red feathered mark would blossom there in the future. Her cool fingertips were soft, accompanied by the fragrant aura that enveloped her. Siejwa seized her wandering hand, casually inquiring, "Master, have you imbibed too much?" His voice was melodious, youthful, and at that moment he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, his tone playfully rising at the end, enticing her further. When Jiyu halted her hand, scrutinizing him for a moment before answering, no observing her delayed response, Siejwa raised a finger and gestured A2, asking, "How many is this?" When Jiyu focused intently on his finger, striving to discern its meaning. After a prolonged silence, she replied with a teasing tone, "Are you attempting to test me? Do you take me for a fool?" Siejwa chuckled lightly, withdrawing his finger. Yet she confidently declared, 3. Siejwa. Chapter 37. The immortal touches my crown, bestowing longevity. Siejwa couldn't help but smile. That it seemed she was not only intoxicated but profoundly so. "What? Is my statement incorrect?" When Jiyu, her eyes glazed with inebriation, gazed at him intently. Before he could respond, she grasped his chin. The soft sensation surged through him, prompting him to meet her gaze, only to hear her query. "Why aren't you wearing a crown?" In the realm of cultivation, men could don hair crowns at the age of 16, signifying their coming of age. Aside from a previously broken hair tie, he wore no adornments in his hair. Before Siejwa could reply, she muttered to herself, "Could it be that you can't afford one?" Siejwa. As she spoke, she released her grip and rummaged through her mustard seed pouch, finally extracting a delicate, exquisite artifact, a dust cloud crown. The crown, crafted entirely of white feathers, was petite and elegant, with 2 jade ribbons embroidered with golden runes cascading from beneath it. Wearing it would not draw undue attention. When Jiyu was unaware of any special significance the crown might hold, to her, it was merely an accessory. Her thoughts were simple, regardless of what the future held for her and Siejwa. He was her disciple, and his presence reflected not only upon himself but also on her esteemed Xiaopiao Miao peak. That it would not do for him to appear too shabby. Moreover, with the impending challenge from Lingyun's sect in just 8 days, as indicated in the narrative, it was highly likely that they sought the Zhanhuang sword in him. The mundane crown she had carelessly tossed aside in her mustard seed pouch, purchased for a single spirit stone at the market, seemed unworthy. She believed he deserved something far superior. "I'll put it on for you," when Jiyu volunteered. Siejwa found himself firmly seated on the stone chair as she pressed him down, his body momentarily stiffening. Almost immediately, he felt her fingers gently caressing and lifting his hair as she skillfully arranged it. Her fingertips were cool, akin to snowflakes cascading from flower branches, briefly touching his skin and sending a shiver through him. He revealed his most vulnerable self to her, aware that his bloodline was extraordinary and every feather was priceless. Yet, in this mortal realm where his divine kin dwindled, he was of a half-divine, half-demonic lineage. If these traits could barter for a better existence, he would willingly relinquish them. That he had witnessed too much greed and seen his kin stripped of their feathers to craft ornate armors, their precious phoenix blood consumed while they worshipped their guardians, cruelly slaughtering them until only a solitary phoenix remained. Alas, he had lost his own feathers. When Jiyu had never realized that a man's hair could possess the same exquisite quality as a woman's. His hair was dark and straight, and in the sunlight, it glimmered with hints of gold and red. She mused that if he were to transform into a phoenix, he would undoubtedly be the most resplendent and dazzling creature in existence. Just as his name suggested, Zhuizhua Qihua. She delightedly ran her fingers through his hair, leading Siejwa to wear a perplexed expression before he finally reminded her that it was time to proceed to the next step. When Jiyu, having indulged in too much drink, was far from gentle, she clumsily gathered the soft, dark locks and stuffed them into the crown. However, his hair, too soft and abundant, continually slipped free. She had no skill in hairstyling. She merely sought an excuse to caress the feathers of a phoenix. That it was said that phoenix feathers grew upon the crown, and touching them could dispel malevolent spirits, bring peace, and bestow good fortune. Though he was still human and not yet transformed, she pretended to touch his feathers, wishing to absorb some of that auspiciousness. After all, he was a phoenix. The breeze by the lakeside lifted the hem of her long skirt. Gently brushing against his hand, he instinctively grasped the fabric, his fingers absently kneading it. The immortal touches my crown, bestowing longevity. When Jiyu performing such an act for him was unfathomable, even in her past life. Did she truly comprehend the significance of a woman styling a man's hair, especially for one as divine as he? A deep-rooted instinct cautioned him against trusting her, yet a rebellious voice questioned the memories etched in his mind. Were they truly real? Why did they clash so starkly with the present? He distinctly recalled her never inquiring about his injuries, nor would she have personally tended to them. The heart demon incident would not have occurred. And the Zhanhuang sword was indeed a demonic weapon. She could never have bestowed it upon him, but he clearly remembered she had many disciples. Suddenly, he yearned to pose a question to her. Yet before he could move, when Jiyu, now transformed into a formidable presence, firmly grasped his head, ominously threatening, "Move again, and I shall twist your head off, Siejua." Indeed, she, who would not have uttered such harsh words, was now performing the gentlest of actions. The young man's lashes fell, the corners of his eyes curling into a delightful arc, and he obediently remained still. The two exchanged a glance. The fearsome figure who had threatened to crush their skulls was now being menaced by a mere female cultivator who declared she would twist his head off should he move. Not only did he not resist, but he also appeared to revel in it. What a curious predicament! At long last, she had completed his hairstyle, and the sun was beginning to set, when Jiyu surveyed her handiwork with satisfaction, conjuring a water mirror for him to admire the result. Although she initially felt somewhat at a loss, her cleverness soon shone through as she discovered the trick, touching the strands of her own hair that she had forcefully severed. She beamed, "Isn't my technique rather impressive?" Perhaps standing for too long, or the chill by the lakeside had taken its toll. When Jiyu stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, in that instant, the young man's strong arm encircled her waist, drawing her closer. His face was mere inches from hers, and she caught a whiff of a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from him. When Jiyu could not articulate the nature of this scent, it was more enchanting than any high-end perfume she had encountered in her modern life, reminiscent of a delicate freesia entwined with a hint of woodsy freshness. She had not noticed it before, but now it was strikingly potent, even lingering on her fingertips. Unable to resist, she inhaled the dangerous aroma greedily. "Master, you styled it beautifully. I truly adore it." They remained in that position. He did not release her, and when Jiyu, intoxicated, did not attempt to rise, his hold on her waist tightened, forcing her to draw nearer, close enough to feel his warmth. She gazed at his long, thick lashes, at his beautifully shaped phoenix eyes that seemed to hold blooming peach blossoms, at his flawless bone structure, and at his softly parted, rosy lips. Does Master know what it signifies for a woman to style a man's hair? Chapter 38. Am I the only disciple of Master? At that moment, when Jiyu came to her senses, as if jolted by an electric shock, fleeing from his embrace, I know. It's, just a stylist," she flustered, forgetting to include the customary title of Master. A stylist. Siejua was momentarily taken aback, having traveled extensively and seen much. He had never encountered such a term. What is a stylist? When Jiyu had already seated herself on her stone bench. Hearing his question, she began to explain. "A stylist, well, you've seen theater troupes in the mortal realm. Haven't you? The artisans responsible for styling and makeup are referred to as stylists." Siejua nodded slightly, realizing the truth of the matter. The two fell silent, and when Jiyu remained oblivious to the fact that he had not referred to himself as her disciple. As the wind rose, the lakeside began to cool. When Jiyu, somewhat sobered, suddenly recognized that they had spent the entire afternoon by the lake, in her inebriated state, she had committed several indiscretions that she could hardly bear to acknowledge. She stood up, declaring it was time to return. Siejua complied, picking up the food box, when Jiyu walked ahead, facing the wind, feeling the warmth of her face dissipate into an uncomfortable chill, which prompted her to discreetly rub her arms. In her haste, she wore only a single red dress. Just then, a cloak imbued with warmth and the scent of ash and little orchids was draped over her shoulders. "Master, do not catch a chill." The youthful and melodious voice rang in her ears, when Jiyu tightened the cloak around herself and expressed her gratitude. Her gaze fell upon the exquisite cuffs, and she spoke again. "I must also thank you for mending this garment. I thought it was beyond repair." She caressed the delicate lace. She recalled the sumptuous feast and sincerely praised, "Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable." Siejua's voice came from behind, filled with utmost respect. "Master, you flatter me. If you are pleased, I am willing to prepare meals for you every day." When Jiyu sighed inwardly, What a well-behaved, understanding, and endearing disciple he was, capable in both cooking and sewing, with a sweet tongue and remarkable abilities. How could she bear to mistreat him? As such thoughts swirled in her mind, she pulled out a book. She handed it to Siejua, saying, "Ajua, this is the Enchanting Sutra. You may read it after you return." Siejua was taken aback. The Enchanting Sutra was the entry-level heart method of the Phoenix clan. How could Wenjiu allow him to study it? From tomorrow onwards, I shall guide you in the foundational techniques of the Xintian sect. Coupled with this Enchanting Sutra, with your exceptional talent, you shall surely reach the Earth realm in no time. Siejua respectfully accepted the book with both hands that in 8 days, the sect competition will take place. And all disciples of the Xintian sect must participate. When Jiyu instructed as they walked. After the competition, I will take you to the East Sea to seek the deep-sea dragon's breath. Siejua, puzzled, asked, "What do we need the dragon's breath for?" "To temper the Zhanhuang." Siejua paused in his steps. "Master." When Jiyu halted, listening to him finish his thought, he lowered his voice. "You have sensed it. Haven't you? Why do you not mind?" "Mind," she replied. "Compared to the demonic blood coursing through your veins, the Phoenix bloodline is far more fearsome. Do you not agree? Besides, you carry the bloodline of the Phoenix goddess by Hua, the only deity of the divine lineage left in the mortal realm." Yet, such words were not meant to be spoken. She fabricated a casual excuse and shifted the topic. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. And unexpectedly, no snow fell upon Xiaopiao Miao Peak that day. The snow on the ground was deep, and as they walked slowly through it, Siejua suddenly spoke up, "I have a question for you." "Master." When Jiyu gazed at the evening clouds, remaining silent, he continued, "Am I your only disciple?" His inquiry was cautious and barely above a whisper, but once asked, a sense of regret washed over him, as if he wished to retract the question. Nevertheless, when Jiyu heard him, "Of course," she replied. "You are currently the only disciple at Xiaopiao Peak." The youth's voice brightened inexplicably, and he pressed further, "What about in the future?" Without a moment's hesitation, when Jiyu replied, "In the future, it shall remain the same that I in the days that followed," when Jiyu began teaching him the heart method. Siejua indeed learned rapidly, and with the aid of his spiritual physique, he reached the threshold of entry within just a day. Achieving the 9th stage of entry in merely 2 days, Tichu, her pet, was left to frolic in the woods every day, reveling in its new-found wings, soaring freely and often not returning at night. As for her senior brother, Song Xuanqing, she tidied up the treasures she no longer needed and presented them to Dakiomio Peak. Song Xuanqing was deeply touched and sent a generous supply of spiritual herbs to her via a celestial crane, alleviating her pressing needs. Naturally, the system ceased its mischief. When Jiyu exhaled in relief, fortunate that her role in the narrative was limited, as long as she portrayed herself as the malevolent character of Wenjiu when the system issued tasks. She could evade detection. That morning was yet another sunny day. Siejua rose somewhat late, as per usual, preparing breakfast and waiting in the snowy courtyard of Chiyu Palace for her to awaken. To his dismay, he waited all morning without catching a glimpse of Wenjiu. Growing anxious, he refrained from probing with his spiritual sense and dared not wander away, fearing she would not find him upon her emergence. He racked his brain, recalling their previous interactions, questioning whether he had inadvertently angered her. After thorough contemplation, he confirmed that she had promised to assist him in advancing to the Earth realm today. Could it be that she was upset with him for waking late? As the sun climbed higher in the sky and she still did not appear, Siejua could no longer suppress his worry and finally pushed open the hall door. "Master." Only the gentle sound of flowing water from the rear hall answered him, but he assumed she was in the spirit-nurturing pool, yet his spiritual sense detected no trace of her, that a sudden panic gripped his heart. A barrage of questions flooded his mind. Why did she spend so much time submerged in the spirit-nurturing pool? What elixirs did she consume daily? Why must she drink wine with her meals? He immediately passed through the layers of silk curtains, standing by the spirit-nurturing pool, scanning the area. The scene he dreaded did not unfold, but still, she was nowhere to be found. The hall was empty, and the entire Xiaopiao Peak seemed devoid of her presence. When Lu and Inhai had been dispatched by her to attend to matters a few days prior, and even Tichu was now missing. Biting his lip tightly, he attempted to suppress his emotions. Yet his expression grew increasingly cold at a young disciple, carrying a basket of herbs and riding a celestial crane, leisurely flew by. From a distance, he noticed that a new face had appeared on the usually tranquil Xiaopiao Peak. As he drew nearer, he discovered that the boy was remarkably handsome, though the aura emanating from him was far from friendly. "Oh, are you the new junior disciple?" The young disciple guided his crane closer. Noticing Siege's reddened eyes, as if he were on the brink of tears. "Are you searching for your master?" "I saw her heading towards Daikyoomyo Peak." Chapter 39. The Malicious Visitor. Daikyoomyo Peak. The foremost of the 6 veins of Xianyun Mountain serves as the main peak and the residence where successive masters have lived and managed daily affairs that I in the early morning, as the mountain clouds began to disperse and the light of day unfolded. When Jiyu entered the Xianyun Hall, accompanied by Ti Chu, draped in the morning glow to tea that moment, the disciples were busy with their chores, and the celestial cranes, unperturbed by human presence, strolled leisurely across the hall square. Ti Chu, filled with exuberance, dashed toward the flock of cranes, sending them scattering in all directions. When Jiyu frowned, "You silly creature, come back at once." No sooner had she spoken than Ti Chu, previously bold, found himself besieged by the cranes. Pecked and fluffed in a most comical manner. Having never encountered such a situation, Ti Chu cried out, "Mother, save me." When Jiyu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Despite their elegant demeanor, the cranes bore grudges. And as Ti Chu was mercilessly pecked, the scene spiraled into chaos, a sight both amusing and pitiful. Zhou Tian, witnessing the commotion, swiftly dispersed the flock and rescued Ti Chu from his plight. Familiar with Zhou Tian, Ti Chu immediately shrank in size, burying his head in Zhou Tian's embrace. "Little sweet, where is your master?" When Jiyu inquired. Zhou Tian pointed toward the inner hall. After exchanging pleasantries, when Jiyu proceeded directly into the hall. Song Xuanqing, adorned with a pair of glazed spectacles, was engrossed in administrative duties. Hearing her arrival, he did not lift his head, simply acknowledging, "You're here." When Jiyu responded lightly, her gaze drifting to the table where freshly brewed tea awaited. She poured herself a cup, yet just as she was about to sip, Song Xuanqing remarked, "The Lingchao from Xiaopiao Peak costs 1 spirit stone per cup. 1 spirit stone per cup. Brother, why don't you go rob a bank?" When Jiyu retorted, setting down her cup and picking up a piece of pastry instead. Song Xuanqing still did not look up. "This is a friendly price for my junior sister." "Oh, and the pastries are charged separately." When Jiyu rolled her eyes, "Senior brother, do you not tire of playing the role of the housekeeper every day?" "Very much so. Do you think being the sect master is easy?" Song Xuanqing finally raised his head, his handsome face reflecting a profound expression. "With little reward for much toil and no holidays, waking early and sleeping late leads to liver cirrhosis. These burdens should have fallen upon you." When Jiyu touched her nose, recalling the purpose of her visit, and spoke directly. "Senior brother, the piece of Kaitian, a divine iron left by our master, is with you, isn't it?" Song Xuanqing's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "What do you want it for?" When Jiyu found his defensive posture amusing, "Of course I have a use for it. Can I not play with it?" After pondering, Song Xuanqing recalled that the divine iron had been forged into the Zhanhuang sword. "The third brother mentioned you've obtained the Zhanhuang. Could it be that you—" When Jiyu quickly gestured for him to cease, "That matter is not open for discussion." Upon realizing her correct guess, Song Xuanqing turned her gaze towards the shelves, searching for ancient texts, exuding an air of indifference towards Wen Jiyu. Undeterred, Wen Jiyu traversed the desk, lingering behind him. "Why the reluctance? Was it not you who insisted on my taking him as a disciple?" Song Xuanqing paused in her search for ancient tomes. "That my intention in having you accept him as a disciple was not for this purpose." He glanced back, adjusting the glass spectacles perched on his nose. "You truly prepared for him? Are you aware of his nature?" When Jiyu replied without hesitation, "I am aware." Song Xuanqing lightly tapped a thin book against her head, reproaching, knowing yet daring. "I certainly shall not consent." "Daddy." When Jiyu resorted to her trump card, Song Xuanqing placed her hand on her forehead, offering a resigned smile. "You have a knack for this tactic." Having lost her parents early, Wen Jiyu was raised solely by Song Xuanqing, who regarded her as a cherished daughter, thus fulfilling her every wish. After joining him, Wen Jiyu had acquired numerous fine items. Titles like senior brother or sect leader bore no weight. A mere utterance of father would render him immediately pliable. "I have already made the Zhanhuang sword acknowledge him as its master, and the sword currently resides within him, undetectable by others. Was not the purpose of this visit to Ling Yun's sect to acquire this sword? If they fail to locate Zhan Huang, let us see how they explain themselves to the Immortal Alliance. Having procured the ancient texts, Song Xuanqing cast a glance at her. Did you believe that hiding within him ensures absolute security? Ling Yun's sect comes prepared. It will not be so easily dismissed. When Jiyu tenderly cradled the stack of ancient books, placing them upon the desk. For now, only he can suppress this sword. After all, it belongs to his father. Can you guarantee that he will not succumb to madness due to Zhan Huang in the future? When Jiyu vowed earnestly, rest assured, senior brother, once the grand competition concludes, I shall take him to the Eastern Sea to reforge this sword. Phoenix blood and deep-sea dragon breath, Song Xuanqing nodded. Indeed, a commendable method of suppression. Noticing her senior brother's concession, when Jiyu seized the opportunity to inquire casually, how fare the leaders of the other peaks lately? Song Xuanqing flicked her pen with irritation, stating, years ago, your father entrusted me with the position of sect leader due to your tender age. They have long harbored grievances, and now with the impending sect competition, each peak is eager to vie for supremacy, all with their eyes set on my leadership position. When Jiyu comforted, senior brother, time reveals true character. There is no need for excessive worry. Song Xuanqing stood before the window, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the verdant mountains and gentle flowing clouds, sighing softly that I fear there may be those among the 6 veins who develop rebellious sentiments, seeking to conspire with outsiders to overthrow Xian Yun Mountain. Rebellious sentiments? When Jiyu pondered, recalling a particularly ambitious peak leader among the 6 veins of Xian Yun Mountain. Just then, Mo Yuni hurriedly entered. His expression revealed distress, with an undercurrent of anger evident between his brows. Upon seeing the two, he hastily announced, sect leader, senior brother, the Ziyang celestial master and the Tiangong honored one from Ling Yun's sect, accompanied by their disciples, have come to visit. Even before the visitors arrived, their boisterous laughter echoed from above the great Miao Peak. This laughter bore an oppressive aura, emanating the spiritual pressure characteristic of a powerful being at the Dongxian realm, that a young disciple collapsed under the pressure, and even the celestial cranes fled in panic. The individuals present exchanged subtle glances, frowning imperceptibly. Such arrogance from the Ziyang celestial master, attempting to intimidate us upon arrival. Zhou Tian, sensing the gravity of the situation, rushed into the hall with his hammer. When Jiyu raised her hand, summoning the hammer into her mustard seed pouch, that it has been many years, Taoist Yuanqing retains his remarkable presence. Alongside this hoarse voice entered a group of cultivators clad in dark blue robes. Their demeanor suggested ill intentions, their avaricious gazes unabashedly fixated upon the ancient Xianyun Hall, which had stood for over a millennium. The Xianyun Hall was the ascension site of the founding patriarch of Xiantian sect. Housing 2 spiraling dragon pillars, the spiritual essence within immeasurable. The system kindly provided a prompt. Ling Yun sect, Ziyang celestial master, first stage of Dongxian. Ling Yun sect, Tiangong honored one, third stage of Wu Wei, immortal alliance envoy. Sima Honkai, ninth stage of Wu Wei. When Jiyu was taken aback, they even brought members of the Immortal Alliance. Chapter 40. Eliminate the scoundrel who covets the master, the Ziyang, celestial master, appearing over 50. With graying hair and beard, donned a yin-yang cap and a tai chi robe, wielding a whisk, his countenance exuded an ethereal aura, yet his expression betrayed his intentions. The Tiangong honored one, Fu Zizong, remained as he always was. Half-lidded eyes radiating disdain, garbed in the attire of a Ling Yun sect elder, followed by a throng of Ling Yun disciples. Among them, the most inconspicuous was the Immortal Alliance envoy, modestly dressed with the envoy token at his waist. Yet akin to the Ling Yun disciples, he gazed upon the twin spiraling pillars with astonished admiration. Song Xuanqing stepped into the grand hall, addressing them in a clear voice. If my memory serves me correctly, according to the challenge issued by Taoist Ziyang, the day for our disciples to spar is in 5 days. What is the meaning of this, Taoist Ziyang? The Ziyang celestial master chuckled, stroking his white beard. Not long ago, the alliance leader visited my Ling Yun sect, mentioning that Xiantian sect has not produced any exceptionally talented disciples in recent years. It seems that under the weight of its own reputation, it has proven difficult to live up to. Upon hearing these words, Mo Yuni tightened his grip on his sword. The Zhang celestial master continued, as the realm of the abyss is soon to open. This is the opportune moment for the Immortal Alliance to select new talent, thus sending Mr. Sima to witness this competition. Sima Honkai offered a formal bow, appearing respectful, yet devoid of genuine reverence, as the Alliance leader stated. Should the disciples of Xian Tian sect falter in this contest, it would be wise to relinquish the title of the foremost sect, lest the cultivation world mock your esteemed sect. Mo Uni could hardly contain his anger. Relinquish? What does the Immortal Alliance intend by this? When Jiyu observed these individuals with a cold gaze, what does it mean to live in the shadow of one's own reputation? Lingyun's sect has long since waned, with disciples increasingly inferior to their predecessors. Their challenge is but an excuse to usurp our position while secretly searching for the Zhanhuang sword. The Tiangong honored one suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room, a cold smile gracing his lips. What does it mean? Should you lose this grand competition, Xian Yun Mountain shall be ceded to my Lingyun sect. Upon hearing this declaration, Mo Uni immediately objected. Having been taken in by his master at Xianyun Mountain, he, though the third in rank among his peers, was actually the eldest, that he had contributed significantly to the growth of Xiantian sect. And the notion of ceding Xianyun Mountain was utterly unacceptable to him. What you propose is no different from robbery. It is a gross overreach. Sensing Mo Uni's fury, the Tiangong honored one unleashed his oppressive aura. The pale blue spiritual energy clashing against the golden sword intent emanating from Mo Uni, signaling an imminent confrontation. Song Xuanqing elegantly flicked her sleeve, effortlessly dissolving the standoff. The Tiangong honored one, taken aback, questioned Song Xuanqing's cultivation level, astonished at how she could so easily break his barrier. Enraged and humiliated, he chastised Daoist Yuanqing. Is this the way your Xiantian sect treats its guests? Song Xuanqing cast a disinterested glance at the Tiangong honored one. Tiangong honored one, as a guest, I extend you a modicum of courtesy that My Xiantian sect conducts itself with integrity, unlike certain unscrupulous individuals who would jeopardize allies for trivial gains. When Jiyu nodded in agreement, this was a warning to the Tiangong honored one. After all, regarding the matter of the demonic sword that had been used to command the Kunlun divine beast against the disciples of Xiantian sect and Qingyan Mountain, Song Xuanqing had yet to settle accounts with him. Alas, they had not only lost the demonic sword Zhanhuang, but also surrendered the Kunlun divine beast, and now they were likely seeking ways to recover them. However, it remained uncertain whether this Immortal Alliance envoy truly represented the will of the Alliance or had long colluded with Lingyun's sect. The Tiangong honored one, confronted with such accusations, turned an ashen shade, ready to defend himself, but was silenced by a glance from the Zhang celestial master. That I end that case. There is no need for further argument. Let the outcome of the grand competition 5 days hence determine all. The Immortal Alliance envoy, Sima Honkai, interjected, clearly favoring Lingyun's sect. There are over 100 elite disciples from Lingyun's sect awaiting the grand competition outside Xiantian sect. I would appreciate it if Daoist Yuanqing could arrange for them. With that, he turned to leave. The Zhang celestial master and the Tiangong honored one followed suit, casting cold smiles as they departed. This farce drew to a close, apart from when Jiyu and Mo Uni, the remaining peak leaders alerted to the events at the main peak, hurriedly converged upon the great Miao Peak, each emanating a radiant light in the sky. The 6 veins of Xian Yun Mountain comprised Little Miao Peak, Sanjin Peak, Danxia Peak, Lianqi Peak, Fuyun Peak, and Tianin Peak. Each peak had its master and inner sect disciples, while outer sect disciples were uniformly managed by the external elders. Before long, several peak leaders made their appearances. When Jiyu, unfamiliar with most of them, engaged in obligatory pleasantries. Naturally, she was not one for crowds, and as noon approached, she expressed her desire to take her leave. The elders of the various peaks had no objections, allowing her to depart, for she had the fewest disciples among them. When Jiyu harbored thoughts of Siezhuo in her heart, she had hurriedly departed in the morning, believing she would return shortly. However, she was unexpectedly delayed for such a long time due to the interference of those from Lingyun's sect. With the intention of sending him a sound transmission talisman, she suddenly realized that she had not yet imparted the technique to him. Thus, she raised her hand, summoned her sword, and soared away on It when Jiyu stood upon her flying sword. Her crimson skirt billowed around her, surrounded by blazing flames as she soared over the majestic Piamiao Peak. Oblivious to the gaze fixed upon her from below, Siejua, now transformed into an ordinary young acolyte, gazed upward, his eyes fixated on the flickering flames, tracing her silhouette until it vanished from sight. He did not retract his gaze, turning his thoughts towards the small Piao peak, wondering what would happen if she returned and failed to find him, that he needed to find a way to shake off the foolish companion by his side. Was this the seventh elder? Yin Feng from Lingyun's sect had lost track of his fellow disciples and, on a whim, had seized a young acolyte to guide him. The acolyte, timid by nature, did not dare to retaliate or speak back, allowing Yin Feng to flaunt his authority throughout the journey. Little did they know that before they even reached the main peak, they would catch sight of the renowned beauty, Xianyu, the immortal monarch. Just a single glance was enough to ensnare the lustful Yin Feng, who began to daydream about sharing a romantic encounter with her. Alas, those hands, that face, truly, she possessed an ethereal beauty. Rumor had it that her mother hailed from the Huan sect, masters of dual cultivation. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to engage in such practices with her. Yin Feng turned to regard his unassuming young disciple beside him, wicked thoughts igniting within him. No wonder Xianyun Mountain is known as the foremost immortal sect. If one cannot attain a beauty like the seventh elder, one might as well amuse oneself with this one. Before he could utter a single word, it lodged in his throat. The once timid acolyte suddenly seized his neck with alarming speed, leaving Yin Feng no time to react. Suspended in midair, he flailed desperately, attempting to grasp the hand that constricted his throat. The boy's dark eyes glowed with a dangerous red light, akin to a bloodthirsty flame, that he hoisted Yin Feng and forcefully slammed him against the stone wall. As Yin Feng's terrified gaze met the boy's frenzied eyes, he saw the corners of the youth's lips curve into a smirk as he leaned closer, asking in a low, gentle voice, "What was that you just said? Who do you wish to cultivate with?" Chapter 41. Master wants to feed me porridge. Although the boy's tone was exceedingly tender, Yin Feng perceived it as the whisper of a devil. The chill of the boy's breath fell upon him like a blade, and as he fixed his gaze upon him, overwhelming agony brought forth tears. The sensation of impending death washed over him. Yet he found himself powerless to resist that moment. It felt as though he had lost all his cultivation and strength, rendered no more than a mere beast ensnared by the grip around his neck. He appeared so frail, yet the strength in the boy's hand could easily crush his bones, tightening gradually, as if to savor the sight of his torment until death. "That I was wrong," Yin Feng stammered. "You wish to say you were wrong?" Yin Feng's protests were reduced to muffled sounds as he struggled more vigorously. Alas, it was too late. Siejua chuckled softly, observing Yin Feng's frantic struggles with an air of amusement, relishing the faint sounds of his labored breathing, as if he were admiring a most delightful spectacle. Once he had sufficiently savored the moment, he seized Yin Feng's hair with his other hand, tilting his face to align with the direction of the small Piao peak where Wen Jiyu resided. "Behold, she is a person you could never dare to covet for all eternity." Yin Feng stared blankly at the small mountain peak, his bloodshot eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his face turning a deep shade of purple, his struggles waning. Siejua showed no mercy, his lips still curved in a smile, but his eyes gleamed with malice until the man could no longer muster the strength to resist. He released his grip, and the lifeless body was instantly engulfed by black flames, reduced to ash that scattered upon the ground. He gazed at his hands. This was the first time he had taken a life for Wen Jiyu. What foolish act was he committing? Was he merely seeking that fleeting warmth? Was it simply because he resembled his sister? Lost in thought, Siejua began to laugh, his beautiful lashes fluttering open. His obsession was silently growing. When Wen Jiyu returned to the small Piao peak, the snowstorm had resumed. She immediately spotted the young boy standing alone beneath the snowy tree in front of the Qiyu Palace, waiting for her. His handsome features were reminiscent of flowing water, snowflakes adorning his dark hair, and the skin on his neck delicate as fine porcelain. That as the snow fell like blossoms, the boy, with his dark hair and pale skin, seemed to be engulfed by the swirling storm. Wen Jiyu held her breath and slowly approached him. Hearing her footsteps, the young boy lifted his gaze. To Wen Jiyu's surprise, his eyes were quite red, his eyelashes slightly damp, and there were unexplained bruises on his face. Yet, the tenderness in his gaze as he looked at her was akin to the gentle moon hanging in the sky, devoid of resentment or dissatisfaction, even affectionately calling her, "Master." "You have returned." That as her gaze fell, When Jiyu noticed the food box he cradled in his arms, his once fair hands now reddened from the cold. And she caught a whiff of the fragrant pumpkin corn porridge. She vaguely recalled that the previous day, Siejua had asked her what she wished to have for breakfast, and she had casually mentioned pumpkin corn porridge. Now, it was still warm. Had he been using his meager spiritual energy to keep it heated for her? "Have you been waiting for me?" she inquired. The boy nodded softly that I was afraid Master would not find her disciple upon waking. So I dared not wander and waited here. Having said that, he presented the food box to Wenjiu. "Has Master eaten yet? The porridge is still warm. Would you like to have some?" Wenjiu felt a pang in her heart. She might not be entirely human, that if she were guilty, let the law punish her, not turn a remarkably beautiful and exceptionally obedient disciple into a pitiful sight before her. She truly wished to tease him. It was not that Wenjiu was simply swayed by appearances. Rather, Siejua's behavior and reactions had always reminded her of how he was when first taken in, aligning perfectly with the plot, except for the chilling killing intent he had displayed during their initial encounters. Recently, however, they had grown excessively close, and when Jiyu had not thought much of it, focusing instead on how to seek the deep-sea dragon breath in the East Sea to temper the Zhanhuang sword. Inside the Qiyu Palace, the master and disciple sat across from each other. When Jiyu savored the rich and delicious pumpkin corn porridge, finding that the more she consumed, the more she appreciated her disciple's culinary skills. The ingredients used in the porridge, be it rice, corn, or pumpkin, were all common fare. Yet under his hands, they transformed into a delightful dish. Feigning casualness, she asked, "How old are you this year?" 17 do. Just as she was about to say more, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her mind, causing her hand holding the spoon to tremble. Curse that system. Why did it have to appear at this moment? When Jiyu had played the role of a benevolent mentor long enough, and her malicious nature was gradually surfacing. That day, she had been in a foul mood, sternly instructing her disciples not to disturb her. Yet, her disciples had deliberately schemed, tricking Siejua into delivering food. When Jiyu was interrupted, her anger flared, and she dumped the food he had brought all over him right before his eyes. She gazed at the remaining portion of the pumpkin corn porridge. She found herself caught in a moral struggle. You know that wasting food is shameful. Do you realize this is the heartfelt breakfast sent by the male lead? Yet, evidently, the system was merely a soulless entity, devoid of emotion, focused solely on the plot. But if she had managed to deceive the system during the previous incident, she certainly could not allow the male lead to pour the porridge over himself this time. In her mind, two little figures began to argue. One urged, "Wenjiu, pull yourself together. Have you forgotten your goal of eliminating the male lead to ascend? You will eventually dispose of him. This small humiliation is trivial for you." The other countered, "What wrong has the male lead done that warrants his demise? I have never seen a more obedient and understanding disciple. He willingly endures the cold for a warm bowl of porridge. What man in the world would go to such lengths for you?" While when Jiyu indeed harbored intentions to eliminate the male lead, the thunderclouds gathering in her spiritual abode were evidently not to be trifled with. How infuriating! If her spiritual abode had not been damaged, a mere lightning strike would have posed no threat, and she would not be led by the system like a puppet. Wait a minute. An ingenious idea struck her. When Jiyu ladled the remaining porridge into a bowl and sat beside Sia, "I'm full," she declared, offering him the bowl d'ajwa. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Although cultivators often fast. I don't impose such requirements here." Siejua had initially thought she would finish the remaining porridge upon seeing her eat with such gusto, but he had not anticipated that when Jiyu would leave a bowl for him. This caught him off guard. When he fell silent, when Jiyu noticed the faint bruises on the back of his hand and feigned concern, "Ajwa, your hand must be frostbitten." She scooped a spoonful of porridge and held it to his lips, saying, "Master will feed you." Chapter 42. Does Master not mind the dirt? She said she would feed him. After repeatedly confirming that when Jiyu had not consumed any alcohol, Siejua lowered his gaze to the spoon of porridge. It was the very spoon she had used. She had just held it in her mouth, and before he could contemplate anything further, he suddenly saw when Jiyu's hand tilt, causing the warm porridge to spill all over the front of his clothes. Specks of porridge splattered onto his chin and neck, flowing down his garment toward his chest. Siejua abruptly lifted his gaze to her. What was she doing? Was she attempting to humiliate him? Memories flooded back, reminiscent of a time when he had prepared porridge for her, only to have it splattered all over his face. He could not recall his feelings during that moment. It felt more like an outsider observing himself in a state of disgrace. He did not see the impatience or disdain he had imagined on her face. Instead, he noticed her expression momentarily blank, before suddenly radiating an unusual brilliance, as if she had just completed a significant task. He hesitantly remarked, "Master, I apologize, my hand slipped. Allow me to wipe it for you." When Jiu set down the bowl, and without a second thought, retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom to meticulously wipe the soup off his chin. Little did she expect to deceive the system so effortlessly. When Jiu felt a sense of pride surging within her, it seemed the system was not particularly astute if she maintained this course. Perhaps she could influence the male lead before she had to eliminate him. Yes, guiding the male lead toward redemption was indeed a viable path. Otherwise, where could she find such a compliant and understanding disciple? Lost in her whimsical thoughts, when Jiu inadvertently brushed the handkerchief against the young man's Adam's apple, she felt it shift unexpectedly beneath her fingers. Suddenly, Siejua grasped her wrist, his piercing gaze fixed on her. "Does Master not find it dirty?" Siejua was well aware of Jiu's obsession with cleanliness. Whether it was the previous pouch or this handkerchief, if they had been touched by another, she would unhesitatingly discard them. Indeed, when Jiu looked down at the now stained handkerchief, carelessly wiping the remnants of porridge from his clothes before disdainfully tossing it aside, that it was merely a handkerchief. If she didn't want it, so be it. Siejua turned his gaze toward the elegant handkerchief, remaining silent. His inner garment had also become dirty, and as when Jiu realized she could not clean it, she instructed, "You should take a warm shower and change into fresh clothes." Siejua stood up. "Very well. I shall return to the side chamber." When Jiu stopped him, "No need. You can wash here. Once you are done, I will teach you how to use the sound transmission technique, and we shall proceed to the next stage of your cultivation." Siejua obediently departed. When Jiu began to tidy up the mess, only to discover that the place where she had discarded the handkerchief was now empty. Where did it go? It vanished in the blink of an eye. The Chiyu Palace, aside from the spirit-nurturing pool reserved for Wenjiu, also housed a small chamber with a jade bathtub for simple bathing. Siejua sat on the stone platform, clad in his inner garment, allowing the water to wash over him, that he had thoroughly examined the handkerchief. Finding no issues, he clutched it tightly, recalling the peculiar sensations that arose within him. Each time she touched him, his body would respond abnormally, as though something within him was eagerly welcoming her, responding to her. Such reactions left him perplexed. He was ignorant of matters between men and women, yet he recognized that this response was called desire. However, in his previous life, she had merely taken his phoenix blood without having the chance to make any further moves against him. Could it be that she had secretly placed some sort of restriction upon him? Without further thought, Siejua sealed off all his meridians. The room was warm as spring, and when Jiu was sipping tea, little flower spirits surrounded her, holding spiritual fruits and an assortment of pastries. Earlier, she had remembered that he might not have clean clothes, so she had dispatched 2 of the little flower spirits to bring him some. The heavy snow outside had ceased, casting a luminous glow throughout the room. He approached slowly, his hair still damp and draped over his shoulders. When Jiu looked up, slightly distracted, the young man, freshly bathed, was clad only in a silk robe. The robe, simple in style, accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, as well as his long legs. When Jiu was about to silently marvel at the male lead's enviable physique, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon something she had not intended to see. The fabric of the robe was soft and silky, perfectly outlining his form. Yet its flaw was that it was too sheer. She recalled certain inappropriate images and felt an urge to bang her head against the wall. Coughing, she choked on her tea. Siejua quickly approached to gently pat her back. "Master, take your time." Having just bathed, he drew near, and she could catch a faint scent of clean, refreshing moisture emanating from him. When Jiu composed herself, daring not to let her gaze wander, and asked absently, "Have you finished washing?" "Yes." "Then let us begin." Siejua nodded and sat cross-legged on the soft couch, when Jiu mirrored his position. Placing her hands on her knees, she spoke calmly. "Due to your innate spiritual body, your absorption of spiritual energy is faster than that of ordinary people. You have now reached the 9th level of entry. Such a cultivation speed is considered genius in the realm of cultivation. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve great success. However, the connection between our spirit and body is mutually dependent. They cannot be separated. In the path of cultivation, One must not solely pursue the profundity of techniques while neglecting the tempering of one's own character. The so-called cultivation of mind and nature, the dual cultivation of spirit and life, is an exceedingly long and tedious process. The journey is long and arduous, and only by enduring solitude can one ultimately reach the realm of unity with the heavens. Otherwise, one may give rise to demonic thoughts and descend into an irretrievable abyss. When Jiyu was a commendable teacher, she conveyed her understanding of the Tao with clarity, repeatedly emphasizing the need to avoid falling into demonic paths. She gestured for him to extend his hand, their palms facing each other in the air, emitting a faint spiritual light. Although reaching the 9th level of entry seemed easily attainable, one must learn to channel the spiritual power accumulated within oneself into the spiritual palace to break through to the earth realm. Now, I will teach you how to channel it. When Jiyu paused, sensing something was amiss, the spiritual energy she sent forth seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate his meridians. What was happening? Why was his pulse so resistant? When Jiyu grasped his hand, feeling the strong rhythm of his pulse and slightly elevated temperature even through the thin fabric, without hesitation, she lifted the hem of his robe, exposing the well-defined contours of his chest and abdomen. Her fingers moved swiftly, tapping several acupoints on him, then directing the spiritual energy to her fingertips. First, she targeted the Qi mansion beneath both collarbones. Then the Xuanji, Zijing, Tanzhong, and the side points of Tai and Tianshu, finally reaching the Qi and central extreme located in the lower abdomen. Her fingers lingered at his Tianshu, not moving further down for a long while. Siejua squinted at the days when Jiyu, a smirk playing on his lips, he tilted his head slightly, his breath brushing against her ear, his voice laced with an undercurrent. What are you looking at? Master. Chapter 43. I am not small, in any way. For some reason, every time when Jiyu heard him call her master, she experienced a fleeting sensation as if he were about to commit some unspeakable act. She still preferred him to address her as teacher, as it felt more intimate. Being openly teased by this young disciple did not fluster when Jiyu. She poked his chest with her finger, remarking, "You have developed quite well." Siejua's eyes flickered, a hint of pride surfacing in his expression. Then she added, "But it could be a bit larger, smaller." He paused, suddenly gritting his teeth, his voice emerging from between clenched jaws. "I am not small. In any way." Oh, when Jiyu nonchalantly withdrew her hand, adjusting his robe. "You may say whatever you wish. It matters not to me." Siejua felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. Internally, he grumbled, "You will come to know how it concerns you." Having vented his frustrations inwardly, he then realized why he was getting worked up over such matters with her, allowing her to lead him around by the nose. Had he lost his mind? When Jiyu intended to employ a different method to help him open his meridians, that he was an innate spiritual body. If he lacked cultivation, it would be one thing, but once he began training, his body would automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Should this absorption exceed a certain threshold, it could lead to his demise. Thus, she needed to find a way for him to channel the energy into his internal palace. At that moment, when Jiyu vaguely sensed several unfamiliar consciousnesses stealthily entering the little Miao Miao peak, recalling the provocation from Ling Yun's sect earlier, she stood up. "Stay inside. I will go take a look." When Jiyu exited the Qiyu palace. And indeed, she spotted several shadowy figures rapidly approaching little Miao Miao peak from the distant horizon. She recognized the leader as the aggressive Tianji Zunren from earlier that morning at the great Miao Miao peak. Tianji Zunren, for reasons unknown, appeared extremely agitated upon seeing her, his old eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Before even approaching, he began hurling insults at her. "You demoness! Return my disciple's life to me." With that furious shout, a faint azure rune formation descended upon Wen Jiyu. Annihilation Array. Wen Jiyu frowned. "What do you intend to do, you old scallion? Do you take me for a demonic cultivator?" She raised her hand. And with a thunderous roar, a crimson-flamed dragon soared into the sky, fiercely biting down on the arm of the celestial mechanic, causing him to scream in agony as he plummeted from the air. The disciples trailing behind the celestial mechanic hurried to assist him, only to be brusquely shaken off. "Get away!" The celestial mechanic had not anticipated being struck down by a single move from Wen Jiyu, and felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, that he quickly formed a series of hand seals, summoning his life sword, and launched another assault. Demonis, you have slain my disciple. This enmity cannot be settled lightly. Prepare to pay with your life. Slay your disciple, Wen Jiyu retorted, her temper flaring. When did I ever encounter your disciple? My beloved apprentice, Yin Feng, was killed by you. The celestial mechanic pointed his sword at her, insisting that there were witnesses who could attest that this matter was instigated by the Xian Yu immortal monarch. Wen Jiyu was so incensed that she laughed in disbelief. Before she could ponder further, the celestial mechanic had already advanced upon her. His moves were ruthless, each strike aimed directly at Wen Jiyu's vital points. Intent on ending her life, that a sword cultivator, Wen Jiyu summoned her Zhongzhen to engage him in combat. The peak of the minor misty mountain was suddenly illuminated with flashes of cold light, as streams of spiritual energy clashed, causing several rocks to explode. The celestial mechanic's swordsmanship was not as refined as Wen Jiyu's, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a faint sound of something slicing through the air reached her ears. Instinctively, Wen Jiyu evaded, but to her astonishment, the celestial mechanic pivoted, taking advantage of her momentary distraction to position himself behind her, his fingers clawing down toward her crown. Wen Jiyu recognized that the concealed weapon was a small soul needle. Should she be struck by it, her entire true essence would be sealed, rendering her powerless to resist. Simultaneously, she discerned that the object in the celestial mechanic's hand was indeed the artifact used by the Lingyun sect to seal the demonic sword Zhanhuang. It dawned on her that the talk of vengeance for a fallen disciple was merely a pretext. He was determined to extract the Zhanhuang sword from her using the most direct means possible. Yet his speed was alarmingly swift. With a slight distraction, Wen Jiyu found herself with no opportunity to evade. Master. At that moment, a white figure suddenly dashed in from the side, colliding heavily with the celestial mechanic. In the blink of an eye, this figure was also struck by the spiritual energy from their battle and fell to the ground, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ground was covered in remnants of snow, and his blood stood out starkly against it. Wen Jiyu rushed forward to help him up. Ajwa, why did you come out at this moment? The young man, in pain, could scarcely speak, clutching his chest and coughing violently, blood staining his garments. Wen Jiyu was not a heartless person. She understood the peril of the situation and knew that the one who came to her aid would inevitably suffer backlash. Moreover, with his meridians blocked, his intervention was akin to throwing himself into the line of fire. Without hesitation, Wen Jiyu retrieved a handful of medicinal pills from her spatial pouch and forced them into his mouth, while also applying pressure to several key acupoints on his chest to staunch the bleeding. The celestial mechanic staggered back several steps from the impact, losing his advantage, and was filled with rage as he realized that the one who had struck him was merely a youth. His murderous intent reignited. Wen Jiyu summoned her primordial fire once more, encircling Siejua in a protective barrier. The celestial mechanic, witnessing her concern for the boy, sneered coldly. Xian Yu immortal monarch, is this your disciple? Wen Jiyu remained silent, channeling her true essence to conjure an even larger fire dragon. The celestial mechanic severed the head of the fire dragon with a single stroke of his sword. His gaze now fixated on the youth behind her. Unable to capture Wen Jiyu, he would settle for him as leverage to coerce her into surrendering the Zhanhuang sword. Without further ado, he summoned his artifact, and several disciples from the Lingyun sect immediately began to form a formation. The oppressive aura of the Wu-Wei realm surged forth, imbued with an extreme and violent malice, engulfing the entire minor misty mountain. Wen Jiyu felt the pressure acutely. The suppression of levels caused her already battered spiritual sea to become even more turbulent, and she tasted blood in her throat, forcing herself to swallow back the impending torrent. However, Siejua, crumpled in her embrace, was faring far worse. His cultivation was still low, and with his meridian sealed, he found it impossible to muster the spiritual power needed to withstand the celestial mechanic's Wu-Wei pressure, let alone reveal his boundless fiery wrath, leaving him only the option of continuing to cough up blood. Seeing him in such agony, his newly donned light robe now stained with blood, Wen Jiyu's anger flared. She took out the last of her great recovery pills and pushed them all into Siejua's mouth. Once that was accomplished, she raised her hand and firmly plunged the Zhongzhen sword into the snow. Steadying herself and slowly rising to her feet, Standing protectively in front of Siegehua, she drew the oppressive force directed at both of them entirely onto herself. The celestial mechanic, witnessing the formation take shape, smiled cruelly as she willingly sought her own demise, that he raised his hand, commanding his life sword to strike. When Jiyu remained expressionless, instantly creating a small realm to throw Siegehua into. The Zongjin sword erupted in a blaze of scorching fire. And the girl, sword in hand, stood against the backdrop of a fiery glow, the silhouette of a phoenix rising from the flames faintly discernible behind her. Chapter 44. Master is bleeding. The celestial mechanic stared at the searing flame that seemed poised to incinerate everything, momentarily taken aback. What is this? When Jiyu swung her sword horizontally, the primordial fire flowing like a ribbon, reminiscent of the burning clouds at the horizon, rippling through the air as if it were water. In an instant, the very air grew hot. Where the fire traveled, not a blade of grass could survive. The spiritual essence in the air was nearly consumed. Clang. The Zongjin sword clashed violently with the celestial mechanic's life sword. In an instant, the two converging streams of spiritual energy shot skyward, erupting into a dazzling explosion of flames. With a resounding crash, the long sword in the celestial mechanic's hand shattered, and he himself was flung back. Crashing against a tree in utter disarray, he climbed to his feet, staring incredulously at his hand. His palm was charred black, flesh torn and blood flowing freely, that he muttered to himself. How is this possible? How could she possibly defeat me? Isn't she merely a ninth-stage breakthrough practitioner? As the dust settled, when Jiyu descended lightly to the ground, she stood there, her hairpin shattered without her knowledge, her hair cascading down her shoulders, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Ultimately, she could not withstand the toll. A thin line of blood trickled from the corner of her lips. She did not turn around, merely raising her hand to wipe it away, leaving her lips a vibrant red. Her fair chin unmarked. After all, she was merely a breakthrough practitioner and facing a true Wu-Wei realm master. This had been her utmost effort. Siegehua lifted his gaze, astonished by all that had just transpired. The crimson flames blazed, shattering the ethereal beauty. On the endless expanse of snow, a lone flame stood defiantly. His eyes began to redden, his blood coursing with fervor, surging like a tumultuous tide. Even his heart began to tremble, as if awakening from years of silence, each beat resonating like joyous drumbeats, heralding the arrival of someone. Who exactly is she? When Jiyu steadied her breath, turning to Siegehua's side, taking his hand to assess his injuries. Why were you so reckless just now? When Jiyu bit her lip, lowering her gaze. How do you feel? Siegehua's eyes bore into Jiyu's face, as if striving to see through her entirely. I'm fine, master. His gaze burned with intensity as he regarded her, admiring her exquisite profile, and the traces of blood still lingering upon her lips, as if he wished to ignite a flame that would consume her entirely. How did master cultivate the primordial fire? Primordial fire? When Jiyu shook her head, that it has always been there. I can hardly recall that moment. Signs of instability were evident in her realm. Looking at the ravaged minor Misty Mountain, she spoke softly. I will first get you inside. You must heal yourself while I handle this. Siegehua grasped her hand gently. Master, don't worry about me. Cough, cough. When Jiyu attempted to say more, but a violent bout of coughing erupted, prompting her to cover her mouth. Blood dripped through her fingers, falling drop by drop on Siegehua's hand. The scalding blood ignited a wildness in his eyes, awakening the primal instincts within him. The boy's gaze suddenly darkened with a fierce intensity, that he attempted to rise, but when Jiyu stopped him. Sit down. Master, you are bleeding. When Jiyu tilted her head back, forcing down the remaining blood, that it's just a little blood. This matter remains unresolved. Stay here, and do not move. The celestial mechanic, faced with his crushing defeat, felt his mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Dark, heavy mist coiled around him, and his inner demons surged forth. How is this possible? I cannot be defeated. He raged, and it must be that fire. Yes, she killed my disciple. I must avenge him. I will reclaim the Zhan Huang. After rambling for some time, he suddenly became frenzied, violently pushing aside the disciple kneeling before him. The disciple's head struck against a rock, blood gushing forth, and he died on the spot. The other two disciples hesitated, preparing to retreat. Ah, he bellowed, his eyes turning crimson. His expression twisted and malevolent as he howled at Wen Jiyu. I will not lose. I, Tianji, will not be defeated by a woman. Wen Jiu, are you conspiring against me? Speak. At this moment, he resembled a frenzied beast. One disciple was thrown to the ground, while the other was less fortunate. In his madness, the celestial mechanic seized him, gripping his shoulders with both hands, and tore the unfortunate disciple in half. The scene was drenched in blood, with organs scattered across the ground. The once picturesque and pristine Xiaopiamiao Peak had suddenly transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield. He had succumbed to madness. The celestial mechanism master had completely lost his mind. It was not surprising that when Jiu had defeated him so thoroughly, the celestial mechanism master was inherently arrogant, self-important, and delusional that he had entered the path in his middle age and within a mere 50 years, ascended to the realm of Wu Wei, making him one of the few formidable beings of his time. Due to the slashing wilderness sword, he had become tainted by demonic energy and lost control. His defeat today had given the demonic energy an opportunity to seize his mind. When Jiu, disregarding the blood at the corner of her mouth, swiftly retrieved the Zhongzhen sword from the ground, shielding her young disciple behind her at that moment, she no longer harbored any thoughts of eliminating the male protagonist to ascend. It was only natural for the strong to protect the weak. Her Xiaopiamiao Peak was distanced from the other peaks, and she believed the commotion earlier would surely attract her senior brother's attention. Now, all she had to do was wait, while ensuring the safety of her reckless disciple who had rushed forward for her sake. Suddenly, the celestial mechanism master let out another frenzied howl, clutching his head with both hands, tearing off his hairpin, and his gray-white hair danced wildly in the air. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bulged out. And he was utterly consumed by madness. At that moment, a swirling mass of demonic energy enveloped him, thick as unyielding ink, that he violently tore open his robe, revealing the black, demonic mark on his chest. Pouring all his genuine essence into it, that an even more terrifying pressure surged forth. Wen Jiu, I will kill you. When Jiu gripped her sword tightly, prepared to confront him, yet unexpectedly, Xiejuo approached from behind, grasping her wrist and pulling her back. The young man's fingers were dry and warm. Holding her hand with a firm, reassuring grip, the celestial mechanism master sneered, "Neither of you will escape alive." At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Impudent, as the voice resonated, a formidable pressure descended from the heavens. Song Xuanqing's figure suddenly appeared, his white robe billowing in the wind, and a dazzling sword light materialized in his palm, cleaving downward toward the celestial mechanism master. Boom! A deafening thunderclap echoed across the sky. His expansive wings suddenly unfurled, enveloping Wen Jiu and Xiejuo within. Chapter 45. The master said. Gold is irreplaceable. When Jiu focused her gaze and recognized the newcomer as Song Xuanqing and Tai Chui. Senior brother, Tai Chui, mother. The aura of the strong suppressed them. Injured, when Jiu and Xiejuo could barely withstand it, and Tai Chui tightly embraced them within his wings. Junior sister, are you all right? Song Xuanqing inquired. I'm fine, Wen Jiu replied. Seeing that both Wen Jiu and her disciple were unharmed, Song Xuanqing felt a slight relief. Yet he showed no mercy, ready to cleave the celestial mechanism master into oblivion. Stop! A resonant voice echoed from afar, and a purple light shot forth like lightning, intercepting all the sword energy from Song Xuanqing's Kanglan sword. Crack! The sword and the dust whisk collided, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy struck the celestial mechanism master out of the battlefield. Following that, a colossal bell descended from the heavens, enveloping the frenzied celestial mechanism master. The purple sun celestial master floated down lightly onto the bell. With both hands forming seals, he quietly chanted a calming mantra, his hair and garments billowing in the air, resembling an immortal. Upon recognizing him, Song Xuanqing's anger flared. What is the meaning of this, celestial master? Once the commotion within the bell subsided, the purple sun celestial master finally withdrew his hand, casting a cold glance at Wen Jiu, who was shielded by Tai Chui, before turning to Song Xuanqing. Brother Yuanqing, calm your anger. Calm? What calm? Song Xuanqing was furious, his eyes reddening. Initially dismissing the explosion, he had hurried over only after hearing that something had happened at Xiaopiamiao Peak. To his horror, he arrived to find a scene drenched in blood, leading him to believe Wen Jiu had encountered some calamity, igniting a murderous intent within him. The celestial mechanism master harmed my junior sister and nephew. Today, I shall slay this beast. Seeing that he could not be restrained, the purple sun celestial master flicked his dust and coldly replied, "The celestial mechanism is my direct disciple. How can I allow him to be killed at will?" Song Xuanqing sneered, raising his sword to point at the purple sun celestial master. "As the head of the Zhandiangmen, do I not have the right to deal with a dog that bites indiscriminately in my house?" "You!" The purple sun celestial master was infuriated by the insult. "Umph. You refuse to drink the wine of courtesy and instead seek punishment. Song Xuanqing, do not say I lack respect. Your elder killed my disciple, Yin Feng, first. How should we settle this score? Kill your disciple." Song Xuanqing stood his ground. "Celestial Master, do not speak carelessly. Clarify which elder from my sect did this, and provide evidence that if the situation is as you say." "I, Song Xuanqing, will not let it go. Should your sect wrongfully accuse someone, do not blame me for being merciless." As he spoke, a layer of hostility flickered in his eyes, and with a sweeping motion of his arms, thousands of rays of light emerged, vaguely forming a colossal divine statue that looked down upon the crowd like mere ants. The purple sun celestial master's pupils constricted. That was indeed the myriad sword domain created by Song Xuanqing's life sword. Had his cultivation surpassed his own? At this moment, several streaks of light lit up the horizon, as the masters of various peaks arrived on their respective magical artifacts. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of Lingyun's sect also soared in on their swords. A massive throng, led by the envoy of the Immortal Alliance, Mr. Sima Dada. "You want evidence, do you?" A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the purple sun celestial master's keen eyes. He was certain that once everyone arrived, the truth would be revealed. The peak master of Tianin Peak, Chu Nishang, was the first to arrive, seated on a round fan. Upon witnessing the devastation atop the peak, she instinctively frowned. What happened here? Her gaze shifted, and upon spotting the red-clad girl guarded by the divine beast Xiongqi, she approached with a bright smile. "Xiao Yuer, when did you return? Why didn't you come to find your sister to play?" Tai Chue, unfamiliar with Chu Nishang, instinctively bared his teeth as she drew near, but when Jiyu patted his wing, signaling him to quiet down, Chu's sister, when Jiyu weakly called out, but before she could finish, she coughed lightly. Chu Nishang immediately stepped forward to support her, gently patting her back to help her breathe. "Tell your sister, which blind fool bullied you. I'll take care of him for you." When Jiyu's cold gaze fell upon the purple sun celestial master. Who else could it be? Hearing the whispered exchange, the purple sun celestial master, scorned as the blind fool, unleashed a wave of pressure toward them. Chu Nishang scoffed. "So it is that old wretch that she spoke." She sneaked a glance at the young man standing behind when Jati that moment. Dusk was settling, and Sieju's face was shrouded in the shadow of Tai Chue, rendering him indistinct. Chu Nishang felt that the young man possessed an extraordinary beauty. However, when she attempted to glimpse him again, Tai Chue had already concealed him in shadows. Yet, just that brief glance lingered in her mind. "Did I ask this your disciple?" Chu Nishang inquired. When Jiyu nodded, she immediately embraced Wen Jiyu's arm affectionately. "Where did you find such a lovely beauty? Since you do not need a disciple, why not give him to me? I can trade you treasures for him. What is his name?" When Jiyu smiled back at her, revealing 3 words. "Jin Buhuan," Chu Nishang exclaimed. At that moment, Mo Yunya arrived on his sword, and upon seeing the disarray at Xiao Piaomiao Peak, his forehead throbbed with anger. "Damn it! What does that old dog take my Xinyan Mountain for?" He brandished his sword, surveying the area, ultimately locking his gaze on the bell beneath which the purple sun celestial master stood. "Though, you think hiding the old onion, the celestial mechanism, inside will thwart me?" Without even a word of greeting, he swung his sword toward it. However, the bell was the purple sun celestial master's life treasure. How could he hope to cleave it? The purple sun celestial master sneered. "Old Mo, if you wish to move this bell, you might as well return and cultivate for another 100 years. Do I need 100 years? Chu Nishang leaped up, her hands forming a formation. "Old Mo, use all your strength." Mo Yunya understood, delivering a heavy strike against the bell, while Chu Nishang unleashed her echoing technique. Immediately, when Jiyu felt her ears gently covered by someone's hands, Siejuo whispered in her ear, "Master, do not listen." The world trembled, and in an instant, a resonating hum reverberated through the heavens and earth, followed closely by the celestial mechanism master's heart-wrenching roar from within the bell. Ah, the continuous hum crashed between the heavens and earth. Especially intense within the bell. Disciples of Ling Yun's sect, whose cultivation was weaker, fell to the ground, clutching their heads and bleeding from their ears. Inside the bell, the celestial mechanism master cried out in anguish. "Master, let me out! I can't take it anymore." The Purple Sun Celestial Master did not expect these two to be so despicable, and he had no choice but to retract his life bell. The Celestial Mechanism Master, bloodied and unrecognizable, collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. When Jiu looked at the reckless pair, shaking her head in exasperation that as she moved, she realized the young man's hands were still covering her ears. So she gently pulled his arms down. "Are you all right?" Meeting Wen Jiu's concerned gaze, Xieju's eyes bent slightly. "I'm fine, master." The master of the six veins, alongside the peak master of Danxia, Fu Yushan, and the peak master of Fuyan, Fu Tiansheng, as well as the peak master of the refining peak, Zhuge Qinji, have gathered. The two factions swiftly divided into opposing camps, brandishing their weapons. The biting cold wind heralded an imminent confrontation at this moment. The law elder, Fang Yin, stepped forward. "As this pertains to the affairs of our Xintian sect, it shall be adjudicated by me, the law elder. Does anyone have any objections?" Chapter 46. My master protects me on the lofty Piaomiao peak. The winds howled mournfully as the sun gradually sank below the horizon. Last, the celestial master of Xiang relented, proposing to escort the key individuals involved in the incident to the law hall. The law hall, situated atop the Grand Piaomiao peak, was adorned with portraits of the three pure ones, the founding sages of the Xintian sect, that a multitude of candles ignited simultaneously, illuminating the hall as brightly as day. The revered Tianji Zuns lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless creature, while the sole surviving disciple of Ling Yun's sect trembled as he knelt beside him. Another Ling Yun disciple, cradling a wooden box, stood silently with bowed head. When Jiu arrived at the hall with Xiejue, just as they were about to enter, suddenly, Xiejue tugged at her sleeve, a look of shame upon his face. "Master, actually," when Jiu patted his hand, "Tio framed someone. One need not lack in rationale. Enough of this. Let us proceed inside." Xiejue pursed his lips, lowering his head to follow. The iron hammer had diminished in size. Trailing closely behind Wen Jiu, casting a vigilant glare at those who might threaten its mother. When Jiu glanced up, Song Xuanqing, the leader of the Xintian sect, sat in the chief seat alongside Law Elder Fang Yin, with the celestial master of Xiang and the envoy of the Immortal Alliance, Mr. Sima, flanking them. The celestial master of Xiang closed his eyes lightly, his gaze seeming to weigh heavily upon the two of them. The other elders and members of Ling Yun's sect occupied the sides, casting glances of disdain at one another, the atmosphere thick with tension. Once everyone had paid their respects, Law Elder Fang Yin cleared his throat. "Now, Elder 7, please recount the events of today." When Jiu nodded and stepped forward to narrate the day's occurrences, the elders of Xintian sect, upon hearing the account, were naturally incensed. Elder Fu slammed his hand upon the table. "I have never heard of such shameless scoundrels, coming as guests only to attempt to slay their host." Zhuge Qinji raised his hand, the mechanisms on his arm clicking ominously. Whether Au killed the Yin Peak is yet to be determined. Yet the old dog Tianji dares to intrude upon Xiaopiao Peak. It seems Ling Yun's sect has truly taken our Xianyun Mountain as their personal garden. The celestial master of Xiang calmly brushed his feather duster, prompting Elder Qiu Yin from Ling Yun's sect to rise and retort immediately. Is confirmation of who killed Yin Peak still necessary? He stepped out from his seat and approached the disciple holding the wooden box. Opening it, behold, inside lay a dark mass, the nature of which was indiscernible. Elder Qiu continued, "This is the ash of my junior brother, Yin Peak, who was burned to ashes by someone employing fire-based magic." He then turned his gaze towards Wen Jiu. Few disciples of Xintian sect practice fire magic, and among them, only the immortal Lord Xuanyu is adept. My junior brother had already reached the transformation stage. No one could harm him but you, speaking utter nonsense. The one who spoke was Mo Yunxia, known for his fiery temper. My junior sister does not even know your so-called junior brother. If she does not know him, why would she wish him dead? Elder Qiu chuckled derisively. Why is Elder Mo so agitated? I never claimed that this person is the immortal Lord Xuanyu. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, clamoring that the immortal Lord Xuanyu was indeed the one who killed Yen Peak, only to now claim otherwise. What trickery was Ling Yun's sect up to? Qiao Yin turned to the disciple holding the wooden box. You tell us, when was the last time you saw your senior brother Yin? The young disciple dared not raise his head, speaking in a hushed tone. Today at noon, I had business to attend to and went to find senior brother, Yin, that I found him with a disciple of Xintian's sect. So I left first. Later, I personally witnessed that person leave the guest courtyard and head towards Xiaopiao Peak. When I went to seek out senior brother Yin again, I discovered he had already been turned to ash. Qiao Yin inquired, Can you identify that person? The disciple raised his head, glancing around in trepidation, and timidly pointed a finger towards the youth behind Wen Jiyu. Wen Jiyu furrowed her brow, about to interject, when a flicker of flame danced to one side, a gust of wind suddenly brushing past her cheek. Alarm bells rang in her mind. This was bad. She quickly turned to look at Siezhu behind her, only to find him frozen in confusion, his expression vacant. The celestial master of Zhang had appeared by his side, fingers claw-like around his neck, while Song Xuanqing grasped the wrist of the celestial master, his expression as frigid as ice. Celestial master, the truth of the matter has yet to be revealed. What are you doing? The celestial master of Zhang fixed his penetrating gaze upon the alarmed Siezhu. Witnessing the fear in his eyes, which held no semblance of pretense, shock and disbelief flickered across his face. Slowly, he withdrew his hand, yet his eyes remained sharp as blades, piercing through the youth. You little wretch, hide your depths well. Truly, you are no ordinary individual. Even with your life hanging by a thread, you maintain this facade of helplessness, not even attempting to resist. And no wonder both Tianji and Yen Peak fell at your hands. What cunning techniques you possess. Song Xuanqing narrowed his eyes. What is the meaning of this, celestial master? The celestial master's words dripped with sarcasm. How ironic, Song Xuanqing, that you are a master of the sword, yet fail to see the truth before you. This little wretch is no ordinary person. The Tio take him in a Xinyun mountain is akin to inviting a wolf into your home. At this proclamation, the great hall fell into a profound silence. Siezhu remained motionless, his gaze cast downward. The assembly, who had previously overlooked him, now noticed the youth's striking beauty, yet his fair neck bore 5 dark imprints left by the celestial master's grip. A stark and alarming sight. Though he did not voice a rebuttal, the pallor of his face and the slight flush at the corners of his eyes betrayed his emotions. Wen Jiyu spoke softly. Ajua, let me see. Siezhu, as if awakening from a dream, lifted his gaze to her. Master, I am fine. He then lowered his eyes again, fully concealing his feelings that in that fleeting moment when Jiyu discerned the truth. His eyes were red, and the bitterness in his voice was unmistakable that instant, when Jiyu felt an overwhelming anger. She knew her disciple's capabilities well. Why should others derogatorily label him a little wretch or accuse him of inviting trouble? Are you a fool, with your brain caught in the door? Yen Peak is a cultivator of the transformation stage, while my disciple is merely at the earth stage. Even a child with a modicum of common sense knows that there is a vast difference between the two realms. Even if he were a master of fire magic, he could not harm Yen Peak for inviting trouble. Was it not Ling Yun's sect that declared war on us? This grand competition was, in essence, a conspiracy. It is you Ling Yun's sect who are the true wolves at the door. Once she finished her tirade, a painful sensation gripped her chest, the flames of indignation within her nearly bursting forth. The celestial master of Zhang laughed heartily. Immortal Lord Xuanyu, do you truly know your disciple? Wen Jiyu scoffed coldly. Those who come with ill intent do not come for good, did I surmise that you, celestial master, have already learned of the matter concerning the Zhanhuang sword. Whether it pertains to Yen Peak or Tianji Zun's, they will seek justification for their ambitions to ignite conflict, regardless of whether this incident involves Siezhu. One of our disciples must inevitably become a pawn in their schemes. That moment, the envoy of the Immortal Alliance, Mr. Sima, stood up. Whether he is at the Earth stage or not can be ascertained with a simple test. Chapter 47. The allies of the Master arrived. The Celestial Master of Ziyang and Tianji Zun's awaited this statement eagerly. Tianji Zun's had just communicated discreetly with the Celestial Master of Ziyang, revealing that the Zhanhuang sword was not in Wen Jiyu's possession. His inexplicable descent into madness only indicated that this seemingly unassuming youth was indeed problematic. The celestial master of Xiang recalled the scornful glance the youth cast upon him during the accusations. Along with the chilling pressure he exerted, in a moment of desperation, he attempted to probe, only to find himself outmaneuvered. With the envoy of the Immortal Alliance speaking up, the two were only too pleased. Tianji Zun's lay on the ground, grumbling, his poisoned gaze fixed squarely upon Siege behind Wen Jiyu. His cultivation had plummeted 2 realms, now at the heaven stage, and even tainted by demonic energy, rendering him beyond salvation. Yet he recalled that it was during his confrontation with Wen Jiyu that he had imprinted a demonic seal within his own body. Wen Jiyu clenched her fingers tightly within her sleeve. What a clever scheme. She finally understood. Once Tianji Zun's discovered that the Zhanhuang sword was not in her possession, he began to target Siejua. They were convinced that the sword was hidden within him, thus altering their narrative to accuse him of murder, ultimately leading to this inquiry into his cultivation level. You believe you can simply test him? When Jiyu grasped Siejua's wrist, shielding him behind her. First, you framed Xiaopiao, accusing me of being a murderer. Now, you arrive at the law hall to claim my disciple is the culprit. You have spoken ill of us without restraint. Do you take the Xintian sect for fools? Do you think us weak and easy to bully? Or do you intend to ensnare us in a trap, deliberately slaying your own disciple to incite war and brazenly seize control of Xinyan Mountain? When Jiyu's remarks ignited a fervent outrage among the elders present in the hall, prompting a chorus of protests. Indeed, your intentions were far from noble. Who could ascertain whether this was not a trap laid by you? The Xiang celestial master, ever the cunning strategist, immediately returned the gesture with a respectful bow upon hearing these words that my disciple, Tianji, is inherently reckless. The tragic loss of his beloved pupil has caused him to act irrationally. His current predicament is a result of his own misdeeds, and thus he cannot be spared. Here, I humbly offer my apologies to the Immortal Lord, and I shall assume responsibility for all damages incurred atop the Xiaopiao Miao Peak. With a shift in focus, he turned his gaze towards Siege for this young friend. My earlier actions were born of desperation, a most regrettable course of action, that I surmised that this young friend Xia had long anticipated such a situation, perhaps possessing some means of concealing his aura, which is why he has revealed not a trace of flaw. Should we further investigate his spiritual abode, the truth will be unveiled. He exuded confidence. Certain that Siejua had hidden his true cultivation level, the law enforcement elder, Fang Yin, spoke with a grim countenance. What if the celestial master's judgment is erroneous? Should he be wrongfully accused? I am willing to bow my head in contrition, offer my apologies, and pledge never to set foot in the Xintian gate again before the grand competition. Yet, if he indeed harbors ill intentions. The Xiang celestial master let out a few sinister chuckles, the implications clear as day. When Jiyu lowered her gaze, contemplating the Xiang celestial master's esteemed position. After all, the Celestial Alliance had once entrusted him with the suppression of the Wild Sword. Acknowledging the strength of the Lingyun sect, should Siege be found guilty, the ramifications would be dire. She turned to the young man beside her and whispered, Ajwa, fear not. You are here with your master and uncles to protect you. They would not dare to bully you. Remember what I have told you. Her eyes were resolute, reminding him of that day when the suppression of the Wild Sword entered his body, her warning echoing in his mind. The sword bore her restrictions, and he need not fear. With his master and uncles to shield him, he would not be subjected to their tyranny, and no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner before, not even in his past life. The face before him mirrored that of his former life, yet she was capable of uttering such heart-stirring words. Was it truly a distortion of his memory? The youth lowered his eyelashes for a moment, then cast a gentle glance her way. Master, let them test me. Yunxia, who had remained silent until now, suddenly recalled something and was about to speak, but was halted by Song Xuanqing. Then let us conduct the test. Song Xuanqing rubbed his temples. The events of the day had been overwhelming, each incident provoking his irritation. Were it not for the presence of the Celestial Alliance, he would have longed to expel this assembly of miscreants from the Xintian gate. This matter must reach a conclusion. The innocent must be cleared, and the guilty must face their reckoning. That we cannot afford to show favoritism simply because Siejua is of the Xintian gate. Thus, we shall unravel this matter thoroughly. Their insistence on a test will only serve to fuel suspicion regarding our own integrity. Clap, clap, clap. Sima Honkai clapped his hands and remarked with a smile, Brother Yuanqing. You truly embody integrity and transparency, reminiscent of the esteemed ancestor of the Xinyan Mountain. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "This matter bears the greatest suspicion towards the Xintian Gate. To avoid any semblance of bias, let Brother Ziyang and I personally conduct the test of his cultivation level." "What do you all think?" Mo Yunxiao retorted, "Just the two of you. What level of cultivation can you ascertain? Is it not merely a matter of your words?" This statement nearly implied that the Ziyang Celestial Master and the envoy of the Celestial Alliance had colluded in advance. Sima Honkai sneered. "What do you mean by that, Brother Mo? Are you suggesting that we in the Celestial Alliance would openly protect the Lingyun sect?" Mo Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. "I never claimed such a thing." Sima Honkai abruptly flicked his sleeve. "Then how else should it be? Can your Xintian Gate find a third impartial individual?" At that moment, a celestial melody wafted in from outside the door. The music was melodious, akin to a gentle breeze, soothing the agitation within the hearts of those present. Just as they were caught in astonishment, a woman's voice rang out. "The holy son of Kunlun, Dao Qi Jinjuan, has arrived." Mo Yunxiao laughed heartily. "Isn't this the very embodiment of fairness and impartiality?" All eyes turned towards the entrance, where a streak of light cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by fluttering snowflakes, gradually coalescing into a figure of ethereal grace. The man possessed a serene countenance, exuding an aura of nobility, clad in an elaborately patterned moon-white Kunlun robe, his long hair cascading over his shoulders. Adorned with a jade crown, as he entered the hall with an impassive expression, when Jiyu locked eyes with him, was this not the illustrious Dao Qi Jinjuan, known as the Holy Son of Kunlun? Upon seeing this, Sima Honkai promptly approached to pay his respects. The status of Kunlun in the realm of cultivation was unparalleled, governing the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with extraordinary might that even the Celestial Alliance had to regard with deference. "I have met the Dao Jun and esteemed fairies. May I inquire what brings you here from afar?" Dongfang Jibai did not spare him a glance that a group of purple-clad fairies approached, led by Yin Longzhu of the Huishua Palace, who regarded Sima Honkai with a sardonic smile. "What business does the Dao Jun have that requires you to report to him? Who do you think you are?" Sima Honkai was momentarily rendered speechless, his face a canvas of crimson and pale hues. Subsequently, she and the other female cultivators walked directly to Wenjiu, bowing deeply. "Greetings, little palace master." "There's no need for formalities." Stepping forward, Wenjiu grasped Yin Longzhu's hand, her heart brimming with joy. Thank goodness she hadn't rejected that offer so decisively back then. Otherwise, she would not have had Kunlun's support today. During the banquet at Fengling, when Dongfang Jibai approached her and bestowed a talisman, they had agreed that should the Lingyun sect provoke them, they would relay messages to one another. He had already sensed the internal betrayal within Kunlun and was troubled by how to unearth the puppet master behind it all. Now, with the Lingyun sect's provocation, when Jiyu did not hesitate to employ that talisman. Since a grand competition was imminent, let all participate. No one from Kunlun Mountain, Qingyan Mountain, or Ziyan Mountain should be absent. After all, their Xinyan Mountain's secret realm was vast enough to expose the vile countenance of both the Celestial Alliance and the Lingyun sect to the entire realm of cultivation. Little Palace Master? The Ziyang Celestial Master and Tianjizun were momentarily taken aback, having forgotten this detail. Tianjizun instinctively reached for the accessories in his Qingquan bag, but found it empty, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Had something happened to the one from Huishua Palace? Sima Honkai was equally astonished. When did the Xuanyu Immortal Lord become the little palace master of Huishua Palace? Moreover, it appeared that Kunlun had come to bolster her. He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation, realizing he needed to reassess the possibility of an alliance with the Lingyun sect. Song Xuanqing approached Dongfang Jibai, clasping his hands in a salute. "Brother Jibai, your arrival is most fortuitous." Dongfang Jibai lowered his gaze and returned the gesture. "Yuanqing, I am already aware of this matter." He tightened his grip on the talisman in his hand. On his way here, he had absorbed all that transpired within the hall. Standing in the chamber, Dongfang Jibai raised his gaze to the gathered assembly, a chill radiating from him. "Since Xinyan Mountain seeks to avoid bias, allow me to conduct the test, for the sake of fairness. The Holy Son of Kunlun has personally volunteered to assess Siege's cultivation level. Thus, Xinyan Mountain must also act to avoid suspicion, and the Ziyang Celestial Master must likewise step aside. The Ziyang celestial master and Tianji Zun dared not voice further objections. And so the crowd dispersed to provide space for the three of them. Although surprised by Dongfang Jibai's appearance, the Ziyang celestial master was unwavering in his confidence regarding his prior judgment. He had clearly observed that this youth's cultivation level was merely at the 9th stage of the unconscious realm, slightly inferior to his own, which had emboldened him to act so brazenly. If he were unable to detect the suppression of the wild sword, it would have been one thing. However, given that he was concealing his level of cultivation and deceiving his sect, he could simply take him away. Confident that he could extract information from him or use him as leverage against Wenji at this moment, he stood calmly to the side, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As if certain of his success, Song Xuanqing felt a twinge of concern but placed greater faith in Wen Jiyu's sealing techniques. She was a genius in the creation and dismantling of formations. And among her peers, she was the first to establish her own domain as a cultivator, AS for the demonic bloodline within Siejua. Song Xuanqing glanced at the youth adorned in what appeared to be ordinary garb, a bitter smile escaping him. His junior sister was indeed incredibly generous towards her disciple. Yet, when Jiyu secretly chuckled, what gave Zhang the audacity to presume his cultivation was profound? In the tales, aside from his spirit essence body and the phoenix fire, Siejua was an utter failure in the early stages of cultivation. Were it not for her imposition of the suppression of the wild sword upon him, he would have been incapable of drawing in qi and reaching the entry level. Moreover, all his meridians were blocked. She had personally assessed this only earlier today. The first to determine his cultivation level was Sima Honkai, that he probed for a considerable time, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before hesitantly stating, entry level. Upon speaking, he quickly denied it. No, it appears more like. Frustration arose among the crowd. What level is it then? Why the hesitance? Sima Honkai, uncertain of his prior findings, wiped the sweat from his brow, closed his eyes and uttered 2 words. Earth level. The crowd of Lingyun's sect was thrown into an uproar. Indeed, it was a realm of the earth. Upon hearing this from Sima Honkai, Master Ving suddenly grasped the situation. Beneath his heavily wrinkled eyelids, a flash of brilliance shot forth. When Jiyu's gaze flickered uncertainly, and upon observing Siej's pale complexion, swaying precariously as he stood, her heart ached with empathy. She stepped forward to support his arm. For someone of his cultivation level to have their spiritual abode probed by another was akin to an invasion of his consciousness. Moreover, he had previously sustained injuries, leaving him in excruciating pain. Siejua leaned slightly against Wen Jiyu's soft form, inhaling the fragrance wafting from her hair, and felt a sudden sense of grounding in his heart, that he mused. Being probed in the spiritual abode occasionally isn't so bad. Dongfang Jibai stepped forward, offering an apologetic nod to Siejua before conjuring a thread of spiritual flow from his fingertips, delving into Siejua's spiritual abode. Siejua regarded the elegantly composed man before him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. This individual was, after all, an old acquaintance. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had been sealed beneath Kunlun Mountain for the sake of saving the world. Moreover, this old acquaintance seemed to have had a romantic entanglement with his master. As Siejua contemplated this, his expression darkened. When he glanced again at Dongfang Jibai's handsome face, he felt an overwhelming sense of aversion. He closed his eyes, and for reasons he could not fathom, turned once more to look at Wen Jiyu, only to find her gaze fixed intently upon that pretty face. Anger flared within him, and he let out a cold laugh. Dongfang Jibai noticed the change in his aura and looked at him in surprise. Was it merely his imagination? He had indeed probed a realm he had never touched before, but it vanished just as swiftly. After a moment, Dongfang Jibai withdrew his hand and regarded him coolly. 9th stage of entry, meridians obstructed, yet to break through. The discussions among the assembled crowd resumed. Old man, Chu Nishang chuckled. Even the holy son of Kunlun has stated he cannot reach the earth realm. Do you still wish to test it? This is impossible. Both Sima Honkai and Dongfang Jibai had declared him as belonging to the earth realm. And Master Zhang, unable to remain seated, slammed his armrest. I must personally assess this. When Jiyu was furious. No, sensing her master's anger, the iron hammer let out a growl, expanding its form, brandishing its sharp claws, and unfurling its broad wings, entering a state of alert. The spiritual abode was of utmost importance to cultivators. Siejua had already been probed twice, and while Sima Honkai dared not resort to trickery, it did not mean that Master Zhang would refrain from doing so. When Jiyu could not afford to take any risks. You were the one attempting to avoid suspicion earlier, and now you wish to conduct a test? As his master, I demand to ask you, Master Zhang, what exactly do you intend to do to my disciple? Master Zhang snorted coldly. What else could I do? Merely ascertain the truth. Dongfang Jibai gently closed his eyes, picked up the spiritual tea presented by his disciple, and took a sip before speaking. What does the master intend? Do you doubt my character, having cultivated the path of emotionless for centuries? Dongfang Jibai's thoughts were profoundly clear, untainted by worldly affairs that in his eyes, the well-being of the masses outweighed everything. He would never utter falsehoods for personal gain, that if he wished to conceal his cultivation from Dongfang Jibai, his realm would have to be at least above the fate knowledge stage. Above fate knowledge? Master Zhang retreated 2 steps in disbelief. Impossible. No one in this world could ever reach the transformation stage. This youth appears to be merely 17 or 18, perhaps even younger. How could he possess such cultivation? Chapter 49. Those who knew my secret have died, should I uncover that someone has been scheming behind the scenes, inciting conflict between factions. Do not blame Kunlun for exercising its right to judgment. As Dongfang Jibai spoke, he raised his finger, and a small round cauldron gradually materialized in the air, slowly rotating. The 9 tripods of good and evil. Elder Fangyin recognized it as the instrument of punishment used by Kunlun. The severity of Kunlun's punishments far surpassed that of the law enforcement hall, should this cauldron strike one's head. A gentle tap would ensure the truth would be extracted, and another blow would result in the separation of soul and spirit, while the final strike would obliterate one's very essence. The crowd murmured, having witnessed Kunlun's governance over the 3 palaces and 6 courts for many years, all thanks to this 9 tripods of good and evil. When Jiyu fixated on the cauldron, realizing Dongfang Jibai's intentions, a subtle smile betraying her thoughts, that moment, Dongfang Jibai glanced over, their gazes briefly intersecting before gently parting. The scattered lights danced across her exquisitely beautiful face, a soft glow shimmering in her bright apricot eyes. Siejua had been observing Wen Jiyu, and upon witnessing her subtle interaction with Dongfang Jibai, the corners of his mouth, which had been pressed down, sank even lower, his eyelids drooping, when his gaze fell upon her hand gripping his wrist. He shifted his body, deliberately exposing their intertwined hands, that he then cast a provocative glance at Dongfang Jibai. Dongfang Jibai. He expressionlessly averted his gaze, casting a spell upon the 9 tripods of good and evil. Buzz! As he gently tapped the 9 tripods, a resonant sound imbued with the essence of the Tao reverberated throughout the hall, causing the faces of all present to change dramatically, as if their spirits were being interrogated by deities. The Honorable Tianshu trembled, blood and sweat mingling on his cheeks, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he was steadied by a transmission of sound from Master Zhang. Just as everyone was in shock, the Lingyun sect disciple who had previously slandered Siejua suddenly knelt in tears, begging for mercy. The sound of the zither abruptly ceased. Daojun, I confess, I have never seen anyone emerge from the guest quarters. Yin Feng was already dead. He was killed by his master, in an instant. Blood splattered as a burst of crimson mist erupted from his chest, almost reducing his upper body to a pulpy mass. The crowd gasped at this turn of events, their souls snapping back into place. Nonsense. It was Master Zhang who had struck. This man has succumbed to demonic influence. His words cannot be trusted. Elder Fangyin, the law enforcement elder, immediately stepped forward to investigate, and indeed noticed a faint trace of demonic energy emanating from the disciple's chest, a demonic seal flickering ominously to the demonic energy, sensed someone approaching. It writhed and attempted to invade the newcomer. Fangyin acted decisively, forming hand seals to cast a binding spell, preventing the demonic energy from leaking out. When Jiyu was equally astonished, she had initially believed Siejua was indeed responsible, as he could wield the phoenix flame. However, given his low cultivation, the power of that flame was akin to mortal fire, rendering the likelihood of him killing Yin Feng exceedingly low. Regardless, this revelation had successfully cleared Siejua of blame. Master Vin glared at Siejua with malice, having clearly witnessed him openly casting a demonic seal on that disciple right before his eyes. They had long been familiar with that seal after years of suppressing and executing the demonic quelling sword. Having arrived at this juncture, how could they allow it to slip away so easily? Yin Feng was destined to die. They had never truly considered him a concern, had it not been for the Honorable Tianshu's suggestion that this was a rare opportunity. They would not have needed to make such a fuss. Moreover, there was a tremendous secret at play. If true, they could rightfully take control of Xianyan Mountain without a competition that I am certain he is a calamity to the world. Employing methods to conceal his true cultivation, deceiving everyone that I also guarantee that I will not harm him in the slightest. The oath I previously made still stands. He gritted his teeth, intensifying the stakes. If I have wronged him, I shall offer half of the sex treasures to Xianyan Mountain. Should I break my word, may heaven strike me down. At this declaration, all present were astounded. Even the peak masters of the Xintian sect were filled with doubt. What could compel Master Ziyang to make such a grave oath? Could it be that this youth truly harbored some demonic influence? Song Xuanqing pressed his lips tightly together. It seemed that Master Zhang was not merely interested in the demonic quelling sword, but had begun to suspect his origins. He had gone to great lengths to find him and could not allow Master Zhang to succeed. Just as he was about to speak, the clear and gentle voice of the youth resonated within the hall. Master. Esteemed uncles, let him test me. When Jiu, sharing Song Xuanqing's thoughts, swiftly seized his arm. No. Xie looked at Wen Jiu, his phoenix-like eyes gently arching, long lashes fluttering as he softly said, In this world, I am but a rootless driftwood, my fate fraught with trials. Today, however, I am fortunate to have the full protection of my sect, a blessing from my past life that I dare not cause my master and esteemed uncles any trouble. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes reddened, a glimmer of unshed tears shimmering within. Yet he forced a smile and raised his gaze toward the crowd, that if this could dissuade the master from pursuing the matter further. Even if it meant his demise today, he would harbor no grievances. His eyes, dark as night, held a flicker of starlight, yet they concealed a subtle pull, gently tugging at the hearts of the elders of Xianyan Mountain. Regardless of the enchanting Chu Nishang, the oblivious Zhuge Qianji, or the stern and composed elder Fang Yin, as well as the law enforcement disciples of Xianyan Mountain, they were all deeply shaken. Look how this boy embodies such loyalty and righteousness. And behold Master Zhang, who has driven a child to such a state. Wen Jiu was also profoundly shaken. She was utterly unaware that Xie possessed such remarkable understanding and thoughtfulness. Not only had he risked his life to save her today, but during their previous interactions, he had devoted himself entirely to serving her, harboring not a shred of ill intent. Alas, she had underestimated him, allowing her narrow-mindedness to cloud her judgment. Gently, when Jiu released her grip, Xie stepped forward, and an illusion seemed to arise before the onlookers. There stood the youth, tall and elegant amidst the flickering lights of the hall, his simple white attire failing to conceal the brilliance of his features. Even the moonlight and starlight above seemed to favor him, casting a soft glow around him, pure and untainted, that as graceful as the willows in spring and as resounding as the bamboo swaying in the wind. He was no less impressive than the holy son of Kunlun, Dongfang Jibai. The purple sun celestial master, observing from a lofty position, fixed a cold smile upon him, extending his hand to grasp Xie's pulse. He intended to use the most straightforward method to break through his 6 meridians and discern what trickery he was up to. The divine consciousness pierced through the obstructed channels, smoothly entering his spiritual abode. Within this sanctuary, it was as barren as that of an ordinary mortal, lacking even the most basic cultivation found among his disciples. The purple sun celestial master could not help but feel perplexed. Could it truly be, as Dongfang Jibai had asserted, that he was merely at the 9th level of entry? Impossible. He had clearly seen. Suddenly, his divine essence trembled, as if gripped tightly by the force of the heavenly Tao around his throat. The purple sun celestial master felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, too terrified to even resist, for he understood that should the opponent exert even a fraction more strength, he would be utterly obliterated. At that moment, a voice echoed slowly within his consciousness. Those who know my secret are all dead. And you, do you wish to meet them? Chapter 50. Touching the Master's divine consciousness, the purple sun celestial master withdrew his finger, his countenance ashen. Lowering his head, he appeared to age decades in an instant, The brilliance in his eyes dimmed. No longer bearing the arrogance he once had, he dared not cast another glance at the youth, and instead turned to Song Xuanqing. Speaking in a hushed tone, "Fellow Taoist Yuanqing, the sin of celestial secrets is unforgivable. I leave it to your sect to handle. Today, I, the Purple Sun, shall send disciples to deliver the treasures of Lingyun's sect overnight. And the matter of the competition is hereby nullified." The members of Lingyun's sect departed, vowing never to set foot in Xinyan Mountain again in this lifetime. The representatives of the Celestial Alliance and the elders of Lingyun's sect exchanged bewildered glances. Unable to comprehend how a mere assessment of realms could compel the Celestial Master to capitulate without a fight, their hearts rife with speculation. The Celestial Master of Heavenly Secrets, who had been waiting nearby to witness the unfolding drama, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Master, what are you saying? You wish to hand over your disciple to Xintian's sect. What is the meaning of this?" The Purple Sun Celestial Master could not restrain his reprimand. "You have committed a grave error, allowing demonic energy to invade your body, straying onto a dark path. From this day forth, do not dare to refer to yourself as my disciple." With that, he swept a fierce gaze over the members of Lingyun's sect. Commanding, "We depart." The Celestial Master of Heavenly Secrets scrambled to his feet, grasping at his master's robes, pleading, "Master, Master, you cannot abandon me." The Purple Sun Celestial Master narrowed his eyes, finally transmitting a message to the Celestial Master of Heavenly Secrets. "You know what should be said and what should not." Otherwise, upon hearing this transmission, the Celestial Master of Heavenly Secrets turned pale and collapsed to the ground. With the departure of Lingyun's sect, the storm had dissipated without a trace. The crisis at Xinyan Mountain had been temporarily averted. This outcome was both anticipated and unexpected. Xiejue's realm truly was at the 9th level of entry, leaving many puzzled as to why the previously arrogant Purple Sun Celestial Master had suddenly called off the competition and left in haste, even disregarding the Celestial Alliance's envoy, Sima Honkai. With no other choice, Sima Honkai announced the cancellation of the competition, stating he would promptly communicate with the Celestial Alliance for judgment. "Daojun, I thank you for your assistance this time." When Jiyu approached Dongfang Jibai to express her gratitude, Dongfang Jibai smiled faintly, saying, "No need for formalities. I have not truly aided you in any significant way. With the competition cancelled, if Daojun has no further matters, feel free to remain at Xinyan Mountain for a few more days." When Jiyu pondered for a moment and added, "Given that you have gone to such lengths, why not come to my little Piamiao Peak tomorrow for a visit?" However, before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Siejua sway slightly, a painful expression crossing his face, before he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. When Jiyu, standing not far from him, found the blood splattering onto her hand. Instinctively, she reached out to him, that Chu Chichang gasped and was about to assist, only to see the youth collapse into Wenjiyu's embrace, leaving her to awkwardly retract her hand, lying in Wenjiyu's arms. Siejua softly called out, "Master," before his eyes fluttered shut. He must have been injured in his divine consciousness that Chu Chichang looked at Siejua with pity, thinking him a poor child. He needed his master to take him for healing. When Jiyu, too, began to panic, realizing that in her conversation with Dongfang Jibai, she had completely forgotten to check whether Siejue's spiritual abode had been tampered with by the Purple Sun Celestial Master. Without a moment's hesitation, she supported Siejua to stand. Seeing her anxiety for her disciple, Dongfang Jibai pressed his lips together and resumed his seat. Elder Feng Yin approached. "There are clean rooms in the rear hall. Perhaps we should heal him there?" When Jiyu nodded, as the situation was dire, leaving no time to return to Little Piamiao, Yunya volunteered. "Junior sister, you are also injured. Let me assist him in healing." When Jiyu pondered for a moment, just as Song Xuanqing suddenly clapped Yunya on the shoulder. "Third brother, allow them to heal in peace. I have matters to discuss with you." The law enforcement hall's rear hall contained several vacant rooms, and a group of people hurriedly followed, only to be locked out by Wen Jiyu. She instructed Tai Chue to guard the door, then assisted Siejua, gently employing the Qingchen technique to cleanse the blood from his form, before carefully laying him on the bed. However, as she moved, her foot caught on her own skirt, and she stumbled, tumbling onto the bed alongside Siejua. The fragrance from her body wafted over, causing Siejua's long eyelashes to flutter. Unaware of how soft she was, akin to a pool of water, with his eyes closed, he tilted his head back, exposing his delicate neck, his Adam's apple rolling slowly. when Jiyu scrambled off him, pushing him aside with a huff, muttering, "What do you eat to grow so heavy?" Once he was settled, when Jiyu reached out to pat his face, "Ajwa?" The youth remained unresponsive. When Jiyu first checked his injuries, discovering no significant external wounds. Yet he remained unconscious. She began to worry, fearing that the Purple Sun old man had done something to him. Thus, she took his hand, beginning to assess his injuries. Siejua lay there, feeling quite pleased with his own cleverness. When suddenly a faint divine consciousness penetrated within him. This consciousness was warm, carrying a disconcerting tremor, as it traveled through his limbs and directed itself toward his most hidden place. Simultaneously, the divine consciousness within him, as if summoned, surged toward that faint presence. The moment their essences brushed against each other, the sensations of softness and warmth amplified exponentially. When Jiyu's heart quivered unexpectedly, yet quickly returned to calm. Siejua could not help but inhale sharply, a vivid memory flashing through his mind of their previous encounter in the clothing shop, their lips meeting. However, he had never known that the contact between divine consciousness could evoke even more intense emotions than that of lips. The two strands of consciousness, uncontrollable, chaste and entwined within his spiritual abode, yearning to merge into one. That this overwhelming sensation of loss of control filled him with an inexplicable dread, yet he found himself utterly powerless. The elders' voices and inquiries echoed from outside, and this forbidden feeling of reckless abandon made his fingertips tremble involuntarily, but he could not help but breathe heavily, burying his face into the quilt. The Don Xiaopi has sent over the spirit-nourishing pills. "If you need them, I can bring them in." Chu Chichong called from outside the door. "Thank you, Sister Chu, but it is not necessary for now. Please keep them with you." When Jiyu tightly closed her eyes, yet her brow furrowed. Why was his divine consciousness so clingy, refusing to let go, making it impossible for her to leave, always nudging against her, yearning to burrow deeper into her embrace? A faint blush crept up her cheeks. Unlike the previous time when she had cleared his channels, this time, with her eyes closed, her senses were heightened, and she found herself feeling inexplicably shy and vexed. This was but a trivial matter. However, why did his divine consciousness evoke such a profound sense of familiarity, as if they were originally one entity, now forcibly separated? When Jiyu could not help but desire to explore further. Chapter 51. The master is playing with fire. It was impossible to ignore that his divine consciousness seemed to possess some energy. As when Jiyu could feel a pure spiritual force returning to her spiritual abode. With this realization, she attempted to reach out to that transparent essence, and indeed, she received a response from the spiritual flow. Could this be the effect of a spirit-nurturing body? The thought made when Jiyu feel somewhat uneasy. She did not wish to absorb his essence. Thus she spoke with her eyes still closed. "Do not move. I will help you guide the spirit into your abode." Once more, she returned to her original position. This time, she materialized directly within his spiritual abode. She was intent on investigating whether any malevolent influences had been cast upon it by the master of Xiang. While simultaneously entangling with his consciousness as she proceeded to she delved deeper. She beheld the Zhanhuang sword, encircled by a swirling mass of black flames. The sword, which she had sealed with a blood mark, was now engulfed in this inferno. As she gazed at the flames, a sense of disorientation washed over her. Within her own spiritual abode, there existed a similar blaze, albeit in crimson hues. She had long harbored a question, since Siejua was an unawakened phoenix spirit. Why did his phoenix fire manifest as black? Before she could ponder further, his consciousness brushed against hers once more. Reluctantly, when Jiyu continued her advance, finally arriving at his spiritual realm. The spiritual abodes of cultivators could take tangible forms. For some, it resembled a lotus flower, for others a miniature world. When Jiyu's abode was a garden blanketed in snow, it appeared to be a realm of profound depth, yet it bore no life, lying in ruins. To her astonishment, although his spiritual abode bore no vicious talismans or constraints, it was grievously damaged, filled with crumbling walls, leaving its original nature unrecognizable. In comparison to hers, it was even worse off as she regarded those inky black marks. Her brows gradually knitted in concern. The text had never mentioned such marks within his spiritual abode, and she had not encountered anything of the sort in her memories. She attempted to guide his spiritual flow to touch the black marks, only to discover they repelled each other. These marks were the reason he could not channel his spiritual energy into his abode, or even cultivate. Have you suffered any severe injuries in the past? When Jiyu inquired softly, "No, I don't remember," he replied, his voice tinged with an unusual tremor. When Jiyu contemplated for a moment, then summoned her own spiritual flow and chanted a healing spell, pressing her palm firmly against the mark. A faint azure ray flickered gently before vanishing. When she withdrew her hand, miraculously, the mark's color had faded, and the damaged area sparkled with points of light, visibly shrinking. Yet simultaneously, when Jiyu heard a suppressed groan escape Siège's throat, there was an inexplicable hint of sensuality in the sound. "Did I hurt you?" she casually asked, pausing her ministrations. Siège struggled to articulate the sensation, lost in confusion, and could only agree with her words. "A bit." "Then I shall be more gentle." When Jiyu responded and resumed her efforts to repair his spiritual abode, lying on his back, Siège understood she was mending his realm. He intentionally coughed up blood. Each time he utilized the spiritual energy within his abode, a force would counteract him. Today, he had done so thrice, to resist the scrutiny of those three individuals and to intimidate that old fox. The marks had directly torn his spiritual abode apart. Initially, the torment was merely a sensation of pain, but soon after, he felt a searing heat within, parched and yearning for something cool to alleviate the fiery discomfort. He opened his eyes slightly, barely perceiving the figure seated before him. She held a captivating pose as she formed her seals. But in the next moment, the world around him blurred, and everything was turned upside down. He clenched his fingers, focusing his attention, and his gaze finally regained a semblance of clarity. As when Jiyu entered a state of meditation, her surrounding spiritual flow surged, her long hair billowing gracefully, exuding an enchanting fragrance that entwined with his breath like tendrils of a vine. Thoroughly ensnaring him, that he found it difficult to breathe, struggling as panic threatened to overwhelm him. "Master, could you perhaps stop?" The youth's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of desperation. Disciple feels quite unwell, within the confines of his spiritual abode. When Jiyu remained unaware of his unusual state, her focus unwavering on the mark as she once again cast her healing spell. "Just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon." Time slipped away, and as the boy's breaths grew increasingly labored, when Jiyu opened her eyes to look at him, he bit his lip, his chest rising and falling erratically, cold sweat trickling down his face. Disappearing into his dark hair, when Jiyu was puzzled, was repairing a spiritual abode truly so painful. Every time she soaked in the nurturing spirit pool, it felt utterly delightful. Thus, she returned to her task, hastening the repair process while guiding his spiritual flow to circulate ceaselessly within his abode. Carrying the candle to illuminate the nether, the sea breeze dances with azure clouds, the moonlight graces the night shore. Your wings take flight, the crescent moon chases the light, the spirit platform shines clear, the path naturally unveils, with my spirit purifying your soul. Through her relentless efforts, the damaged spiritual abode was nearly restored, and the shimmering flow of light began to coalesce within the realm. When Jiyu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, success! At that moment, an unexpected muffled groan reached her ears, and Siège's consciousness abruptly withdrew, vanishing without a trace. When Jiyu opened her eyes in confusion, only to see the youth, buried under the blankets, eyes tightly shut, sweat-soaked hair clinging to his forehead, his face flushed as if he might bleed at any moment. What was happening to him? She was momentarily taken aback, about to inquire what had transpired when she caught a whiff of an unusual scent that cultivator senses were inherently different from ordinary people's. And this aroma was overwhelmingly potent, intertwined with the distinct fragrance of ash-laden orchids that clung to him. Wait! When Jiyu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, although she had never partaken in such experiences. The literary works of modernity had certainly educated her that no, it couldn't possibly be what she was thinking. She had merely assisted in repairing his spiritual abode. How could it have led to this? In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, almost steaming with heat. Master, a low, hoarse call reached her ears, gently scraping against her consciousness like fine sandpaper. When Jiyu shivered involuntarily, he leaned closer, their proximity intimate enough for her to feel his eyelashes brushing against her cheek. His heated breath fanned across her face. "That I think something is amiss." Yes, of course, something is amiss. Not only did he feel it, but she too shared the same sentiment. She might not be entirely human. Perhaps something beastly lurked within her. Thus, when Jiyu regained her composure, striving to maintain a light-hearted tone, "Your injuries are nearly healed, and the spiritual essence has successfully entered your body." That said, "I'll step outside for a moment." As she spoke, she reminded him, "Clean up after yourself. Don't let anyone see." With that, she leaped off the bed, eager to depart. Siejua blinked in disbelief. She just left. Just like that. He lay on the bed, his phoenix eyes burning with intensity as he stared at the grayish-green canopy above, as if he could incinerate it with his gaze. Chapter 52. Master, I am not ill. As the dawn painted the horizon, when Jiyu stepped outside, the cool breeze brushed against her, while fallen flowers fluttered like whispers in the light, seeking refuge in the cracks of the bricks. Upon seeing her emerge, Iron Hammer rushed forward. "Mother, I'm hungry." She patted the fluffy head of Iron Hammer, letting out a soft sigh. "With a mind so cunning, how dare you scheme against me? You've been with me for almost a month, and all you do is ask for food." She pointed towards the door, saying, "Go on, seek food from your little sweet brother." Iron Hammer, receiving her command, dashed off in an instant, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chu and Chong and Zhuge Qianji were seated outside, sipping tea. Upon noticing Wen Jiyu's swift exit, they immediately approached her to inquire about her well-being. The night breeze had cooled her flushed cheeks. She brushed back her hair and casually replied, "All is well." Zhuge Qianji, a woman of unwavering resolve, accepted her words without question. "That is good, that I shall return to refining artifacts. If anything arises, I'll send a message." With that, she tossed a mechanical heavy sword into the air, leaping after it, swiftly vanishing from the peak of the Piaomiao. Just as Chu and Chong was about to speak, she inadvertently caught a whiff of the fragrant orchid scent that enveloped Wen Jiyu. A thought crossed her mind, and she gazed at her. Wen Jiyu slightly tilted her face upward, the early sun casting a silvery red glow upon her, the remnants of blush still lingering in her eyes. Chu and Chong's eyes sparkled mischievously as she smirked. "I'll go check on my junior." Before she could dash into the room, Wen Jiyu blocked her path. No. He is asleep. The scene within was far too delicate to be exposed. If word got out, her reputation would be in shambles. Chu and Chong playfully pinched her cheek, teasing, "Little Yuer, tell your sister the truth. Is that child inside yours?" She silently mouthed the words, "Furnace Cauldron." Wen Jiyu quickly denied, "No, Sister Chu, don't say such things." Chu and Chong laughed heartily. "Others may not know, but how could I be oblivious?" Her expression was one of understanding. "That child is clearly a spirit-born body. A natural furnace cauldron?" Wen Jiyu face-bombed. "What does that have to do with me?" "What do you mean it has nothing to do with you?" Chu and Chong snapped off a branch of apricot blossoms, fashioning a simple hairstyle for her, and spoke earnestly. "After all, we've known each other for decades. Thus, I shall speak plainly. 10 years ago, Emma Lausen painstakingly brought you back. Now, with your spiritual abode so severely damaged, merely consuming elixirs isn't enough. You cannot spend all day soaking in that spirit pool. You need someone to replenish you." Stop, enough!" Wen Jiyu interrupted her words, and as she raised her gaze, her dark, glimmering eyes shimmered with a layer of light, already brimming with mirth. "Speak, Sister Chu. What do you wish to sell me this time? How much?" "Oh, Chu Nikhang whispered conspiratorially, "Sister Chu cannot be solely motivated by money. Can she?" Leaning closer, she added, "The treasures from the demon realm mustn't reach the master." With that, Chu Nikhang conjured a box shimmering with iridescent hues of rare herbs. She extended 2 fingers, declaring, 500 spirit stones. "But for my dear sister, only 200. Reluctantly, Wen Jiyu retrieved a small box and handed it to her, muttering, "This is too steep." That Chu Nikhang raised an eyebrow playfully. "Sister, whether it's steep or not, little Yuer should take a look first." With that, she summoned her magical artifact and departed. After Chu Nikhang left, Wen Jiyu sifted through the box of herbs, and indeed, beneath the layer of foliage, she uncovered several extraordinarily rare pale, green pills. A light chuckle escaped her lips as she leaped onto the rooftop and settled down. The scenery of the mountains was exquisite, with verdant ancient trees and rolling peaks as the sun began to rise. Its golden rays danced upon the surface that in her modern life. She had lost count of how long it had been since she had witnessed the dawn, engrossed in work and social obligations. She had exhausted herself. She had no family, or rather, Those relatives who only sought to claim her inheritance after her parents' demise could hardly be considered family. The urban landscape was marked by indifference. Yet fortunately, she had many friends at this moment. In this world, she inexplicably longed for her companions from the modern era. She mused she could never return, alas, like in the modern world, they all bore frail bodies. She pondered if anyone would collect her remains should she perish suddenly. She certainly did not wish to decay. After all, a fairy must always exude a fragrant aura to mend the spiritual abode. She had expended considerable energy, and now her spirit abode ached, yet she was reluctant to return to Xiaopiao Miao Peak. After swallowing a pale green pill, when Jiyu retrieved a wine bottle from her storage bag. After several hearty gulps of Fengling Chun, she found herself pleasantly tipsy. When Xiezhua emerged, he found her perched atop the roof, indulging in her libations. Let her drink, he thought, as she swayed unsteadily, seemingly unaware of her precarious position. And he feared she might fall at any moment. Scanning the surroundings, he transformed into a shadow that in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside her, steadying her arm as he gently called out, "Master." When Jiyu blinked, turning to meet his luminous, radiant gaze, that was the disciple who overstepped, having disrespected the master. "Please forgive me." They stood quite close, and in his eyes, when Jiyu not only saw her own reflection, but also a minuscule red mole nestled beside his long lashes. Sensing the faint scent of ashes emanating from him, her heart fluttered gently. Disrespected? When Jiyu's foggy mind began to race, that was merely spiritual cultivation. Nothing physical transpired. Moreover, what ill intentions could a youth in his prime harbor? After all, she was a century his senior, having witnessed all manner of situations. With this thought, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Raising her wine jug, she declared generously, "Oh, that matter. It's of no consequence." The youth beside her remained silent, that a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Shouldn't she, as his master, offer some words of comfort, perhaps a caution against premature disengagement? However, she had heard that such words could be quite hurtful to a man's pride, and judging by his demeanor, it appeared that his essence still lingered. Observing his lithe frame, she thought, how unfortunate that one so young should suffer from such deficiencies. Logically speaking, the male protagonist should be robust. Thus, she lamented, "Dear disciple, it pains me to say this, that you're still young. This matter, it truly isn't as dire as it seems, that if you find it unbearable, I shall seek a remedy for you. Perhaps some medicine may prove beneficial." Xiezhua, what medicine? Upon realizing when Jiyu referred to their earlier conversation, his face darkened. He had felt unwell, but did he truly need medicine? He had not engaged in any physical actions, after all. Seeing his ghostly expression, when Jiyu was further convinced of his earlier condition, which only deepened her concern. After all, they shared a bond forged in adversity. Once a disciple, forever a father figure. "Fear not, dear disciple. Regardless of the cost, I shall ensure your ailment is cured." Chapter 53. His past unnecessary. Xiezhua recognized her drunken state and turned away, choosing to ignore her nonsensical ramblings. However, she continued to gulp down her drink, exclaiming boldly, "Are you sure it's unnecessary? I've never seen anyone so swift." Xiezhua could no longer tolerate her antics and snatched the wine jug from her grasp, when Jiyu belched, having already emptied the jug, leaving him free to take it. The clouds roiled, bathed in radiant hues. Golden clouds, akin to a phoenix trailing a resplendent tail, soared across the horizon, igniting the sky with a brilliant blaze. Xiezhua stood mesmerized by the scene. He gazed intently, watching the golden sun struggle to rise from the darkness, painting the sky in vivid reds. That he tilted his head back, his expression somewhat dazed. Since meeting Wen Jiyu, nothing had transpired as he had anticipated. The hatred that once consumed him had diminished significantly. Who had altered his memories? Or had she changed? He could not help but delve deeper into his thoughts. Many past events had faded from his memory. Yet the hatred rooted in his very being towards humanity, demons, and the celestial realm remained unscathed. Closing his eyes, he could still hear the anguished cries of his kin, and the blood-soaked scenes lingered vividly in his mind. The Phoenix clan was originally sent by the celestial realm to safeguard the human world, as divine beings. They bore no arrogance, protecting humanity, vanquishing demons, and bestowing precious phoenix feathers and blood, even intermarrying with humans. The humans, in turn, honored them, erecting temples and offering incense, filled with both reverence and fear. Yet, at some point, the Phoenix clan became the target of human avarice, like a drop of precious water in the desert. Both humans and demons coveted them. The black market traded Phoenix feathers and blood for exorbitant prices, openly auctioning off individuals of the Phoenix bloodline, including the elderly, children, and even Phoenix eggs, that he was among them. How many years had he slumbered within the Phoenix egg? 10 years, 20 years. It has been an eternity, though he could not recall precisely how long did I end the beginning. He could hear the sweet melodies of birds, feel the gentle caress of the rain, and sense the soft touch of the wind. Later, however, the air around him was filled with the cacophony of anguished cries and the blazing clash of swords. Ultimately, he fell into darkness, never to behold the sunlight again. Every Phoenix possesses a heart that is utterly true and pure, and so did he. He yearned for and anticipated the vibrant world outside. He longed to know if the sun was as bright and warm as he had imagined. He wished to discover whether the dew-kissed flowers were as sweet as he envisioned, but he pondered if the wind would sing melodies for him. At last, one day, the shell in which he had taken refuge was broken open. When he opened his eyes, he was met not by sunlight and gentle breezes, nor by the tender care of a mother, but by the cruel, bloodied claws of a collarbone nail. The humans pierced his scapula with this nail, shattering his wings, robbing him of the ability to soar from the moment of his birth. They sealed his Phoenix spirit fire with dark sorcery, rendering him powerless to retaliate. They then imprisoned him, half human and half beast, in a cage smeared with blood, treating him like livestock, feeding him at their whim. His yet-to-mature tail feathers lost their luster and fell away in droves, but he trembled and fought within the cage, only to be met with a brutal whipping. This was not the end, but rather the beginning. As he grew slightly larger, these humans began to use secret potions to compel him to assume his Phoenix form, plucking his newly grown feathers and slicing his flesh to extract bowls of his precious blood. This Phoenix blood, believed to cure all ailments and grant ascendance, became the object of insatiable human desire, which was even more voracious among demons than in his youth. He witnessed his kin being stripped of their feathers, their blood drained and sold to human aristocrats or tortured to death by demons. The Phoenix feathers were fashioned into extravagant garments, and the blood was transformed into coveted potions, sold at exorbitant prices. Even the essence of Phoenix blood was coveted. Darkness, an ever-present shadow, never left his side, in his tender years. He lived day after day in the grip of these horrifying memories, gradually growing up that he trusted no one. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for both humans and demons that he wished to slay them all, to obliterate this world. Eventually, they discovered that he was becoming increasingly beautiful, a rare being imbued with spiritual energy. And thus they sent him to a clean abode. Unfastening his chains, he experienced a brief period of what could almost be described as comfort. He adorned exquisite garments, savored delectable food, and even learned the basics of etiquette. He began to feel like a person, albeit one still trapped in a cage. That moment, he thought that perhaps it would not be so bad if life continued in this manner. Until one day, he beheld another Phoenix of his kind, who had long envied his beauty and had persistently tormented him, subjected to brutal treatment by humans. Chapter 54. She held his finger. Her name was Xia. She endured inhuman abuse, her blood spreading across the snow like flames of a fierce fire. Xia discovered him hiding behind a rockery and silently urged him to flee, that he could not escape. Nor could he save her, and he could never forget the look in Xia's eyes. Despair, dimness, struggle, pain, and hatred. He concealed himself in the cave behind the rockery for an entire day, daring only to gaze at the leaden-gray sky above. The snow was so white, so pure, yet destined to be sullied, that in the end, they drained Xia of her Phoenix essence. She perished, her body shattered. Her corpse was dragged away, leaving only a disordered trail of blood and remnants of snow in the snowy expanse. The snow fell thickly, covering all traces. The next day, he was found nearly beaten to death. It was then that he learned that all his fellow kin who had been raised alongside him had been stripped of their Phoenix essence. Only he had narrowly escaped. He learned to endure, to lie low. He learned to use his unparalleled beauty and submissive demeanor to curry favor with those in charge. His privileges grew, and he ventured farther from his cage. It was then that he discovered that the place he inhabited had once been a village. The villagers were mere mortals who had lured the first Phoenix under the pretense of exorcising evil. They seized his feathers and blood, gaining wealth they had never known. They tasted the sweetness of their gains and, in collaboration with a group of cultivators, began to hunt more phoenixes. The village transformed into a town, and the hands of men, women, and children alike were stained with blood. The slain phoenixes were drained of their blood and discarded on the mountainside, until one fateful day, the earth trembled and the mountain split open, unleashing a blood serpent that soared into the sky, nearly destroying half the village. This disturbance attracted a throng of cultivators from that moment on. His fate was irrevocably altered. That instant, the languorous voice of Wen Jiu interrupted his thoughts. Why won't Zongzhen listen? Siege returned to see her clutching a bamboo branch she had scavenged, her eyes glazed with intoxication as she gazed at him. He could only respond, Master, this is bamboo. Not the Zongzhen sword ditto, who replaced my sword with bamboo. She switched to another stick. This time, it was a flute. Unable to bear it any longer, Siege stepped forward. Let me carry you back, Master, down on the mountain path. When Jiu leaned against his back, wrapping her arms around his neck, her long legs encircling his waist, while his hands supported her hips. This was the first time Siejua had carried her. She was tipsy, the scent of alcohol mingling with her warm fragrance, invading his nostrils. Her waist was slender, her bosom ample, and as she rubbed against him along the way, it made his ears burn with heat. Yet, she paid no heed to the proprieties of men and women, her alabaster arm tightly gripping his neck, but he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energies within, as her proximity sent his spirits surging wildly toward her. Have you not eaten? Came her dissatisfied murmur near his ear. Immediately after, she tightened her embrace around his neck, her body pressing even closer against him. Put in more effort. I might fall off. The veins on Siege's forehead throbbed. Understood, Master. After walking a while longer, he recalled overhearing the words of the Tianyin Peak Master earlier and asked, Master, has your spirit abode been injured? When Jiu rubbed her forehead, the apricot blossoms casually tied in her hair quivering. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, that was a matter from 10 years ago, 10 years ago. Siejua paused, continuing forward. When Jiu rested her head on his shoulder, her voice muffled that I killed a serpent, but not a single person was saved. Serpent? Siejua halted in his tracks. She continued, over 1,000 lives, I couldn't save them. Perhaps heaven deemed me unworthy of being a cultivator. And zap! She gestured dramatically, mimicking the strike of lightning that had left her in her current state. Why? The boy's voice held a peculiar tone, as if he were anticipating something. Because when Jiu did not open her eyes, raising a hand to shield herself from the blinding sunlight, casually stating, they deserved to die. They committed countless wrongs and still had the audacity to seek salvation. Siejua pressed on with his inquiry. What wrongs did they commit? When Jiu strained to recall, vivid images of gruesome scenes flashing through her mind. As if she had witnessed them firsthand, they imprisoned the Phoenix clan for their own gain. However, I arrived too late, that a clap of thunder. Siejua felt a chill run down his spine, that he gasped. His heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Remembering the scene from the previous day's battle with the Tianji Master, an answer began to crystallize in his mind. Master, what was the name of the place you visited? That place, I believe, was called. When Jiu's voice grew increasingly faint, he whispered, is it called Blood Serpent's Cave? The person on his back remained silent, with only her soft, elongated breaths echoing in the air. The wind whispered like the sea, and the pine trees swayed gently. Her head rested at an angle against his shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through him uncontrollably. Siejua stood motionless on the seemingly endless mountain path, carrying her, his heart bubbling with unspoken joy that if all of this were indeed true, then the woman in the red dress who had invaded his dreams all along was none other than her. Although he could not recall her face, he was certain that once he located Hua Manlu, he would unravel the mysteries of that time. The girl on his back had fallen soundly asleep, her arms dangling loosely. The youth could not help but curve his lips into a smile. Taking her delicate, boneless hand into his own and bringing it to his lips, breathing in her warm fragrance, he opened his mouth and gently enveloped her slender fingers. Chapter 55. CF Fuin. By the time Siejua returned with Jiu to the little Piao Miao Peak, dusk had already settled in. During their journey, her identity jade pendant had chimed several times, yet he chose to ignore it. The gruesome scene on little Piao Miao Peak had been tidied up, yet a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Siejua carried the unconscious Wen Jiu to the spot where they had stood together the previous day. The tree still bore dried traces of blood. Indistinguishable as to whether it belonged to him or her, he stood quietly with lowered gaze for a moment before departing. Upon returning to the hall with her on his back, the little flower fairies presented numerous boxes, including a set of disciples' robes and an identity jade pendant belonging to him. Siejua merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting his position to cradle the sleeping Wen Jiu in his arms. He made his way toward the couch where she often slept, passing through layers of delicate gauze, the bright lights softening further. When he laid her down on the bed, she remained undisturbed in the dim glow of the flickering flames. Wen Jiu's face exuded a hazy beauty. At that moment, she resembled the young maidens of the mortal realm, sweetly slumbering, her plump lips slightly parted, forming an alluring curve. Siejua reached out, his fingertip gently brushing against her lips. "You sleep so soundly before me, and yet you remain at ease?" He leaned in slightly, his dark hair cascading down his shoulders, shrouding the room in shadows in that obscurity. He gazed down at her face, observing her trembling eyelashes in slumber, her petite nose, and her petal-like lips. The restlessness within him stirred once more, and he slowly lowered his head, his lips grazing her nose, before retreating immediately. Siejua raised his gaze to the layers of restrictions enveloping the entire Little Piao Miao Peak. Golden light flickered, a result of the barrier she had set when they left together yesterday, far more numerous than the previous ones. Others could not enter Little Piao Miao Peak and had to leave their belongings outside, which were then brought in by the little flower fairies. He sat cross-legged on the couch, his expression devoid of emotion as he sliced open his wrist, letting his blood fall into an abyss, where a mirror of water slowly unfolded on the ground. Black flames danced beside him, and the already formidable barriers of Little Piao Miao Peak intensified, multiplying into thousands, within the confines of the restrictions. Purple lightning flashed incessantly. Siejua sat firmly within. When he opened his eyes again, his originally dark irises had morphed into deep, enchanting violet orbs. His appearance began to alter, the gentle contours of his youthful face sharpening into a more dangerous visage. Dark demonic patterns crept along his fingers, gradually spreading to his neck. Behind him, a more ferocious black flame blazed, as he unfurled his black wings like a phoenix. The only thing missing was the mark of a phoenix feather upon his forehead. In the demon realm, Wu Yin City, when Lu and Yin Hai knelt tremblingly on the ground, held captive by two demonic cultivators, not daring to lift their heads. "You traitors dare to return." Hua Man Lu, wielding a delicate feather fan with tassels cascading from his temples, commanded disdainfully to the surrounding demonic cultivators, "Drag them out and execute them." Yin Hai wailed, "Lord of the realm, if we die, what will happen to our chickens?" Hua Man Lu questioned in confusion, "What do the chickens have to do with this?" When Lu slapped his thigh, "If no one watches them, they won't lay eggs." Hua Man Lu, even more puzzled, queried, "Do they require your supervision to lay eggs?" When Lu explained, "I have to help them or they can't do it," Hua Man Lu was momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. "So you two have come here to amuse me? Execute them, drag them out, and kill them." The demon soldiers stepped forward, seizing the two and dragging them away. Yin Hai shouted, "Lord of the realm! Lord of the realm! We are absolutely loyal." When Lu echoed, "You must believe us, Lord of the realm." Hua Man Lu waved his resplendent fan and scoffed, "Do you take me for a fool? Who would fall for such an obvious trap?" Amidst the commotion, Yen Wujian emerged from the back hall, draped in a robe embroidered with golden pythons. "What is all this noise? Can't anyone get some rest?" "Demon Lord, you've arrived just in time." Hua Man Lu raised his dainty finger, blowing on the damp lacquer on his fingertips. "Do you know who it was that pricked my seat last time?" Yen Wujian halted mid-step. "Who?" Hua Man Lu chuckled. "It was the little brat who single-handedly slaughtered Wu Mang City 3 years ago." "Slaughtered Wu Mang City?" Yen Wujian pondered momentarily. "Who?" Hua Man Lu blinked. "Isn't Wu Mang City your territory, Lord?" "You don't even know?" Yen Wujian remained puzzled. Having not been here long, the system had provided him no information regarding Wu Mang City. Why would he know? The former demon lord, Xia Wei, and the child of the phoenix goddess by Hua. Hua Man Lu waved his fan, and a slender youth materialized within the shimmering illusion. Xiefuin. Xiefuin? The name sounded somewhat familiar to Yen Wujian, that he stroked his chin, contemplating, and upon catching sight of the youth's slowly lifting gaze, revealing those beautiful phoenix-like eyes. A sudden realization struck him. Wait, isn't this the exquisite young man I captured in CF Family County recently? He recalled hearing that CF Family County harbored the Phoenix clan's treasured artifact, the floating Buddha bone, leading him to surround the area and seize numerous individuals for interrogation. Yet he had gleaned nothing regarding the artifact's whereabouts. At that time, a member of the Xie clan had mentioned him, yet despite nearly beating the boy to death, he could not extract any information about the floating Buddha bone. Eventually, he had been outsmarted by the people of Tianshu Pavilion. What a joke when I captured him. He was no different from any mortal. How could he possibly have single-handedly slaughtered Wu Mang City? As the thought crossed his mind, something suddenly clicked. He recalled hearing his subordinates mention that Wu Mang City was the largest underground black market, notorious for auctioning countless treasures of the Phoenix clan to AT that time. The last Phoenix of the Phoenix clan had been auctioned, and an inferno had erupted from the depths, incinerating Wu Mang City for 3 full days and nights, leaving no survivors. It was said that a massive bird engulfed in black flames soared into the sky amidst the flames, a truly spectacular sight. The former demon lord, Xie Wei, had been the source of that inferno. Not only Wu Mang City, but in recent years, any black market involved in underground transactions had been mysteriously wiped out, and the perpetrator behind it was a madman named Xie Fuin, recalling his establishment of a dark prison in Fengling City. Yen Wujin couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine, that he feared that Xie Fuin had long since set his sights on him, willingly allowing himself to be captured, simply to confirm whether any descendants of the Phoenix clan existed within the dark prison. Thank goodness this auction was disrupted by the 3 major sects. Otherwise, his dark prison would have been engulfed in flames long ago. Hua Manlu observed his expression with amusement. Have you remembered, Your Majesty? Yen Wujin's face paled slightly. He truly hadn't anticipated encountering the greatest villain mentioned by the system. However, if his role was that of a villain, then the number 1 antagonist in this world would inevitably become his future superior. Where is Xie Fuin now? Hua Manlu replied curtly. According to my former subordinates, he has recently joined the Xiantian sect. Yen Wujin questioned. Xie Fuin has washed his hands of worldly affairs and turned to cultivation. Not necessarily. Hua Manlu leaned back against the soft cushion, shaking his fan. Back then, his parents were driven to their deaths by the immortal realm and the cultivation realm. If he were to discover the truth, there would surely be a good show to watch. Chapter 56. Who allowed you to cause her to bleed for the members of Xuanyangmen? Yesterday was a day fraught with tension and unease. The disciples congregated in the square, their minds distracted from cultivation, quietly discussing the events that had transpired atop the Great and Lesser Piamiao peaks the day before one had anticipated that the Lingyun sect would arrive early in the morning, accompanied by envoys from the Immortal Alliance to issue a challenge, only to hastily retreat by nightfall, resembling a pack of frightened stray dogs. Some of the more talkative disciples recounted the entire sequence of events to the group, thus adding a few sensational tidbits to the gossip circulating within Xuanyangmen today. Firstly, the esteemed Xuanyu Xianjun of Lesser Piamiao Peak has taken on disciples. Secondly, his disciple is an extraordinary beauty. Thirdly, this beauty single-handedly confronted and humbled the Ziyang Tianshi, averting a crisis for the sect. Lastly, the long-reclusive Kunlun Holy Son, Dao Qi Jinjuan, is currently residing on Xinyan Mountain. Consequently, both Lesser Piamiao Peak and the guest-receiving Lingyin Peak found themselves besieged by fervent gazes. Even Zhou Tian, accompanied by her hammer, will be intercepted by female disciples eager to offer various treats and scratch its belly, ultimately returning to Lesser Piamiao Peak adorned with a vibrant little pouch. To prevent disturbances, Lingyin Peak, where Dongfang Jibai was temporarily residing, established numerous formidable barriers. Any intruder would inevitably be transported to the law enforcement hall on Great Piamiao Peak, .as for the Tianji Zuanzhang. He had indeed been tainted by some demonic energy after coming into contact with the Zhanhuang sword, but he did not consider it a grave concern, given his profound cultivation. That minuscule trace of demonic energy was insufficient to lead him astray. If he was not mistaken, during his later confrontation with Wenjiu, the young man named Siege was seen to have imprinted a demonic seal within him as he lunged forward that moment. He had remained unaware, and by the time he lost control, it was already too late. Presently, his true essence was nearly depleted, and his spiritual abode had been shattered, causing his realm to regress continuously, teetering on the brink of returning to the first tier of the transformation realm. The verdict from Zhang regarding his fate had yet to be rendered. He now languished in a dungeon, surrounded by an array of restrictions, making any escape seem as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Today, he had landed himself in dire straits, dragging his master, Zhang Tianshi, down with him, a classic case of a failed attempt leading to loss. A profound sense of desolation enveloped him as thoughts of Liang Town beneath Lingyun Mountain and the kin still dwelling in the mortal realm flooded his mind, but yes, the night air felt as chill as water. The wind wailed above, and the dungeon remained dark and damp, exuding a bone-chilling cold. The faint sounds of mice and ants scuttling about, gnawing, mingled with the clanking of chains binding his limbs. Recalling the look in Zhang Tianxi's eyes before departing, he began to worry about a particular question. If his master were to come and silence him, would he be able to breach this dungeon filled with the restrictions of Xinyan Mountain? Or perhaps the two individuals he had offended today would come to find trouble with him in secret. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to the shimmering golden barriers, only to vaguely discern a tall figure lurking in the shadows. "Who are you?" Tianji Zunzhang inquired. "Are you the Elder of Punishments?" The figure remained silent, motionless, with only a pair of ominously crimson eyes visible in the darkness, that he locked eyes with those eyes until a soft chuckle escaped. A wave of terror surged within Tianji Zunzhang, prompting him to call out desperately, "Someone! Someone!" The disciple guarding the prison hurried in, visibly irritated by his shouting. "What are you yelling about? There's no one here." Tianji Zunzhang shook his gray head, straining to raise a finger to point at a shadowy corner, exclaiming, "I just saw someone there. He wants to kill me." "You were destined to die." The law enforcement disciple cast a derisive glance at him before looking in the direction he pointed, finding nothing but emptiness. Not even the faintest trace of a ghost lingered. "Let me tell you, this is a barrier array personally established by the ancestor of Xinyan Mountain. Unless the intruder is from the immortal realm, no one can sneak in unnoticed." With that, the disciple departed, slamming the prison door shut behind him. His footsteps faded. An eerie silence enveloped the dungeon, broken only by his rapid breaths. Tianji Zunzhang listened intently for a moment, confirming he was alone before slowly exhaling. Just then, a chilling voice echoed within his heart. "Are you afraid?" Tianji Zunzhang looked around in horror. Yet the cell remained empty. That he hastily turned his inner vision inward and saw the demonic seal glowing fiercely deep within his consciousness, signifying that its master was nearby. Instinctively, he attempted to channel his true essence to counter the overwhelming power of the seal, but it proved utterly futile. Simultaneously, the seal's potency began to circulate within him. He was filled with a mix of shock, doubt, fear, and despair. The shock stemmed from the realization that this seal bore an uncanny resemblance to the one on the Zhanhuang sword, akin to the methods employed by the demon Lord Xiawei to control demonic cultivators. Doubt arose as he questioned who this individual could be to breach the ancestors' barriers so stealthily. Fear gripped his heart as he recalled the figure he had glimpsed earlier, whose features bore a striking resemblance to the youth from yesterday. Despair settled in as he felt his soul being constricted, rendering him powerless to resist. Perhaps in the next moment, he would be reduced to ashes that he could hear the patrolling footsteps of the law enforcement disciple outside. But no matter how much he suffered, not a single sound escaped his lips. Moments later, not only did his body feel torn asunder, but his very soul seemed to be rent apart in an excruciating manner. A sensation of terror and tremors emanating from the depths of his spirit, he began to weep and plead for mercy. "I beg you, do not kill me." A dark-hued robe materialized before him. He attempted to lift his head to see, yet an invisible pressure forced his brow to the ground. A low, cold laugh reverberated in his ears, and the youth's voice, laced with malice, asked, "Who allowed you to cause her to bleed?" "Her? Is it Wenjiu?" Tianji Zunzhang struggled to open his eyes, but all he could perceive was a haze. "Who are you?" A surge of karmic fire ignited at his fingertips, and the youth's voice echoed once more. "Do you really believe you can guess who I am?" Karmic fire. There could be no mistake. Only the master of the Zhanhuang sword, Xiawei, possessed the ability to wield such flames. He was incredulous. "No, it cannot be Xiawei. The Xiawei of yore was shattered by the cultivation world, his very essence scattered, and his life-bound sword broken. He cannot be Xiawei. Then, who could it be?" A vague suspicion flickered through his mind. At that moment, the youth's voice sounded again, "That Dio not rush to die." Let me see what you all truly intend to do. In the next instant, the youth's fingers spread wide, slowly descending upon his head. An icy, chilling aura penetrated his consciousness, swirling chaotically within his mind, causing a splitting headache, yet the oppressive force he exuded was so terrifying that he found himself utterly devoid of the strength to resist. He tilted his head back, his neck straining at an impossible angle until a sharp crack echoed, and he collapsed to the ground as the flow of true essence ceased. The celestial bones he had cultivated for years shattered. His realm rapidly regressed, plummeting to the mortal realm, while his skin, bones, and teeth began to wither and age at an alarming rate, strands of white hair floating away until, in the blink of an eye, Tianji Zunjiang was reduced to a mere skeleton. After a long silence, the youth murmured, "So it is." His figure swiftly vanished from the cell, and the barrier outside flickered momentarily before falling silent. However, he remained unaware that a small jade token, inconspicuously nestled at Tianji Zunjiang's waist, had silently crumbled to dust. Chapter 57. Smoother and more delicate than expected as dawn broke, the snowfall had ceased, and the cheerful chirping of birds could be heard outside the window. Upon awakening, when Jiyu opened her eyes to find Siejua leaning over her, his gaze lowered as he met hers. She stared at him in a daze, noticing the glimmering light dancing within his obsidian pupils. Reflecting her astonishment that a refreshing, moist aura emanated from him, his hair still damp. Suddenly, as his lashes lowered, when Jiyu felt a cool sensation on her chest, akin to droplets of water falling. Startled, she shoved him away and glanced down to see that, due to their sleeping positions, her bosom had been inadvertently revealed. Without a second thought, she raised her hand and slapped him. The sharp sound of the slap resonated within the room. Siejua's head was turned askew, the ends of his hair curling gracefully in the air, a vivid red handprint blooming on his porcelain skin. That moment, when Jiyu noticed the silk blanket he held gently in his grasp. Despite being struck, he continued to drape the blanket over her shoulders, then knelt at the side of her bed. Disciple merely wished to cover the master with a blanket, gazing at the apprehensive youth. When Jiyu retracted her hand and touched her own chilly arm beneath the blanket, her eyes darting about. "Yes, I apologize. I did not realize you intended to help me with the blanket." When Jiyu's willingness to apologize left Siejua astounded. He recalled that, in his memories, she had never hesitated to reprimand him harshly, even to the extent of striking him. "The master may hit or scold me, and I shall endure it." However, given that she had drunk too much the previous night, she could not be allowed to catch a chill. Drunk, when Jiyu reminisced about the previous day, when she inadvertently caused him harm while tending to his injuries in the aftermath, to alleviate the pain from her damaged spiritual abode. She had taken medicine and consumed some alcohol it seemed she might have indulged a bit too much, resulting in her uttering nonsensical words. Yet, observing his respectful demeanor, it appeared he was equally oblivious to the events that had transpired. As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze involuntarily drifted downwards, as if seeking to discern something, only to meet the seemingly amused eyes of the young man kneeling before her. His pitch-black pupils sparkled with an enigmatic light, as if two tiny hooks were gently scratching at her heart. Abruptly, she averted her gaze, stating, "You are quite thoughtful. Rise." "Yes." However, the young man did not stand. Instead, he spoke with unabashed confidence. "There is no need for my master to seek medical help for me." "I was not." His long eyelashes trembled slightly, a hint of crimson coloring the corners of his eyes. "Master need not blame herself." When Jiyu narrowed her eyes, pondering his intentions, did he mean to allude to her previous indiscretions? Her words almost seemed to directly remind her of her folly from the day before. But how could she allow this young man to have such leverage over her? "Understood," she replied, preparing to rise. Yet her ankle was gently grasped, the heat from his palm causing her to momentarily freeze, forgetting to withdraw her foot. "Master, the ground is cold." The one holding her ankle was none other than the young man before her. She sat half-turned on the couch, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulder, the thin blanket having slipped down to her waist, her usually vibrant eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at him. His gaze lowered, taking in the sight beneath her sheer red garment, her skin as pale as snow, the elegant curve of her neck, the delicately concave collarbone, and the fullness of her chest, further down. Her slender calves were crossed beneath her long skirt, her delicate feet exposed, connected to the smooth, slender legs that he gently held. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma wafting from the lotus pond, blending with the subtle scent of freesia emanating from him, leaving Wen Jiyu in a state of daze. She gently closed her eyes. The little flower spirits played within the hall, the treasure sent overnight by Ling Yun's sect carelessly strewn about the floor. As they frolicked with spirit stones and magical artifacts, entirely oblivious to the peculiar interaction between the two, the warmth of his palm seemed as if it would sear through his hand. Only her slightly cool skin could alleviate his heat. Siejua dared not move. Even though Wen Jiyu had fallen under his secret technique, he still refrained from stirring, unwilling to tarnish that exquisite whiteness. He closed his eyes, gently rubbing her skin with his thumb. It was even smoother and more delicate than he had imagined. He envisioned what it would be like if his lips were to press against that soft skin. Would it bear the unique fragrance that belonged to her? If he applied just a bit more pressure, would her tender skin yield a blush akin to blooming peach blossoms? No, that was insufficient. He desired more. He opened his eyes, gazing at the reserved and aloof young woman before him, contemplating whether he had regarded her as a divine, being the first time he encountered her in the blood serpent cave. These memories, were they from a past life? Or had they never appeared in that tragic dream, which had filled him solely with hatred for Wen Jiyu, a hatred so intense that he wished to eliminate her? In truth, he had done just that. Yet in this life, Wen Jiyu had not harmed him. She merely employed clumsy tricks to tease him. More importantly, his master was indeed the person he had sought for so long. Regrettably, he remembered nothing of what transpired in the blood serpent cave. Not only did he lack recollection, but Wen Jiyu too had no memory of it. However, this only solidified his conviction that the two of them, both suffering damage to their spiritual abodes, were undoubtedly intertwined in countless ways. What could the celestial realm, which wielded thunder, possibly desire? The smoothness of her skin felt as though it were blooming beneath his palm. Siejua lifted his gaze, suppressing the fervor and infatuation in his eyes, and quietly said, "Master, allow me to assist you in putting on your shoes." That moment, Wen Jiyu awoke from her stupor, her eyes fluttering open. She had no doubt that Siejua had employed his secret technique against her, and as she attempted to retract her ankle, he gripped it tighter, that a wave of embarrassment surged within her. And before she could refuse, the young man swiftly helped her into a pair of soft-soled silk shoes. When he raised his gaze once more, his expression was unreservedly earnest. "Master, Ling Yun's sect has sent numerous treasures overnight." Wen Jiyu nodded in acknowledgement, covering her slightly flushed ankle with her skirt as she stood up. That it seemed Ling Yun's sect genuinely recognized their mistake, for not only had they sent a plethora of spirit stones and magical artifacts, but also a considerable amount of precious spiritual herbs. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a storage jade pendant from her bag and placed all the items within. Though she had a fondness for wealth, she adhered firmly to her principles, never touching what did not belong to her. Tossing the jade pendant to Siejua, she casually remarked, "You have endured a slight inconvenience this time, but all these items are yours. Please keep them safe." Siejua initially intended to decline the offer, yet as he studied the patterns on the pendant, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After considering it, he accepted the pendant, solemnly fastening it to his waist. Chapter 58. Stealing fragrance, Siejua went to prepare the meal, while Wen Jiyu enjoyed a rejuvenating sleep, feeling utterly relaxed and invigorated. She pushed open the hall door and stepped outside. To her surprise, the ice and snow atop the Xiaomiao Peak showed signs of melting. After all, the heavy snowfall had persisted since the day she awakened. Yet recently, sunny days had become increasingly frequent. Numerous fragrant sachets hung from the outer fence of Xiaomiao Peak, and many lay scattered on the ground, buried beneath the still, unmelted snow. Wen Jiyu casually opened one, revealing a dried flower and a small note that emitted a faint fragrance, which read, "When the flowers bloom by the path, I invite my junior brother to play the zither and share the beauty." It was signed by Qinshi, the senior sister from Tianyin Peak. Wen Jiyu's eyes twitched. Thus, did this young lady intend to invite him to play which zither? Tianyin Peak was the domain of Chu Nikhang, home to numerous female disciples whose talents were renowned, though their tempers were not particularly amiable, and their standards were high. They often referred to the sword cultivators from Sanjin Peak as mere sword merchants, the artifact refiners as blacksmiths, the alchemists from Danxiao Peak as poison makers, and the talisman makers from Fuyan Peak as purveyors of yellow paper. The male disciples were somewhat lenient, as long as the other party was a beauty. They would often relent and not argue with them. The female disciples from other peaks were even more ruthless, directly mocking Tianyin Peak as a place for selling art. The disciples from various peaks frequently clashed. So it was only natural that upon receiving a sachet from Tianyin Peak, the female disciples from other peaks would not be outdone. Opening another, she found a small sword gleaming with cold light. It was evident that this belonged to a female sword cultivator from Sanjin Peak. It was accompanied by a note that read, "Junior brother, the moonlight is perfect tonight. Come to my room, and I shall teach you swordplay." When Jiyu nearly burst into laughter. This one was straightforward and bold, truly a female sword cultivator. She opened yet another, this time a message from a senior sister from Danxia Peak. "Junior brother, I hear you practice fire-based spells, so you must be quite adept at playing with fire. I would very much like to experience your exceptional pyromancy skills." When Jiyu covered her face, who would have thought that the senior sisters from Danxia Peak could be so flirtatious, rivaling those from Sanjin Peak. The last one was from Fuyin Peak, and the female cultivator there was more subtle, simply sending him a handful of location talismans, when Jiyu used her spiritual sense to probe them, and, unsurprisingly, they pointed directly to this young lady's room, specifically her bed. Should Siege be unaware and directly use the talisman, he might very well awaken to find himself lying in her bed. As she gleefully unwrapped the sachets, Siege approached with a food box in hand. He stood tall in the snow, the hem of his robe swirling with flecks of snow, approaching her with the ease of a leisurely stroll. When Jiyu could not recall the last time she had refrained from eating, as it seemed that while other cultivators were fasting, she was indulging heartily, perhaps due to her modern eating habits. When Jiyu saw no merit in fasting. After all, she was human, not a deity. Skipping a meal truly left her feeling famished. Moreover, ever since Siejuo arrived at Xiaomiao Peak, he had been diligently attending to her meals 3 times a day whenever there was nothing pressing, demonstrating an endearing attentiveness. Consequently, amidst this thoughtfulness, when Jiyu inevitably set aside her prejudices against him, beginning to genuinely regard him as her disciple to nurture, even contemplating ways to help him elevate his cultivation and teaching him sword techniques. Returning to the stone table beneath the snow-laden tree, when Jiyu laid out the fragrant sachets for him to see, recounting the amusing events from earlier. To her surprise, he did not even glance at them. "Master, it is time for dinner." Yes, exquisite and delectable dishes were laid before her, when Jiyu looked around but found no trace of the Fengling Chun she usually enjoyed. What is Master searching for? As she observed Siege's unperturbed countenance, seemingly calm, when Jiyu understood that he was forbidding her from drinking any more. Secretly pouting, she returned to her seat at the stone table. Siege quietly watched her eat, and the manner in which when Jiyu consumed her meal bore no resemblance to the person from her memories. Her demeanor was casual, lacking a touch of restraint. The jade spoon rested between her lips, the rosy petals of her mouth brushing against the white sweet porridge, which she then licked clean with her tongue. Her lips were beautifully shaped, akin to a flower petal, glistening with a thin layer of moisture that made them appear as if they were coated in honey. Almost seducing him, his throat involuntarily tightened, and his heart began to race once more. Siejuo lowered his long, lush eyelashes, his gaze fixed on his bowl, no longer directed at her. Before long, when Jiyu finished her meal and casually inquired, "Why haven't I seen Ian Hai and Wen Lu lately?" She hadn't even spotted the 2 ghosts during the scuffle on Xiaopiao Miao Peak the day before. Siejuo raised his eyes to her. "Didn't the master send them to the mortal realm to procure ingredients?" "Is that so?" When Jiyu felt a bit bewildered. She couldn't recall having dispatched those 2 to. However, upon further reflection, the dishes Siejuo prepared were indeed made from ingredients unique to the mortal world, leading her to believe she might have mentioned it. Just as she was about to ask when the 2 ghosts would return, she heard Siejuo say, "Master, don't move." When Jiyu swallowed the word she was about to speak and sat still, gazing at Siejuo across the table, that a gentle breeze rustled through the snow-laden branches above, bringing with it the faint sound of branches scraping against the ice. Crystal snowflakes drifted down, and as the youth leaned closer, a subtle scent of ash and small orchids wafted towards her. The moment their eyes met, when Jiyu found herself ensnared in a most enchanting trance, Siejuo knelt before her, his hands resting on the stone chair at her sides. The vibrant hues of his phoenix-like eyes began to take on a tinge of crimson, the depths of his gaze as dark and silent as an abyss. the innocence on his face fading away to reveal a hint of obsession. A single snowflake lightly descended, landing upon her plump, slightly upturned lips that he tilted his head, his tongue delicately licking the moisture from her lips. The electric sensation surged through him, awakening the beast within his heart. Yet, when Jiyu remained unresponsive to this audacious act, sitting there in a daze, her hands folded upon her knees, her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, her eyelashes did not even flutter, and the sparkle in her eyes remained unchanged. Even under the influence of his ethereal body, she harbored no lascivious thoughts, nor any inclination to resist. She was oblivious to him. Siejua averted his gaze from her petal-like lips, leaning closer to her ear and gently nibbling on her delicate earlobe. Whispering enticingly, "Sister," he did not recall the events that transpired in the Blood Serpent Cave, but he remembered softly calling that woman sister. Under the influence of his ethereal body, she gazed at him with an infatuated look, allowing him to act as he pleased. If only, before he could finish his thoughts, he noticed when Jiu's fingers twitched slightly. "Master, there is something dirty on your face." His voice was cool and low, tinted with a lazy rasp, causing Wen Jiu to momentarily falter. What had just happened? It felt as though time had stretched on for ages, yet it could have been but the blink of an eye. Most perplexing was the sensation that her earlobes were strangely warm and slightly damp. Even stranger was the feeling that she had fallen into an unfamiliar environment, enveloped in a warm fragrance. And she could hear someone softly calling her sister in her ear. Was it an illusion? Chapter 59. An unreal illusion turning her gaze. She saw the youth's face glide past her vision. And upon noticing the faint red marks adorning his pale skin, when Jiu felt a pang of guilt. Forming a hand gesture, a pale blue light enveloped his face, instantly vanishing the red marks. Siejua said nothing, merely returning to his meal with deliberate slowness. The saying goes, to owe a favor is to be soft-hearted, and to eat from someone else's hand is to be indebted. When Jiu felt uncomfortable always being the idle one, that watching Siejua finish his meal, she reached out to begin clearing the dishes. "That I will wash the dishes." Siejua gently grasped her fingers, then slowly released them, saying, "Master need not wash the dishes. Such menial tasks are for the disciples to handle." When Jiu watched him tidy up and depart, reflecting on the promising student before her, utterly bewildered by how blind the Wen Jiu from the books must have been to mistreat this obedient and endearing disciple. Not only was he responsible for their meals, but he also seemed to manage her daily routines, leaving even the little flower spirits in the lotus pond with nothing to do, as they trailed after Siejua all day, who had initially claimed to eliminate the male lead to ascend to a higher position. Thankfully, she had not made a vow. Otherwise, she would have faced countless instances of embarrassment. Rubbing her still flushed earlobe, when Jiu gazed up at the snow-laden tree, distant memories stirring within her mind once more. This was an ancient peach tree, which had not borne flowers for over a century. After the deaths of Wen Xiehong and Shui Huaizhu, Xiaopiao Miao Peak was entirely blanketed in snow. As a child, she had been oblivious to the meaning of death, spending day after day beneath this peach tree, gazing towards the direction of Xuanyangwen, hoping to see her parents return on their swords one day. Yet most of the time, Leng Yu would accompany her, the two children sitting at the stone table, enjoying the pastries sent by their senior brother while sipping on fruit juices. The 3 cups of colorful fruit juice quickly emptied. Wait, why were there 3 cups? When Jiu furrowed her brow, recalling only herself and Leng Yu in her memories. Why was there a 3rd cup on the table? Thinking of Leng Yu, she instinctively touched the identity jade pendant at her waist. It was then that she noticed the message on the pendant, which merely stated that Song Xuanqing had reminded her to take care of her injuries and to bring her newly accepted disciple to retrieve the heavenly opening divine iron once she recovered. Just as she was about to hang the pendant back at her waist, another message came through. "Junior sister, hurry to Xiaopiao Miao Peak. The master of heavenly secrets has committed suicide." This marked Wen Jiu's first opportunity to openly bring Siejua before the other disciples of Xinyan Mountain. Since flying swords were prohibited above Xiaopiao Miao Peak, Wen Jiu walked slowly across the plaza with Siejua trailing obediently behind her. She glanced back at her disciple, who had changed into the inner sect disciples' robes. The azure clouds and white cranes embroidered on his sleeves seemed to come alive as he walked, perhaps aware that this was his first time accompanying her to Xiaopiao Miao Peak. He seemed to have dressed with care, his brows slightly furrowed, long, raven-colored eyelashes casting shadows over his bright, red lips which appeared soft and tranquil as dusk approached. It was time for the disciples to attend their evening lessons. Many disciples, witnessing Wen Jiyu and Xiejua for the first time, found it difficult to concentrate on their sword practice, their gazes continually drifting towards the pair. Brilliant rays of sunset illuminated the two figures, one clad in red and the other in white. As they walked slightly apart, in her crimson attire, Wen Jiyu radiated a vibrant aura. Naturally beautiful, her demeanor was originally proud, and though she remained aloof, her gaze had softened considerably, occasionally casting kind looks at the younger disciples who glanced her way. One young disciple, caught in the purity of her gaze, blushed instantly, dismissing the warnings his seniors had previously given him. He thought to himself, if I could become the furnace for the seventh elder, it would surely be a delightful affair. After all, who could resist such a stunning woman? His seniors must have been speaking out of jealousy, having claimed that the new disciple of the seventh elder was unworthy, while in reality, he was clearly a master at charming women, yet pretended to be innocent and pitiful. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the young disciple turned his gaze towards the boy behind Wen Jiyu. He was undeniably handsome, at least in the eyes of the young disciple, more striking than anyone he had ever encountered. Though they were both men, he found the boy quite agreeable. Dressed in the attire of an inner sect disciple, his long black hair was tied in a high ponytail, adorned with a hairpin featuring white feathers, with two red ribbons cascading down from his hair. His gentle, clear eyes rested upon the seventh elder, devoid of any hint of disrespect. The last rays of the setting sun bathed him in warmth, as if he were emanating light, dispelling the chill of dusk and leaving only a comforting warmth, making it difficult for anyone to look away. How enviable it was to be the seventh elder, and how enviable it was to be Xiejua. Unable to resist, he set his sword down and mumbled aloud. Just as he opened his mouth, a swift kick from the elder behind him silenced him. What are you envying? Focus on your practice. The young disciple hastily averted his gaze, once again raising the sword in his hand to resume his practice. When Jiyu, accompanied by Xiejua, arrived at the entrance of the Xinyan Hall, where she instructed him to wait outside. As he watched her enter the hall, Xiejua began to survey the entirety of the towering Piaomiao Peak. He was no stranger to Piaomiao Peak. He even recalled the imposing judgment platform not far away, where, in his memories, Wen Jiyu had hurled harsh words at him, ultimately altering the course of his fate. A faint, sharp pain echoed within his spirit abode. As those black marks began to spread once more, the scene before him flickered, as if numerous shadows were materializing, only to seem on the verge of dissipating at any moment. The images began to contort, becoming exceedingly unstable. He appeared to glimpse the face of the person seated in the main seat, shifting from Song Xuanqing to another figure from the realm of immortals. Soon, not only did Song Xuanqing fade from view, but also Mo Yunxia and the other disciples present transformed into unfamiliar visages, until he finally beheld Wen Jiyu, her face morphing into. This peculiar sensation persisted until someone grasped his arm, jolting him back to clarity. Young disciple, stood before him a stranger, a young girl whose cheeks were flushed, cautiously holding his hand, her voice tinged with shyness. What is wrong with you? Noticing his dazed expression as he stared at her, she could not help but continue. You look unwell. Would you like to rest over there? Xiejua's gaze fell from her face to the hand she was cradling, and then he abruptly shook it off. Don't touch me. Qingrong nearly stumbled from the force of his rejection, hastily steadying herself against the doorframe. When she raised her eyes again, she found the previously gentle and beautiful youth now wearing a grim countenance, his eyes icy and imbued with a chilling intent that swirled ominously within them. Qingrong gazed into his eyes, feeling a shiver run down her spine, her complexion paling instantly. Chapter 60. Conditions as Xiejua's mind remained ensnared in the illusion he had just experienced. He noticed an unfamiliar woman grasping his hand. Having suffered trauma in his youth, his extreme aversion to contamination left him intolerant of such contact. Moreover, the blood of the proud and noble phoenix coursing through his veins deemed mortals unworthy of touching him. Qingrong quickly realized that the young man before her was not as docile as the rumors suggested. Rather, he was perilously dangerous. Despite his exquisite beauty, pure as freshly fallen snow, she soon caught sight of the black flames surging behind him. Battling against the oppressive aura, she attempted to rise and flee. But just as she turned, the youth's low voice commanded, "Stop!" That a barrier materialized, obstructing Qingrong's path. This commotion was swiftly noticed by Wen Jiyu and Song Xuanqing inside the hall, prompting them to emerge and observe Siege was seemingly engaged in conversation with a female disciple de Joie. She called out. Siege responded with a respectful acknowledgement of master and approached her. Having narrowly escaped a perilous encounter, Qingrong stood aside, feeling as if she had lost a fragment of her memory, unable to recall how she had arrived at this spot. Shaking her head, Qingrong turned to leave. Meeting Song Xuanqing's scrutinizing gaze, Siege smiled gently, "Greetings, Master Uncle." Song Xuanqing returned a warm smile, saying, "Come inside." Upon entering the grand hall, Siege discovered that Mo Yunxia and Dongfang Jibai were also present. Adhering to the customary etiquette, Siege paid his respects to both. "Rise, nephew," Mo Yunxia replied, maintaining his usual cheerful demeanor, his gaze toward Siege imbued with a certain fondness. "Thanks to you, Ajua, the old scoundrel's arrogance was tempered. Are your injuries all right?" Siege returned his warm smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Master Uncle. My injuries have been tended to by Master." Dongfang Jibai stood in the hall, casting his gaze upon him. Siege met his eyes, appraising him anew. This saintly figure of the immortal sect, with a slender waist and flowing ink-black hair, was clad in a white robe that accentuated his ethereal grace. Distinctly different from Siege's youthful appearance, Dongfang Jibai embodied the archetype of the cool and ascetic immortal favored by female cultivators that in his recollections. It seemed Wen Jiyu shared a particularly close relationship with Dongfang Jibai. Even she herself appeared to have some connection to Kunlun that he contemplated. His gaze settled upon Wen Jiyu's face. She did not regard Dongfang Jibai, but instead turned to Song Xuanqing, saying, "Now that the heavenly machine sovereign has taken his own life, it seems Lingyun's sect will experience some peace. The Immortal Alliance can only observe the changes. Thus, we cannot delay the expedition to the East Sea for the Dragon Breath any longer." Song Xuanqing replied, "The secret passage to the East Sea will not open for another month. If you wish to expedite matters, you may take the route through Qingyun Mountain, which leads directly to the East Sea." Wen Jiyu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Qingyun Mountain was under Jiang Yunting's jurisdiction, and she had a few matters to discuss with him as well. At that moment, Zhou Tian entered, cradling a brocade box, followed closely by Tai Chui. "Master, I have brought the items that it had been 2 days since Wen Jiyu last saw Tai Chui," and upon their reunion, Tai Chui leapt from Zhou Tian's grasp into her arms, nuzzling against her chest with affectionate fervor. Wen Jiyu laughed heartily at the cat's antics, reaching out to scratch its chin. Tai Chui reveled in the affection, tilting its face upward in sheer enjoyment. Siege frowned, casting a displeased glance at the shameless large white cat. Why had he not found Tai Chui bothersome before? Now, it only grew increasingly irksome in his sight, in his recollection, after obtaining the Zhanhuang sword. This creature had already perished, and he had felt a fleeting pang of regret. Now, it seemed he would have preferred to have slain it himself. Just as Tai Chui basked in the warmth of its master's affection, it suddenly sensed a fierce glare from the youth beside it, opening its eyes to meet his gaze. After 3 seconds of intense eye contact, the cat's fur bristled, and with a yowl, it broke free from Wen Jiyu's embrace and bolted away in fright. The onlookers were baffled. Even Wen Jiyu wore a look of confusion. Zhou Tian, fearing Tai Chui might go berserk and attack other disciples on Xinyan Mountain, hurriedly excused herself to chase after it. After discussing the matters at hand, Song Xuanqing addressed Wen Jiyu, "Sister, please wait outside for a moment. I have something to discuss privately with Siejua." Wen Jiyu glanced at Siejua. "Master will take a walk outside and wait for you." Siejua nodded, about to say something when he heard Wen Jiyu turn to Dongfang Jibai. "Shall we take a walk together?" Dongfang Jibai nodded expressionlessly, departing alongside Wen Jiyu. Watching their retreating figures, Siejua felt an odd turmoil within him, a desire to kill surging even more intensely than before. Song Xuanqing noticed the change in his expression and frowned slightly, harboring worries yet hoping for a swift resolution to the matter. "Siefuin." Song Xuanqing called out Siejua's true name. Siejua paused, turning to meet Song Xuanqing's cool, handsome visage that he concealed his previous demeanor, a smirk curving his lips. "You know who I am?" After a prolonged moment of eye contact, Song Xuanqing finally spoke. "I not only know who you are, but I also know you are the son of Xie Wei and Bai Hua." Siejua chuckled softly, casually taking a seat. He raised an eyebrow at Song Xuanqing. "Abandoning pretense, so, Was the sect master merely playing along with my act at the law enforcement hall a few days ago? What is your purpose in doing so? CF Fuin. Song Xuanqing remained rooted in place. His expression grave. I can reveal to you the truth behind your parents' demise, but I have a condition. The truth, I have long been aware of it. Siege was scoffed lightly. The dreams he had experienced had already conveyed that his parents had fallen victim to an assault from the realm of immortals. No, your knowledge is insufficient. You are unaware of how your phoenix lineage vanished, and who it was that ultimately led to your mother's demise. Since his birth, few of his kin had remained by his side, and now he found himself utterly alone in this world. Recalling his mother, he could only remember her gentle voice and soft coos echoing within the womb, soothing the chaotic essence within him countless times. Song Xuanqing continued, Your mother was no mere mortal. She was an ancient deity guarding the human realm, while your father was the strongest of the three realms. How could the trifling realm of cultivation possibly harm them? Siege's expression darkened, his lips curling downward as an unmistakable chill enveloped him. Without needing Song Xuanqing to elaborate, he had already begun to piece together which powers held the capability to slay his parents. Yet the realm of immortals remained an unfathomable domain for him. Recalling the illusions that had surfaced in his mind earlier, he sensed that this matter was likely far more intricate than it appeared. What is your condition? Speak. Noticing that Siejua was indeed wavering, Song Xuanqing offered a faint smile. The blood of the phoenix possesses formidable restorative capabilities. With your spiritual body, assist you in mending her damaged spirit abode. And then, he clasped his hands behind his back, slowly continuing, Then, levered, I shall aid you in entering the realm of immortals. Chapter 61. Thunder Punishment IU. Such an endearing address. Siejua chuckled softly. It seemed that the sect he had believed would protect and cherish him was merely coveting the phoenix blood coursing through his veins. That if that were the case, was Wen Jiu's treatment of him also a means to exploit him? Song Xuanqing observed the fluctuations of his expression, realizing that he was reminiscing about past experiences. Although she felt a pang of pity for him, she knew that for the sake of her junior sister, she must harden her heart. The calculations from the Tianshu Pavilion indicated that only the youth before her could rescue her junior sister. However, if he remained by her side, he would ultimately bring about her demise. Siejua continued to smile, yet the boy's eyes seemed shrouded in mist, losing their previous clarity, that he remarked, If the celestial realm were to learn that you assisted me, you would meet a most gruesome end. Song Xuanqing closed her eyes, declaring, The weight of a you in my heart is unmatched by anyone. When Jiu strolled through a flower grove with Dongfang Jibai, the air was thick with spiritual energy, and exotic flowers and plants were abundant. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Dongfang Jibai turned to her, asking, Do you seek this lord for a matter? When Jiu smiled shyly. Indeed, she had a matter to discuss with Dongfang Jibai. Having had little interaction with the Kunlun disciples, she viewed Dongfang Jibai as a prominent figure in her narrative, a man with grand aspirations, embodying absolute righteousness. Yet, she could hardly fathom that the system had just issued a task for her to seduce him. After much contemplation, she recalled a passage in the story where the two had shared an ambiguous period, though it had seemingly led nowhere. She sighed inwardly, rereading the original text provided by the system. Dongfang Jibai has practiced the path of indifference for a century, becoming an untarnished saint of the celestial realm. Strangely, it is this very ascetic demeanor that stirs Wen Jiu's heart. Thus, seizing an opportunity, she lures Dongfang Jibai into the flower grove, hoping to seduce him. Wen Jiu meticulously scrutinized the wording. The system merely stated seduce without elaborating on how to achieve it, which left her in a state of distress. The complexity of seduction was daunting, and the system's vague instructions left her uncertain of how to navigate this delicate situation. Dongfang Jibai observed her silently, waiting for her to speak, after much hesitation. Wen Jiu struggled to utter a single word, but as he gazed at her, a familiar sensation surged within him, and he suddenly recalled having seen her before that in his youth. He had been confined within the heavenly palace, strictly forbidden from interacting with outsiders. His master had been exceedingly stern, punishing him with kneeling at the thought-reflection cliff for even minor transgressions that time. She had been a small, snow-like bundle. Inexplicably arriving at the thought-reflection cliff, she had approached him, her onyx-like eyes wide with innocence, and had smiled brightly, Brother, you are so handsome. I want to play with you. That he had no idea how she had entered. Nor did he wish to acknowledge her, as a barrier had separated them. Yet, in retrospect, she had been the first stranger he encountered in his life, aside from his master. When Jiyu, unaware of his thoughts, realized that if she did not act quickly, Siejua might arrive and inadvertently witness this scene, that he had already harbored distrust towards her as a master. Should he see her attempting to seduce Dongfang Jibai, his opinion of her would surely plummet. After scanning the interface for a considerable time, she noticed a prompt with 2 words. Suddenly, a dialog box appeared, accompanied by a 30-second countdown. Express your affection to Dongfang Jibai. Let him know? Yes or no. Express affection? At such a moment, would the other not perceive her as a fool? Just then, she sensed Siejua's presence drawing near, watching the countdown approach its end. When Jiyu gritted her teeth and selected no for task completion, host has declined to complete the task, voluntarily accepting punishment. Instantly, dark clouds gathered within the spirit realm, and a bolt of lightning, thicker than any human, struck directly through her spirit abode that in an instant, her cultivation began to plummet, her soul racked with agony. When Jiyu regretted her decision, had she known the pain would be so severe, she would have accepted the system's punishment without hesitation. If the system deemed this insufficient, successive bolts of lightning rained down upon her, forcing her to endure the torment in silence. Dongfang Jibai immediately sensed something amiss and grasped her wrist. Checking her pulse, that he detected a tumultuous flow of spiritual energy within her, her cultivation retreating like a landslide. His typically calm demeanor cracked slightly as he furrowed his brows at Wenjiyu, asking, "What is wrong?" "In nothing," Wenjiyu stammered, trembling in pain. She bit her pale lips, gripping his wrist tightly to maintain distance, striving not to collapse against him. Unable to withdraw his hand, Dongfang Jibai reluctantly used his other hand to slowly channel some spiritual energy into her. He looked down at the young girl before him. Her face was ashen, her rosy lips bitten in desperation, her brows knitted tightly, her ordinarily cold eyes now fluttering shut, lashes quivering incessantly. What could she possibly be enduring? As Siejua entered the flower grove, he was met with this very scene. Partially obscured by the flower branches, when Jiyu had her back to him, gripping Dongfang Jibai's wrist as if she had nestled against him. A dull ache pierced his heart, and the anger that had been building inside him erupted suddenly, that a cold laugh escaped his lips in no wonder, despite all his attempts to entice her with the illusion of spirit body. She had remained unresponsive. It turned out she was fond of him, that it was no surprise that Song Shiwenqing had spoken such words to him. They intended to exploit him, only to have Wenjiyu bond with Dongfang Jibai afterward. It was also no surprise that Dongfang Jibai had appeared so opportunely that night, even coming to their aid. Ultimately, whether human or demon, they had always viewed someone like him merely as a tool to be used. Night had completely fallen, and the clouds in the sky gathered ominously, a melancholic gray intertwining with the last rays of the setting sun, as if bloodstains marred the heavens. The marks within the spirit realm began to shimmer faintly, and scenes from memories resurfaced, seemingly urging him, "Do not trust that woman. Remember how she has treated you." In the twilight, the boy's silhouette appeared chillingly cold, with a hint of red glimmering in the corners of his eyes. Even upon sensing his arrival, she did not turn to face him. The clouds silently amassed overhead, the encroaching darkness consuming the last vestiges of golden light. That he turned to leave, it mattered not that she would not look at him. Once he discovered the answers he sought, he would end her life, and he would not spare her. That moment, a faint voice drifted from behind him. A soft hand rested upon his shoulder. The boy halted, instinctively embracing the collapsing Wenjiyu. Chapter 62. Kin cradling her delicate form, Siejua felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. An overwhelming tide of inexplicable emotions surged within. He knew he ought to let go, yet the moment he touched her, he could not resist tightening his embrace. Wenjiyu clutched his garment, weakly murmuring, "Let us go back." Only then did he notice her frailty. The girl tilted her pale face upward, her hand encircling his neck, her forehead beaded with sweat, as though she had endured some form of torment. Soon, Siejua realized that her cultivation was plummeting rapidly, her consciousness in turmoil. The spiritual energy and consciousness within the spirit realm resonated with her, causing his heart to ache sharply that moment. He disregarded all notions of exploitation, feeling only a constriction in his chest. He longed to annihilate those responsible, Instinctively, he assumed Dongfang Jibai was to blame, and with a sudden strike, he unleashed a surge of pitch-black karmic fire. Caught off guard by Siege abrupt assault, Dongfang Jibai was struck squarely in the chest. Stumbling back a few steps, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, staining the blossoms with a deeper hue. Dongfang Jibai's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Siege's face. Recognizing that his expression was utterly different from the innocent, gentle demeanor he had displayed before others, his eyes, dark and composed, flickered with an unsettling crimson light, brimming with murderous intent, as if he had come to a realization. It was not him. When Jiyu grasped Siege's sleeve, gasping, "It's me, my old injuries have flared up." Quickly, return to the Chiyu Palace, to the nurturing spirit pool. The dark flames erupted behind him, and Siege held her tightly before vanishing from the spot. The contours of the youthful, slender jaw were obscured in the dim light, the surrounding clouds swirling away rapidly as the wind tousled when Jiyu's hair, nearly blinding her. At that moment, she realized he was flying through the sky. She had yet to teach him how to ride a sword. How could he be soaring? When Jiyu pondered this in a daze, but soon her strength waned, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. That night, countless disciples witnessed a vast black flame streak across the deep blue night sky. They had never seen nor heard of such a phenomenon, merely gazing in awe for a moment before dispersing. Only two figures standing at the base of Xian Yun Mountain remained entranced by the sight of the flames. At the summit of the great vast peak, Elder Fu, responsible for the patrol, approached Song Xuanqing, whispering, "Sect leader, the demon lord Yan Wujing and the master of the Lioli realm, Hua Manlu, are drawing near to the protective mountain formation. Permit them entry," Song Xuanqing replied, his wide sleeves draping elegantly as he sat behind a table, perusing ancient texts, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, clad in pristine white, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Without lifting his gaze, he instructed in a calm voice, "Ensure they remain unaware and do not disturb the other disciples." Elder Fu received his orders and withdrew. To Mo Yunya, who had been meditating at the side, opened his eyes in confusion. "Senior brother, while I can understand your decision to allow Hua Manlu to enter, why must you also permit Yan Wujiang's presence? If the elders from other peaks were to discover this, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation." Song Xuanqing set aside the tome in his hands, lifting his eyelids slightly, his expression calm and untroubled. After all, he was the son of the former demon lord. With him present, Yan Wujiang would not dare to act recklessly. Mo Yunya brushed off his robes and picked up the sword beside him, somewhat irked. "Had I known, I would have simply expelled him during our last encounter in the drunken dream, thus sparing us a potential conflict. Every matter must adhere to the principle of cause and effect." Song Xuanqing handed him the neatly organized volumes on the table, shooting him a disapproving glance. "After all these years, you have made no progress whatsoever." Mo Yunya sheepishly scratched his head and accepted the scroll. The sect leader had departed early, and their master had ascended to immortality long ago. With their second senior brother missing for many years, their eldest brother had taken on the roles of both father and mother, raising him and their junior sister, while also managing the sect's affairs. He had transformed from a charming and handsome youth into the stern and austere figure he was now. Having not sought a partner in a century in recent years, their junior sister had been quite mischievous, causing numerous troubles that their eldest brother had to resolve. Then came the incident at the Blood Flood Cavern, where she narrowly escaped with her life. Their eldest brother had constructed a spirit-nurturing pool and the Shiyu Palace for her. Exhausting the resources of both their Jianjian Peak and the Great Miao Peak, Mo Yunya felt dizzy at the sight of the text, flipping through it casually before tossing the scroll onto the table. He did not need to read it to know. It was likely a method their eldest brother had devised to assist their junior sister in mending her spiritual abode. "Senior brother, is this method viable?" he inquired. "Xie Fujin possesses the bone of the floating pagoda and the ability of rebirth through nirvana. His blood should be more potent than that of ordinary phoenixes." Song Xuanqing raised his hand, pinching the bridge of his nose with force. Upon releasing his grip, a red mark appeared between his brows. "Our time is running short. Whether it will work or not, we can only leave it to fate." Mo Yunya suddenly stood up. "Then why not seize the opportunity while his cultivation is unstable and confine him to extract blood for our junior sister's medicinal needs?" "Sit down." Song Xuanqing glared at him. "Have you forgotten the plight of the Phoenix clan? Do you not recall how he survived? Mo Yunya tilted his head, avoiding Song Xuanqing's gaze that in his heart. Others were insignificant. Only the three of them were his true family in this world. Their junior sister, having suffered such grave injuries and with her cultivation unstable, insisted on putting on a brave front, relying on medicinal pills to maintain her state. The poison from the pills accumulated in her body, gradually depleting her vitality, that if they did not devise a solution soon, she would be left to live like an ordinary person, subject to aging and death. With no hope of returning to immortality, the thought of their junior sister leaving him first made his heart ache. Now, their eldest brother had finally located Phoenix blood, yet he hesitated to use it immediately to heal their junior sister. Mo Yunya could not comprehend that if it were him upon discovering Xie Fujin, he would have extracted his blood right away, which would have been far better than being helpless now that their junior sister's old injuries had resurfaced. Xie Wei was a man who would seek vengeance without fail. He had nearly turned the entire immortal realm upside down due to his wife Bai Hua. Xie Fuzin had inherited this trait. Perhaps even worse, slaughtering numerous cities for revenge. If it were not for the machinations of the immortal realm against him, do you think we could have found him so easily? Mo Yunya fell silent, slowly turning his gaze to Song Xuanqing. This matter is actually related to the immortal realm. I'm merely speculating that Yu has already sealed the Zhanhuang sword within him. Once the spirit of the sword awakens, the truth of the immortal realm's actions will become cleared. I am gambling now, wagering whether he still possesses any conscience, whether there remains a trace of a Yu in his heart. Mo Yunya observed him and suddenly realized that this once mighty elder brother, who had towered like a mountain in his eyes, had aged. Fine lines appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his gaze was no longer as bright as it once was. That he sighed. Elder brother, what truly transpired in the Blood Flood Cavern? Could it be that our junior sister had a connection with Xie Fuzin long ago? Song Xuanqing shook his head, lifting his gaze toward the vast, distant expanse of the sky. This matter requires the aid of Hua Manlu, who is most adept in illusions. Chapter 63. Perhaps Master could enlighten me on what it means to be mature. Upon returning to the Little Miao Peak, Xiejua immediately submerged Wen Jiyu in the spirit nurturing pool. The water was icy, soaking her garments, rendering her legs weak and unable to stand. Xiejua jumped in, supporting her shoulders and allowing her to sit on the stone steps at the pool's edge. Wen Jiyu leaned against his chest, her forehead resting against his neck, her eyes tightly shut. She was so close, her faint breath occasionally brushing against his skin, yet his heart was devoid of romantic thoughts. His mind was a tumult of chaos. Ever since Song Xuanqing mentioned that his phoenix blood could save her, the scene from the secret chamber had become increasingly vivid in his memory, that in her past life, she had indeed taken his phoenix blood, nearly draining him completely. The experiences of his youth were but nightmares, and being treated so by Wen Jiyu had long since left him utterly disillusioned. Yet now, everything was different. The emotions he had felt in the recent days seemed to mock him. He found himself pondering that had the woman in the Blood Flood Cavern not been her, perhaps he would not be so tormented now. His fingers, immersed in the water, twitched as if he wished to raise his arm. With lowered lashes, his cold gaze fixated on her delicate neck that he had never hesitated before taking a life. Her current cultivation level was far beneath his. With a mere flick of his hand, he could easily end her. That he lifted his hand, his fingers gently resting on Wen Jiyu's neck, applying a bit of pressure. Her neck was indeed slender, shrinking beneath his palm, that as her breath became strained. Wen Jiyu's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes slowly opening, yet not fully awake, that a layer of mist coated her gaze. And even at this moment, she instinctively called out his name, Ajua. Her voice was tender and sweet, laced with a hint of vulnerability. The tremor in her tone rendered him momentarily speechless, as if a feather had brushed against his heart. At that moment, he realized she was not fully awake. She was merely dreaming as she called his name, that he could not bring himself to act. Now, as he gazed into her misty eyes, an indescribable struggle surged within him. His hand, which had intended to end her life, trembled uncontrollably, the crimson glint in his eyes flickering before ultimately fading into silence. That in her dazed state, Wen Jiyu felt her chin being held, followed by a rush of sweet, metallic liquid flowing down her throat. She instinctively swallowed. After swallowing, a strange flow of energy coursed through her body, alleviating the pain in her spiritual abode and diminishing the previous emptiness she had felt. Soaking in the icy waters of the spirit-nurturing pool was surprisingly comfortable, and she gradually drifted into a dream. Each time she healed in the spirit-nurturing pool, she would dream of walking through a boundless, snow-covered wasteland. When she returned to this wasteland, she began her long trek once more. Yet this time, there seemed to be an air of difference. She saw trees, towns, and villages, prompting her to quicken her pace. When she awoke again, it was already midday of the following day. She was still submerged in the spirit pool, wearing the same dress from the previous day. She formed hand seals, floating in the water as she entered a meditative state. A warm current gradually rose within her, intertwining with her breath, naturally circulating throughout her body with each inhale and exhale. Her strength had noticeably returned, yet her cultivation had indeed regressed, dropping from the 9th stage of breaking realm to the 6th. Fortunately, her life was preserved in her heart, when Jiyu silently cursed the entire system, feeling perplexed as to what its intentions were, according to her understanding of the tropes involving systems in novels, unless the author had lost their way. The system would invariably cause trouble. Yet this system was different. It seemed to know a little of everything, yet was oblivious to much, even failing to detect whether the current plot aligned with the original narrative. It felt peculiar, as if a program had been implanted in her mind, triggered only upon encountering specific NPCs or key events. Although it seemed somewhat foolish, the penalties for failure were anything but lenient. What Wenjiu did not realize was that her unconventional choices had caused the plot to unravel from the very start, leaving the system unable to orchestrate the narrative's progression. These anomalies were transmitted to the immortal realm's Ku-Tion secret mirror. And soon, someone could no longer remain idle. When Jiyu had awakened for half a day, yet Xiejua had yet to appear before her. After floating in the pool for a while, feeling an emptiness in her stomach, she decided to leave the water. As her consciousness reached out to the little Miao Peak, she discovered him practicing swordsmanship beneath the snow-covered tree. He was honing the sword techniques from the Shangqingju she had previously taught him. Yet he seemed to have lost his mind, ruthlessly hacking at the once pristine snow tree, leaving branches strewn about the ground. Upon seeing the strip of cloth tied around his wrist, when Jiyu began to piece together the situation. She had long heard of the phoenix blood's effects. Last night, the sweet, metallic liquid she had tasted had undoubtedly been his blood. When Jiyu suddenly felt that the suffering she endured was not in vain. The act of extracting blood, whether forced upon him or given willingly, bore a distinct significance. Approaching him from behind, when Jiyu softly said, "Ajua, thank you for last night." However, Xiejua did not turn around. Instead, he coldly interrupted her, stating, "Do not speak to me, that I detest you." When Jiyu widened her eyes in surprise, speechless, bewildered by the sudden anger that welled up within her. Simultaneously, she found it rather amusing. Such words as "do not speak to me, I detest you," were sentiments she had only heard in her elementary school days. She couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you a child?" Xiejua abruptly turned around, taking a step closer to her, his dark eyes locking onto hers. Childish? When Jiyu did not retreat, her smile frozen on her face as she met his gaze. The way Xiejua looked at her today was utterly different from his usual demeanor. For the first time, he regarded her with a hint of indifference and ruthlessness, as if concealing something deeper within. Before she could ponder further, he seized her wrist. He spoke, "I am childish enough to be bewitched by you." Losing all rationality. Why not let my master teach me what it means to be mature? When Jiyu parted her lips, sunlight fell upon her rosy lips, casting a translucent allure. Xiejua stared at her, suddenly leaning down to bite her lip. The sharp pain jolted when Jiyu back to reality, and she instinctively tried to pull away. Their breaths intertwined as she turned her head to evade him. He followed closely, pushing her shoulders until she was pressed against the trunk of a tree. His hand slid up, fingers pinching her chin, forcing her to look up slightly. Then he leaned down again, his nose brushing against her cheek. The softness of their contact felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought, awakening a shared restlessness within them. His kiss was laden with emotion, akin to a beast's insatiable hunger, eager to taste the essence of life. When Jiyu was left dazed by his fervent kiss, her mind blank. She gasped for air, only to have her tongue ensnared by his wickedness. She raised her hands to push him away, but he captured her wrists, lifting them above her head and pinning them against the tree, wrapping an arm around her waist, molding her body into a deliberate curve that mirrored his own. When Jiyu had never been this close to anyone, her heart racing uncontrollably that a peculiar sensation coursed through her, akin to a hidden yearning, leaving her flustered. Why? Unlike the first time he forcefully kissed her, this time she was fully aware, able to grasp his presence. The scent of ash and orchid enveloped her, and she felt as though she might drown Tio this day, when Jiyu remained uncertain of her feelings towards Siehua. Initially, she wished to kill him to escape her tragic fate. However, she ultimately failed, unable to strike at an innocent soul who knew nothing and had done nothing. Later, she recognized him as a commendable disciple, obedient, caring, and always appearing in critical moments to shield her. When Jiyu admitted that at times, she was indeed drawn to his seemingly docile nature, but in her heart, he remained merely a handsome disciple. She would not fall for him, nor would she allow him to act recklessly towards her. With a flicker of clarity still present, she clenched her fists, silently gathering her spiritual energy. Noticing when Jiyu's lack of resistance, the boy's movement slowed. His eyelashes brushed against hers, his teeth gently nipped at her lip. Teasingly licking her lip as he kissed her, he murmured softly in her ear, as if deliberately enticing her. Master, you feel so warm. Have you developed feelings for your disciple? The flames gathering in his palms erupted into a frenzy. Even after being steeped in various cultural teachings, she could not deny that his words were too blatant, too direct, and shockingly audacious. She shoved him away with force, only to realize in an instant that the surroundings had undergone a drastic change. The boy who had just been kissing her by her ear seemed to dissolve like snowflakes in the air. She found herself standing in a desolate expanse, reminiscent of her initial descent into dreams, amidst a world that was both white and lonely. When Jiyu reached out, slowly touching her lips, there was a wound upon them, dried and crusted, a remnant from when she had instinctively bitten down during the excruciating pain of the lightning strike to her spiritual abode. Beyond that, she felt no other unusual sensation. Could it be that all of this was merely an illusion? Gently, she closed her eyes and crouched down, attempting to quell the turmoil within her. Perhaps it was the consecutive days of warm sunlight that caused delicate raindrops to fall upon the small Piamiao Peak at night. Siehua sat cross-legged atop the roof of the Shiyu Palace, allowing the gentle rain to dampen his face and hair. With his eyes shut, his mood was anything but pleasant. The iron hammer had returned. Ordered by that troublesome bird not to approach the Shiyu Palace, sulking in a nearby corner, glaring at him in indignation. Perhaps the hostility radiating from Iron Hammer was too evident. The strikingly handsome boy raised his eyelids slightly, offering a taunting smile in its direction. Howl! Iron Hammer felt as if it would burst from anger. It longed to report, to wait until its mother awakened to tell on him, to make her aware of that sinister bird's ulterior motives, and to have her eliminated. Siehua paid no heed to its grumbling, pouring wine from a flask he had set aside. The still healing wound on his wrist oozed fresh blood, a vivid red that twisted like vines across his pale skin. He had no desire to tend to his injury. Drinking deeply, he then threw the wine bottle away in a fit of self-destructive abandon. The bottle soared through the air, landing out of sight. Followed moments later by a distant, ethereal shatter, he slumped his shoulders, running his fingers through his hair. He must have been bewitched by her, he thought. Since the first day he met her, something had felt amiss. He should have sought the answers and then killed her, for he had his own matters to attend to and could not afford to waste time here any longer. While doubting the authenticity of his previous life, he found himself unwittingly controlled by his past emotions, vividly recalling the excruciating pain of falling into the Nine Nether Dark Sea. Song Xuanqing was indeed a remarkably intelligent individual, yet he had made a crucial error. At this moment, he was no longer the ignorant fool of his past life that he had been reborn, and without Song Xuanqing, he could still venture into the immortal realm alone. The exchange terms he proposed were utterly ridiculous. Perhaps it would be better to kill her first. Taking a life was simple for him. Even the current when Jiyu would not pose a challenge. Yet whenever he closed his eyes, he would think of her misty gaze, which inexplicably softened his heart. He had never felt as defeated and helpless as he did today. His fingers inadvertently brushed against his waist, where he felt something warm. Glancing down, Siehua saw the storage jade pendant that Wen Jiyu had gifted him. Within it lay half of the treasure from the Lingyun's sex vault. After a month of interaction, Siehua had come to understand that Wen Jiyu was in dire need of money. He had previously caught her counting the spirit stones in her mustard seed bag when she couldn't sleep. Those spirit stones were exchanged for pills, herbs, and vermilion, and at times, she would toil through the night refining elixirs. Due to the damage to her spiritual abode, her cultivation was unstable, requiring her to consume pills to stabilize her realm, which was a costly endeavor that if she had any ulterior motives towards him. Why would she gift him such an unexpected fortune? Or had she already made up her mind, believing she could control him with her poison, rendering him unable to escape her grasp? He rose to his feet, a suffocating black flame enveloping him as he turned and leaped from the rooftop. He refused to believe that a moment of confusion could outweigh the ironclad heart he had cultivated since birth. The Iron Hammer, a divine beast by nature, though unable to articulate human language, sensed the murderous aura emanating from Siegua. The demonic energy he exuded was familiar to it, reminiscent of the torturous magic that had once made its existence unbearable. Instinctively, it recoiled in fear, yet reason urged it onward. Its mother was in danger. As it watched the wicked bird vanish before the Shiyu Palace, Iron Hammer lifted its trembling paw and charged toward the palace. With a resounding crash, a wave of black demonic energy burst forth and coalesced as Iron Hammer collided with the barrier, only to be swiftly repelled. How infuriating! It was a divine beast at the peak of Dongxian. Though it tumbled to the ground in disarray, it refused to accept defeat, charging again, only to be callously thrown back by the barrier. After several futile attempts, it found itself battered and bloodied, its vision blurred, while the barrier remained unyielding. Staring at the brightly lit Shiyu Palace, Iron Hammer let out a low whimper, retreating as it unfurled its massive wings, turning to soar toward the great Piamiao Peak. Siegua entered the palace of Qiyu. Influenced by the feeble spiritual aura of Wenjiyu, the little flower spirits in the lotus pond had all submerged to the bottom, reverting to their original forms. Within the Qiyu Palace, where spiritual energy was abundant and the nurturing spirit pool resided, if Wenjiyu's spiritual realm remained intact, she would not even need to engage in deliberate cultivation. Her realm would gradually ascend. Even someone like him, possessing a spirit-conserving body, could achieve a state of clarity in the Tao as long as he suppressed the demonic aura and immersed himself daily in this pure spiritual essence. He curled his lips into a cold smile, realizing how far Song Sun Qing was willing to go for her. The demonic aura swirling around him voraciously devoured the surrounding spiritual essence, igniting more of his demonic nature and causing his eyes to burn a crimson red. He pushed aside the cascading gauzy curtains and approached the nurturing spirit pool, where he beheld Wenjiyu still in a deep slumber within the water. Her eyes were tightly shut, yet her complexion appeared to have softened, a rare hint of blood color gracing her cheeks, that a droplet of blood lingered at the corner of her lips, a remnant of his hurried departure after feeding her his blood. He raised his hand, gazing at the wound on his wrist, which faintly shimmered with a golden hue, sending a piercing pain through his eyes. Memories began to resurface. The young him bound by chains on a platform, his feathers scattered, wrists and ankles shackled, blood flowing from cuts made by a blade, golden red blood gushing forth. The scene shifted again. He lay on the platform, numbly staring at the black ceiling draped in cobwebs, hearing the sound of his blood dripping into a copper vessel, until suddenly a panicked voice rang from outside. "Someone is coming." The ensuing memories were abruptly severed, leaving no trace behind. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to act against that ethereal shadow from his past. After all, it was merely a drop of blood. He would consider it a repayment for her recent care of him. Just then, he noticed the woman in the water, her eyelashes fluttering. It seemed she was on the verge of awakening. A surge of joy erupted within him. Like a spellbound being, Siegua descended the steps and slowly waded into the water. When Jiyu opened her eyes, turning her head to gaze quietly at him, her pupils glimmering with an inscrutable light. Suddenly, she spoke. "Come here." Siegua took 2 steps forward, feeling her gaze was somewhat unfamiliar, tentatively calling out, "Master." Before he could finish, a chilling sensation gripped his heart. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed. He stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the sword embedded within him, and following its blade, he beheld Wenjiyu's hand gripping it tightly. "You." The light in her phoenix eyes dimmed, and when Jiyu exerted her strength again, piercing through his body at the fastest speed imaginable, the hammer flew towards the great Miao Peak. Song Sun Qing had yet to rest when he saw it burst in, calling out "Mother, Mother," without knowing what it was saying, prompting him to summon Zhou Tian. Having spent the most time with it, Zhou Tian immediately sensed something was amiss with its state, quickly noticing the dirt and blood smeared across its body, causing his heart to skip a beat. Master is in trouble. Seventh uncle is in danger. When Song Sunqing and Zhou Tian arrived at the skies above the Little Miao Peak, they discovered that all the seals had been shattered, with spiritual currents colliding with demonic aura, gathering a vast amount of thunderclouds above the Little Miao Peak, resembling the end of days. Song Sunqing's complexion suddenly paled, its demonic energy, without hesitation. He transformed into a shadow and sped towards the palace of Qiyu. The palace doors stood wide open, one of them even having been blown off its hinges. Inside, chaos reigned, the demonic aura pervasive. The lotus pond, meticulously cared for by Wen Jiyu, lay in ruins, and bloodstains were visible on the jade stone floor. He dared not speculate whose blood it was, nor could he linger. The matter of gender seemed trivial at that moment, and he pressed straight past the layers of gauzy curtains. What lay before him rendered him momentarily speechless. There lay Wen Jiyu, quietly sprawled beside the nurturing spirit pool, her mouth and chest drenched in blood. Barely clinging to life, as if she had succumbed, blood flowed into the nurturing spirit pool, tainting half of its waters. Her appearance instantly reminded Song Sunqing of a decade ago, when Mo Yun had brought her back. In a similar state, his eyes reddened, nearly spilling tears, he stiffly approached, trembling as he reached out to test the pulse of the girl lying on the ground that a faint breeze brushed against his fingers, causing him to withdraw his hand in haste, sealing several major acupoints on her body before urgently calling out, "Junior sister, who has harmed you so?" The girl's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her tear-filled eyes, weakly whispering, "Senior brother." Even without her speaking, Song Sunqing could guess the answer. It loomed in his heart, desperate to be voiced, that he clenched his fists and struck the pool wall with a fierce blow. "Fu Jin, I will kill you." The wall of the pool cracked in response, debris swept away by the flow of water, trickling down from the damaged wall. The commotion at the Little Miao Peak was too great to go unnoticed by the 6 branches of Xian Yun Mountain, leading Song Sunqing to claim that Wen Jiyu had failed her tribulation, attracting heavenly thunder. Wen Jiyu was placed within the Great Miao Peak, under the personal care of Song Sunqing, with disciples witnessing Mo Yun storming out of the Xiantian Gate after a fierce argument with Song Sunqing in the Xianyun Hall. Furthermore, observant disciples noted that even when Jiyu's stunning apprentice had vanished without a trace. Chu and I Chong initially refused to believe that when Jiyu had been injured, but after seeing her for herself, she was convinced, shaking her head in lament, though it was unclear if she mourned for Wen Jiyu or her apprentice. Zhuge Qianji displayed no particular emotion, examining the girl lying on the bed with a scrutinizing gaze before departing. This incident also stirred Dongfang Jibai. He was the last to visit Wen Jiyu. Prior to seeing her, he made a stop at the Little Miao Peak. The palace of Qiyu had been destroyed, and faint traces of demonic energy still lingered above the peak. This demonic aura was exceptionally pure, identical to the one Xiejua had infused into him that day, and he was among the few who understood the truth of the matter. Song Sunqing had informed him that Fu Jin aimed to kill Wen Jiyu. He was reluctant to believe this claim. That day in the flower forest, he had distinctly observed how Fu Jin had been anxious for his master. If he was so concerned, why would he seek to kill her? The divine consciousness swept meticulously across the ethereal Xiaopiao Peak, leaving no stone, no blade of grass, and no brick or tile overlooked, that he was a person of profound clarity of mind, capable of discerning the vast majority of malevolent entities and demonic energies that plague the world. At last, amidst the shattered barrier and the faint traces of dark magic, he detected an unusual fluctuation of spiritual power. This energy was extraordinarily pure, originating from the 9 heavens, a divine force reserved for the ascended beings of the upper immortal realm. He proceeded towards the source of this celestial energy. Upon pushing open the palace door, he was greeted by the sight of the lotus pond within the Qiyu Palace. The lotus flowers were in full bloom, their blossoms remarkably large, creating an incongruous beauty amidst the surrounding devastation. Dongfang Jibai discreetly formed a hand gesture concealed within his sleeve. He approached the lotus pond, peering into the clear waters to glimpse the bottom. There, a small vortex pulsated with dark currents that in a flash. The surging black tide exploded with the infusion of spiritual energy, The murderous aura emanating from the vortex coalesced with formidable force, intertwining like a gleaming sword. Rushing towards him. Chapter 66. Dongfang Jibai's eyes narrowed as he swiftly unleashed a formation from his hand. The black tide clashed with the spiritual energy, erupting from the spiritual spring, causing him to retreat sharply. Moments later, silence enveloped the hall. The air was still, devoid of sound, save for the delicate strands of luminous mist mingling with the water vapor as they fell. The force collided with his spatial formation, becoming ensnared within it, unable to escape. Dongfang Jibai exhaled a sigh of relief, observing the chaotic black tide trapped within the spatial array gradually lose its vigor. What a close call. Only then did he seize the opportunity to scrutinize the vortex once more. Its presence was faint and well concealed, hidden beneath layers of lotus leaves, resembling the spatial gates chronicled in the ancient tomes of Kunlun. Having been nurtured as the future Taoist lord of Kunlun from a young age, Dongfang Jibai possessed considerable knowledge of the upper immortal realm. Numerous sages had ascended from Kunlun to the upper immortal realm, where the boundaries between the upper and lower immortal realms were distinctly marked. Cultivators from the lower immortal realm could not approach the entrance to the upper immortal realm unless they achieved the transformation into the god phase that in addition to the ascended cultivators. The upper immortal realm was home to the true divine beings. Much like the hierarchical structure of the mortal realm, the upper immortal realm was strictly stratified, with the divine beings wielding control over the heavenly laws, executing their divine authority, and governing the three realms. Should a divine being err, they would be cast down to the lower realms as punishment. Xie Fujin's mother, Bai Hua, belonged to the Phoenix clan, an ancient deity punished to the mortal realm, often referred to as the Sin God. The Sin Gods, upon descending, were said to guard the human realm on behalf of the upper immortal realm, but in truth, they were there to atone for their sins, perpetually striving to accumulate merit in hopes of one day returning to the upper immortal realm. Over the centuries, the bloodline of the Phoenix clan had diluted, and among the descendants born of their union with the human race, few possessed pure Phoenix blood. They believed that coexisting peacefully with humanity would bring about global harmony, allowing them to amass merit. However, the Phoenix clan severely underestimated the cruelty of human nature. Innocent bystanders suffer when possessing precious things. As the Phoenix clan gradually declined, this once mighty lineage could no longer protect those with Phoenix blood. They were plundered, slain, and refined into elixirs for ascension, leaving only Xie Fujin remaining in this world. Dongfang Jibai raised his hand, conjuring a talisman, and as it ignited, the vortex gradually vanished. The lotus flowers in the pond continued to bloom vibrantly as he turned and departed from Xiaopiao Peak. Upon arriving at Daipio Peak, Dongfang Jibai chanced upon a celestial crane descending from the sky, transforming into a young acolyte carrying a food box, making his way towards Xianyun Palace at this moment. Xianyun Mountain was desolate, as Song Xuanqing had dispatched trusted disciples to secretly search for Xie Fujin's whereabouts. The barriers of Xianyun Palace were formidable, yet they posed no challenge for him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to draw an invisibility talisman and silently followed the acolyte. The young acolyte, a manifestation of spiritual essence with limited cultivation, naturally failed to notice the presence of Dongfang Jibai behind him. The two traversed the airy corridors in succession. Xianyun Palace served as the administrative and residential quarters for successive sect masters. Passing through the corridor, he beheld a sprawling cluster of grayish-white buildings shrouded in swirling mists and vibrant greenery. There were few disciples under Song Xuanqing. Aside from a handful of inner disciples, only Zhou Tian, a direct disciple, remained, leaving many chambers in the rear courtyard unoccupied, according to information gathered by Yan Longzhu. Wen Jiyu resided in a secluded and tranquil area known as Lufang Garden, conveniently close to Song Xuanqing. Outside the courtyard, Zhou Tian leaned against a large tree with a furrowed brow, looking quite dejected, while T. Hammer lay beside him, equally glum. Zhou Tian reached down to pat T. Hammer's head. "It's one thing for 7th Master to ignore me, but why won't you even come to see me?" T. Hammer let out a low whimper, voicing its own confusion. Despite having timely alerted to save its mother, it was bewildered as to why she refused to see it after waking. Upon noticing the young acolyte approaching, Zhou Tian's eyes brightened. "Little celestial crane, come here." The acolyte obediently walked over. "What do you have there?" The acolyte, unable to speak, merely opened the lid of the food box for him to see. Zhou Tian glanced inside and discovered a bowl of clear chicken soup. Go on, go on." The acolyte closed the lid, bowed to him, and departed to a tea that moment. The concealed Dongfang Jibai gracefully passed by Zhou Tian. His gaze briefly settled on Zhou Tian and Tea Hammer before shifting away. Zhou Tian remained oblivious, but Tea Hammer, with its naturally keen senses, perked up its ears and raised its head to look towards the direction Dongfang Jibai had taken. The young acolyte entered Lufang Garden first. In the central room was where when Jiyu was recuperating that as Dongfang Jibai alighted in the courtyard. A loud crash echoed, the sound of a porcelain bowl shattering. Immediately afterward, when Jiyu's voice rang out. "Who allowed you in? Get out!" Dongfang Jibai was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of Wen Jiyu's temperament. She was not one to be arrogant or overbearing, but rather mischievous and innocent, having been doted upon by Song Xuanqing since her youth, often causing various troubles. However, at her core, she had inherited the virtues of Wen Xiehong and Shui Huaizhu, being a kind-hearted young woman who would never scold others in such a manner, especially not a being that had grown up alongside her in Xianyun Mountain. Just days prior, she had been courteous and polite to him. The young acolyte quickly retreated, drenched in the soup and looking quite disheveled. Dongfang Jibai temporarily set aside the idea of entering the room, standing in the courtyard as he released his divine consciousness once more. Regrettably, this time, he discovered nothing at all. The young acolyte's plight soon captured Zhou Tian's attention, who led him back to the front hall. At that moment, Tea Hammer stealthily slipped inside. That it seemed to sense Dongfang Jibai's presence, sniffing the air as it cautiously approached him. Dongfang Jibai, wishing to remain concealed, moved towards the outer side of the room. Outside Wen Jiyu's window, numerous peach blossoms were in full bloom. The spiritual aura of Xianyun Mountain was rich, with the peach blossoms vine to blossom, radiant as the morning sun, day in and day out. As he passed by the half-closed window, he instinctively glanced up at the intricately carved window that a young girl sat on the bed, her face somewhat unfamiliar, yet he could clearly see that it was certainly not Wen Jiyu's countenance. Whether it was merely his illusion, this face bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he had encountered before. Crack! While Dongfang Jibai pondered, he inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, snapping it. Who? The person inside the window sensed the noise and quickly leapt from the bed. Striding towards the window, she pushed open the intricately carved wooden window, only to find the exterior void of any presence. The branches of the blossoming peach trees swayed gently, and she squinted her eyes. Someone had been here. Her divine consciousness immediately expanded, and she spotted a fleeting white shadow retreating around the corner. It was indeed the pure, white divine beast of Kunlun, seemingly come to seek her once more. She breathed a sigh of relief, gently closing the window. However, as she turned, her neck was suddenly ensnared by a dark tide. The dark tide coiled around her, lifting her toes off the ground, and she wore an expression of utter terror, her features shifting incessantly. Despite possessing cultivation, she did not dare to resist. Who allowed you to take on that appearance? The dark tide emitted a rough, grating voice, threateningly declaring, "If you are discovered, I will not hesitate to obliterate your very soul." Chapter 67. Where has the real Wen Jiyu gone? Dongfang Jibai departed from Lufang Garden, transforming into a shadow as he hastened back to Lingyin Peak. Yin Longzhu hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Daojun, how is the young palace mistress?" Dongfang Jibai did not respond to her question. His expression was frigid as he shifted the topic to another matter. "Who was the woman you secretly executed last time?" Yin Longzhu was perplexed by his inquiry. After a moment's thought, she answered truthfully, "She was my superior, the 72nd disciple of the Grand Palace Mistress of the returning Snow Palace, named Zhu Yuanyun." Zhu Yuan. Dongfang Jibai has a fleeting impression of her. She was the disciple who provoked Wen Jiyu during their last encounter at Effingling, that in pursuit of the whereabouts of the Kunlun divine beast, Xuesheng, she ventured into the demon realm with the Yanlong Pearl, where she fortuitously encountered Zhu Yuanyuan, a Kunlun disciple descending the mountain to exorcise demons, and invited her to accompany him. After the incident at Fengling, Wen Jiyu informed him that the Zhanhuang sword, which was embedded within Xuesheng, might very well be the one she had thrust into him, which explained why Xuesheng had targeted her first in his frenzy. Upon returning, he immediately dispatched Yanlong Pearl to investigate the matter. And indeed, she uncovered some intriguing clues. The forces of the Immortal Alliance had infiltrated Kunlun unbeknownst to him, having even placed their agents within the Huishua Palace, as the foremost palace of Kunlun and his residence for cultivation. It had always served as the right hand of the Taoist Lord of Kunlun, leaving no room for any misconduct. Thus, to serve as a warning to certain palace masters who were covertly colluding with the Immortal Alliance. Yanlong Pearl exercised her authority as the Kunlun Saint's son and executed her in secret. Yet, the deceased had inexplicably reappeared, leaving Dongfang Jibai utterly perplexed. Are you certain she is dead? As a trusted aide of the Kunlun Saint's son, Yanlong Pearl dared not be careless. She earnestly recalled the situation and promptly replied, Dao Jun, I confirm that Zhu Yuanyuan is indeed dead. Dongfang Jibai raised his hand to form a seal, extracting a trace of divine consciousness from his sea of awareness and waved his sleeve, conjuring a water mirror before Yanlong Pearl. Then who is she? Yanlong Pearl looked up, momentarily stunned. The girl seated on the bed wore the red dress typically donned by Wen Jiyu, cradling a mirror in her hands. Gazing into it with rapt attention, and reflected within it was unmistakably Zhu Yuanyuan's visage. She found it hard to believe that the little palace master had transformed into Zhu Yuanyuan. Where had the real little palace master gone? When Jiyu had been wandering the vast expanse of the snowy plains for an indeterminate duration, her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, yet her mind remained remarkably alert. So alert that if someone were to rouse her now, she could complete an entire set of college entrance examination papers in one breath. Although she had often dreamed of traversing these snowfields during her previous unconsciousness, she now felt utterly exhausted. Drenched in cold sweat, her vision beginning to blur, her legs nearly unable to lift. Yet a vigorous force within her persistently urged her onward, forbidding her any respite. Damn system. When Jiyu couldn't help but curse aloud. Did I dig up your ancestral grave? How long must I walk? I'm tired and wish to sleep for a while. Can we rest before continuing? Gradually, a line of large characters emerged in the sky. Why linger in slumber during life? In death, one shall find eternal rest. Furious, when Jiyu raised her hand and gestured a middle finger at the sky. Damn it. Had I known, I would have succumbed to the system's coercion and enticed Dongfang Jibai. Although being misunderstood by Siezhua might not be ideal, he is obedient and easy to coax. The thought of Siezhua made Wen Jiyu increasingly puzzled. She knew his background, aware that he bore the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. However, in the narrative, his Phoenix bloodline awakened only when he fell into the Nine Nether Hell Sea, that if her memory served her correctly, that night, she had indeed been cradled by him as they soared through the sky. Was there a deviation in her recollections, or had the system implanted erroneous memories? As she walked, she extended her hand. Her hands were delicate and soft, with slender fingertips, quite beautiful, yet on her right pinky there lay a faint scar. Peculiarly, despite traversing into this narrative, she had retained her own appearance. Even the familiar scar on her pinky remained. She found it difficult to discern which time and space she occupied or truly who she was. With a flicker of thought, the Tsongjin sword materialized in her grasp. When Jiyu held the cool hilt of the Tsongjin sword, sensing the almost non-existent spiritual flow, and a vague conjecture began to surface in her mind. Just then, a rumble echoed from afar, as if 1,000 horses were thundering towards her. When Jiyu squinted her eyes for a moment, in mere seconds, she observed a disturbance on the horizon, that a torrential snowstorm surged across the desolate plains like a sandstorm, rushing towards her with astonishing speed, as if countless colossal snow beasts were about to engulf her. Holy crap! When Jiyu instinctively exclaimed in exasperation, she turned and dashed away. Help! Why is there an avalanche in my subconscious? Instinctively flinging the Tsongjin sword from her grasp, when Jiyu prepared to invoke her sword control technique, only to be seized by a sudden, excruciating pain in her chest, she halted in her tracks. Clutching her chest tightly, the pain contorting her features, that a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Damn it. Is it really another heart attack from exhaustion? Before she could finish her lament, she collapsed into the thick snow that nearly reached her knees. The approaching avalanche swiftly consumed her slender figure, in a secluded and tranquil hollow within Xianyun Mountain. A few startled birds took flight. Enhai nimbly climbed the lingua tree, plucking a ripe fruit. He glanced at his pockets, brimming with bounty, and called out, There are too many fruits. I can't carry them all. Wen loud, come and catch some. When Lu's voice echoed from below, just toss them down. Enhai parted the leaves to take a glance, but there is no one under the tree, that I'm already beneath the tree, when Lu replied. Enhai looked again, where? There's only a seemingly foolish basket under the tree. When Lu retorted angrily, fool. I'm that basket. You idiot, keep it down. If you provoke him, you'll regret it. The tall and handsome Yin Wujiang stepped forward, scolding the two spirits. Enhai and Wen Lu immediately fell silent, their gazes shifting to the cave behind him. Inside the dimly lit cave, saturated with the scent of blood, lay a figure that I in the almost lightless cavern. Shadows of the foreboding trees loomed, casting a dense veil over him, but he lay motionless, his complexion pale, eyes slightly closed, damp eyelashes obscuring the emotions in his gaze. That it was the severely injured Xie. Chapter 68. I must find her. Xie lay in the cold, damp cave, his gaze lost in the void. His eyes were bloodshot, veined with deep crimson threads. He feared closing his eyes, lest the images of Wen Jiu striking him down replay in his mind. He had resolved to use his blood to save her, and he did not understand, feeling a sense of grievance. More than anything, he felt despondent that it turned out she had deceived him from the very beginning. A sigh echoed within the cave. That it was Elder Fu, who had been sent by Song Xuanqing to guide Yin Wujiang and Hua Manlu. Elder Fu had successfully led Yin Wujiang into the grand formation of Xianyun Mountain, only to be struck by the bloodied Xie falling from the sky. Startled, he had been forced to reveal himself. Captured by Yin Wujiang, he desperately explained that it was Master Song Xuanqing who had instructed him to guide them. But Yin Wujiang sneered. Who would believe that? And threatened to break his neck. Fortunately, Xie intervened. What puzzled him most was how the notoriously brutal demon lord Yin Wujiang had shown such deference to Xie, not only treating his injuries but also helping him conceal his whereabouts, that if they were not both men, he would genuinely suspect Xie was Yin Wujiang's favored companion. Elder Fu was utterly bewildered. Just then, someone approached the cave. Petals fluttered down, revealing a woman in splendid attire emerging from the falling blossoms, her feather fan obscuring her face and her eyes glimmering. None other than Hua Manlu, disguised as a male. Noticing the infatuated gazes of Enhai and Wen Lu, Hua Manlu gracefully parted his lips and recited a poem. Spring breezes caress the threshold. Dew glistens bright. Clouds yearn for garments. Flowers long for beauty. Were it not for the sight atop the Jade Mountain, one would meet beneath the moonlit Yao platform. From this day forth, please call me Hua Xiang. That don't flatter yourself. Yin Wujiang interrupted mercilessly. What on earth has happened in Xianyun Mountain? Hua Manlu fanned himself irritably. What could possibly happen? You're clutching onto this golden thigh, and yet you've committed fratricide, slaying none other than Wen Xiahong's daughter, Song Xuanqing's junior sister, and the direct disciple of that old dog from the Dongmen. Enhai and Wen Lu exchanged glances, then turned to the injured youth within the cave, their ghostly faces contorting in disbelief. It seemed evident that the severely wounded Xie was the one who had been slain. Considering his unusual relationship with Wen Jiu, they both simultaneously pondered, could it be that this demon had been abandoned by their other master? Wen Jiu? What should they do? Whose orders should they obey? The two spirits fretted over their impending fate, nearly breaking down in tears. Fratricide? Yin Wujiang was taken aback, then burst into malevolent laughter. What is so shocking about fratricide? In these times, if one doesn't engage in something extraordinary, they hardly qualify as a proper villain. The current demon lord once slept with his own sister, nearly causing Xianyun Mountain to collapse. Utter nonsense. Elder Fu's face trembled with rage, unable to restrain himself from rebuking. Where did the demon lord hear such absurdities? Do not tarnish the reputation of Xianyun Mountain. Yin Wujiang was taken aback. What had he just uttered? Glancing at the others, he noticed their peculiar expressions directed at him. His confusion deepened. Had he truly erred? What I meant to convey is gratitude to the esteemed Xie Fanjin. Even if he were to slay his master, it would not be of much consequence. Since I have chosen to stand by his side, it is only natural that I alleviate his burdens. Once I rally my subordinates to level this Xianyun Mountain, let us see who dares to show him disrespect. Yin Wujiang, in his fervent declarations of loyalty, seemed to have forgotten that just a month prior, he had imprisoned Xie nearly to the point of death. A low, husky voice resonated from within the cave. "Who are you?" Yin Wujing turned to find that, at some point, Xie Fanjin had already sat up. The youth still wore the white garment stained with blood from the attack, the large splotch now dried, his face obscured in the dim light, revealing only a pale chin. Black flames flickered around him. And Yin Wujing felt an unfathomable aura emanating from Xie Fanjin in that moment. This was none other than the future, eternal demon god, Fanjin, as he sensed the almost frigid gaze of the world-ending antagonist upon him. Yin Wujing was filled with excitement. Realizing that an opportunity to showcase himself had arrived, he hurriedly knelt, bowing his head, his eyes cast downward toward the youth who bore the air of a superior, and cautiously spoke. "I am Yin Wujing, one of the 8 demon lords of the demon realm, overseeing the cities of Fumong and Wuyuan." After a brief pause, Siege slowly repeated his name, Yin Wujing. Yin Wujing chuckled, his sycophantic demeanor becoming apparent. Indeed, it is odd that he raised his hand, conjuring a small whip of demonic energy, and began to crack it with wild abandon, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Finally, he brought the whip down upon his own head, presenting the other end to Siejua. "I am willing to serve my master like a loyal hound." Woof woof, the crowd was left in shock. Could it be that Yin Wujing was mentally unhinged? They had witnessed sycophants before, but none quite like this. Siejua remained silent. The corners of his lips curled slightly, a chilling aura enveloping him. As he narrowed his gaze upon Hua Manlu, that a surge of murderous intent arose, oppressive enough to nearly induce blood from his mouth. "And you?" Hua Manlu instinctively shrank back at the intensity of Siejua's gaze. He finally understood why Yin Wujing had chosen to submit to him. Given their respective levels of cultivation, coupled with all their treasures, they were no match for Xie Fanjin. What madness had driven him to provoke such a figure? Hua Manlu nervously lowered his eyes, grasping the whip around Yin Wujing's neck, "that I brought him here." Elder Fu, standing nearby, regarded the two with incredulity, realizing that the tales of treachery among the demon clans were indeed accurate. He was witnessing it firsthand. "Traitor!" Elder Fu, feeling a surge of anger, glared at Siejua and berated him. "I have misjudged you. To collude with the demon clan is one thing, but to slay your master. Do you not owe the sect leader and Elder Seven for their unwavering trust and protection?" The words of the Xiang celestial master rang true. "You have concealed your cultivation. What ulterior motive do you harbor?" In Hai and when Lu swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. This elder was on the brink of death. "It was not me." Siejua made no move to retaliate. He simply lifted his dark, lustrous lashes to regard Elder Fu. "I did not kill my master. Do you trust me?" Elder Fu. The youth's eyes bore no hint of malice, instead revealing a wounded innocence akin to that of a small beast. Then his gaze shifted, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Elder Fu. "If you doubt me, you may simply crush the jade token in your hand, that in doing so, no one will be able to escape." Elder Fu was taken aback, and the fingers that had been gripping the jade token slowly relaxed. The sect's jade tokens were used by disciples to summon help or report their locations. He might ignore Siejua, but he could not allow others to know that Song Xuanqing had sent him to find Hua Manlu and Yin Wujing. It dawned on him that Song Xuanqing had long been aware of Siejua's identity, even aiding him from the shadows. Hua Manlu's eyes flickered as he discreetly inched closer to Yin Wujing. "I believe the likelihood of that accused being innocent is greater. What do you suppose is afoot at Xianyin Mountain? Perhaps you should inquire of the demon lord." Yin Wujing shot him a glare. "Have you ever played the sycophant? Whatever my master commands, I shall obey. Who are you to question?" The group fell into silence. Yet suddenly, Siejua emerged from the cave. "Elder Fu, I wish to find her." Elder Fu raised his gaze to him. He observed the youth's face, pale to the point of being bloodless, now flushed with an unusual hue, and his phoenix eyes glimmered with a peculiar, feverish madness that I must clarify matters with her. Chapter 69. Seizing the body, Lufeng Garden. Song Xuanqing sat at the table, watching as when Jiyu finished her medicine, casually placing a plate of candied kumquats before her. "Junior sister, how do you feel today?" When Jiyu set down the medicine bowl, her arm reaching past the plate of kumquats to grasp a licorice apricot nearby. "Not bad." Her response was succinct, her expression cool, as though she wished to engage in little conversation with him. Song Xuanqing's fingers, resting on the table, twitched slightly as he observed her chew and swallow the licorice apricot. The crimson corners of her lips bore traces of licorice crumbs, unnoticed by her, as she reached for a second one to consume. When she turned her gaze, she met Song Xuanqing's probing look and inquired, "Brother, why do you stare at me so?" Song Xuanqing smiled faintly, that I merely reminisced about some amusing tales from your childhood. Wen Jiyu paused, glancing at the licorice apricots in her hand before casually setting them down, a smile gracing her lips. "Brother, what tales are those?" Song Xuanqing's smile dimmed slightly to "Do you still recall your sister?" Linua? Wen Jiyu nodded. "Of course. What of her?" He replied. She had a particular aversion to licorice apricots. Zhu Yuanyuan within her stirred slightly, perplexed as to why Ling's distaste for licorice apricots concerned her. But suddenly, a memory surfaced. Because Leng Yue detested the scent of licorice, she never consumed licorice apricots, and thus, Wen Jiyu also avoided them. However, she herself enjoyed them and had often felt resentment over Wen Jiyu's favoritism towards Ling Yue. Zhu Yuanyuan lowered her gaze, realizing her oversight. Song Xuanqing was astute. Having raised Wen Jiyu since childhood, he understood her habits intimately, and such a small misstep would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. She chuckled lightly. "The medicine is a bit sweet, and the candied kumquats are already quite sugary, so I thought I might try the taste of the licorice apricots. To my surprise, they offer a unique flavor." Song Xuanqing nodded, saying nothing further, but instead asked, "How is your wound healing?" "Thank you for your concern, brother. It is merely a superficial injury, and the ointment sent by the sect master is quite effective." Song Xuanqing nodded again, maintaining a warm smile. "Since it is effective, let us have Don Xiaopik send more. Focus on your recovery and do not trouble yourself with other matters." After a pause, he tentatively inquired, "As for Xiejua, what do you intend to do about him, junior sister?" Zhu Yuanyuan recalled that fateful night. After being slain by the Kunlun sword, her soul had been wandering aimlessly in the mass grave. As a condemned spirit punished by Kunlun, not only did the officials of the underworld refuse to accept her, but even the lonely souls and wandering ghosts tormented her. She drifted daily, without a fixed abode, watching her body gradually become lighter and more transparent, which filled her with dread, for it was a harbinger of her impending dissolution. She could not help but lament the injustice of the heavens. Just as she was on the brink of vanishing, a mysterious figure appeared. This enigmatic being utilized secret arts to bind her soul, saving her life, and revealed her past life to her in vivid detail. She witnessed her own foolish entanglement with Xie Fujin, ultimately meeting a merciless death at his hands, and oh wonder, she thought, that she had felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first encountering Xie Fujin. The mysterious figure informed her that it was Wen Jiyu who had altered her fate in this life, causing her early demise, and inquired whether she desired revenge. Zhu Yuanyuan, already harboring a deep-seated disdain for Wen Jiyu, found herself utterly convinced by the figure's words. Through unknown means, the figure usurped Wen Jiyu's essence, allowing her soul to occupy Wen Jiyu's body and commandeer her consciousness, with the condition that she must kill Xiejua. The figure proclaimed that as long as she thoroughly eliminated Xiejua, she could permanently inhabit Wen Jiyu's body and live in her stead. Should the opportunity arise, Wen Jiyu could be disposed of, and the figure would seek a new vessel for her. Zhu Yuanyuan, already incensed by Xiejua's previous torment, eagerly acquiesced. However, as she plunged her dagger into his flesh, he did not resist. Instead, he gazed at her in disbelief. Just when she thought she could finally end his life, a surge of black flames erupted from within him, engulfing him entirely and causing him to vanish without a trace. Her efforts thwarted, she followed the figure's instructions to fabricate a scene of Xiejua murdering his master, and cruelly thrust a sword into Wen Jiyu's chest. This ploy successfully deceived Song Xuanqing. Now, her sole concern was that, although she had taken possession of Wen Jiyu's body, she could not summon her life-bound sword, Songjin. Thus, she could only lie in bed recuperating, imploring Song Xuanqing to capture him and utilize the power of Zuanyangwen to slay him. Though she did not understand why the mysterious figure sought Xiejua's demise, the arrangement was undeniably advantageous for her. Yet, she realized that for the rest of her life, she would have to live under another's identity. Raising a cup of tea, she inquired, "Have you found any trace of that traitor?" "Not yet. His whereabouts elude us in the vicinity," Song Xuanqing replied, his brow furrowed in evident distress. "But do not worry, junior sister. I will surely track down that traitor and exact a severe punishment on him to avenge you." His words were resolute, his concern palpable. Zhu Yunyan gazed at his refined, slender face, and memories of the past flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. It was noteworthy that Song Xuanqing was the first man she had ever taken a liking to in her youth. When she was very young, she had been brought to Xinyan Mountain. She was among the many children rescued by Wen Xiehong, Wen Jiyu's father. With her sweet appearance and innocent disposition, she was particularly fond of clinging to Wen Xiehong. Upon arriving at Xinyan Mountain, she soon learned that Wen Xiehong, as the sect leader of Zuanyangwen, already had a pregnant wife, Shui Huaizhu. This news cast a shadow over Zhu Yuanyuan, rendering her sullen. During this time, she took notice of Song Xuanqing, who was merely a half-grown youth, dutifully attending to sect affairs behind Wen Xiehong. The young Song Xuanqing was, as his name suggested, warm and cultured, courteous in all his interactions. Not only did he capture the admiration of the senior sisters within Zuanyangwen, but he also secretly stirred feelings in her heart that in her desire to see him daily, she even forsook her path to immortality, willingly becoming the personal maid to the recently born Wen Jiyu. Despite this, Song Xuanqing's gaze never lingered on her, until the incident occurred, leading to her expulsion from Zuanyangwen. Who could have imagined that one day she would return, donning Wen Jiyu's guise, and claim her rightful place? Zhu Yuanyuan could not suppress her inner pride. Yet, seeing his current concern for Wen Jiyu, she pondered what his expression would be upon discovering that the soul inhabiting Wen Jiyu's body was hers. Perhaps he would never know. Thus, she looked at the handsome man before her and smiled sweetly. "Thank you for your trouble, senior brother. If you find that traitor, please hand him over to me. I wish to personally exact my vengeance." Chapter 70. Let him die knowing the truth, another lingering flower. As Zhu Yuanyuan opened her door, she beheld a small white blossom blooming on the opposite wall that a surge of spiritual energy struck it, causing the flower to wilt and its petals to crumble into dust that a gust of wind swept by, whisking the fragile flower away into oblivion. As Zhu Yuanyuan descended the steps, preparing to venture into the front courtyard, she suddenly glanced back and spotted a trembling white flower blooming atop the wall. The little flower seemed to follow her movements, slowly twisting its stem. Zhu Yuanyuan clenched her fists in secret. She needed no confirmation. She knew that this courtyard was laden with countless such flowers. These flowers, known as linging flowers, served a purpose akin to that of linging stones. Seemingly ordinary, five-petaled, and scentless, they were exceedingly difficult to detect when hidden among a multitude of blooms. Typically used for surveillance, Song Xuanqing claimed that he had placed a multitude of linging flowers in this fragrant garden to protect her, with Zhou Tian, a spirit root adept, orchestrating the arrangement. Yet, Zhu Yuanyuan felt stifled within Wen Jiyu's body. She was constantly monitored by Song Xuanqing's people using these flowers, forcibly confined to the fragrant garden for recuperation, and even barred from venturing outside. After finally returning to Xinyan Mountain, she yearned to explore and perhaps wield the authority of the sect leader's daughter to impose her will on those who had once looked down on her. However, she found herself unable to leave this very courtyard. With a heavy thud, she slammed the door and retreated inside to sit. The fragrant garden was situated in the central courtyard of the Great Miao Peak, boasting an excellent location. The interior was exquisitely decorated, exuding a youthful charm, with intricately carved incense burners diffusing calming scents. As she moved, warm breezes wafted through, and the floor was adorned with thick, plush carpets. Zhu Yuanyuan, barefoot, stepped upon them and casually leaned beside a low table. Her gaze fell upon a row of top-tier skin-nourishing ointments, each emanating a faint spiritual glow. Picking one up, she uncorked the bottle. TSK. Song Xuanqing truly dotes on Wen Jiyu. Not only was the decor inside lavish, but even her daily necessities, including this skin-nourishing ointment worth 1,000 spirit stones per bottle, were treasures she had never even glimpsed before. Was it not said that 9 out of 10 sword cultivators are poor? Why did she feel that Xinyan Mountain was rather affluent? At this moment, Zhu Yuanyuan mused that living as Wen Jiyu would not be so bad after all. After all, Wen Jiyu was the daughter of the previous sect leader. Once she ascended to the position, all these things would rightfully belong to her. At that time, what kind of life would she not be able to lead? What kind of man could she not desire? With this thought, she extended her finger, scooping up a dollop of ointment from the bottle, and gently massaged it into her wound, pulling her collar aside. The ointment felt incredibly soft to the touch, causing Zhu Yuanyuan to instinctively lower her gaze. What on earth had Wen Jiyu consumed to grow so voluptuous? Staring at Wen Jiyu's skin, smooth as mutton fat jade, and the proud peaks hidden beneath her garments, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of envy, her eyes reddening. Wen Jiyu's form was breathtaking. Despite her own ample bosom and slim waist, exuding charm, she always maintained an aloof demeanor. An intense contrast that made her stand out among the myriad of delicate fairy-like disciples within the cultivation world, even capturing the attention of Dongfang Jibai, the Kunlun saint, who was known for his indifference to mortals. Zhu Yuanyuan's own appearance was not lacking. She possessed a delicate beauty that elicited strong protective instincts from men. After leaving Zuanyangwen, she had sought refuge in Kunlun, where for decades her surroundings had been filled with female disciples, with only Dongfang Jibai as a male presence. However, this Kunlun saint was born heartless. It was said he had severed his ties to emotion in childhood. Should she express her affection to him, she might find herself slain by his Kunlun sword before she could even finish her confession. As her thoughts raced, Zhu Yuanyuan recalled Wen Jiyu's disciple named Siejua. Her feelings towards him were even more complex. Such a handsome youth, if confined, would be at her mercy. A strange smile crept upon Zhu Yuanyuan's lips at the thought that in her lifetime, she had never felt such a stir of emotions for any man. A little playful engagement would not be amiss. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed in her mind. In an instant, her consciousness was gripped by a force that constricted her neck, rendering her breathless, as though her head might explode. I advise against harboring any improper thoughts. Should I catch you again, your soul shall scatter, and you will never find peace. The chilling, emotionless voice reverberated in her ears, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan too terrified to move. I won't move, I won't move. I was wrong, I won't dare again. Spare me, cough, cough, cough. Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to bear the constriction, coughed uncontrollably. That moment, the voice in her mind suddenly spoke again. Someone is coming. The agonizing sensation abruptly dissipated. As Zhu Yuanyuan lay sprawled on the couch, gasping for breath, her consciousness swept across the entire courtyard, and upon catching sight of a snow-white figure standing within, her eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Tian, who simultaneously made the same discovery, had obeyed his master's orders and ensnared the looming garden in an intricate web of surveillance, leaving no blind spots. Thus, when Siejua's silhouette materialized in the courtyard, an alarm blared in his mind. Zhou Tian scrambled to his feet from the grass. Yet before he could react, he witnessed Tai Che charging frantically towards the looming garden. The garden was protected by a barrier. Without the identity jade tablet of their sect, entry was impossible. Clearly, Tai Chue was oblivious to this fact, as it howled and collided headfirst into the barrier, rebounding violently, though the barrier would not harm it. The backlash of spiritual energy was certainly unpleasant. Nevertheless, it showed no signs of surrender, continuing its frenzied assault on the barrier, its fervor surpassing even that of when Uncle Seven had been injured. Zhou Tian rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Consuming so much, yet remaining so dim-witted. Utterly foolish. Without hesitation, he sent a communication talisman to Song Xuanqing. However, just as the talisman transformed into a streak of light soaring towards the Piaomiao Peak, it suddenly collided with an unseen force and instantly ignited into flames. He opened his mouth, gazing at the faint outline of radiance emerging on the horizon, realizing that at the moment Siejua appeared, the dwelling had already been enveloped by this mysterious barrier. And no wonder Uncle Imo was unable to find him outside. It turned out he had been hiding within Xianyan Mountain all along. But what was his purpose in returning this time? Was it yet another act of parricide? Zhou Tian felt a surge of anxiety as he dashed towards the looming garden. Inside the garden, the doors were tightly shut. The barrier flickered incessantly, while Tai Chue battered against it outside. Siejua, standing alone in the courtyard, sensed the presence of someone within the house that he knew that aside from Wen Jiyu, there would be no one else, and so he stood quietly, awaiting her emergence. Whether to slay him or to scold him, he simply desired clarity concerning his fate. Chapter 71. His existence is itself as in the heavens loomed dark. As if heralding the arrival of rain, a biting wind arose, scattering petals like rain across the courtyard, swirling at his feet. Siejua could not help but recall the day she had collapsed in his arms, pale and in agony. Perhaps it was due to a misunderstanding. She had misidentified him and inadvertently harmed him. Yet he bore her no grudge, but he only blamed himself for not having provided her with the phoenix blood sooner. Perhaps had he done so, she would not have treated him thus. He felt like a wronged child, yearning to seek her out and demand an explanation. Stubbornly standing in the dimming twilight, he awaited her recognition. Her appearance, the process of waiting, was always interminable. Time moved so slowly, it was unsettling that a chill brushed against his nose as the rain began to fall, mercilessly soaking his hair and garments, the frigid droplets seeping into his being, leaving his heart engulfed in confusion. The anxiety in his chest morphed into a dull ache. Pounding rhythmically against his ribcage, he lowered his gaze, his fingers tightening within his sleeves at this moment. The youthful boy remained unaware that his dependence on that distant figure, along with the tremors emanating from his heart, were manifestations of affection. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a familiar figure in a flowing red dress. The hem was embroidered with vivid phoenix blossoms, a design known well to Siejua. "Master," he exclaimed, lifting his gaze to meet the woman's indifferent eyes, his complexion ashen as he hastily explained, "Is it my fault in any way? Why do you treat your disciple thus?" Before he could complete his sentence, Siejua narrowed his exquisite phoenix eyes. Something was amiss. The girl before him, from her attire to her makeup, from her hair to her skin, appeared entirely unblemished. Yet she emanated an aura that felt distinctly different. His inner consciousness remained calm, devoid of the familiar urge to approach her, to yearn for her touch. His heart's lake remained still, devoid of ripples. She was not Wenjiu. Was there a sorcery in the world that could so seamlessly replace one's essence with another's? Soul transference. The phrase gradually surfaced in Siejue's mind. Maintaining a facade of composure while inwardly scoffing, he mused, "Ah, how naive the celestial realm remains, employing the same tactics a second time, truly believing I would not harbor suspicions." Zhu Yuanyuan regained her composure and, following the mysterious figure's instructions, opened the door to her surprise. Upon raising her gaze, she locked eyes with Siejua. The boy's expression was shadowed, his hair still dripping, and beneath his dark lashes, his elongated phoenix eyes seemed to merge with the endless curtain of rain that a hint of fear flickered within her. He exuded an aura of the unknown, danger, and trepidation. Yet, she found herself with no other choice. She was aware that the courtyard was laced with looming flowers and various restrictions. She had even crushed her identity jade tablet within the confines of her room. There was no reason for her to wait so long without Song Xuanqing making an appearance. Moreover, he had appeared without needing to breach any of these restrictions. Zhu Yuan's gaze fell upon his white cloak, and she could not help but inquire of the mysterious figure in her mind. What exactly is his origin? The mysterious figure remained silent, devoid of support. Zhu Yuan began to feel a swell of fear. She instinctively took a step back, only to suddenly remember that the body she now occupied belonged to Wenjiu, his master. How could she have forgotten? She was now Wenjiu. Even if Siejua wished to kill her, he would be destroying Wenjiu's body, not hers. With this realization, her confidence inexplicably surged. "Siejua." She called out, deliberately using his name. Zhu Yuanyuan mused that Wenjiu must have addressed him similarly. For someone as cold and distant as Wenjiu, having spent over a decade together, she had only ever referred to her by her full name. The atmosphere momentarily stilled, as the drenched youth slowly lowered his gaze, murmuring, "Disciple is here." Zhu Yuanyuan had initially intended to command him to kneel but hesitated, fearing he might take offense and retaliate with a sword thrust. Thus, she pressed her lips together to "Do you not know your wrongs?" The youth replied solemnly, "Disciple does not understand what wrong has been committed. Do you not know?" Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed, "Allow me to enlighten you." No sooner had her words left her lips than she raised her hand. A wave of dark energy accompanied by an unknown sorcery surged forth, forming a luminous prison that descended upon him. The mysterious figure had instructed her that if she wished to kill him, she must first ensnare him with this technique. Siejua was forced to kneel, one knee crashing heavily onto the muddy ground. The oppressive force within the luminous prison was immense, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixated on the ground. The earth beneath him shimmered with obscure runes, distinct from the commonly used spells in the present cultivation realm. Seeing him truly unable to resist, Zhu Yuan's malice intensified. Her clear eyes brimmed with venom, akin to a long-hidden serpent shedding its disguise. She opened the rain-shielding barrier, stepping gracefully into the downpour, approaching Siejua. Leaning slightly forward, her red lips parted. "Have you heard the saying, an innocent man suffers for possessing a gem?" Siejua hung his head in silence, yet his fingers clenched tightly. Raindrops dripped from the ends of his hair, mingling with the blood on the ground, trailing away into the distance. Zhu Yunyuan recalled the mysterious figure's words, reflecting on the tragic fate that had befallen her in her past life at his hands. Her laughter twisted and malevolent. "You deserve to die. What right do you have to live? You carry the bloodlines of the sin god Bai Hua and the demon Lord Zhan Huang. You need not do anything. Your very existence is a monumental sin." With a sudden crack, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the rain. The blinding flash illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday, sending Zhu Yunyan into a panic, nearly believing the lightning would strike her. That was close. When she spoke again, her confidence wavered. "My master has glimpsed the heavenly secrets and is now compelled by the heavenly will to enact justice. To take your life." She formed a series of hand seals, intensifying the oppressive energy within the luminous prison, the gale sharp and fierce. Siejua knelt half-heartedly, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, yet he seemed oblivious to his plight. This scene, this utterance, resonated eerily with fragments of his memories. For reasons unknown, a wave of inexplicable joy surged within him that if she was not the one, then perhaps it meant that in his past life, the one who had harmed him was also not her. This monumental realization quickened Siejua's heartbeat. The puddle beneath his feet seemed to reflect Wen Jiyu's smiling eyes, and he could not help but cup the rainwater in his palms. Master. However, at this moment, Zhu Yuanyuan discovered a dilemma. While her soul occupied Wen Jiyu's vessel, she found herself unable to fully harness Wen Jiyu's spiritual power, nor could she awaken Wen Jiyu's consciousness. Wen Jiyu's spirit lay dormant, her spiritual energy unresponsive. Without the ability to channel it, she could not bring Siejua to his demise. That be why the time she regained her bearings, the youth within the luminous prison had already risen to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a jaw as pale as jade. With a mere gesture, he shattered the luminous prison that as the rain-shielding barrier unfurled. The boy's visage appeared ethereal and dreamlike. Yet his words were as cold as ice, his expression bordering on cruel. "Reveal the identity of the one behind you, and I shall grant you a swift end." He gazed at Zhu Yuanyuan with an expressionless face, his eyes as frigid as if he were staring at a corpse. "Otherwise, I possess countless means to make you wish for death." That he merely stood there silently, doing nothing. Yet Zhu Yuanyuan began to feel a force constricting her throat, fear seeping from her tailbone to her extremities. Death seemed to descend in an instant. Chapter 72. Dislike is one thing, but there is no need to confront face to face. Once again, dark infernal flames surged around him, the boy's pallid face appearing even more perilous beneath the flickering flames. That he had come draped in that disciple's garb, intentionally leaving the bloodstains on his chest to evoke sympathy from Wen Jiyu. Now that dejected and pitiful visage was no longer necessary to feign. Terrifying, pitch-black infernal flames erupted from the ground, crackling with violet lightning. As he transformed into his true form, colossal and dazzling wings of fire gradually taking shape behind him. The surrounding barrier slowly shattered, the black flames surging violently, engulfing everything in the courtyard, leaving only his chilling voice reverberating. "Where have you hidden her?" With death looming, Zhu Yuanyuan paradoxically found herself calm. He dared not act, fearing for Wen Jiyu's safety. Zhu Yuanyuan had not anticipated that this very body would become her greatest shield. The black tide surged forth, immediately liberating her from the oppressive state. And she swiftly retreated, her crimson figure becoming indistinct in the rain. The mysterious figure had taught her several self-defense techniques, which she had thought she would never need to employ, yet here she was, fleeing for her life. She raised her hand to form a seal, and the houses beneath her feet were twisted and shattered by a wave of black tide, hurtling directly towards the boy standing in the courtyard. Siejua's palm ignited with infernal flames, transforming into a black dragon that devoured everything. As the two forces clashed, the overwhelming spiritual current instantly repelling everything. After the shockwave shattered the rain shelter barrier, she was quickly drenched, appearing utterly disheveled. She scolded, "Traitor! Do you dare to slay your master? Traitor! How dare you claim that you deserve to be my master?" The boy leaped into the air, appearing before her in the next moment. What exactly are you? Hurry and get out of her body. She bit her lip, asking, how did you discover it? Siejua replied, intuition. Zhu Yuanyan was taken aback by his ghostly agility, recklessly fleeing towards the back mountain. The two darted between the houses and cliffs, Siejua maintaining his distance, wary of pushing the entity within his master to a breaking point, fearing it might harm her. Zhu Yuanyan, exhausted from her frantic escape, had no time to wipe the rain from her face, continuously calling upon the mysterious figure in her mind. The shadow flower had long been destroyed by Siejua, leaving her to place her hopes on the shattered identity jade pendant, wishing that Song Xuanqing could come to her aid. Yet her hopes were destined to be in vain. Siejua's domain was exceedingly clever. He carefully avoided the members of Xian Yun Mountain, confining his domain within this cluster of houses. Those who had caused destruction outside the barrier, Zhou Tian and Tai Chue, had been mercilessly thrown into the spatial domain, likely still wandering through its labyrinthine structure. After a prolonged silence, the mysterious figure finally responded, uttering a single sentence. Zhu Yuanyan committed this phrase to memory and immediately turned towards the forbidden area of Xian Yun Mountain. Elder Fu could not stop Siejua and, fearing that he might truly cause chaos within the sect, avoided the disciples that night and went to the great floating peak to seek out Song Xuanqing, Yinhai, and Wen Lu. Having established a master-servant contract with Wen Jiu, were not hindered by the Xian Yun Mountain formation, while Yin Wujiang and Hua Manlu, one steeped in demonic energy and the other in ghostly aura, found it somewhat challenging to access the great floating peak. The two sought an uninhabited mountaintop, observing the activity atop the great floating peak from a distance. Under the starry sky, amidst the encroaching night, the great floating peak appeared unremarkable. Yin Wujiang could not help but harbor doubts. Wazti had said that Xie Fujin's master was recuperating on the back peak of the great floating peak. Why had he been gone for so long without any news? He was eager to showcase his abilities before the new master. Yet upon seeing the boy's heartbroken demeanor, he surmised that it was likely due to some inappropriate feelings towards his master, or else he would not have dared to venture into danger seeking clarity. Yin Wujiang crossed his arms, musing on romance. Why not focus on one's career? For instance, he had long found the demon realm's demon Lord Zhou Budu displeasing, yet could not overpower him. Now, having latched onto Siejua, he was destined to become a key aid to the future demon god, the second in command, and one day he would certainly bring Zhou Buddha down, seizing the title of demon lord for himself, ideally imprisoning him to inflict torment. Today, as he pondered this, Yin Wujiang felt a twinge of pain at the site where Zhou Budu had pierced him with a sword not long ago. He couldn't fathom what misfortune had befallen him. He had just been bitten by a Kunlun divine beast and had yet to recover when the demon Lord Zhou Budu had personally pursued him to Waiancheng, greeting him with a piercing blow. Had it not been for his innate golden finger system and multiple incarnations, he would have lost count of how many times he had died as he contemplated this. He caught sight of two figures approaching in the distance. The first was a person of righteous demeanor, standing upon a glimmering glass sword, clad in the uniform of the Xian Yun Mountain sect leader. It was none other than Song Xuanqing. Upon landing, Song Xuanqing cast a sidelong glance at Yin Wujiang, a cold smile playing on his lips. Demon Lord, it has been quite some time. Yin Wujiang knew that Elder Fu must have informed Song Xuanqing of the earlier events. Otherwise, these two would not have approached him with greetings but rather drawn swords to take his life. This was not his first encounter with Song Xuanqing, and he understood the weight this figure carried within the realm of cultivation. Though he appeared to possess ordinary cultivation, he was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse that he had heard about Ling Yun's sect's failure in provoking Xintian's sect, and due to the recent events surrounding Feng Ling, where Ling Yun's sect had taken advantage of the situation, Yin Wujiang felt a twinge of guilt. However, recalling that he had now turned over a new leaf and was aligned with Xie Fujin, he mocked, "Indeed, it has been a while. It seems that sect leader Song has aged a bit." Song Xuanqing smiled slightly, responding, "The affairs of Xian Yun Mountain are numerous, unlike the demon lord who spends his days indulging in debauchery, wreaking havoc upon the lives of others, that I see your cultivation remains stagnant. Perhaps you have little time for practice?" Yin Wujiang retorted, "Dislike is one thing, but there is no need to confront face to face." How was he to know that the seemingly dull and rigid Song Xuanqing possessed such a sharp tongue, persistently exposing his shortcomings, even more infuriating than Zhou Budu himself, since entering this small world? He had been engrossed in revelry, and indeed his cultivation had seen little progress. However, as a modern individual, having traversed through time and space, why should he not relish the experience first? Gasping for breath, Yin Wujiang shot a fierce glare at Song Xuanqing before turning to the person behind him. The other's expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze fixed upon the back peak of the great floating peak, brow slightly furrowed. "Oh, is this not the holy son of Kunlun? What brings you here? To join a game of mahjong?" Dongfang Jibai glanced at him, but did not respond, instead turning to Song Xuanqing. "Yuanqing, I will go check the seals on the little floating peak." Song Xuanqing replied, "Your understanding of the Tao is clear, and your mastery of barrier techniques surpasses mine. It is good for you to take a look." Dongfang Jibai nodded without hesitation, soaring away on his sword. Yin Wujiang found himself at an impasse. While Hua Manlu beside him burst into laughter, Yin Wujiang swatted at him. "What are you laughing at, ghost?" At that moment, Hua Manlu lacked a physical form, and Yin Wujiang merely struck at air. It didn't hurt, and he laughed even louder. After a moment, Hua Manlu remembered something that he transformed into feminine attire, drifting before Song Xuanqing, deliberately raising a delicate finger, and said in a coy voice, "Sect leader Song, I recall a matter. May I trouble you to enlighten me?" Song Xuanqing shot him a nonchalant glance, instinctively stepping back. "The Flower Lord has matters to discuss. Do not stand so close to me." Beside them, Yin Wujiang burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Hua Manlu remarked, "If you find me distasteful, why be so overt about it?" Chapter 73. Do not touch my master, or I shall jump. During my time in Fengling, it was your suggestion to set a trap in which he and his master fell, correct? Upon hearing this, Song Xuanqing immediately conceded. Indeed. Hua Manlu was momentarily taken aback. Then filled with rage, Song Xuanqing, have I provoked you in any way? Fuming, Hua Manlu transformed into tendrils of ghostly energy that ensnared Song Xuanqing, yet they merely surrounded him, failing to touch his body at all. Your disciple absorbed all the treasures I have amassed over decades. Those items could purchase an entire great floating peak. Song Xuanqing, if you do not offer me an explanation today, I will raise your Xianyun mountain to the ground. Song Xuanqing, unperturbed, retorted, "Go ahead, if you have the ability to do so." Hua Manlu was further incensed, yet his cultivation was inferior to Song Xuanqing's. Even his ghostly aura could not harm him in the slightest. His true form was like an enraged lion, seeking a release for his frustration. Yet Song Xuanqing seemed oblivious to Hua Manlu's fury, his gaze fixated upon the forbidden abyss of the back mountain. Suddenly shifting, that he focused intently on that spot and raised his hand to summon his sword. Hua Manlu, turn back and lend me a hand. Having spoken, he did not glance back and charged straight towards the forbidden land of the back mountain. Song Xuanqing, how dare you still ask for my assistance? Hua Manlu was once again infuriated by him and was about to pursue, when a gust of wind carried a whisper to his ears. The dream-making deity. Exiled from the celestial realm, are you truly resigned to your fate? Hua Manlu paused. The fleeting figure before him immediately solidified, standing motionless at the edge of the cliff. The title of dream-making deity, which had accompanied him for most of his life, had long been forgotten in the mouths of others. Resigned? He was unsure. For all these years, he had never contemplated returning to the celestial realm. He now lived with a carefree spirit. After all, he was already a ghost, unable to be reincarnated, so he chose to witness the ebb and flow of human emotions in this world. How many sinful beings had been exiled to the mortal realm in the past? How many still remembered that incident? Watching Song Xuanqing's figure gradually fade away, Hua Manlu gritted his teeth and pursued him. When Xiezhua caught up with Zhu Yuanyuan again, they had reached a precipice. Below the cliff lay the burning demon abyss, a desolate land devoid of life, leading straight to the Nine Nether Sea. When a malevolent aura surged, countless crimson gold runes would emerge above the abyss. This was the forbidden chasm of Xianyun Mountain, a place seldom trodden by mortals, where layers of prohibitions unfurled in the air, rousing the elders guarding the forbidden grounds to hasten towards this location. The closer Xiezhua approached, the more his body resisted Daiyan's previous life. It was here that when Jiyu had cast him into the Nine Nether Sea after expelling him from the sect. This place was his nightmare, an unhealed wound within his heart. What was the other party's intention in luring him here? Did they plan to cast him into the abyss? The knife wound on his chest throbbed painfully, and blood surged within him. He forcefully swallowed the taste of iron, that a swift resolution was imperative. Without hesitation, he pressed on. "Master, I have brought him here. What should I do next?" Zhu Yuanyuan stood at the cliff's edge, trembling as she awaited instructions from the mysterious figure in her mind. Siejua continued to advance towards her, but she was paralyzed with fear. After a long silence, a coarse voice finally echoed. "Push him off the cliff. If the task fails, you need not live. I cannot mobilize Wen Jiyu's consciousness and spiritual power. How can I push him?" Zhu Yuanyuan was on the verge of tears, knowing he would surely kill her once he realized she was not Wen Jiyu. The mysterious figure sneered coldly. "Then it falls to you to devise a solution." After waiting for a moment without hearing the mysterious voice again, she raised her gaze to see Siejua approaching with an air of lethal intent. The malevolent aura within the burning demon abyss surged, and a gust of wind sliced through, tearing a portion of her skirt. Zhu Yuanyuan's face drained of color. Wen Jiyu's attire was no ordinary garment. Simply standing there, a piece of her skirt had already been ripped that if she fell, would she not be torn to shreds? She quickly conjured a dagger from the swirling darkness and pressed it against her own throat. "Stop! You shall not advance any further." Zhu Yuanyuan exerted pressure, drawing blood from the skin beneath the blade. While she was indeed terrified of death, she feared even more the prospect of her soul scattering. This was no trivial matter. Otherwise, the mysterious figure would not have instructed her to lead Siejua here. She had no knowledge of the connection between Siejua and Wen Jiyu, but her woman's intuition told her he cared for her deeply. Jealousy twisted her features. Seeing this, Siejua halted his steps, gritting his teeth. "What do you intend to do?" "Put down the knife." "Siejua, listen closely. Only one of you can survive, Wen Jiyu or you." Zhu Yuanyuan steadied herself at the cliff's edge, keeping a wary eye on her surroundings, that if you jump down, Wen Jiyu will return unscathed, that if you refuse, then it will be Wen Jiyu who dies, that as she spoke, she took a step back, her foot hovering over the abyss. Siejua's heart tightened at the sight, that he had already realized that his master was still alive within that body. She had not perished, but was merely in a deep slumber, and he needed to find a way to extract this woman's soul from her body to awaken her. Seeing him hesitate, Zhu Yuanyuan let out a cold laugh, that is, "Oh, your concern for her is not as profound as you claim." The dagger plunged forcefully into Wen Jiyu's flesh, and fresh crimson flowed from the wound. "Have you not made up your mind yet? Is it Wen Jiyu who shall leap, or will it be you?" Her smile turned malevolent, a thrill of vindication lighting her face. The figure before her, she knew, would grow immensely powerful in the future. Yet why should such strength belong to Wen Jiyu? Recalling her own tragic past life, she pressed harder, causing more blood to spill, trickling down her arm. "Let me be frank. She lies in slumber within this body. Should I plunge into the abyss, her mortal form cannot possibly survive." Siejua remained silent. His gaze narrowed, the depths of his eyes revealing no discernible emotion. She took another step back, as loose stones fell. They were instantly reduced to powder by the winds at the cliff's base. "Siefuin, will you jump or not?" Siejua reined in his murderous aura and stepped closer to Zhu Yuanyuan. "Do not harm my master, that I will jump." Chapter 74. Rescue. When Song Xuanqing arrived near the burning demon abyss, he heard those very words that as he had suspected, his junior sister had been possessed. However, this possession technique originated from the celestial realm and was beyond the means of ordinary cultivators to decipher. "Siefuin, do not be deceived. She is not your master." Arriving alongside him were the waves of dark tides surging from all directions. These dark tides formed a barrier, obstructing his path. Upon seeing this, Song Xuanqing's expression darkened immediately. The emergence of the dark tide at this critical moment indicated that Dongfang Jibai had likely encountered trouble. The dark tide was rife with murderous intent. Every inch was adorned with blood-red eyes, surging like a tide, as if eager to devour it. He gripped his sword tightly, the memories of a millennium flooding back as he encountered this force once more. This mysterious power, upon which the divine race relied heavily, was indeed the catalyst of the celestial demon war a millennium ago. Anxiously, he watched the standoff between the two figures at the cliff's edge. And without further ado, he drew his sword and engaged the dark tide in battle. Siejua did not halt his steps at Song Xuanqing's warning that in those fleeting moments, his mind raced with countless thoughts. The riddle that had troubled him was finally solved, It turned out that everything in his memories was a fabrication. When Jiyu had not harmed him, nor had Xianyan Mountain. The true perpetrator lay elsewhere. He knew that possessing the relic of the pagoda bone, falling into the burning demon abyss would not lead to his demise. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, he would return to seek her once more. Yet, he was uncertain whether he would still be her only disciple upon his return. Not far off, Elder Fu, along with Chu Nizhao, Zhuge Qianji, and several other elders guarding the forbidden ground, made their way over. Upon witnessing the terrifying dark tide within the forbidden area, their expressions shifted in alarm. Zhuge Qianji summoned a mechanical puppet, launching a punch that penetrated the dark tide, yet it inflicted no substantial damage. The puppet's metallic arm was corroded to its surface that Chu Nizhao raised her hand, conjuring a pipa, and with a flick of her fingers, several beams of light formed a celestial net, only to be consumed by the dark tide. What manner of being was this, that ordinary weapons could not harm them in the slightest? Elder Fu, the eldest and most experienced among them, squinted for a long moment before stating, "It resembles the breath of annihilation recorded in ancient texts. When the heavens were formed, pure essence ascended while turbid energy descended. Only this breath of annihilation, with nowhere to go, was sealed away by the celestial realm." The others inquired in unison, "Is there a way to break it?" Elder Fu shook his head. "The power of the celestial realm is beyond the reach of us mortals in the lower realm." Observing that even the sect leader's Song Xuanqing struggled against it, they could only brace themselves for the confrontation. Realizing the dark tide was becoming increasingly unmanageable, Zhuge Qianji summoned her heavy sword and cleaved through the thick dark tide, directly clashing with Yan Wujiang, who had come to reinforce them. Yan Wujiang waved at her. Hey, Zhuge Qianji frowned. What the heck? Without mercy, she swung her sword down. Yan Wujiang hurriedly conjured a long scythe to parry, retreating while shouting, "Allied forces, I am an ally. Don't slash. The demon lord?" Elder Fu exclaimed, quickly halting Zhuge Qianji, who was ready to unleash her wrath. "Qianji, stand down. He is one of us." Seizing the opportunity to breathe, Song Xuanqing turned to see Siejua already nearing the cliff's edge. Shouting anxiously, "Did you hear me calling you back?" "Wait a moment." Siejua seemed deaf to his words. He could wait no longer. Standing at the precipice, he fixated on the shadow coalescing behind Zhu Yuanyuan. This shadow formed from the dark tide, its indistinct features appearing unreal that he pressed down forcefully on the short blade in Zhu Yuanyuan's hand, causing more blood to flow from the wound, nearly blinding Siejua with its intensity. Unfazed by the potential revelation, she laughed with a coarse, grating voice. "Yes, jump down like that. I believe your master will appreciate your willingness to leap into the burning demon abyss for her. She will surely remember you more fondly." Siejua pressed his lips together, disheveled hair casting a shadow over his dark, unfathomable eyes. That's so. As the dark tide witnessed him plunge one foot into the abyss, it was clear that his resolve was unwavering. Prompting it to utter yet another remark out of course, "You should express your gratitude to me for allowing your master and disciple to reunite once more. Let us hope that this time, your nefarious thoughts will not be uncovered by your master." The youth curved the corners of his lips, wishing fervently that it would be so. At that moment, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sudden grip tighten around her arm. "Bring it here." The dagger in her hand was snatched away, and her body felt ensnared, as if caught in a net, swiftly pulled away from the edge of the cliff. Behind her, the figure suddenly jolted, solidifying its form as more dark tides surged from all directions. Preparing to pounce upon Siejua, Siejua leapt forth with a palm strike, channeling the power of the infernal flames, striking directly at his chest, impacting upon his corporeal form. The dark tide churned, and behind him, a gaping maw of blood appeared in the air, devouring the entire mass of dark tide in a single gulp, even licking its lips in satisfaction afterwards. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. Immediately thereafter, the remaining dark tide surged towards the fallen Zhu Yuanyuan, while Yin Hai and Wen Lu, terrified, lifted the unconscious Wen Jiyu and fled forward. Before the dark tide could reach Zhu Yuanyuan, it was entirely consumed by the hammer that followed. Burp the hammer, having feasted on an excessive amount of dark tide, let out a satisfied belch. Delicious. Delicious? The last remnant of dark tide, trembling in fear, scattered in all directions, while the hammer let out a howl and pursued it. Zhou Tian suddenly realized, No wonder he could never satiate the hammer. It was a peculiar glutton. Just then, a shooting star-like brilliance streaked across the sky, accompanied by a voice as cold as frost. Zhu Yunyun, come out. Two figures advanced, with the leading woman partially veiled, her black dress billowing, exuding an aura akin to the wind, followed closely by the visibly excited Mo Yunya. Senior brother, Song Xuanqing exclaimed in surprise. Third brother, Lung Yu. Zhu Yunyun lay on the ground, watching the approaching figure in black, her expression shifting dramatically. Lung Yu had spent decades honing soul techniques at the Tianshu Pavilion to seek the soul of Yin Jihuan. And with a mere glance, she recognized the Zhu Yuanyuan concealed within Wen Zhiyu's body. Lung Yu's expression turned frigid. Her desire to extract Zhu Yuanyuan from Wen Zhiyu's body and mete out punishment was palpable. Zhu Yuanyuan, do you dare to show disrespect to the young lady? With her identity unveiled, Zhu Yuanyuan ceased to hide, revealing her true form. You are Zhu Yuanyuan? In the blink of an eye, Song Xuanqing beheld the unveiled Zhu Yuanyuan. It had been a long time since she departed from Xianyun Mountain, so long that apart from Song Xuanqing and Lung Yu, others may have forgotten her entirely. She turned her gaze, looking pitifully at Song Xuanqing. Brother Song. Song Xuanqing admonished her, do not call me that. Zhu Yuanyuan's voice trembled as tears welled in her eyes. That I acknowledge my mistakes, Brother Song. Sister Lung Yu, please spare me. Spare you? Lung Yu scoffed, her gaze fixating on Wen Zhiyu's bloodied neck, her expression turning venomous. Who will spare you? She raised her hand, radiating light as her fingers, inscribed with arcane runes, spread wide, forcefully grasping Zhu Yuanyuan's soul and pulling it outward. Oh no, I don't want to. Before her scream could fully escape, Zhu Yuanyuan's spirit was forcibly extracted. Wen Zhiyu, bereft of her soul, collapsed limply. Without hesitation, Xiezuo rushed forward, cradling her tightly. Chapter 75. Fondness for her with Zhu Yuanyuan's soul extracted. Lung Yu confined her within the soul cauldron, yet when Zhiyu remained in a deep slumber, she lay quietly on the soft bedding, utterly silent. After applying the medicine, Lung Yu withdrew her hand and adjusted the blanket. Letting out a sigh, the divine consciousness within her spirit abode had already succumbed to slumber. A method must be devised to awaken her, where she would remain in a deep sleep akin to the years she spent in dormancy after returning from the blood serpent's lair. Xiezuo lowered his eyelids, his fingers unconsciously tensing. This, Song Xuanqing pondered momentarily. Though he would spare no effort to procure the finest spirit medicine for Wen Zhiyu's injury, her current state of slumbering consciousness within the spirit abode, the most crucial realm for a cultivator, could only be accessed by a soulmate. It seemed the only recourse would be that method, that he turned to a certain direction. Hua Jing Master. Hua Manlu, lost in thought, instinctively looked up at the call, responding with a charming smile. What can I do for you? Song Zhongmin, observing his earlier days, Song Xuanqing realized that his words had indeed registered. He conveyed his thoughts to Hua Manlu, who, after a moment's contemplation, nodded with a playful laugh. Song Zhongmin, you owe Hua a favor. Do remember to repay it. Yin Wujiong, curious despite his modern background filled with sci-fi notions, found himself perplexed by how Hua Manlu intended to proceed. Hua Manlu stepped into the room, sitting cross-legged. He shed his previous flamboyant guise and donned male attire, appearing far more agreeable as he sat upright, his long hair cascading freely. Illusion magic, also known as dream weaving, grants individuals immersed within the highest realms of illusion the same sensory capabilities as ordinary people. Yet, Hua Manlu employed even more esoteric illusion techniques, leaving the onlookers, including Yin Hai and Wen Lu, who had followed him for years, utterly astonished by this profound art of dream weaving. Moments later, Hua Manlu retracted the exquisite pagoda, addressing the crowd with a solemn tone. She is currently trapped in a place where she was meant to perish. I know not where it is or what transpired, but as long as someone is willing to enter and bring her out, she shall awaken at a place where she was meant to perish. Song Xuanqing and Mo Yunya instantly recalled events from a decade ago. Similarly, Xiezuo had the same thought. He suddenly spoke up. As long as someone is willing to go in and find her, she can be awakened. I shall go. Hua Manlu turned to look at him, seeing the youth's fervent gaze filled with joy and eagerness that left little room for refusal. For a moment, Hua Manlu was taken aback, feeling that the youth's eyes bore a striking resemblance to someone he once knew. It is an exceptionally perilous place. If you insist on entering, you may not return alive, that I fear not death." The youth immediately retorted, "I will surely bring her back." Everyone else withdrew. Siejua knelt beside Wen Jiu's bed, cradling the exquisite pagoda in his hands. He set the pagoda aside, gazing tenderly at the slumbering figure before him, his fingers gently tracing her brow as if kissing her with affection. Leaning closer, he brought his face near hers, his warm breath cascading down as he softly pressed his lips against hers. Murmuring indistinctly, "Sister," did I in her unconscious state, when Jiu felt warmth trickling onto her lips. This liquid bore the familiar scent of ash-colored small orchids, causing her to suddenly open her eyes and behold a strikingly beautiful young boy before her. When Jiu was momentarily stunned, the boy was remarkably handsome, his features reminiscent of Siejua, but not entirely identical. Moreover, she noticed a golden-red mark adorning his forehead. Fengling, if she was not mistaken. This was the innate mark of the Phoenix clan. Upon seeing Wen Jiu awaken, the young boy beamed at her. "Sister, you're awake." A chill brushed against her nose. He was lifting his wrist, droplets of golden-red blood cascading down. And as she moved, one drop landed upon her nose. Wen Jiu blinked in confusion. Phoenix blood? Instinctively, she grasped the young boy's slender wrist, which was bleeding. "That is enough." She looked at him. "I am awake now. Let me dress your wound." "Who are you?" The young boy lowered his head, noticing her delicate fingers tightly gripping his wrist, preventing the blood from flowing. That a smile blossomed on his pale face. "That my name is Xiaoqi. I found you fainted in the snow and brought you back." Fainted in the snow? When Jiu's mind was still somewhat hazy, as her gaze traversed past Xiaoqi's face, she realized she was lying within a dilapidated dwelling. The howling wind and snow outside causing the already unstable roof to creak ominously. She distinctly remembered walking in a snowfield, only to be caught in an avalanche that buried her. How could a dream transform into reality? When Jiu opened her mouth to ask, "Where is this?" Xiaoqi continued to smile. "Blood Serpent's Lair, Blood Serpent's Lair?" The mere utterance of those words sent chills down Wen Jiu's spine. What was happening? Had she returned to the memories of the original owner? Xiaoqi remained silent, watching her with a cheerful expression. After a few moments of shock, Wen Jiu finally realized that she was still gripping Xiaoqi's wrist. "Xiaoqi, thank you for saving me, that you've lost blood. Let me tend to your wound." The fingers gradually relaxed. The bleeding had ceased, yet the wound appeared rather deep. Wen Jiu casually tore a strip of fabric from his inner shirt, preparing to bandage him. However, upon lifting his sleeve, she beheld a multitude of intersecting wounds adorning his wrist. Xiaoqi withdrew his hand, declaring that bandaging was unnecessary, for it would heal on its own. When he extended his hand once more, the wound had indeed formed a scab. When Jiu regarded him intently and pondered aloud, "Did you just feed me your blood?" "Why?" Xiaoqi responded with utmost honesty. "Because I am a phoenix, and my blood can save lives that I wish to save you." When Jiu mused, it seems she understands why the Phoenix clan perished so swiftly. "Child, do you not exercise caution in the presence of outsiders?" Xiaoqi met her gaze, his smile radiant. "Why do you look at me that way, sister?" "Because I believe," when Jiu replied, "you bear a striking resemblance to someone." Xiaoqi chuckled. "Is it someone that sister likes?" When Jiu was momentarily taken aback, then her expression turned serious. "Little one, has no one taught you that one should not be so blunt?" Xiaoqi appeared confused. "Sister, what does being blunt mean?" When Jiu explained, "It means to be very direct." Xiaoqi continued, "Isn't being direct a good thing?" When Jiu shook her head, "Not at all. It makes it far too easy for others to discern your depths." Xiaoqi blinked at her, the phoenix feather on his forehead shimmering slightly. "For instance, when I first laid eyes on sister, I instantly liked her. Now that I've confessed, does sister understand my depths?" When Jiu felt a strong suspicion that this boy was teasing her, yet she had no proof. Chapter 76. I know how to please sister. Would you like to give it a try? Do you like it?